Chapter 1. The Collapse of the Sky begins. As everyone knows, there are three things that a time traveler should never do. First, contend with the ancestor dragon for supremacy. Second, engage in battle with Liu Xiu. Possessing a numerical advantage. Third, confront Li Shimin at the Xuanwu Gate. But now, Yixuan seems to have encountered the second situation, at the border of the Yunnan Kingdom. Countless military tents are arranged in an orderly manner, with lit oil lamps illuminating the entire camp. In the central command tent, Yixuan, dressed in a white nightgown, sits on the bed, looking around in confusion. I've crossed over. After receiving the memories of the original owner, Yixuan finally confirmed that he had crossed into a female-oriented novel titled Feng Shui Changge. But if you're going to cross over, why did it have to be into the body of this Yixuan? Just because they share the same name? Yixuan immediately began to recall the reason for the original owner's death. 20 years ago, General Gu Songbei of the Kanglin Kingdom led his army to conquer the capital of the Nanyue Kingdom and was granted the title of Duke of Dinghua, while the female protagonist, Xie Zhaoning, was the princess sent out by the Nanyue royal family at great cost. During these 20 years, the female protagonist, with her intelligence and the help of the remaining royal secret guards, successfully established the most powerful force in the martial world, the Hongxiu Tower. The first step of her revenge is Yixuan, the legitimate son of the Duke of Dinghua, who leads the army on behalf of his father. Big sister, it was the emperor who ordered the destruction of your country, not me. If you have the ability, go find him. Besides, isn't entering the capital easier than coming to the military camp? With 100,000 troops protecting it, even a pig could survive here. Could it be that the assassin is Liu Xiu? After some complaints, Yixuan couldn't help but start to doubt. This isn't a fantasy world. Even the strongest can only break through 3,000, right? Apart from the legendary Great Demon Master, who else could kill him among tens of thousands of troops? But now isn't the time to think about these things. Although the original owner's death in the novel was briefly mentioned, if he dies now, it would truly be the end. Thinking of this, Yixuan immediately shouted outside the tent, "Come here!" The tent was lifted, and a soldier clad in armor entered the main tent, bowing respectfully before Yixuan. "General, put on my armor." After absorbing the original owner's memories, Yixuan naturally spoke with the air of a military leader. The bodyguard, though puzzled as to why the general wanted to don armor at this moment, didn't dare to ask further upon seeing Yixuan's stern expression and quickly fetched the dark red armor. Yixuan opened his arms, allowing the bodyguard to help him into the armor while feeling his physical condition. A character in a female-oriented novel. Yixuan was naturally not lacking in appearance. His face was strong and well-defined, with sharp eyebrows and deep, expressive eyes. Years of martial arts training had endowed him with a body where every muscle contained terrifying power. Why is the general putting on armor? Did you discover something unusual? The bodyguard quickly fastened the armor skirt for Yixuan and cautiously asked, "I have received news that an assassin intends to attack tonight. Quickly summon Gu Shanji." Understood. Yixuan's tone was normal, but the bodyguard was taken aback upon hearing this, bowing to Yixuan before hastily exiting the tent to find their commander. After the bodyguard left, a look of urgency finally appeared in Yixuan's calm eyes. The original owner was not just a pretty face. As the legitimate son of the Duke of Dinghua, he had learned military strategy and martial art from a young age. This time, he had disregarded the advice of his subordinates and personally led the charge in battle, and the dark red armor soaked in blood was no fake. Yet he was still successfully assassinated in the plot. Although there were unexpected factors, the assassin's strength could not be underestimated. "Young master." At this moment, the tent was lifted again, and Gu Shan, a burly man with a muscular build, walked in and bowed to Gu Yixuan. Gu Shan was a family general of the Gu family, having followed Yixuan's father, Gu Beizong, in a battle for many years and saved him from peril on multiple occasions. He was granted the surname Gu by Gu Beizong and was deeply trusted by the Gu family. This time, he was appointed as Yixuan's bodyguard commander, tasked with protecting Yixuan's safety at all times. "Uncle Shan, I've received news that someone is coming to assassinate me. Please quickly deploy troops for defense." Facing this man who had watched him grow up, Yixuan did not put on airs as a general. The young master's tent is located among the 10,000 troops, with hundreds of sentries taking turns on duty, and we also have our bodyguards guarding the tent at all times. I wonder which petty thief dares to attack the camp? Gushan did not immediately give an order. It was already late at night, and suddenly moving troops could cause chaos. Moreover, he did not believe anyone would be foolish enough to attempt to assassinate the commander in a military camp. Liu Yixuan felt like crying without tears in response to Gushan's doubts. He knew how unbelievable his words sounded, but what could he do? The plot was arranged this way. What could he do about it? It's a message sent by my father, saying that an assassin from the Hongxiu Tower intends to kill me tonight. Please, Uncle Gu quickly deploy troops. With no other choice, Gu Yixuan could only invoke his convenient father. Understood. Sure enough, after Gu Yixuan mentioned that this was news from Gu Baitsong, Gushan no longer had any doubts and immediately bowed in agreement before turning to leave the tent too. Deploy troops for defense. At midnight, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a holy light and illuminating the quiet Kanglan military camp. Two figures flashed through the camp, narrowly avoiding the sentries' patrols, swiftly making their way toward the central command tent. These two figures were the top assassins of the Hongxiu Tower, known as the blood-shadowed twin demons, Wang Long and Wang Hu. Brother, will there be any problems? During the process, Wang Hu couldn't help but ask his older brother, as although the two of them were well known in the martial world, this was a military camp with 100,000 troops. If they were discovered by accident, just a single spit from one of these soldiers could drown them both. Our lattice calculations have never been wrong. Today, the Kanglan army has just achieved a great victory, and nighttime defenses will surely be lax. This is the best opportunity to assassinate Gu Yixuan. Wang Long replied in a low voice, reassuring his brother. He believed in their lattice judgment. Wang Hu sighed in relief upon hearing his brother's words, clearly also trusting in their lattice calculations. The two avoided the patrolling sentries and finally approached the central command tent. Seeing this, Wang Hu relaxed a lot and couldn't help but start talking. Brother, why do you think Our Lady wants to assassinate Gu Yixuan? Though Wang Long was also filled with doubts, he still scolded his brother in a low voice. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Wang Hu felt a bit wronged by his brother's scolding, but said nothing more, closely following behind him as they stealthily approached the tent. Wait! Just as they reached the side of the tent, Wang Long's expression tightened, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings as he placed a hand on the long knife at his waist. Brother, what's wrong? Wang Hu became tense upon seeing this. It's too quiet. Wang Long noticed that there was not a single sound, and his expression grew darker. It shouldn't be so quiet, even in a heavily guarded military camp. How dare the thieves attack the camp? Just as Wang Long hesitated on whether to retreat, a loud shout rang out, and from the shadows, a spear shot out, aimed directly at Wang Long's throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Just as the spear was an inch away from Wang Long, he reacted quickly, swiftly drawing his long knife to deflect the spear. Clatter! The area around the central command tent erupted with the sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by the rustling of armor. Dozens of soldiers holding torches appeared, instantly illuminating the area around the tent. In an instant, the Wang brothers, who had intended to assassinate Gu Yixuan, found themselves surrounded by hundreds of soldiers armed with long spears. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause echoed. Chapter 2. Why should I accept your challenge? Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause echoed as Gu Yixuan stepped out from among the surrounding soldiers. His eyes filled with amusement as he looked at the two. Gentlemen, what brings you to visit in the middle of the night? Gushan followed closely behind, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the two men. The long spear that had just been thrown was his doing. He never expected that someone would dare to come to the military camp to assassinate Gu Yixuan. If these two succeeded, he wouldn't know how to face Gu Baitsong. Daring to come to the military camp to assassinate this general, I didn't expect the Wang brothers, who have a great reputation in the martial world, to be two ignorant fools. Gu Yixuan looked at the somewhat flustered pair, his smile gradually turning into mockery. The moment he saw them, he recognized their identities, the class assassins from Hongxiu Tower. He didn't expect that Xie Zhaoning would only send two class assassins and dare to come to the military camp to kill him. He really didn't know if she was confident or foolish. Big brother, what should we do? Facing the encirclement of hundreds of soldiers, Wang Hu's eyes were filled with panic and feared. He had felt from the moment he received this task that it was impossible for him and his brother to assassinate Gu Yixuan amidst the thousands of troops. Yet, Under the pressure of his brother's intimidation and his trust in the young lady, he gritted his teeth and participated in this assassination. He never expected to be surrounded before even entering Gu Yixuan's main tent. This time it seems we are doomed. I will hold Gu Yixuan back. You find a chance to escape. Wang Long was also somewhat flustered in this situation, but as the older brother, he felt it was his responsibility to sacrifice himself for his brother's chance of survival. Brother, don't say anything. Later, I will pretend to challenge Gu Yixuan. A self-important young master like him will definitely not refuse. You must find a chance to escape and take care of our mother. Before Wang Hu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Long. Knowing that it was too late, he realized that it would be very difficult for them to escape today, and he only hoped that his brother could find a way to escape and look after their elderly mother. Seeing the determined look in Wang Long's eyes, Wang Hu knew he couldn't argue with him and could only nod with tears in his eyes. Gu Yixuan watched the two brothers whispering and was not in a hurry. They should be performing the "you go." No, I won't go unless you go act, but this military camp was not a place one could come and go as they pleased. However, as the two brothers continued their endless chatter, just as Gu Yixuan was growing impatient and was about to order their encirclement and killing, Wang Long walked over. I have heard that General Gu's martial arts are exceptional and that he has killed countless enemies in the face of the Tsangshu Kingdom's invasion, and I, Wang, would like to experience General Gu's might. I wonder what the general thinks. Wang Long, disregarding the fierce gazes of hundreds of armored soldiers, walked straight to a spot not far from Gu Yixuan, holding his long knife with a provocative look in his eyes. Young master, Yixuan heard Wang Long's words and reached out to block Gu Yixuan's path. He was genuinely worried that Gu Yixuan, unable to withstand the provocation, would accept Wang Long's challenge. After all, their young master had a precedent of disregarding his subordinates' warnings and personally stepping into battle. Uncle Shan, don't worry. I'm not that impulsive. Gu Yixuan raised his hand to press down Gu Shan's arm that was blocking him. He understood Gu Shan's concerns. Although his original self was proficient in military strategy, he had a tendency to be reckless. When he was in the capital, he had often fought with young masters from noble families, which had caused Gu Beizong much worry. Gu Yixuan stepped forward under Gu Shan's worried gaze. He looked at Wang Long as if he were looking at a big fool. Why should this general accept your challenge? Wang Long's face froze in provocation upon hearing this. Indeed, why should Gu Yixuan accept his challenge? Was it because he was less handsome than Gu Yixuan? But Wang Long quickly reacted, raising his long knife and pointing it diagonally at Gu Yixuan, trying to provoke him with words that is General Gu afraid of me. Wang? Seeing that Wang Long was still provoking him, Gu Yixuan shook his head, revealing an expression of this child as hopeless, before turning around and raising his palm, shouting, "Archers, prepare!" With a rustle, the armored soldiers holding long spears quickly dispersed, revealing dozens of archers armed with crossbows. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's command, these archers quickly drew their bows, their arrows gleaming coldly as they aimed at Wang Long. Gu Yixuan, you are dishonorable. Wang Long looked at the archers aiming at him, his pupils contracting sharply. He shouted angrily at Gu Yixuan before quickly turning to escape. This is not an onion-own duel for you mud-legged fellows from the martial world. This is a battlefield. Gu Yixuan's words, filled with mockery and disdain, reached Wang Long's ears. Unable to help himself, he turned to look, only to see Gu Yixuan's raised hand slowly descending. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment his hand fell, dozens of gleaming arrows shot towards Wang Long like shooting stars. Little brother, hurry. Wang Long looked at his brother, who had been stunned by the archers, his words unfinished as his body was pierced by several arrows, and he was propelled forward by the impact, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing his brother dead, Wang Hu finally woke up. He knew he could hardly escape either and could only stare at Gu Yixuan's back with bloodshot eyes, screaming in despair. Gu Yixuan, you vile man who will meet a bad end. The young lady will not let you off. Gu Yixuan turned to look at Wang Hu, a chilling coldness flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, this general will soon lead the army to wipe out your Red Sleeves Tower gang. The young lady you mentioned will soon accompany you down. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Wang Hu realized that he had already seen through their identities. His last shred of reason instantly collapsed, and he roared as he charged at Gu Yixuan with his long knife. Desperate struggle. As Gu Yixuan's voice fell, the archers loosed another round of arrows, and amidst the flying arrows, Wang Hu was shot full of holes like a hedgehog. Once everything settled, Gu Yixuan looked at the bodies of the Wang brothers on the ground. Instead of feeling any discomfort, he felt a wave of exhilaration. This is the feeling of power? No wonder so many people are willing to risk their lives to climb up. This feeling is indeed quite nice. Gu Yixuan not only changed his fate of death, but also tasted the pleasure that power brought for the first time, a feeling that deeply fascinated him. But recalling the memories of his original self, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel troubled. Alas, it's a pity that the emperor treats me well. Otherwise, I would really want to stage a "Why did Her Majesty rebel" scenario. However, being at the pinnacle of power seems nice too. After all, being an emperor means getting up earlier than a rooster and sleeping later than a dog. Gu Shan looked at Gu Yixuan in the distance and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The young master was different now than in the past. Gu Yixuan would definitely have disregarded his obstruction and accepted Wang Long's challenge. Although this wouldn't change the fate of the Wang brothers, it was not what a general should do. Returning to his thoughts, Gu Yixuan surveyed the armored soldiers waiting quietly for his orders and shouted loudly, "Today, our army has achieved a great victory against the Zhangchu Kingdom's enemies, forcing them to retreat in panic. You are all meritorious. Upon returning to the capital, this general will personally seek commendations for you from the emperor. Convey my military order. The entire army will rest for 3 days. 3 days later, we will return to the capital." Yes. Upon hearing this, the soldiers all showed joyful expressions, immediately bowing to Gu Yixuan in response. No one liked war, and no one wanted to stay away from home. Gu Yixuan turned to look in the direction of the capital, his eyes flashing with a strange light. "Are you ready, my dear male protagonist's younger brother?" Chapter 3. Humble Gu Yixuan. Within the Grand Canal of Kyoto, a beautifully decorated painted boat was drifting downstream. A pigeon flew into the sky, flapping its wings as it landed on the window frame of the boat. A girl dressed as a maid approached the window and took the letter from the pigeon's foot. After reading the contents of the letter, the maid's expression changed in shock, and she immediately ran back inside the boat, coming to a curtain where she whispered, "Miss, the assassination attempt by the Wang brothers has failed." There was a moment of silence behind the curtain, and then a crisp voice, like that of an oriole, replied, "I know, you may leave." The maid nodded and bowed to the curtain before slowly exiting. "My calculations should not be wrong. Is it that the killer from the Dijon rank lacks strength? Unfortunately, Uncle Lin and the others have gone to the capital. Otherwise, they could have surely killed Gu Yixuan." The girl behind the curtain muttered to herself. 30 miles outside the capital, Gu Yixuan ordered the army to be stationed there, while he led 300 elite guards and his subordinates back to the capital to report the battle situation to the emperor and accept rewards. Looking at the capital gradually appearing on the horizon, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel emotional. In the original plot, Gu Yixuan died, and the assassins left evidence that the culprit was from the Zhangchu Kingdom. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered an attack on the Zhangchu Kingdom. The one leading the charge was Gu Beizong, but due to the loss of his beloved son and the resurgence of an old illness, he died on the way before reaching the border. After the deaths of the Gu father and son, no one in the Kanglan Kingdom dared to lead an expedition. And in a fit of anger, the emperor fainted after spitting blood in the Golden Yuan Hall, temporarily shelving the military campaign. The once glorious Gu family thus withered, leaving only the Duchess and her second son Gu Yichen, a pair of mother and son struggling to survive, with Gu Yichen being the male lead of Phoenix Bloodlong song. In fact, Gu Yichen was not of the Gu family bloodline. He was the child of General Fu Yunfei from the Nanyue Kingdom 20 years ago, and he had a childhood betrothal with the female lead. When Gu Beizong traveled to Nanyue Kingdom in his youth, he became friends with Fu Yunfei. Although they became close friends, they were ultimately loyal to their own nations and had to face each other in battle. When the Nanyue Kingdom fell, Gu Beizong, recalling their past friendship, secretly preserved a bloodline of the Fu family when the emperor ordered the slaughter of the entire Fu clan, bringing the child back to Kanglan Kingdom to raise. Gu Yichen learned of his background from the female lead and, after pressing the Duchess for confirmation, used the emperor's trust in the Gu family to successfully control the great army of Kanglan Kingdom. With the army and the intelligence of the female lead, they quickly overthrew the royal rule of Kanglan Kingdom and successfully restored the Nanyue Kingdom, living happily ever after. What clitch plot! Not to mention that the emperor would unconditionally trust the Gu family. How could the male lead, having lived in Kanglan Kingdom for 18 years, have no feelings for this country at all? In the end, he actually used the emperor's trust to overthrow the royal family. Couldn't he just take the throne himself? This way, my old Gu family could have had a taste of royalty too. But has he lost his mind? Giving the throne to the female lead and helping her restore her country? Is this the power of love? Forgive me, a single dog, for not understanding. After recalling the general plot, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but complain about what kind of outrageous talent came up with the storyline. No wonder so many people criticized it when they read the novel back then. Young master, we have arrived. Gu Shan's voice came. Gu Yixuan raised his eyes and saw Liu Xiu, the Minister of Rights, wearing a purple robe, standing at the front before the eastern city gate, surrounded by dozens of officials and countless eager citizens. All troops halt, Gu Yixuan commanded, and the 300 elite cavalry reined in their horses. The sound of neighing filling the entire eastern city gate. Gu Yixuan sat high on his horse, the dark red armor shining with a scarlet glow under the sunlight. Some timid officials, seeing the fierce armored soldiers, couldn't help but tremble, needing to support themselves against their colleagues to stand firm. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with disdain as he dismounted and quickly walked toward Liu Xiu at the front. I have been waiting for the general for a long time on the emperor's orders. This time, thanks to the general's capable command, we were able to defeat the enemy and uphold our nation's prestige. On behalf of the people of Kanglan Kingdom, I congratulate the general on his triumphant return, Liu Xiu said, extending his hands from his large sleeves and bowing solemnly to Gu Yixuan. You flatter me, Minister Liu. The ability to repel the enemy relies on His Majesty's divine might and the countless soldiers who fought bravely on the battlefield. I merely acted as a spearhead, executing the emperor's orders. I cannot accept such a grand gesture from you. Gu Yixuan immediately raised his hand to support Liu Xiu, looking at him sincerely, and flattering words flowed from his mouth. Liu Xiu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. No wonder His Majesty liked this young man so much. This skill in flattery was not something just anyone could master. However, seeing Gu Yixuan so humble, Liu Xiu did not want to say much more. He picked up the gilded wine jar carried by the accompanying officials and handed it to Gu Yixuan. This is the Panlong Zue, which His Majesty has treasured for many years. I usually do not even dare to drink it myself, but today I specially bestow it upon the general to celebrate our army's great victory. I, Gu Yixuan, thank His Majesty for this great kindness. Gu Yixuan solemnly accepted the wine jar and drank it in one go. The amber liquid slid over his tongue, initially cold, and then igniting into a raging fire as it rolled down his throat. Enter the city. After finishing the imperial wine, Gu Yixuan mounted his horse and shouted, the sound of hooves echoing as the armored soldiers followed closely behind, heading toward the city gate. Only now did Gu Yixuan fully understand the feeling expressed in Du Fu's poem. The spring breeze brings success, and the horse's hooves are swift. In one day, I see all the flowers of Chang'an. The streets on both sides of the city gate were filled with citizens, who looked at Gu Yixuan and the soldiers behind him with admiration in their eyes. Thanks to General Gu, we were able to repel the invasion of the Sangchu kingdom. Wasn't this the same scene when the Duke of the State returned triumphantly? Ah, it cannot compare. When the Duke of the State returned, His Majesty even personally came out to welcome him. Although they said this, General Gu, at only 20 years old, was able to command an army of 100,000. Not much worse than his father. Deserving the title of a tiger father does not produce a dog son. Among the crowd, a man in a straw hat tightened his grip on his long sword upon hearing the words of the surrounding citizens. When Gu Baitsong returned triumphantly from trampling the Nanyue kingdom, the emperor personally went out to welcome him. This was an incredibly honorable event in the eyes of the citizens of Kanglan Kingdom. But in the hearts of these orphans of Nanyue, it was a deep-rooted humiliation. Did the young lady's plan fail? What a pity for the Wong brothers. They even found me for a drink before leaving, but unexpectedly. The man in the straw hat murmured, gradually disappearing into the crowd. At this moment, on a carriage outside the crowd, a young maid stood on top, looking excitedly at Gu Yixuan on horseback, chattering away. Miss, look quickly. That young general is so handsome. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a delicate and charming face. She looked at the young man on horseback, a fleeting strange look in her eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. Let's leave quickly once the crowd disperses. We can't let father and the others wait too long. When she mentioned father, her eyes were filled with hatred. Chapter 4 Bro. Are you being conferred a title already? Duke of the State's residence. As soon as Yixuan stepped into the main hall, the Duchess Murong Yun eagerly approached him. Looking at her son, whose face had thinned a bit compared to before, tears welled up in her eyes. I told your father long ago not to let you go to the border, but he refused to listen, saying that the Gu family is deeply favored by the emperor. And, as the legitimate son of the Gu family, you must take the lead when the enemy invades. But how could I not know the dangers of the battlefield? What would I do if something happened to you? Murong Yun said, turning to glare at Gu Baitsong, who was seated in the main position. Looking at the dignified and kind Murong Yun, Gu Yixuan felt a lump in his throat. In his past life, as an orphan, he had never felt parental love. But he could truly feel a mother's love from Murong Yun. Mother, don't cry. You'll get wrinkles and I'm back now, right? Gu Yixuan reached out to wipe the tears from his mother's eyes and led her to sit beside Gu Baitsong. Then, Gu Yixuan knelt in front of the two and bowed deeply 3 times. Get up, you've done well in this battle. However, Gu Shan mentioned in his letter that you personally charged into the fray. This act is commendable, but it's not what a commander should do. Do you understand? Only then did Gu Baitsong, sitting in the main seat, speak. His expression was stern and imposing, and his posture was straight, exuding a warrior's aura of decisiveness. Understood, father. I won't act like that in the future. Gu Yixuan stood up, nodding in agreement. He was no longer the reckless Gu Yixuan who loved to fight, who would challenge someone in a one-on-one duel with a numerical advantage, unless the enemy was challenging him alone against a group. Seeing Gu Yixuan agree, Gu Baitsong nodded in satisfaction. His son was so outstanding and favored by the emperor. Aside from being a bit impulsive, he had no faults. After waiting for a while without seeing Gu Yixuan, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but ask, "Where is Yixuan? Why haven't I seen him?" "Oh, he went to drink with the son of the Marquis of Anping. I told him that today is your return day and asked him to wait with us. But he just wouldn't listen," Murong Yun said, a hint of reproach in her tone, but without anger. She had raised the child brought back by her husband for so many years and regarded him as her own. This ungrateful child. He doesn't even want to welcome his elder brother back from victory. I think he is getting too bold. Gu Baitsong scoffed coldly. For someone like him, who upheld the ideals of loyalty to the monarch and love for the country, the return of the army was a significant event. Yet his second son seemed not to care, which inevitably made him angry. Seeing her husband getting angry, Murong Yun quickly began to defend Gu Yixuan. When Gu Yixuan heard the name Marquis of Anping, his handsome face suddenly froze. It seemed he had seen this name in another romance novel. As for why a man like Gu Yixuan would read so many romance novels, don't ask. Just know that he loved reading. He thought he would confirm it when he had the chance. If it really was that novel, it would be interesting. A strange light flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes as he secretly thought. The next day, after the court assembly, Gu Yixuan walked out of the Golden Lawn Hall with the court officials, his attire having changed from armor to a black embroidered marquis robe. That's right. Gu Yixuan had been granted the title of Marquis, the Marquis of Wuan, symbolizing peace and stability, with a fief of 1,000 households. Some officials around him looked at him with envy. Not to mention them. Even Gu Yixuan himself was a bit dazed. He had been granted a Marquis title so quickly. He had speculated that given the Emperor's appreciation of him, this reward would be significant, but he never expected it to be this big. Moreover, judging by the reactions of those officials during the court session, they seemed unaware of the Emperor's reward. Didn't such a significant matter, like granting a title, involve consulting the officials? No matter how autocratic the Emperor was, it was unlikely that even the Prime Minister and the 6 ministers would be unaware, right? But they looked shocked, as if they had no prior knowledge. What surprised Gu Yixuan the most was that no one raised any objections. Was the Emperor in a romance novel really this impressive? Gu Yixuan thought of the emperors in male-oriented novels who were often rebutted by officials and wanted to say to them, "Bro, if it's really too much, come to me and see how it's done. Granting a marquis title is just a matter of a word. and your emperor is just not doing it right. Just as Gu Yixuan was lost in thought, someone blocked his path. I am Lin Ruichong, here to congratulate General Gu on being granted the title of Marquis. General Gu is truly a young talent. The person was around 40 years old, and, due to age, had a somewhat bulky figure, but from his facial features, he must have been handsome in his youth. The moment Gu Yixuan saw him, he recognized him as the Marquis of Anping, whom Murong Yun had mentioned. My being granted the title of Marquis relies entirely on His Majesty's favor. The Marquis of Anping overpraises me, Gu Yixuan politely responded, though he didn't know Lin Ruichong's intentions. As the two chatted while walking toward the palace gates, Gu Yixuan began to feel impatient because Lin Ruichong was rambling on. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but Lin Ruichong was someone who had only become a marquis due to his ancestor's legacy, which made it hard for Gu Yixuan to muster any interest. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to take his leave, a young servant hurried over to Lin Ruichong and whispered in his ear. Although the servant spoke softly, Gu Yixuan still heard. Master, the third young lady accidentally hurt the eldest young lady's hand, and the young master wants to punish the third young lady. The madam asks you to return home quickly to handle it. Lin Ruichong's face darkened with anger upon hearing this. His illegitimate daughter dared to cause trouble as soon as she returned. Just as he was about to excuse himself to deal with that unfilial daughter, Gu Yixuan spoke up. I've heard that the young ladies of the Lin family are both talented and beautiful. I wonder if I have the honor of seeing her? A hint of excitement flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes, as he had now confirmed that this Marquis of Anping was indeed the father of the female lead in a novel called Noble Daughter of the Marquis family. The incident mentioned by the servant was the plot point where the female lead first showcased her talents in a Marquis of Anping's residence. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Ruichong's anger turned to joy in an instant. He had been trying to recommend his daughter to Gu Yixuan for a while, and now that Gu Yixuan was taking the initiative to meet her, how could he not be happy? Of course, my daughter has long admired General Gu. Gu Yixuan nodded and headed to the Marquis of Anping's residence with Lin Ruichong. Chapter 5. The farce at the Marquis of Anping's residence. As Gu Yixuan and Lin Ruichong stepped into the residence, they immediately heard a man's angry shout. You wild child! How dare you hurt Yao Yao? Just wait until your father returns to see how I deal with you. A woman's voice followed, soft yet filled with hurtful content. Brother, you're joking. If I'm a wild child, then isn't father a wild man? You. Hearing this, the man's throat seemed to be choked, and he couldn't utter a word. Gu Yixuan turned his head and gave Lin Ruichong a smile that was not quite a smile. Noticing Gu Yixuan's gaze, Lin Ruichong's face flushed, and he immediately shouted angrily, Unfilial daughter. What are you saying? Upon hearing the angry shout, everyone in the hall turned to look at the entrance, where they saw Lin Ruichong entering with an angry expression. Father, you must stand up for me. The eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Feiyao, rushed forward, speaking pitifully while showing her bleeding wrist to Lin Ruichong. Yesterday, my sister Schwerer just entered the residence, and I saw she didn't even have a decent piece of jewelry, so I wanted to give her some of my jewelry. I didn't expect that she would take a liking to the jade bracelet that father gave me. This was given to me by father, so I naturally couldn't bear to give it to her. When I refused, Sister Schwerer tried to snatch it, and in the process, she broke the bracelet and cut my hand with the shards. I bled so much, father. You must stand up for me. The moment Lin Ruichong saw her, Lin Feiyao couldn't wait to step forward, speaking in a pitiful tone while showing her bleeding wrist to Lin Ruichong. You're lying. My young lady didn't hurt you at all. That wound was self-inflicted to frame my young lady. As he accused Lin Shishue remained silent. Her little maid couldn't hold back any longer, protectively standing behind Lin Shishue like a hen guarding its chicks, angrily saying, It's ridiculous. Yao Yao is the most afraid of pain. How could she hurt herself to frame a lowly, illegitimate daughter? Before the little maid could respond, Lin Xiang, the eldest son of the Marquis's residence, pointed angrily at Lin Shishue behind the little maid, exclaiming, Ridiculous. Yao Yao is the most afraid of pain. How could she possibly injure herself to frame a lowly, illegitimate daughter? Without waiting for the little maid to respond, Lin Xiang continued, and General Gu witnessed it. You and Yao Yao had a dispute at the pavilion, and you injured Yao Yao with the shards. Upon hearing Lin Xiang's words, the gaze of everyone in the hall shifted to Gu Yixuan, who was standing beside Lin Xiang. Gu Yixuan wore a white robe, his posture tall, and his appearance handsome. But compared to Gu Yixuan's heroic demeanor, his temperament leaned more towards the sunny side. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Gu Yixuan glanced at Lin Xiu and then at his good brother Lin Xiang. Just as he was about to speak, a clear male voice came from outside the door. "Little brother, is the truth really as young Master Lin said?" The crowd turned to look, and they saw a young man with a handsome face walking into the hall with his hands behind his back. The black robe embroidered with gold qilin made him look even more imposing. "Big brother?" Gu Yixuan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Gu Yixuan. How could his elder brother be here? Moreover, that black robe embroidered with gold qilin was clearly something only a marquis could wear. "Elder brother?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, the people in the hall were taken aback and looked at the young man in shock. "This is Gu family's eldest son, Gu Yixuan?" "Ahem, this is Gu Yixuan, the general who has just returned victorious from the border. Today, His Majesty has just conferred him the title of Marquis of Wuan." Lin Ruichong, who was still reeling for being angered by his rebellious children, finally reacted and hurriedly introduced Gu Yixuan to everyone. "Greetings, Marquis of Wuan." Upon hearing that Gu Yixuan had been granted the title of Marquis, the people of the Lin family quickly bowed to him. Even the lady of the Marquis, Liu Xiu, who had been sitting and watching the drama unfold, stood up to pay her respects. Gu Yixuan nodded with an indifferent expression, but his gaze remained fixed on Gu Yixuan, secretly pondering. Isn't Gu Yixuan the male protagonist of Feng Shui Changge? How could he appear in the plot of the noble lady of the Marquis? Feeling his elder brother's sharp gaze, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, his eyes flickering as he looked at him. The Marquis of Wuan heard that Yao Yao is both talented and beautiful, and wanted to come to make her acquaintance. "But I didn't expect you to make such a mess of your residence. It's simply absurd." After introducing his identity, Lin Ruichong began to discuss the purpose of Gu Yixuan's visit, scolding everyone while also giving Lin Feiyao, whose face still bore traces of tears, a meaningful look. Lin Feiyao had already been infatuated the moment she saw Gu Yixuan. Having rarely left her boudoir, she had never seen such a remarkable young man. Especially after hearing her father say that Gu Yixuan came to the Lin residence because he admired her, it made Lin Feiyao ecstatic. Receiving her father's hint, she disregarded her injured hand and hurriedly performed a deep bow to Gu Yixuan, sweetly saying, "I am Lin Feiyao. Greetings to the Marquis of Wuan." However, Gu Yixuan had no time to pay attention to her now. He looked at Gu Yixuan's evasive gaze, his expression growing colder. "I only asked you to state the facts. When did the sons of the Gu family become so timid as to behave like a girl?" Gu Yixuan stammered as he spoke. Seeing him hesitate, Gu Yixuan immediately shouted, "Answer me." Gu Yixuan did see the two Lin ladies arguing at the pavilion, but because he was a bit far away, he couldn't see exactly what happened. As for whether Lin Feiyao's hand was injured by Lin Xiu's broken jade bracelet, he knew even less. However, upon seeing Lin Xiang's expectant gaze beside him, Gu Yixuan gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I did see Lin Xiu injure Miss Lin Feiyao's wrist with the broken piece." Upon hearing this, the people of the Lin family erupted in an uproar, all casting angry glances at the silent Lin Xiu. "You wicked person, Miss didn't injure her. You're lying." A little maid immediately spoke up for her young lady, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan looked at Gu Yixuan, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Growing up together, he still had feelings for this brother, yet he didn't expect Gu Yixuan to be so pathetic. Unwilling to tell the truth, just to maintain his friendship with Lin Xiang. Did the son of a duke really need to care about a young master of an Omping Marquis? Knowing the plot, Gu Yixuan was well aware of the situation. Before Lin Xiu even arrived at the Lin residence, Lady of the Marquis Liu Xiu cried every day because of her husband's illegitimate daughter. Lin Feiyao and Lin Xiang also deeply despised Lin Xiu because of their mother's influence. Under Lady Liu Xiu's insinuation, Lin Feiyao thought of the self-harm method to frame Lin Xiu, which led to today's farce. Unfilial daughter, what else do you have to say? After getting a definite answer, Lin Ruichong could no longer suppress his anger and roared at Lin Xiu. At that moment, Lin Xiu, who had remained silent since Lin Ruichang entered the room, finally spoke up. Chapter 6. Are you questioning this, Marquis? Father, would you rather believe an outsider than believe me? Lin Xiu wore a light blue gauze dress, her figure slender like a willow, her skin as white as snow. She looked at her father with eyes full of coldness. In her previous life, it was the same. She came to the capital alone, and as soon as she arrived at the Marquisate, she was framed by her sister. At that time, she had no way to defend herself, was despised by her brother, and punished by her father to kneel for a day and night. She had been weak and sickly since childhood, and after kneeling for a day, she couldn't hold on and fainted, which also left her with the root of the illness that led to her death. But during her illness, Lin Ruichang surprisingly took care of her tenderly, even scolding Lin Feiyao and Lin Xiong. At that time, she naively thought her father had realized she was wronged, which was why he treated her so well. It was only later, when she died in bed, that she realized Lin Ruichang's actions were all for the wealth left to her by her mother. However, things were different now. The reborn her was no longer the little girl who could be bullied. The evidence is right in front of you. What else can you argue about? Faced with Lin Xiu's questioning, Lin Ruichang's anger surged even more, and he immediately shouted, "Someone, take this unfilial daughter away." Wait. As soon as Lin Ruichang's words fell, two voices echoed in response. Hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, Lin Xiu turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. A hint of helplessness flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Although Lin Xiu was also the female protagonist, there was no direct conflict between them. The reason he came was merely to watch a free drama at the Lin residence. But the problem was that Gu Yiqin was actually here and had provided false testimony for Lin Xiong. If it had succeeded, it would have been fine, but the problem was that it hadn't succeeded. Knowing the plot, Gu Yixuan clearly remembered that the reborn Lin Xiu had completed a spectacular counterattack amid everyone's doubt, fiercely slapping Lin Feiyao, who had framed her, in the face. Subsequently, the lying Gu Yiqin would undoubtedly face criticism, and, as the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Yixuan naturally could not allow the Gu family to lose face because of Gu Yiqin. After all, it was better for Gu Yixuan to expose Gu Yiqin's lie than for an outsider to do it. Marquis of Wuan, do you have any advice? Lin Ruichang looked at Gu Yixuan with a puzzled expression. This Marquis just examined the wound on Miss Lin's wrist, and it indeed does not look like an injury from a struggle. Gu Yixuan pointed to Lin Feiyao's wrist. Oh, although Lin Ruichang was convinced that Lin Xiu had injured Lin Feiyao, since Gu Yixuan said so, he had to give it some attention and turned to look at Lin Feiyao. Yao Yao, is what the Marquis of Wuan said true? A hint of panic flashed in Lin Feiyao's eyes as she secretly hid her bleeding wrist in her clothing, then spoke. The Marquis must have been mistaken. My hand was indeed injured by Sister Xiu. Is that so? This Marquis once shot an enemy general's head from 100 steps away. Are you saying this Marquis has poor eyesight? Gu Yixuan sneered, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feiyao. This foolish woman didn't even know she was being used by her mother. Lin Feiyao was instantly at a loss for words and could only look at her father for help. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Lin Ruichang probably guessed the truth of the matter and said solemnly, "Yao Yao, show me your hand." Seeing Lin Ruichang say this, Lin Feiyao had no choice but to reluctantly extend her hand. Lin Ruichang carefully examined Lin Feiyao, and a flash of heartache crossed his eyes as he noticed the blood-stained wrist. However, he still did not find anything unusual and turned to Gu Yixuan. "Lord Wuan, I see no abnormalities in this wound." Gu Yixuan did not answer his question, but instead turned to Lin Xiu, who was quietly standing aside. "I believe Miss Xiu can also provide an answer to this question." Lin Xiu, who had been quietly watching the scene, was surprised when Gu Yixuan mentioned her, but did not hesitate. She stepped forward, pointed at Lin Feiyao's wrist, and spoke softly. "If this wound was indeed inflicted during our confrontation, with me using a piece of jade bracelet to cut her, then the wound should be uneven in depth. But everyone, please look at this wound on my sister's wrist. Is it like that?" The people in the hall leaned in to take a look and found that Lin Feiyao's wrist wound was indeed not as Lin Xiu described. Instead, it was evenly deep, as if someone had carefully made the cut. That's right, and this wound is deeper at the start and shallower at the end, clearly indicating that she herself held the ceramic shard and slowly made the cut. Yixuan spoke at the right moment, further corroborating Lin Xiu's statement and drawing a conclusion for the matter. Just as Lin Xiang was about to speak, he felt a sharp gaze on him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Are you questioning my words?" Lin Xiang looked up and saw Yixuan staring straight at him, his eyes icy cold. Lin Ruichang, seeing this, cursed his son in his heart for being a fool and quickly spoke up to smooth things over. This time, it was indeed Yao Yao's fault. "Someone, take the young lady back to her room." Since Yixuan knew that Lin Xiu could resolve this accusation herself and personally exposed that Lin Feiyao's injury was self-inflicted, wasn't it to avoid embarrassing Guichen, who was lying? Lin Ruichang did not expect his son to be so oblivious to the situation and still want to use Guichen's words to refute Yixuan. Wasn't that foolishness? Cough. Cough. "I apologize for the discomfort, Lord Wuan. I will have someone prepare a banquet for you, so we can enjoy a few drinks and discuss the shortcomings of Liao's side this time." After Lin Feiyao was taken away, Lin Ruichang spoke, wanting to invite Guixuan to have a meal at the Marquis's residence before departing. After all, Lin Feiyao's farce would surely leave a bad impression on Guixuan, and if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to connect with the Gu family again. But how could Guixuan not know his ulterior motives? He directly declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Marquis Amping, but now that we have returned from the expedition, there are many matters to discuss with my father at home, so I won't trouble you." After Guixuan finished speaking, he did not wait for Lin Ruichang to respond and turned his gaze to Guichen. "Little brother, let's go." Guichen trembled upon hearing this, quickly walking to Guixuan's side, lowering his head and not daring to look at him. "Then I will see Lord Wuan off." Lin Ruichang's eyes were filled with regret, but seeing Guixuan's firm intention to leave, he did not insist and wanted to see him out of the residence. "No need. Marquis Anping, you should deal with the matters inside the residence first." After saying this, Guixuan led Guichen out of the hall. However, before leaving, he turned to glance at the First Lady, Li Huiru, who had only spoken one sentence throughout, in the entire Anping Marquis's residence. The woman with the deepest thoughts was this one. Even Lin Xiu, who had been reborn, could only bring her down with the help of the male lead. However, all this had nothing to do with Guixuan, since it was confirmed that Lin Xiu, the female lead, had no direct conflict with him. He also did not intend to have any interaction with her. What Guixuan did not notice was that Lin Xiu, as the female lead, was closely watching his departing figure, her eyes shining with an inexplicable light. Chapter 7. "You are just a useless person." Lin Xiu looked at Guixuan's departing back, her expression somewhat dazed. Was that it? Shouldn't the people of the Marquis's residence still doubt her? And then she would cite a series of unreasonable points, ultimately revealing the truth and fiercely slapping Lin Feiyao's face? She had prepared for this moment for a long time. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the original plot, Lin Xiu had spent a lot of effort to make the people of the Marquis's residence believe she was being framed. But since Guixuan, the esteemed Marquis Wuan, had said so, would the people of the Anping Marquis's residence dare to refute it? Guixuan and Guichen arrived at the Marquis's residence's entrance, where the carriage sent by the Gu family was already waiting outside. Elder brother, Guichen looked at Guixuan, wanting to explain what had just happened. Guixuan did not get on the carriage, but instead mounted a fine steed, looking down at Guichen, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "You are a son of the Gu family. What you represent outside is the Gu family. What is there to lie about for a mere son of the Anping Marquis?" Hearing Guixuan's disdain for Lin Xiang, Guichen couldn't help but feel a surge of unnamed anger. This was how it had always been. He had looked down on him since childhood, and also looked down on everyone around him. Does elder brother think I did something wrong? Xiang is my friend. Shouldn't I stand by him? Seeing that Guichen still had not realized where he was wrong, Guixuan's eyes turned cold. Did you not see that Lin Xiu had such confidence? That is not the reaction of someone who made a mistake. If Lin Xiu had exposed your lie just now, you would have been criticized for lying, and the Gu family would also lose face. Have you thought about that? Guixuan found it somewhat incomprehensible how someone who couldn't even read the room could lead an army to rebel and succeed in the end. The Gu family? The Gu family. All you know is the Gu family. Is the Gu family really that important? Crack. A whip struck Gu Yixuan hard, and Gu Yixuan's sharp gaze locked onto him as he spoke coldly. Do you know what you were saying? Without the Gu family, you are nothing but a useless person. Gu Yixuan's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling not from pain, but from anger. He had lived in Gu Yixuan's shadow since childhood. His parents' love for him was far less than that for Gu Yixuan. In their eyes, whatever Gu Yixuan did was right, while no matter how well he performed, it would never satisfy them. If that was the case, then he might as well not care about the Gu family. You say I am useless? Then let me show you that even without the identity of a son of the Gu family, I can still live well. Gu Yixuan pushed away a servant trying to check his injury, glaring at Gu Yixuan. Huh, a ridiculous thought. Gu Yixuan scoffed disdainfully at his words and no longer paid attention to Gu Yixuan, flicking the whip and riding away. Gu Yixuan watched Gu Yixuan's figure on horseback, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He was determined to make Gu Yixuan regret what he had done today. He did not return to the Duke of Angua's residence with the carriage sent by the servants, but instead left the Marquis's residence alone, leaving behind a few servants who looked at each other in confusion. Not far away, in a dark alley, a figure in a hat was watching Gu Yixuan's departing back. Gu Yixuan rode towards the Duke of Angua's residence, recalling that the female lead, Xie Zhaoning, from Feng Shuichangge would arrive in the capital in 2 days. Since Gu Yixuan left in anger, he was likely to be taken away by Xie Zhaoning, who knew his background. However, Gu Yixuan did not intend to stop him. From what was just said, it could be seen that although the Duke of Dinghua and his wife had raised Gu Yixuan for so many years, he did not have much affection for the Gu family. Since that was the case, let him find out about his background early on, and just like in the original plot, join forces with the female lead. At that time, he would take action, and the Gu Baitsong couple would not say much. But what Gu Yixuan did not expect was that as soon as he returned to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, he received a piece of news that was like a bolt from the blue. What? Mother, you want me to attend a poetry meeting? Gu Yixuan looked at Murong Yun with tears in his eyes. Although the original character was proficient in military strategy and martial arts, his literary skills were truly abysmal. Let alone he, a modern-day worker from the 21st century. Yes, you are no longer young, and now you have been conferred the title of Marquis Wuan by the Emperor. You should find a daughter to help you manage the backyard. By coincidence, there's a poetry gathering tomorrow, and all the talented young ladies in the capital will attend. You can choose your favorite among them. Murong Yun looked at her handsome son in front of her. This son of hers was perfect in every way, except for his lack of interest in romantic feelings. Just then, a lady mentioned the poetry gathering to her, and she thought to let Gu Yixuan attend to see if there was a girl who could catch his eye. I'm just a martial artist. How can I participate in those literary gatherings? Besides, I can't even compose poetry, Gu Yixuan said helplessly, looking at his excited mother. Letting me go to a poetry gathering is worse than sending me to the battlefield to kill some enemies. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. What's wrong with a martial artist? My Xiener is so handsome. He is incomparable to those weak scholars, Murong Yun said nonchalantly, believing her son was the best. However, Gu Yixuan wanted to say something, but seeing Murong Yun's suddenly stern expression, he quickly agreed. All right, I'll go. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's agreement, Murong Yun instantly beamed with joy. She then asked Gu Yixuan about Gu Yixuan, but Gu Yixuan skillfully evaded the topic. He didn't want his mother to get involved in those matters. The next morning, Mother, is it really necessary to make such a fuss just to attend a poetry gathering? Gu Yixuan, seeing several young maidservants helping him dress, felt helpless as his mother had called them up early in the morning. What's the fuss? Your father waited at my door early in the morning just to see me, Murong Yun retorted. And here you are, dragging your feet about, going to a poetry gathering to see if you can find a girl you like. After a while, Gu Yixuan appeared before Murong Yun, wearing a black embroidered long robe, a jade crown on his head, and a jade pendant at his waist. Looking at her son, who stood tall and had a refined appearance, Murong Yun's eyes filled with satisfaction. Go ahead, and if you see any young lady you like at the gathering, remember to come back and tell your mother. Gu Yixuan nodded in response, bid farewell to Murong Yun, and left the Duke's residence. taking a carriage toward the location of the poetry gathering. Chapter 8. Poetry Gathering. The poetry gathering was held at Chunfeng Garden. When Gu Yixuan arrived, several carriages were already parked outside the garden. Guided by a servant, Gu Yixuan entered the outer garden and saw several young men in literary robes gathered in groups, admiring the beautiful scenery and occasionally reciting poetry, appearing to be in high spirits. The ladies were placed in the inner garden, and he could occasionally hear the sounds of women's laughter from within. At this moment, Gu Yixuan, who had just arrived, attracted quite a few glances. Seeing him dressed splendidly and exuding an extraordinary aura, someone quickly approached him to start conversation. "I am Li Fei from the Hamlin Academy. Pleased to meet you, brother." A young man dressed as a scholar stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Gu Yixuan, pleased to meet you, brother," Gu Yixuan replied, returning the gesture. Li Fei was somewhat surprised to hear Gu Yixuan's name. "Isn't it the name of the Marquis of Wuan?" Realizing this, he felt a bit flustered. Just as he was about to bow, he thought to himself, but the Marquis of Wuan is a martial artist. How could he attend a poetry gathering hosted by scholars? Cough, cough. Your name is indeed the same as the Marquis of Wuan who returned victorious a few days ago, Li Fei said, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness. Seeing that Li Fei did not recognize him, Gu Yixuan was too lazy to explain and followed his lead. "Indeed, because of this name, I am often mistaken for that young master of the Gu family." "Oh, is that so? That is quite interesting," Li Fei said, a smile appearing on his face. He then continued to inquire, "May I ask, what rank does Brother Gu hold, and where are you currently employed?" Noticing that Li Fei quickly exposed his intentions, Gu Yixuan felt somewhat helpless. Most of the newly admitted students at the Hamlin Academy were from humble backgrounds, and without someone to support them in court, it was difficult to make a name for themselves in the officialdom. They wanted to gain favor quickly and easily by ingratiating themselves with the powerful. And Li Fei likely approached him thinking he was a young master from a noble family due to his luxurious attire. "I rely on my family elders to barely find a leisurely official position in court, unlike Brother Li, who is a talented scholar from the Hamlin Academy," Gu Yixuan said humbly. Seeing that Gu Yixuan was unwilling to reveal his true identity, Li Fei's eyes showed some disappointment. However, noting Gu Yixuan's splendid attire and extraordinary demeanor, he assumed his family background must be respectable and continued, "Brother Gu is too modest. Although I am in the Hamlin Academy, my future is uncertain, and I cannot compare to someone like Brother Gu, who holds an official position in court." The two chatted as they walked toward a pavilion. "Although I came to attend this poetry gathering, I am not aware of who else is participating. Could Brother Li inform me?" Gu Yixuan asked after sitting down in the pavilion. Although he was not particularly interested in the poetry gathering, since he was already there, it wouldn't hurt to learn a bit more. "Of course," Li Fei replied, puzzled as to why Gu Yixuan did not even know this basic information. This time, in addition to students like me from the Hamlin Academy, many talented young ladies and young men with renown in the capital will also attend. At this point, Li Fei looked around to ensure no one was listening before lowering his voice. "I even heard that the Marquis of Jinyuan will also attend this poetry gathering." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. "Liu Huijin, the Marquis of Jinyuan? Isn't he the male lead of Noble Daughters of the Marquis? However, according to the plot in the novel, he should still be stationed on the frontier at this time. So how could he be in the capital?" Realizing this, Gu Yixuan suddenly recognized the problem. It seemed that due to his crossing over and the merging of two novels, the original plot had already changed. For example, because Gu Beizong destroyed the Nanyue Kingdom, which was comparable in strength to the Kanglin Kingdom 20 years ago, and that Sanchu Kingdom was slightly weaker than the Kanglin Kingdom. Of course, Liu Huijin no longer needed to guard the frontier. However, faced with this situation, Gu Yixuan was not particularly flustered. After all, the Gu family was among the highest echelons in the Kanglin Kingdom, deeply trusted by the emperor, so even if the plot changed, it wouldn't greatly affect Gu Yixuan. As time passed, more and more participants arrived at the poetry gathering. Gu Yixuan even saw Lin Xiong, the son of the Marquis of Anping, whom he had met just yesterday. It seems Brother Li's information isn't very accurate. Gu Yixuan smiled at Li Fei, noticing that Liu Huijin had not appeared after such a long time. Perhaps the Marquis of Jinyuan had something urgent to attend to and couldn't come. Li Fei replied, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had hoped to make an acquaintance with Liu Huijin if he really attended the poetry gathering. But it was unfortunate that the gathering was about to begin and Liu Huijin had still not shown up, so he could only sigh. At noon, when everyone had arrived, 2 rows of maidservants walked out from the corridor leading to the inner garden. Following them were several young ladies dressed in colorful gowns, their appearances stunning. Among these women, Yixuan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lin Xiu. The moment he saw that charming figure, a look of surprise appeared in Yixuan's eyes. Lin Feiyao from the Marquis of Anping's residence was quite renowned in the capital, and logically, she should be the one attending the poetry gathering as the legitimate daughter. Not Lin Xiu, the illegitimate daughter. However, Yixuan quickly thought that Lin Xiu probably didn't attend because of what happened yesterday. This little girl is quite impressive. She managed to escape Li Huizhu's clutches to attend the poetry gathering. Yixuan thought to himself as he looked at Lin Xiu. Given Li Huizhu's disdain for Lin Xiu, she would definitely not allow her to attend such a gathering that could bring her fame, but Lin Xiu actually came, which surprised Yixuan. Lin Xiu, amidst the crowd, also felt the gaze directed at her. Turning her head to look towards the pavilion, she was taken aback upon realizing it was Yixuan. After a moment of shock, she quickly nodded at Yixuan and returned a polite smile. Sister Xiu, what are you looking at? A woman in a light green gauze dress next to Lin Xiu noticed her gaze and, with a puzzled look, followed her line of sight. Upon discovering a tall and handsome young man, she teased Lin Xiu, saying, whose young master is this? He looks really handsome. It seems like Xiu knows him. Before Lin Xiu could respond, the woman continued in an exaggerated tone. Could it be your sweetheart? Hearing her words, several young ladies not far away also turned their attention. Oh dear, what are you saying, sister? What sweetheart? We've only met once, Lin Xiu replied, her delicate face turning beet red from the teasing as she playfully slapped the woman's arm. Wherever there are people, there are social circles. Lin Xiu, who had just arrived in the capital, faced exclusion from those noble ladies, especially after they learned she was an illegitimate daughter. They looked down on her even more. The woman beside Lin Xiu was Liu Yitong, the daughter of the current Minister of Rights. Unlike the other ladies, she did not exclude Lin Xiu because she was a sworn enemy of Lin Feixiu. After learning that Lin Feixiu couldn't attend this poetry gathering because of Lin Xiu, she regarded Lin Xiu as a good sister. Just as Liu Yitong was about to continue teasing Lin Xiu, several elderly men in scholars' robes entered the spring breeze garden. Chapter 9. You say I can't write poetry? Old man Zhou Wenyuan, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, will preside over this poetry gathering. An aged voice resonated in everyone's ears. When they turned to see the current Grand Scholar Zhou Wenyuan and several literary elders, the previously noisy garden immediately fell silent. Seeing the garden quiet down, Zhou Wenyuan nodded and continued, since you all are here to participate in the poetry gathering, you should know the rules. I want to elaborate further. After a pause, Zhou Wenyuan surveyed the crowd and continued. The theme of this poetry gathering is the 4 seasons, and the first topic is spring. Of course, you may also write about the other 3 seasons. Please compose your poetry based on this theme. After Zhou Wenyuan finished speaking, a maid brought out brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for everyone to write their poems. Yixuan looked at the Xian paper before him with a somewhat helpless expression. He had no idea how to write poetry. Turning to Li Fei, he saw him pondering for a moment before picking up the brush and starting to write. After Li Fei finished, he noticed Yixuan had yet to put pen to paper and asked in confusion, "Why aren't you writing, Gu?" A hint of embarrassment flashed in Yixuan's eyes, but he maintained an expression of calm indifference. "I'm not good at poetry related to spring, so I wouldn't want to embarrass myself." Seeing him say this, Li Fei did not press further, as everyone has their own areas of expertise. And Yixuan's situation was understandable. The poetry gathering was in full swing, with good poems occasionally emerging, garnering applause from the audience. Throughout this process, Yixuan did not write a single line of poetry and even yawned out of boredom, which made Li Fei's gaze toward him increasingly strange. However, to Yixuan's surprise, Lin Xiu actually composed several poems, one of which, an ode to the plum blossom, earned praise from several grand scholars. In fact, Liu Xiu had been paying attention to Yixuan as well. When she saw him appear at the poetry gathering, she thought this Marquis of Wuan was a person of both martial and literary talent. However, she was disappointed that he had not written a single poem after such a long time. What's wrong? Haven't seen that young master produce any good work, and you're feeling a bit disappointed? Liu Yitong teased as she noticed Liu Xiu frequently glancing toward the pavilion. Yes, there is some disappointment, but given his status, it's normal that he wouldn't write poetry at the gathering. Liu Yitong, who rarely went out, had never seen Gu Yixuan and naturally did not know his status. Hearing Liu Xiu say this, she became curious about Gu Yixuan's identity. From what my sister says, it seems you know that young master's identity. Just look at his luxurious attire and demeanor. He doesn't seem like a commoner. He must be exceptionally talented to attend a poetry gathering. However, I know quite a few talented young masters in the capital, yet I've never seen this one. Could my sister tell me his identity? Seeing Liu Yitong misunderstood her words, thinking Gu Yixuan was a talented young master from a prominent family, Liu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she was about to reveal Gu Yixuan's identity, she caught a glimpse of a commotion occurring in the pavilion where Gu Yixuan was seated. Moments earlier, while Gu Yixuan was bored and yawning, nearly falling asleep, several young men dressed similarly to Li Fei entered the pavilion. Oh, isn't this Li Fei, the great talent? Didn't you always look down on these poetry gatherings that pander to power and wealth? What brings you here today? Could it be you want to ride on Liu's coattails now that he is favored by the dean, hoping to get close to some young lady? As soon as they entered the pavilion, the group began to mock Li Fei mercilessly. Liu Hai, today is a poetry gathering with many talented individuals and grand scholars present. I don't wish to argue with you, so please leave at once. Facing their ridicule, Li Fei's eyes flashed with anger, but given the occasion, he could only utter a low rebuke. Ha! You think calling Yuli the great talent makes you someone important? Liu Hai snuh. He grabbed the poem Li Fei had just written and mockingly showed it to the others before turning back to Li Fei. This kind of doggerel, and you dare to present it? Tearing the paper into shreds, Liu Hai's gaze was full of derision. I heard your mother sent a few taels of silver to support you at the Hamlet Academy. You, a newly minted scholar, still relying on your mother's weaving and selling to make ends meet. What a disgrace to us scholars. Li Fei clenched his fists at his sides. His eyes filled with resentment at Liu Hai's taunts. Coming from a humble background with a deceased father, he could only rely on his mother's weaving and selling to support his studies. Fortunately, he had not disappointed her expectations and had achieved the title of scholar this year. When he first entered the Hamlin Academy, Li Fei was ambitious, wanting to showcase his talents. However, he soon realized that in the officialdom, having talent alone did not guarantee recognition. Without a powerful patron, no matter how hard he worked, he could not change his situation. That's why he had eagerly approached Gu Yixuan, a scion of a noble family. Seeing Li Fei's expression, Liu Hai was filled with disdain. He looked down on people from humble origins who still consider themselves extraordinary. Aren't you usually eloquent? Why are you so quiet today? Before Liu Hai could finish, a jade paperweight flew past his ear, severing a branch of the begonia that had reached into the wooden railing. As the petals fell, Gu Yixuan leaned against the railing with one hand on his chin, looking coldly at Liu Hai and the others. Enough noise. Gu Yixuan pointed his finger at another paperweight. Didn't you see this young master was napping? Only then did the group notice Gu Yixuan. Liu Hai, seeing he was dressed unlike a commoner, flashed a hint of wariness in his eyes, bowed slightly, and then asked, "May I ask your name and title? You are not worthy to know my identity." Gu Yixuan replied coldly with a smile, then handed his Xian paper to Li Fei. "Brotherly, write on my paper. Ignore these clowns." "Thank you, Brother Gu. But no need," Li Fei said, his eyes filled with bitterness. Before he could finish, one of the people behind Liu Hai pointed at Gu Yixuan. "The poetry gathering has been going on for a while now, yet we haven't seen this young master compose a poem. If you ask me, you're just a spoiled rich kid relying on your family's connections for a cushy position." With everyone's gaze now focused on him, Gu Yixuan could no longer remain indifferent. He looked coldly at the speaker. "You say I can't write poetry? The man felt Gu Yixuan's gaze and couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. However, today's poetry meeting had many nobles and scholars present, and even though Gu Yixuan's identity was not simple, he couldn't possibly act against him in public. Thinking of this, he relaxed a bit and continued to shout, "So what?" Seeing his reckless attitude, Gu Yixuan sneered inwardly. He couldn't compose poetry, but as someone who had traveled through time, he had many renowned works in his mind. The others in the spring garden were also attracted by the commotion in the pavilion. They saw Gu Yixuan's extraordinary demeanor, but since he hadn't written a poem today, they couldn't help but believe the man's words to some extent. Only Lin Xiang, upon recognizing Gu Yixuan, displayed the same shock as Liu Xiu. Seeing those few people dare to call Gu Yixuan a dandy, Lin Xiang couldn't help but look at them with some pity. Why provoke anyone, let alone him? But just when everyone thought Gu Yixuan wouldn't write poetry, he suddenly rolled up his wide sleeves and was about to put brush to paper on the Xian paper before him. "Brother Gu." Li Fei reached out to stop Gu Yixuan. He didn't believe Gu Yixuan was the dandy described by Liu Hai, but he was worried since Gu Yixuan hadn't written any poetry today. "No worries, brotherly, just watch." Gu Yixuan gave him a reassuring look and then lowered his head to begin writing on the Xian paper. Chapter 10. The poetry shocks the audience. Gu Yixuan's brush fell on the Xian paper, and the ink spread across the pure white surface with a bit of casual force. Although the original body had no literary talent, the handwriting was still quite neat, more than enough to handle the current situation. As the brush danced, the verses leaped onto the paper, a few branches of plum at the corner, blooming alone in the cold. "I know from afar it is not snow, for there is a faint fragrance." Li Fei leaned over, frowning at the first line, but his expression turned serious upon reading the second line. After finishing the poem, he looked at Gu Yixuan with eyes full of shock. When he set down the brush, the ink in the inkstone was still gently swaying. Gu Yixuan shook his wrist and noticed Li Fei staring at him in astonishment, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. This was a poem by the great poet Wang Engshi, one of the finest in the vast collection of plum poems in Huaxia. He wasn't surprised at Li Fei's reaction at all. As Gu Yixuan finished writing a poem, the discussions outside the pavilion gradually grew louder. The scholar who had provoked him earlier showed some panic in his eyes, and just as he was about to say something, he saw Gu Yixuan casually summon a maid nearby. "Please deliver this to Zhou Wenyuan and the other masters." The maid glanced at the characters on the paper. Though she didn't understand poetry, she saw the neat handwriting and quickly carried the lacquer tray toward the main seat. "Don't worry, Brother Zhang. Not every poem can catch old Zhou's eye," Liu Hai said, feeling a bit flustered but still speaking to the man who had just provoked Gu Yixuan. Hearing this, Brother Zhang felt somewhat relieved, but his gaze remained fixed on the main seat. "Brother Gu, was that poem truly written by you?" Li Fei snapped back to reality from his earlier shock and quickly asked Gu Yixuan. In response to Li Fei's question, Gu Yixuan merely smiled and didn't answer. "Just watch. Brotherly." At this moment, Zhou Wenyuan was commenting on a poem spring day in the garden with the Hamlin Academy's scholar Wang. When the maid brought the Xian paper over, he couldn't help but raise his eyelids. "My Lord Zhou, this is a poem by a young gentleman in the pavilion." The maid gently placed the Xian paper on the stone table. Zhou Wenyuan glanced toward the pavilion, but couldn't see Gu Yixuan due to the trees blocking the view, so he turned his attention to the Xian paper. Upon seeing the first line, Zhou Wenyuan's expression was calm, but when he read, "blooming alone in the cold," his murky eyes suddenly brightened, and the teacup at his hand froze mid-air. Scholar Wang, seeing this, couldn't help but lean over, and after reading the second couplet, he let out a gasp. "What a line! I know from afar it is not snow, for there is a faint fragrance." Zhou Wenyuan's fingers tapped heavily on the stone table. This line moves from the visual to the olfactory, using snow to imply plum without falling into cliches, showcasing the subtlety of plum fragrance and the resilience of its character. His voice echoed in the garden, and the crowd, which had been whispering, suddenly fell silent. Li Fei felt his heart race, staring in the direction of the main seat, and saw Zhou Wenyuan passing the Xian paper to Elder Zhang on his left. Elder Zhang squinted and read it through, unable to resist slapping his thigh. "A few branches of plum at the corner, blooming alone in the cold. I know from afar it is not snow, for there is a faint fragrance. Wonderful. This poem does not write of the plum's bright colors, but emphasizes its spirit, encapsulating the gentleman's character in just 4 short lines. The people in the pavilion, including Liu Hai and the others, were dumbfounded. The scholar who had just called Gu Yixuan a dandy was now staring at the Xian paper being passed around, unable to utter a word. The most shocked was Liu Xiu. She had thought Gu Yixuan was merely relying on his identity as the Marquis of Wuan to join the poetry meeting for fun. But she never expected that this plum poem would leave everyone astonished. Sister, this poem is even better than your earlier snow plum. Liu Yitong tugged at her sleeve. Her eyes filled with admiration. Liu Xiu said nothing, only staring at the pavilion where Gu Yixuan was. He was lazily leaning against the railing, tapping the stone table with his fingertips, as if the poem that had just caused such a stir was not written by him. When he caught her gaze, he smiled and nodded at her. Looking at Gu Yixuan's handsome face, Liu Xiu couldn't help but flush slightly, lowering her head to avoid looking at him. Liu Yitong, seeing their little interaction, was filled with disbelief and looked at Liu Xiu with increasing suspicion. Is this really nothing? Are you kidding? When the Xian paper was handed back to Zhou Wenyuan, it was already somewhat wrinkled, but the old man gently smoothed out the creases as if holding a treasure. He stood up, cleared his throat, and spoke with barely concealed excitement. Everyone, today's first topic for the poetry meeting is spring. I initially thought it would center around peach blossoms and willow greens, the songs of orioles and swallows. But this poem takes a different path, using plum to celebrate spring, capturing the essence of spring's prelude. Zhou Wenyuan raised the Xian paper in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the audience. The plum is the harbinger of spring. This poem does not depict the splendor of spring, but writes of its essence. A few branches at the corner, blooming alone in the cold. Seems to write of winter, but actually speaks of spring. It seems to write of the plum, but truly writes of humanity. I believe this poem should be the champion of today's poetry meeting. Gasps echoed throughout the garden, with some scholars softly reciting it, and others taking notes on their own Xian paper. Even a few elders who had been cold-faced earlier because there was no great work to see now nodded in agreement. Gu Yixuan listened to Zhou Wenyuan's commentary and inwardly sighed. After all, he is a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, able to read the deep meaning of spring's essence from just 4 lines of poetry. Indeed, ancient critics valued expressing aspirations through objects. May I ask which young gentleman wrote this poem? Could he please step forward so we may witness the talent behind such a masterpiece? When Zhou Wenyuan's words came out, the gazes of the other scholars and everyone in the garden turned toward the pavilion. Brother Li, hurry up. To be recognized by the scholars is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Fei, upon hearing Zhou Wenyuan's words, quickly urged. Gu Yixuan felt helpless at this situation. He had originally come to the poetry meeting just to appease his mother, Murong Yun, but unexpectedly, due to a poem about plums, it turned into this. One could only say that Wang Engshi was too formidable. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to step out of the pavilion, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the garden. I never expected the Marquis of Wuan, a mere martial man, could compose such a fine piece. Truly surprising. The people in the garden looked toward the voice and saw a man wearing a dark robe embroidered with golden qilin patterns, followed by several guards, striding forward. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his gaze deep like a pool, black hair tied with a golden crown, a few strands casually falling, and a jade belt at his waist shimmering with embedded jewels, exuding extraordinary nobility. The moment Gu Yixuan laid eyes on the man, he recognized his identity. The Marquis of Jinyuan, Liu Huaijin. Chapter 11. The first confrontation with a male lead. Greetings, Marquis of Jinyuan. Upon seeing the visitor, the Duke of Jinyuan, Liu Huaijin, everyone quickly bowed and voluntarily made way for him. Liu Huaijin slightly nodded, stepping forward through the crowd, his gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan in the pavilion. Only then did the crowd react, their eyes following his line of sight. The Duke of Wuan? What is he doing here? When Liu Huaijin looked in his direction, Li Fei in the pavilion was also stunned. After recalling Gu Yixuan's name, he suddenly turned to look at him, disbelief filling his eyes. Brother Gu, the Duke of Jinyuan isn't referring to you, is he? Liu Hai and the others turned pale, staring at Gu Yixuan with wide eyes. They knew that if this person truly was the recently victorious Duke of Wuhan, their earlier mockery of him as a playboy relying on his family's connections would lead to serious trouble. Gu Yixuan awkwardly touched his nose and nodded, admitting yes. I am indeed the Duke of Wuhan, personally appointed by His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Li Fei stood frozen, completely dumbfounded that he had been treating the Duke of Wuhan as an equal all along. Looking at Lu Hai and the others, they were already terrified, their faces turning green. Thud! The brother Zhang, who had mocked Gu Yixuan earlier, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Hai, having seen the Duke of Wuhan, approached Gu Yixuan, trembling as he saluted. The remaining students quickly followed suit, rushing to bow before Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan patted the still-dazed Li Fei on the shoulder, saying, I will chat with Brother Li later. After saying this, Gu Yixuan ignored Lu Hai and the others, heading straight out of the pavilion. I have long heard that the Duke of Jinyuan has an extraordinary demeanor, and today's encounter proves he is indeed remarkable. Gu Yixuan assessed Lu Huaijin, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. With an extraordinary appearance and a cold demeanor, accompanied by personal guards, he finally met a worthy male lead. The Duke of Wuhan flatters me. Lu Huaijin's expression was stern, his tone indifferent. Just as Gu Yixuan assumed he would be polite like others, Lu Huaijin suddenly changed his tone. However, the Duke of Wuhan's ability to play the fool and deceive is truly astonishing. Had I known your identity as the newly appointed Duke of Wuhan, those scornful names for scholars would surely have been swallowed back. Hearing Lu Huaijin's words, the few standing in the pavilion could no longer hold back and collapsed to their knees, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Detecting the hostility in Lu Huaijin's words, Gu Yixuan looked at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. He did not remember having any grievances with Lu Huaijin. What does the Duke of Jinyuan mean? Does he think I am intentionally hiding my identity? Gu Yixuan's eyes turned cold, although he did not understand why Lu Huaijin harbored animosity towards him. He was not a soft target. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the guards behind Lu Huaijin instinctively rested their hands on their sword hilts. This Duke of Wuhan was not an easy opponent. He had been known for his bravery even before heading to the frontier, and this time he had killed countless enemies. They truly feared that Gu Yixuan might take action against their lord. Isn't it so? If the Duke of Wuhan had made his identity clear from the beginning, how would those scholars have dared to mock you? Facing Gu Yixuan's sharp gaze, Lu Huaijin remained unfazed and continued to provoke him. Huh? Does the Duke of Jinyuan mean that if I did not have the identity of the Duke of Wuhan, I should be mocked by those scholars? Please tell me, when did the students of the Hamlin Academy become so sycophantic? Gu Yixuan stepped forward, his eyes sharply fixed on Lu Huaijin, a murderous intent radiating from him. Clang! Feeling the aura of killing intent from Gu Yixuan, one of Lu Huaijin's guards could not help but draw his sword. Seeing someone draw a sword, several timid young ladies could not help but gasp, and the atmosphere in the garden became tense. Hearing the sound of the sword being drawn behind him, Lu Huaijin thought it was bad news and was about to speak when he saw Gu Yixuan had already reached the guard. Do you know the punishment for drawing a sword against the current Duke of Wuhan? Gu Yixuan looked at the guard with indifferent eyes, his tone frigid. I. The guard stammered, unable to articulate a response. In truth, he regretted drawing his sword the moment he did. To draw a sword against a duke in front of so many people was like courting death. The Duke of Wuhan. Before Lu Huaijin could finish speaking, Gu Yixuan swiftly seized the guard's sword, kicked him to the ground, and then struck him hard on the back with the flat of the blade. The terrifying force landing on the guard's back made him let out a painful scream. Today, as poetry gathering has women present, this duke does not wish to see blood. However, I asked the Duke of Jinyuan to keep his dog in check. Clang! The long sword was thrust into the blue stone tiles in front of Lu Huaijin as Gu Yixuan turned and walked toward the main seat. But after only a few steps, Gu Yixuan turned back to look at Lu Huaijin, a hint of disdain and mockery in his eyes. All right, how I handle matters is not something you, a person who only gained a title through family connections, should concern yourself with. After saying this, Gu Yixuan ignored Lu Huaijin's reaction and strode toward the main seat. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Liu Huijin's cold face could no longer maintain its composure. His fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, and rage filled his eyes as he watched Gu Yixuan's departing figure. Due to the merging of the novel's plot, this version of Liu Huijin had never been on the battlefield, and his title as duke was passed down from the previous duke of Jinyuan. Thinking of his own father, a trace of killing intent flashed in Liu Huijin's eyes as he looked at Gu Yixuan. "My lord," one of the guards cautiously approached and whispered, "Return." Liu Huijin quickly regained his composure. Before leaving, his gaze swept over the crowd and paused on Lin Xiu, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease from her. But seeing her walk toward Gu Yixuan, Liu Huijin retracted his gaze and turned to leave. This sudden conflict arose and ended quickly, leaving everyone exchanging glances. And the garden fell silent. "I am Zhou Yuan. I have met the Duke of Wuan." As Gu Yixuan reached the main seat, several scholars quickly rose and bowed. They had recognized him the moment he stepped out of the pavilion, but since two dukes were at odds, they did not dare to approach and could only wait there. "Please rise, esteemed scholars. It is still my fault for disrupting the poetry gathering." Gu Yixuan raised his hand to gesture for them to not be overly polite. The Duke of Wuan jokes, "If it weren't for you, how could we have witnessed such a fine work?" Saying this, Zhou Yuan picked up the piece of rice paper inscribed with plum blossom and walked to Gu Yixuan. "I hope the Duke of Wuan can nominate this poem." Of course, now that they were at this point, Gu Yixuan did not hesitate and wrote the words plum blossom on the rice paper. Once Gu Yixuan finished writing, the scholars immediately gathered around, as if they had found treasure, looking at the rice paper with the poem and occasionally exclaiming in awe. Chapter 12, Encountering Assassination. Zhou Yuan looked at the rice paper, then at Gu Yixuan, hesitating to speak. "I wonder if the Duke of Wuan would allow me to take this poem back to the Hamlin Academy for the younger generation to see what it means to be both literary and martial." Upon hearing this, the other scholars immediately lifted their heads, looking at Gu Yixuan with eager eyes. There is no objection. Seeing the expectant looks from the elderly men, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle, not expecting that just presenting a poem Plum Blossom would earn him the title of being both literary and martial. "Thank you, Duke of Wuan." The scholars bowed again, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Gu Yixuan. "Duke of Wuan." A soft voice came from behind. Gu Yixuan turned to look, only to see Lin Xiu standing there, holding a handkerchief, her small face slightly flushed. That poem Plum Blossom was truly excellent. Before Lin Xiu could finish, Liu Tong jumped out from behind her, mischievously winking at Gu Yixuan. "Sister, just now you looked at Duke Gu with more infatuation than you did at the top scholar." Lin Xiu's small face suddenly turned bright red, and she shyly and anxiously said, "What are you talking about, sister? What did I ever do that? It was clearly you who wanted to talk to Marquis Wuan and were too embarrassed to do so, so you called me over." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Liu Tong's face also flushed slightly. She was indeed very curious about the handsome and heroic Gu Yixuan. However, she was too shy to initiate a conversation, so she pulled Lin Xiu, who had interacted with Gu Yixuan, to step forward, only to find herself sold out by Lin Xiu. Seeing the two girls laughing and playing together, Gu Yixuan didn't want to interrupt and continued to chat with a few scholars. The poetry gathering continued until evening, during which Lin Xiu and Liu Tong didn't approach him again for some reason. Gu Yixuan was quite happy to enjoy the piece, and he introduced Li Fei to a few scholars. Because of his good knowledge, and since he was introduced by Gu Yixuan, the scholars praised Li Fei highly. The sound of wheels rolling over the bluestone slabs was particularly loud in the quiet street. Gu Yixuan sat in the carriage, rubbing his face that had become stiff from maintaining a smile for too long, thinking that this kind of literary gathering really wasn't suitable for him. "Young master, it seems a young lady is waiting for you." At this moment, the driver's voice came from outside the curtain. Lifting the curtain to look, Gu Yixuan saw Lin Xiu standing under the drooping flower gate at the alley entrance. Not far away was a carriage parked. Her light blue skirt was blown up by the evening breeze, and the moment she saw him, her pair of watery, beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Yixuan signaled the driver to stop the carriage and stepped on the bluestone bricks to approach Lin Xiu. "Miss Lin, is there something you need while waiting here?" There were many people and noise at the poetry gathering, so I wanted to thank the Marquis for helping me out yesterday at the Omping Marquis' residence. Lin Xiu's voice was soft and sticky. Her bright, beautiful eyes looked at Gu Yixuan, and the tips of her ears were a little red. However, Gu Yixuan was a bit dumbfounded seeing her shy demeanor. He thought, wait, aren't you the female lead? Why are you showing this kind of attitude in front of me? I feel like I haven't done anything. But little did he know, during the poetry gathering, Liu Yitong had been whispering things into Lin Xiu's ear, such as how the calligraphy of Marquis Wuan was colder than plum blossoms, and that his gaze was hotter than charcoal, causing her to blush when she saw Gu Yixuan's eyes. Noticing Gu Yixuan staring at her, Lin Xiu's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but softly call out, Marquis? Huh? Oh, it was just a small effort on my part. Miss Lin doesn't need to be so formal, Gu Yixuan quickly replied, coming back to his senses. But he was puzzled, recalling the inexplicable hostility that Liu Huijin had shown him at the poetry gathering, along with Lin Xiu's current attitude towards him. If it weren't for Gu Yixuan's familiarity with the plot, knowing that the two should currently have no intersection, he would almost think that Liu Huijin's hostility towards him was because of Lin Xiu. However, thinking of Lin Xiu's character setting in the plot, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel confused. Logically speaking, even though Lin Xiu was just beginning to understand love, she shouldn't develop any feelings for him just because he helped her once, right? With this thought, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but ask, if you just wanted to thank me, is it really worth making Miss Lin wait here? I wonder if you have anything else to discuss. How would he know that I have other matters? Faced with Gu Yixuan's inquiry, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but since he had asked, she decided to be straightforward. I suspect something might be wrong with my mother. Before Lin Xiu finished speaking, Gu Yixuan suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, quickly retreating to the side. Marquis. Lin Xiu was pressed against Gu Yixuan's chest, feeling the warmth of the man. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and her voice trembled. Don't make a sound, Gu Yixuan warned in a low voice. Lin Xiu looked up, only to see Gu Yixuan's cold gaze fixed on a certain rooftop, where an arrow was vibrating ominously at their previous position. Following Gu Yixuan's gaze, Lin Xiu saw several shadows leaping down from the rooftop under the moonlight, their murderous intent directed straight at Gu Yixuan. Stay behind me. Gu Yixuan shielded Lin Xiu behind the carriage and drew out the soft sword at his waist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, a piercing whistling sound rang out as 7 or 8 crossbow arrows shot towards them. Gu Yixuan spun and danced with his sword, sparks flying as the iron arrows struck the sword body. 2 arrows grazed past his shoulder, creating 2 deep pits in the wall. Stay here and don't move, Gu Yixuan shouted to Lin Xiu, who was crouched by the carriage, his figure darting like an arrow towards the assassins. Gu Yixuan's soft sword traced out a half-moon of silver light, instantly severing the wrists of the 2 black-clad figures charging at the front. Clang! The black-clad men cried out in pain as they dropped their curved blades, and with the momentum, Gu Yixuan leapt up, his toes pressing down on one person's shoulder, the sword aiming directly for the opponent's throat, the smell of blood spreading in the night. Lin Xiu hid in the shadow of the carriage, her fingers gripping her skirt tightly, almost digging into her palm. She saw Gu Yixuan's dark robe become even darker due to the bloodstains, yet he remained agile, each sword strike accurately targeting the enemy's vital points. However, the assassins only multiplied, and at least 20 black-clad assassins surrounded him. Be careful! Amidst Lin Xiu's exclamation, a cold light aimed straight for Gu Yixuan's back. At a critical moment, he rolled sideways, the blade grazing his back and tearing off a large piece of fabric. Gu Yixuan wiped the blood from his face, his gaze growing colder as he charged again at the black-clad men attacking him, and in the cross of sword lights, 3 more fell to the ground. Just then, a clear sound of a sword ringing out came from the crowd, and a swordsman wearing a conical hat stepped forward slowly, the long sword in his hand glowing with a ghostly blue light, clearly a powerful weapon. No wonder you're Gu Baitsong's son. You've got some skills. The swordsman looked at Gu Yixuan, whose robes were stained with blood, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The scum from Hongxiu Tower. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to come to my door? The moment Gu Yixuan recognized the identity of the assassins, he realized that the swordsman was one of the top assassins beside the female lead, Xianing Zhao, and also the former leader of the Royal Dark Guards of the Nanyue Kingdom. You will undoubtedly die today. I will personally throw your head in front of your father. As the swordsman realized his identity was exposed, his murderous intent surged, and the tip of his sword pointed directly at Gu Yixuan's forehead. If you want my head, it depends on whether you have the ability. Gu Yixuan scoffed, raising his sword to meet the long sword thrusting at him. Gu Yixuan was not weak, but the swordsman was a top assassin, stronger than him by a line, and surrounded by black-clad assassins. Plus, after such a long battle, Gu Yixuan's stamina was nearly depleted. Puff! One assassin spotted Gu Yixuan's flaw and struck down hard with a long knife on Gu Yixuan's left shoulder, blood instantly soaking through his clothes. Liu Xiu, seeing the situation, was anxious and suddenly spotted the horsewhip on the carriage, gritting her teeth and charging forward. Take this. Liu Xiu closed her eyes and swung the horsewhip hard, perfectly wrapping it around an assassin's ankle, causing the assassin to stumble and fall to the ground. But this also exposed her position. Seeking death, an assassin turned and charged at her with a knife, just as the blade was about to strike Liu Xiu. Gu Yixuan pushed back the swordsman and leaped in front of Liu Xiu. The blade sliced through Gu Yixuan's right arm, his eyes turning red, and with a fierce thrust. His soft sword pierced the assassin's heart, several warm drops of blood splattering onto Liu Xiu's face. Chapter 13. Do you know what it means for a villain to die from talking too much? Go! Gu Yixuan thrust his sword through the assassin's throat. Knowing that dragging this out wasn't a solution, he grabbed the still-dazed Liu Xiu and prepared to break through. Block them. But how could the swordsman give him a chance? The sound of swords rang, and the long sword shadowed him, forcing Gu Yixuan to fight while retreating. Protected by Gu Yixuan, Liu Xiu looked back at the densely packed assassins, her eyes filled with anxiety. She knew that Gu Yixuan couldn't hold on much longer against so many assassins. Puff! Gu Yixuan faced several people's siege, and in a moment of negligence, his right arm was once again pierced by the swordsman's long sword. The swordsman retracted his long sword, the tip angled towards the ground. A drop of blood slid down the blade. He looked at Gu Yixuan, his tone icy as he said, "Give up, you can't escape. Your Highness." Liu Xiu was trembling as she pressed her hand against the bleeding wound of Gu Yixuan, her pale palm instantly stained red with blood. "I'm fine." Gu Yixuan gently pushed Liu Xiu's hand away, gazing at the alley behind the assassin, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Lin Fengxing, do you know what it means for a villain to die from talking too much?" The swordsman was momentarily taken aback when he realized Gu Yixuan knew his name. Though he did not understand the meaning behind Gu Yixuan's words, he still did not believe that Gu Yixuan could escape under the current circumstances, struggling to the death. "Kill him." Lin Fengxing waved his hand, and the assassins rushed forward. Facing the assassins charging at him, Gu Yixuan did not move at all. Lin Fengxing's eyes flashed with confusion at this sight. But at that moment, Lin Fengxing suddenly heard a faint but organized sound of footsteps behind him. As if realizing something, he turned abruptly to look at Gu Yixuan's carriage, and indeed he did not see the figure of the coachman. Seeing this, Lin Fengxing's pupils constricted, and the footsteps from the alley behind him grew louder, with the glow of torches flickering. "Who dares to assassinate the Marquis of Wuan?" A loud roar suddenly came from the alley, and dozens of soldiers in armor rushed toward them, brandishing long spears. The assassins were thrown into chaos at the sight of the soldiers flooding in like a tide. Lin Fengxing glared at Gu Yixuan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But with their group, it was impossible to contend with the armored soldiers. Helpless, he could only shout, "Retreat." After saying that, Lin Fengxing's toes touched the ground, and in a few leaps, he vanished into the alley. The remaining assassins hurriedly followed suit, their shadows flickering as they disappeared. Seeing the assassins vanish, Gu Yixuan let out a sigh of relief, but the wound on his right arm that was still bleeding suddenly throbbed with pain, causing him to frown slightly. Lin Xiu looked at the blood-soaked Gu Yixuan, her eyes reddening with urgency. "You're seriously injured. Hurry and find a doctor." Gu Yixuan shook his head, and seeing her anxious expression, he comforted her, I'm fine. Those assassins were after me, and I scared Miss Lin. Seeing Gu Yixuan still saying this now, Lin Xiu was both angry and anxious. What are you talking about at a time like this? My lord, the coachman approached Gu Yixuan, relieved to see he was not seriously hurt. When the assassins appeared, the coachman had been signaled by Gu Yixuan to call for the patrolling soldiers, and fortunately, he had arrived in time. At this moment, a lieutenant quickly walked up to Gu Yixuan, kneeling on one knee with both hands cupped in a salute. This subordinate failed to arrive in time for the rescue, causing the Marquis of Wuhan to be severely injured. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Get up. This matter is not your fault. If you hadn't arrived in time with your troops, I would have already been lying dead in the street. Gu Yixuan shook his head, indicating it was not his fault and motioning him to rise. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, the lieutenant's panic eased slightly. If something had happened to the Marquis of Wuhan in his patrol area, he would not only lose his position, but face far worse consequences. Gu Yixuan glanced at Lin Xiu beside him and instructed the lieutenant, send someone to escort Miss Lin back to the Onping Marquis' residence. Yes. The lieutenant nodded in acknowledgement and turned to call over several soldiers from behind. Lin Xiu looked at Gu Yixuan with deep concern, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Gu Yixuan, be obedient. Seeing Gu Yixuan's firm attitude, Lin Xiu opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, only walking towards the carriage with red-rimmed eyes under the escort of the soldiers. After sending Lin Xiu away, Gu Yixuan looked in the direction where the assassins had disappeared, his expression cold. At the Hongxiu Tower, Gu Yixuan returned to the Duke Dinghua's residence under the protection of the patrolling soldiers. As soon as he entered, he bumped into Yun, who had come out to check on the noise outside. Yun's vision darkened upon seeing Gu Yixuan covered in blood, and she nearly fainted as she staggered toward him. Her trembling fingers hovered above his bleeding wound, her lips quivering in shock, and her eyes turned red instantly. What happened? Xuan, didn't you go to the poetry meeting? How'd it end up like this? Mother, I just encountered a few small thieves. It's just superficial wounds. Gu Yixuan forced a smile, trying to comfort his mother, Yun. But Yun would not believe it. Her son had never been injured on the battlefield. How could he be hurt by a few small thieves? Someone must have sent skilled assassins to injure him, but now was not the time to discuss this. Hurry and call for a doctor, and boil some hot water. After instructing the maid beside her, Yun, with red-rimmed eyes, carefully supported Gu Yixuan into the room. As they walked, she kept blaming herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to attend the poetry meeting, you wouldn't have been hurt. Mother, it's not your fault. I was careless and got hurt by those small thieves. You don't need to blame yourself. Seeing Yun feeling guilty, Gu Yixuan quickly reassured her. However, Yun insisted it was her fault for sending Gu Yixuan to the poetry meeting, which led to this situation. Gu Yixuan saw this and felt helpless. Just as he wanted to continue comforting her, he noticed Gu Beitsong standing outside the room. Seeing Gu Yixuan covered in blood, a killing intent involuntarily emanated from him. Was it that group again? Gu Beitsong's tone was icy, his eyes resembling an enraged lion. Yes, Gu Yixuan nodded. He knew Gu Shan must have informed Gu Beitsong about the assassination attempt in the military camp. Husband, do you know who sent the assassins after Xiena? Hurry and take people to hunt them down. Look at what they have done to Xiener. Yun finally broke down in tears upon seeing her husband. Rest assured, my lady, whoever dares to assassinate our son will pay the price. Gu Beitsong comforted Yun, then turned to Gu Yixuan. After bandaging your wounds, come to my study. Gu Yixuan looked at his father's grim expression, knowing that this warrior, who had not taken action since being granted the title of Duke Dinghua, was angry. Chapter 14. Father and son's night talk in the dead of night. The Duke Dinghua's residence finally quieted down. Gu Yixuan, wrapped in bandages and changed into clean clothes, came alone to Gu Beitsong's study. Father. Gu Yixuan pushed open the study door. Gu Beitsong was sitting behind the desk, holding a military book. Seeing Gu Yixuan enter, Gu Beitsong nodded to indicate he could sit down, then asked, how did you know the assassins were from the Hongxiu Tower? After Gu Shan returned, he told Gu Beitsong about Gu Yixuan's assassination in the military camp and mentioned that he had sent someone to convey the message. But how could he know about events happening over 1,000 miles away? In that case, how did Gu Yixuan learn about the assassination and the identity of the assassins? With these questions in mind, Gu Beizong called his son to the study and asked this. Facing Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yixuan did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Father, do you know the true origins of the Hongxiu Tower?" Gu Beizong shook his head, picking up an envelope from the desk. "After Gu Shan informed me about your assassination, I sent someone to investigate the Hongxiu Tower. But so far, we have only found out that the Hongxiu Tower is a recent emerging force in the martial world, quickly establishing a foothold through its powerful strength. Other than that, we have not made much progress." Gu Yixuan took the envelope, opened it, and found it contained information about the Hongxiu Tower, but it was not very detailed. This was not to say that the Gu family's intelligence network was ineffective, but rather that the time was too short to uncover useful information. Gu Yixuan put down the envelope and looked up at Gu Beizong. "What if I told you that the Hongxiu Tower was established 20 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Gu Beizong's expression darkened, his tone grave as he said, "Remnants of the Southern Yu Kingdom." As one capable of commanding armies and launching wars of extermination, Gu Beizong's mind was naturally sharp. After hearing Gu Yixuan's words, he immediately thought of the Southern Yu Kingdom from 20 years ago. After all, only remnants of the Southern Yu Kingdom could establish a martial force like the Hongxiu Tower and harbor murderous intent towards the Gu family. Well, the Red Sleeve Tower was indeed established by the remnants of the Southern Yu Kingdom 20 years ago. As for their identity, Dad should know, right? Gu Yixuan nodded, affirming Gu Beizong's words. After receiving Gu Yixuan's confirmation, Gu Beizong closed his eyes to ponder for a moment. When he opened them again, his expression had returned to calm. "When I led the army to break through the capital of the Southern Yu Kingdom, there was indeed a group of people who rushed out of the palace amidst the chaos. Judging by their skills, they should be the Dark Guards of the Southern Yu royal family." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel confused. Could they really break through the encirclement of the army? In response to Gu Yixuan's doubt, Gu Beizong smiled and shook his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter how strong an individual's combat power is, they still have to crawl on the ground in front of an army. If it weren't for the Southern Yu general Fu Yunfei fighting to the death with the Imperial Guards, how could a few Dark Guards break through the encirclement of my Kanglan Kingdom's army? Speaking of this, Gu Beizong couldn't help but sigh. Fu Yunfei fought desperately to escort those Dark Guards out of the city, and by the time I arrived, Fu Yunfei had already exhausted himself and died. Remembering Fu Yunfei, Gu Beizong naturally thought of Gu Yichen, whom he had brought back to the mansion. Seeing that he hadn't shown up for so many days, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you seen Yichen? That kid hasn't returned to the mansion for days." Faced with Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yixuan showed hesitation, contemplating whether to tell Gu Beizong about Gu Yichen and Xianing Zhao. What's wrong? Could it be that Yichen is in some trouble? Seeing Gu Yixuan's hesitation, Gu Beizong's heart sank. Does Dad know why those Dark Guards fought to the death to rush out of the city? After pondering for a moment, Gu Yixuan decided to tell the truth. After all, Gu Beizong would know about these matters sooner or later. Why? Gu Beizong asked with a puzzled tone upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words. He didn't understand the actions of those Dark Guards back then either. But since he hadn't heard any news about them for so many years, he hadn't paid attention to it. Did Gu Yixuan know? Because they needed to protect the last bloodline of the Southern Yu royal family, Princess Xianing Zhao, as she left the city. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Gu Beizong's first reaction was disbelief. Impossible. It is well known that the Southern Yu emperor had just ascended the throne and had no heirs. How could there be a so-called princess? Seeing his father so certain, Gu Yixuan felt a bit helpless. Speaking of which, Xianing Zhao's ability to escape a disaster has something to do with you, Dad. Coughing, Gu Beizong looked confused. What could the princess of Southern Yu have to do with him? When you led the army to battle, you swept through with unstoppable momentum. And Xianing Zhao was born at that time. The Southern Yu emperor, fearing that you would slaughter the Southern Yu royal family after the kingdom fell, concealed the news of Xianing Zhao's birth. Looking at Gu Yixuan's somewhat speechless expression, Gu Beizong felt somewhat embarrassed. This can't be blamed on me. The Southern Yu army was indeed no match for us. But soon he realized, what does this have to do with Gu Yichen? Before Gu Beizong could ask, Gu Yixuan provided the answer. The Southern Yu Emperor, in order to win over Fu Yunfei to guard the kingdom, betrothed Xianing Zhao to his only son. And Xianing Zhao would soon arrive in the capital. Yixuan must have been captured by the people of the Red Sleeve Tower. Upon hearing this, Gu Beizong's pupils constricted, and his fierce gaze locked onto Gu Yixuan. Do you know Yixuan's identity? Gu Yixuan nodded, his gaze falling on the national sword that the emperor had awarded to Gu Beizong 20 years ago after his triumphant return. Although I was young back then, I vaguely remember that Yixuan was not born of my mother, but was brought back by you from outside. Given the relationship between you and my mother, it is naturally impossible for there to be a so-called illegitimate child, and everyone knows about your relationship with the Southern Yu General Fu Yunfei. So Yixuan's identity is not hard to guess. Gu Beizong looked at his only son, a dark cloud gathering in his eyes, his tone heavy. He is your brother. I know, and I have given him opportunities, but he has not valued this family that raised him for 20 years. Gu Yixuan faced Gu Beizong's sharp gaze without fear. Ridiculous. Is it possible that 20 years of nurturing cannot compare to blood ties? Gu Beizong slammed his hand on the table, causing the ink and brushes to topple. His fierce gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan, clearly not believing his words. But looking at his son's calm eyes, his momentum weakened, and he finally slumped into his chair, exhausted. What do you plan to do? Seeing Gu Beizong looking somewhat disheartened, Gu Yixuan felt a bit reluctant but still spoke. If he remembers his identity as the second son of the Gu family, then he is naturally still my brother. If he colludes with the remnants of the Southern Yu. Seeing the flash of killing intent in Gu Yixuan's eyes, Gu Beizong opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately just nodded sadly. You handle this matter. Don't let your mother know about it. I know, I won't tell her. After saying this, Gu Yixuan stood up and walked toward the door, knowing that Gu Beizong needed some time to digest this information. Shinner, how do you know about this? Just as he reached the door, Gu Beizong's voice came from behind. Gu Yixuan did not turn around, only responding in a low tone. Dad, does it matter? You just need to know that I will always be the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, and I will always be your and mother's son. That is enough. Hearing these words, no more conversation emerged from the study. Meanwhile, a painted boat quietly docked at the capital's pier. Chapter 15. You should be called Fu Yichen. The next morning, the atmosphere in the Golden Lawn Hall was tense. Emperor Xiao Xuanzi, having finished reading the memorial regarding Gu Yixuan's assassination, sat on the dragon throne overlooking the civil and military officials, his tone indifferent. Last night, the Marquis of Wuan was attacked. Can anyone tell me who did this? Upon hearing this, the officials all trembled, lowering their heads and not daring to look at the emperor's furious gaze, while secretly cursing who was so reckless as to dare to assassinate the newly appointed Marquis of Wuan in the street. Seeing no one respond, Xiao Xuanzi's eyes turned colder. Landing on the Minister of Justice, Xia Guanghai, you tell me. Xia Guanghai trembled as he stepped out of the line, bowing his head to Xiao Xuanzi. Your Majesty. The Ministry of Justice has already begun investigating, and I believe we will soon find the assassin of the Marquis of Wuan. Oh, then tell me, how soon is soon? Xiao Xuanzi's tone remained cold, and Xia Guanghai was already starting to sweat profusely. I don't know. Xia Guanghai knelt on the ground, wishing he could bury his head in the dirt. Announce my decree. The assassination of the Marquis of Wuan will be thoroughly investigated by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Imperial Shadow Guards. If you still cannot find the assassin, I will hold you accountable. After issuing his decree, Xiao Xuanzi looked at Gu Beizong, who had been silent, and his tones softened a bit. You need not worry, my dear minister. I will give the Marquis of Wuan an explanation. The old minister thanks your majesty for the great grace. Gu Beizong bowed in gratitude, but his eyes held a somewhat inexplicable emotion, as this matter might involve Gu Yichen. With the decree issued by Xiao Xuanzi, the capital was suddenly filled with rumors, and the common people were abuzz with discussion. What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers on the streets? I heard someone attempted to assassinate the Marquis of Wuan last night, and today the emperor is furious, ordering a thorough investigation. What? Who dares to assassinate the Marquis of Wuan? Who has such audacity? What about the Marquis of Wuan now? I don't know, but he should be fine. The Marquis of Wuan survived on the battlefield with tens of thousands of people. How could he be harmed by a few assassins? Meanwhile, Gu Yichen woke up from the pain in his neck, opened his eyes, and found himself in a dimly lit room, his hands and feet bound painfully with hemp ropes. Just as he tried to get up, another wave of pain shot through his neck. The memories before he fainted resurfaced in his mind after parting with Gu Yixuan. He had intended to find other friends to drink and relieve his boredom, but unexpectedly, he was ambushed from behind at a corner, only catching a glimpse of a figure in a conical hat before losing consciousness. "You're awake?" At this moment, a cold voice rang out in the room, and the candlelight flickered to life, allowing Gu Yichen to finally see the scene inside the room. A woman dressed in a moon-white long skirt was seen walking out from behind a screen, followed by a man in a straw hat. The moment Gu Yichen saw the man in the straw hat, his expression instantly became excited. "It's you, the one who knocked me out that day." The woman gestured for him to be quiet, and after fiddling with the oil lamp on the table, the warm yellow glow became brighter, illuminating a dot of vermilion between her brows. "My name is Xianing Zhao, the Princess of Nanyue." Before Xianing Zhao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Gu Yichen, who disdainfully said, "Nanyue was destroyed 20 years ago. Where would there be a princess?" "Kid." The man behind Xianing Zhao, Lin Fengxing, narrowed his eyes at the words, and just as he was about to raise his long sword, he was pressed down by Xianing Zhao. "I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. My father is the current Duke of Dinghua. If he finds out I'm missing, he will definitely order a thorough investigation, and you will all die." Gu Yichen had regained his calmness and looked at Xianing Zhao with indifferent eyes. "Are you so sure that Gu Beizong is your father?" Xianing Zhao looked at him, her tone complicated. Gu Yichen was taken aback, squinting his eyes, and asked, "What do you mean by that? There should be a character fu embroidered on your left shoulder, right?" As Xianing Zhao spoke, her gaze fell on Gu Yichen's left shoulder. Gu Yichen was stunned again upon hearing this. There was indeed a fu character embroidered on his left shoulder. He had asked his parents what it meant, but they had remained tight-lipped. How did this woman know? Seeing that Gu Yichen was still in a daze, Xianing Zhao continued, "Gu Beizong is not your biological father. Your biological father is General Fu Yunfei of Nanyue from 20 years ago, and your real name should be Fu Yichen. That fu character was embroidered by your mother before she died, meant to remind you of your true identity." Gu Yichen's face instantly turned pale, looking at Xianing Zhao in disbelief. "You're talking nonsense. How can my father be a general of Nanyue? My father is the Duke of Dinghua, Gu Beizong. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But that fu character on your shoulder can't be fake." Xianing Zhao's tone remained cold. "Gu Nanyue was destroyed by my father. If what you say is true, and I am the son of Fu Yunfei, then why would he leave me, a member of the Fu family bloodline, and bring me back to Kanglan Kingdom to raise me?" Gu Yichen looked at Xianing Zhao with a face full of skepticism. Although the fu character on his shoulder was real, how could Gu Beizong leave behind the child of an enemy and raise him by his side? Haha, it's well known that Gu Beizong and General Fu were friends. You can't be unaware of that, right? Lin Fengxing spoke up, looking at Gu Yichen with a hint of mockery. The words Gu Yichen wanted to refute got stuck in his throat. He really didn't know. Gu Beizong and his wife had never mentioned anything about Nanyue from 20 years ago, and as for his friends, it was even less likely they would discuss these things in front of the son of the Duke of Dinghua. Back then, General Fu sacrificed himself to escort me out of the city, blocking the Kanglan army with the Imperial City Guard until he was exhausted and died. At your mother's desperate pleading, Gu Beizong, recalling his past friendship with General Fu, spared your life. Xianing Zhao explained. Haha, I can't believe it. The father I've recognized for 20 years turns out to be my family's enemy. After the last shred of hope in his heart was shattered, Gu Yichen let out a bitter laugh, looking at Xianing Zhao in a daze. Why did you bring me here? What is your purpose in telling me all this? Naturally, it is for revenge. The vermilion on Xianing Zhao's brow glowed like blood under the candlelight. The fall of Nanyue caused countless people to be displaced. This blood feud must be avenged. Revenge? Just you guys? Gu Yichen showed disdain. Just the Gu family alone was not something Xianing Zhao could contend with, let alone the huge Kanglan kingdom. We can't do it alone, which is why I found you. Boom! Just as Xianing Zhao finished speaking, A loud noise suddenly came from outside. Chapter 16. The officials arrive. Bang! The door to the room was pushed open, and a young man dressed like a peddler rushed in, looking anxiously at Xianing Zhao. Miss, the officials are coming. Xianing Zhao's expression changed drastically, and Lin Fengxing angrily shouted, "What happened? How did the officials find this place?" "I don't know. The officials have already reached the courtyard, and our brothers are fighting desperately to hold them off. Please, miss, leave here quickly." The young man looked flustered, clearly at a loss. "Uncle Lin, don't say any more. Let's hurry." Xianing Zhao quickly calmed down. She knew this was not the time for discussion. The priority was to leave quickly. All right. Lin Fengxing also understood the urgency and was about to take Xianing Zhao away. But Xianing Zhao did not leave immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Gui Chen. "The officials are here. If you stay here, you can return to the Gu family and continue being the second young master of the Gu family. But now that you know all this, can you still enjoy everything the Gu family provides with a clear conscience?" Her words were gentle, but struck right at Gui Chen's heart, and he looked at Xianing Zhao with eyes full of struggle. "Come with us. I know you have many questions, and after I finish speaking with you, if you still want to be that young master of the Gu family, I won't stop you." After these words, there was no longer any hesitation in Gui Chen's eyes as he nodded to Xianing Zhao. "All right, I will go with you." Seeing Gui Chen agree to leave with them, Xianing Zhao nodded at Lin Fengxing. Lin Fengxing said nothing, stepping forward and, in Gui Chen's stunned gaze, effortlessly lifted him up like a chick, then lightly tapped his toes to break through the window. But to Gui Chen's surprise, the seemingly delicate Xianing Zhao was also skilled. She lightly tapped her toes against the house and swiftly followed Lin Fengxing, her speed not lagging at all. In the alley, Yixuan, dressed in a fitted outfit, sat on horseback, coldly watching one after another of the martial artists fall under the soldiers' long spears. Bang! As the last person collapsed, the spacious alley returned to silence, leaving behind hundreds of blood-soaked soldiers and a ground full of blood. Reporting to the Lord, the thieves have been completely eradicated. A bloodied armored general approached Gu Yixuan and bowed with fists clasped. Well done." Gu Yixuan nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he looked at the general, truly worthy of being the elite responsible for patrolling the imperial city. "You flatter me. My lord, a group of lowly rogues is nothing to speak of." The general spoke humbly, in front of their well-trained army. The martial artists of Hongxiu Tower were indeed not worth mentioning. Seeing the general say this, Gu Yixuan did not say much more and waved his whip, heading deeper into the alley. Upon reaching the small courtyard where Xianing Zhao was located, the hooves of the warhorse beneath him were already covered in blood. Gu Yixuan looked at the empty small courtyard. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But it's normal. If it were that easy to catch her, how could she still be called the heroine? Gu Yixuan knew that the first place Xianing Zhao came to after arriving in the capital was here, so he directly sent troops over to see if he could catch her. But unexpectedly, she still managed to escape. Dismounting, he walked into the room in the small courtyard and found that the dim room's oil lamp was still lit, indicating that they hadn't left for long. After scanning the furnishings in the room, Gu Yixuan also discovered a rope with binding marks. It seems Gui Chen was indeed tied up here. Grabbing the rope, a hint of coldness flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Since Gui Chen was brought here, but he is not here now, it seems he left with Xianing Zhao. Did he still make the same choice as before? Then let me see what abilities you remnants of Nanyue truly possess. Throwing the rope aside, Gu Yixuan walked out of the small courtyard and mounted his horse, leading the soldiers out of the alley. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to leave the alley, a figure dressed in black robes and wearing a dark iron mask blocked their path. "Who goes there?" The general who was riding behind Gu Yixuan saw the person approaching with a strange makeup and immediately tightened his grip on the long knife, shouting loudly. The soldiers behind him also pointed their long spears at the figure in the black robe, their eyes vigilant as if facing a great enemy. Gu Yixuan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. After his gaze swept over the faintly visible embroidery of the mysterious bird on the black robe, he recognized the identity of the visitor and said to the general, "You all go back first. He is not an enemy." The general hesitated upon hearing this, but seeing Gu Yixuan's calm expression, it was clear he must know the visitor, So he shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Return to the camp." Once the sound of hooves gradually faded, Gu Yixuan turned to look at the figure in the black robe and asked, "Ingwe's Grand Commander, Xining?" "Lord, it is indeed me." The figure in the black robe bowed and greeted him, a hoarse voice coming from beneath the dark iron mask. "What brings you to find me?" Gu Yixuan asked, puzzled, as he couldn't recall any interaction with these emperor's minions. "This morning during the court, upon hearing about the assassination attempt on you, His Majesty was furious and ordered us to thoroughly investigate the matter. That is how I found you," Xining replied hoarsely, his face obscured by the mask, making it difficult to see his features. Gu Yixuan suddenly understood. He had gone to mobilize troops to capture Xianning Zhao earlier that day and was unaware of the morning court incident. "I assume the group of Jianghu people you mobilized to encircle and kill must be the same ones who attempted to assassinate you. Do you know their identities? How dare they come to assassinate you?" Xianning continued. "In recent years, a rising Jianghu force known as Hong Shilu," Gu Yixuan replied without any intention to conceal the information. Even if he didn't say it, the Ingwe would soon find out on their own. Hong Shilu. A flash of contemplation crossed Xianying's eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "I understand now. I will order the capture of any Jianghu individuals related to Hong Shilu, so please rest assured, Lord." Gu Yixuan nodded, but he held no hope in his heart. Hong Shilu was not a simple Jianghu force. Under Xianning Zhao's careful management, even some officials in the court had been infiltrated. "Then I will take my leave." After saying this, Xianning once again bowed and disappeared into the alley with a few flickers. After handling the matter here, Gu Yixuan rode towards the Duping's mansion, recalling his mother, Murong Yun, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. He had sneaked out this morning, and if Murong Yun found out he had been injured last night and had mobilized troops to encircle the people of Hong Shilu today, she would inevitably scold him again. "Sigh, just bear with it. After all, she is my mother." Gu Yixuan sighed, but his expression didn't show much reaction. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he preferred this feeling of being cared for. Upon returning to the Duping's mansion, Gu Yixuan saw a carriage parked outside. Recognizing the wooden plaque hanging on it, he identified whose carriage it was. The Omping Marquis Mansion, Chapter 17. Lin Xiu's visit. Gu Yixuan dismounted and raised his hand to summon the doorman, asking, "What is the carriage from the Omping Marquis Mansion doing here?" "Young master." The doorman hurriedly trotted over. "It seems a Miss Lin Xiu came to find you. When she saw you weren't here, she was about to leave, but was spotted by the lady, so she was invited inside." Hearing the doorman's words, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but picture a small face with red-rimmed eyes in his mind. He shook his head and stepped into the mansion. Just as he reached the outside of the main hall, he saw Lin Xiu's little maid eavesdropping at the door, pressing her ear against it. Inside, his mother, Murong Yun, could be heard speaking with a smile. "Miss Lin, your brows and eyes are truly beautiful. You look even more refined than the newly presented Jade Guanyin in the palace." Watching Murong Yun's gaze, which seemed to be looking at her future daughter-in-law, Lin Xiu's ears turned red as if they might bleed, her hands tightly gripping her handkerchief. "Madam, you flatter me. Back in the day, your beauty was unrivaled in the capital, and you are still as elegant and dignified now. How could Xiu dare to show off in front of you?" Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Murong Yun looked at her with even more satisfaction, but still said, "I'm already the mother of 2 children. I have long since aged. How could I compare to you young girls?" While speaking, Murong Yun couldn't help but complain about Gu Yixuan in her heart, wondering how he could not have a favored girl, and yet, after just one outing yesterday, such a beautiful and well-behaved girl came to their door. "Miss Lin, what do you think of my son Xianer?" "Madam, Xiu is here to express gratitude to young Master Gu for saving my life last night. If it weren't for him intervening, I would have died at the hands of that killer." Murong Yun's words were not yet finished when Lin Xiu's delicate face instantly turned crimson. She could no longer care about any formalities and immediately stood up to take her leave. Seeing Lin Xiu's shy expression, Murong Yun realized she had been too hasty and quickly said, "I was abrupt. Miss Lin, please sit down. Xiana should be back shortly. That child really just got injured last night, and instead of resting properly, he went out early today. He really doesn't let one rest easy." At this point, A look of worry and reproach appeared on Murong Yun's face. Hearing Murong Yun's words, Lin Shishua couldn't help but feel worried too, but still comforted her. "Madam, don't worry. Young Master Gu must have important matters to attend to, and he is so capable that nothing will happen to him." Hearing Lin Shishua say this, Murong Yun's worries eased slightly, and she took her hand to sit down and talk with her. Outside, Gu Yixuan noticed the little maid's ears were slightly red, and she was whispering something. He stepped closer, and her words came to his ears. "It seems Madame Murong really likes the miss. Is the miss going to marry the Marquis of Wu? Then, as the miss's personal maid, do I also need to?" As she mumbled, her small face grew redder, and her eyes showed signs of shyness. Gu Yixuan stood behind the little maid, looking at her with a few black lines on his forehead, and reached out to tap her on the back of her head. "Ouch!" The little maid exclaimed in pain, covering her head and turning to see it was Gu Yixuan. Knowing her previous words had definitely been heard by him, her face instantly turned bright red. "The Marquis of Wu, I." The little girl's voice grew weaker. "Little girl, don't think about these things." Gu Yixuan had no ill feelings towards this little maid. He reached out to rub her small head and then walked into the main hall. The two women turned to look at the door upon hearing the sound, and upon seeing Gu Yixuan, Lin Shishua immediately stood up and saluted. "I have seen the Lord." However, Murong Yun was not like her. She quickly walked to Gu Yixuan's side. Seeing that his clothes were clean and he did not seem to be injured, she breathed a sigh of relief while scolding him. "You rascal, injured yet running around. Didn't you hear the doctor say you need a rest for a few days? You kept Miss Lin waiting for so long." "Madam, it's nothing. I didn't wait long," Lin Shishua said softly, her gaze falling on Gu Yixuan's boots, and her expression changed in surprise as she noticed there were actually some bloodstains on them. She was about to speak, but then saw Gu Yixuan glance at Murong Yun and shake his head, signaling her not to say anything. Seeing this, Lin Shishua held back the words she was about to say. Gu Yixuan looked at Murong Yun, who appeared angry, feeling helpless. He knew it would be like this. "Mother, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Your son is healthy and will recover soon." After comforting Murong Yun, Gu Yixuan turned his attention to Lin Shishua. "May I ask why Miss Lin has come to find me?" Lin Shishua replied, "I came to thank the Marquis of Wu for saving my life last night. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have died at the hands of that killer." "Xiao Zhu, come here," Lin Shishua said, calling the little maid at the door, and took a box from her hands. "This is the Blood Mountain ginseng I brought from Jiangnan. It has the effect of activating blood circulation and replenishing qi in blood. Please accept it, Marquis of Wu." Gu Yixuan looked at the box being handed to him and shook his head. "Miss Lin, you don't need to go through such trouble. It was I who caused you trouble, so you should take this Blood Mountain ginseng back." Lin Shishua shook her head stubbornly, her watery eyes looking at Gu Yixuan. "Although those assassins came for the Marquis of Wuan, you saved me, and that is a fact. You also helped me once at the Onping Marquis' residence. So you must accept this Blood Mountain ginseng today." Gu Yixuan looked at the stubborn little girl in front of him with some helplessness. He knew that with Lin Shishua's temperament, if he didn't accept it today, she would not give up easily. "All right, I'll accept this Blood Mountain ginseng." Seeing Gu Yixuan take the box, Lin Shishua finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Murong Yun, watching their conversation, had a glimmer in her eyes. Seeing that Lin Shishua seemed to be about to leave after giving the box, she quickly spoke up. "Shinner, Miss Shishua has waited for you for so long. You should at least show her some hospitality. Quickly take Miss Lin around the residence. I'll go have the kitchen prepare some pastries for you." After speaking, without waiting for Gu Yixuan to refuse, she quickly walked out of the hall. Gu Yixuan looked at his mother's departing figure and couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head helplessly as his gaze fell on Lin Shishua. "Miss Lin, please." Faced with this situation, Lin Shishua felt a bit at a loss. But seeing that Gu Yixuan had said so, she gently nodded and followed him to the backyard. At the same time, in a concealed room in the capital, Gu Yixin leaned back in a chair, rhythmically pressing his temples to alleviate the dizziness he felt. Not far away, Xianing Zhao was also sweating slightly. She picked up a teacup from the table and took a sip, her gaze falling on Lin Fengxing. "Uncle Lin, is there any news?" Although Lin Fengxing had been moving quickly while carrying Gui Chen, his breath remained steady. When he saw Xianing Zhao asking, he shook his head and replied, "No. The brothers there should all be dead. Sai, Uncle Lin, Yixuan and Ti have attempted to assassinate Gu Yixuan last night." Hearing Lin Fengxing's response, Xianing Zhao's eyes were filled with helplessness as she sighed. "Miss, could it be that our assassination last night exposed their location?" Lin Fengxing looked puzzled. With his and those Jianghu people's skills who assassinated Gu Yixuan, there shouldn't have been any traces left. Well, otherwise, with the government's capabilities, it wouldn't be possible for them to find out about it so quickly. Xianing Zhao nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. The assassination last night hadn't been approved by her. It was organized by Lin Fengxing himself, and she only learned of it after arriving in the capital. If it had succeeded, that would have been fine. But now that the assassination had failed and the emperor was furious, the entire city was under martial law, with the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court patrolling the streets at all times. Even the rarely seen imperial guards, the Yuyingwei, had been dispatched. During this time, it would not be simple for them to carry out activities in the capital. After Gu Yixuan returned to the city, he had guards with him. Last night, someone reported that he was alone in the city, so I wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate him, but I didn't expect to fail. Lin Fengxing's eyes were filled with regret. When Gu Yixuan returned triumphantly, he felt immense anger after hearing the words of the common people. Upon hearing from his subordinates that Gu Yixuan was alone in the city, he rushed over, but in the end, Gu Yixuan had called the patrolling army. No matter. Now that we have Gu Yichen as a pawn, eliminating the Gu family is just around the corner, Xianing Zhao said, her gaze falling on Gu Yichen, who was rubbing his temples. Chapter 18. Lin Shixue's request in the backyard of the Duke Dinghu's residence. Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue sat in a pavilion, with the little maid Zhuer standing not far away. On the stone table in front of them were the pastries just sent by Murong. "My mother is like this, so please don't mind, Miss Lin." Remembering how Murong looked at Lin Shixue as if she were a daughter-in-law when she left, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The Marquis is joking. To receive the lady's favor, Shixue is still happy. How could she mind? Lin Shixue's voice was soft, but her eyes held a hint of something inexplicable. Is that so? Gu Yixuan looked at her, his eyes filled with suspicion. In the story, Lin Shixue was quite strong-willed, never relying on the powerful, only wanting to take revenge with her own strength, and even faced with Liu Huijin, the Marquis of Jinyuan, she did not yield. Only when the two fell in love did she agree to accept his help. "Marquis, do I seem like that fish trapped in this pond, unable to attain the freedom I desire for my entire life?" Lin Shixue did not answer his question, her gaze falling on a fish in the pond, her words carrying a hint of melancholy. "Yesterday, I went through a lot of effort to finally get a chance to leave the residence. This morning, just by saying I wanted to visit Gu Yixuan, Lin Ruichong immediately changed his attitude, and even that woman dared not say much. The thing she had to work so hard to obtain might seem as easy as reaching into a pocket in the eyes of someone as important as Gu Yixuan, right? This disparity brought by identity and power made Lin Shixue, who had lived two lives, feel a bit dazed, as if everything she had done had lost its meaning. Miss Lin is joking. As the daughter of the Omping Marquis' residence, how could you be a fish without freedom? Gu Yixuan replied with a smile. He understood Lin Shixue's meaning and was aware of her current situation, but he still needed to deal with matters regarding Xianing Zhao, and had no time to concern himself with the Omping Marquis' affairs. Does the Marquis truly not know? Lin Shixue turned to look at him, her eyes filled with doubt, but more so with certainty, certain that Gu Yixuan knew what she was talking about. He just didn't want to admit it. Ahem, I'm just a mere martial man. How could I fathom the thoughts of young ladies? Gu Yixuan's gaze drifted as he casually said, "The dignified Marquis of Wuan would also feign ignorance?" Lin Shixue looked at Gu Yixuan, her gaze carrying a hint of grievance, and her eyes began to mist over. Gu Yixuan looked at Lin Shixue's tearful little face, and then glanced at Murong, who was lurking in the distance, observing with keen interest, feeling a bit of a headache. "Stop pretending. I'm afraid my mother will rush over and beat me up." Gu Yixuan rubbed his temples, speaking with a face full of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirshue's eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Gu Yixuan. So, does the Marquis want to help me? Gu Yixuan shook his head, not waiting for Lin Shirshue to speak, and directly said, "You suspect that your mother was harmed by someone, but you currently lack the ability to investigate, so you want me to help you, right?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Shirshue's delicate little face froze. How did he know? It's not difficult for me to investigate this matter, but the question is, why should I help you? What can I gain from it? Gu Yixuan's expression was cold. He knew the plot and also knew who had harmed Lin Shirshue's mother. Investigating the truth wasn't too difficult, but why should he help her? Looking at Gu Yixuan's indifferent expression, Lin Shirshue was momentarily speechless. Right? Apart from having met a few times, they had no ties. Gu Yixuan had saved her last night. But why should he help her? Miss Lin, negotiations can only take place when the strengths of both parties are equal, clearly. You're not in a position to negotiate with me right now. Gu Yixuan lightly tapped the table with his fingers, looking at Lin Shirshue with an indifferent gaze. He was not a good Samaritan. He wouldn't help her unconditionally just because he sympathized with her situation. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the pavilion. Gu Yixuan turned to look and found that Murong Yun was coming over with freshly brewed tea. "Mother, what brings you here?" Gu Yixuan immediately stepped forward, taking the lacquer tray with the teacups from his mother's hands. "If I didn't tea come, Shirshue would have been bullied to tears by you." Murong Yun glared at Gu Yixuan and walked to Lin Shirshue's side. Seeing her downcast expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Shirshue, what's wrong? Did this brat bully you? Tell me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson." Murong Yun had been secretly observing the situation between the two, for her son had finally interacted with a girl, and one who was so beautiful at that. How could she not care? When they first entered the backyard, the two were still happily chatting, but unexpectedly, the situation took a sharp turn after she brought over a plate of pastries. Seeing that Gu Yixuan seemed to be on the verge of making Lin Shirshue cry, Murong Yun hurriedly stepped in to stop it. Hearing Murong Yun's voice, Lin Shirshue finally reacted and forced a smile on her face, saying, "Madam, don't worry, young Master Gu hasn't bullied me." "Is that so?" Murong Yun immediately cast a suspicious glance at Gu Yixuan, who showed no fear of his mother's gaze. He indeed hadn't bullied Lin Shirshue. He was just stating a fact. "Well, it's getting late, so Shirshue will take her leave first." Lin Shirshue stood up, gently nodded to Murong Yun, and then prepared to say goodbye. Murong Yun wanted to keep her, but was stopped by Gu Yixuan, who shook his head at his mother, indicating that there was no need to keep her. Seeing this, Lin Shirshue curtsied to the two and then left the pavilion with Zhu. But just as she was about to exit, she turned to glance at Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan met her gaze calmly from Lin Shirshue's eyes. He understood her meaning. She wouldn't give up. After Lin Shirshue walked far away, Murong Yun turned to her son and asked, somewhat displeased, "Xian'er, what is going on between you and Shirshue? Weren't you fine at the beginning?" Looking at Lin Shirshue's departing figure, Gu Yixuan shook his head and said softly, "She wants me to help her investigate something, but I refused." Hearing this, Murong Yun was puzzled. With her son's ability, helping to investigate something shouldn't be difficult, right? Seeing the confusion in his mother's eyes, Gu Yixuan explained, "That matter happened a long time ago, and many people are involved. I'm currently dealing with the assassin issue and don't have the energy to help her." Although Murong Yun felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, she still acknowledged her son's decision. In her heart, her son was the most important. "By the way, Mother, do you know about the Marquis of Jinyuan?" Remembering the hostility Liu Huijin had shown him that day, Gu Yixuan asked. After all, he had no prior interactions with Liu Huijin, so the reason for Liu's hostility should be related to the Gu family. "Marquis of Jinyuan, Liu Huijin?" Mother isn't very clear. "But the previous Marquis of Jinyuan was your father's deputy general, and they launched the war to destroy Nanyue 20 years ago together. When your father returns, you can ask him." Although she didn't know why her son suddenly mentioned Liu Huijin, after pondering for a moment, Murong Yun shared what she knew. Upon hearing his mother's words, Gu Yixuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight as he muttered, "Is it related to the destruction of Nanyue 20 years ago again?" Chapter 19. Gu Yixuan has returned in the evening. The atmosphere in the Duke of Dinghui's residence was somewhat tense. Some servants passing by the main hall cautiously glanced inside before quickly leaving. Speak. Where have you been these past few days? You didn't come home for so long. Murong Yun sat upright in her chair, looking at Gu Yichen, who stood in front of her, her tone dissatisfied. I went out of town with friends. Mother, please don't be angry. Gu Yichen said as he walked behind Murong Yun to massage her shoulders, hoping to ease her displeasure. Your elder brother was injured and still went out. And you two, returning home only after playing for so many days. You two brothers really give me no peace of mind. Seeing Gu Yichen like this, Murong Yun snorted coldly, though her anger had diminished significantly. When Gu Yichen heard Murong Yun mention Gu Yixuan, a complex look flashed in his eyes. He had learned from Xianing Zhao about his origins, knowing that he and Gu Yixuan were not biological brothers. Xianing Zhao wanted him to use the Gu family's trust in him to help her execute some plans, and he agreed. But looking at the woman who had raised him, he couldn't help but begin to doubt whether what he was doing was right. However, things had come to this point, and Gu Yichen knew that since he had agreed to Xianing Zhao, he could not backtrack. He could only hope that Murong Yun would not blame him in the future. Chinner has returned? A voice came from outside. Gu Yichen looked up and saw Gu Beizong walking into the hall, followed by Gu Yixuan. After Gu Beizong returned to the residence, Gu Yixuan immediately sought him out to inquire about the Marquis of Jinyuan, and the facts were as he had suspected. Liu Huijin's father died in the war to destroy the country 20 years ago. As for the reason, Gu Beizong said it was due to his ambition, getting surrounded by the enemy and ultimately dying under a rain of arrows. Just as Gu Yixuan was contemplating the connection, a servant reported that Gu Yichen had returned, prompting him to come here with Gu Beizong. Father, elder brother. Gu Yixuan greeted the two, his tone, as usual, but he still noticed a trace of estrangement in Gu Yichen's eyes. It's good that you're back. Gu Beizong nodded, looking at him with a complex expression. Gu Yixuan had already informed him that Gu Yichen had met with Xianing Zhao. Gu Yichen should have known about his origins by now, but he still appeared in the Gu family, pretending as if nothing was wrong. What was the purpose of that? Since Yichen has returned, that day was my elder brother's mistake. He shouldn't have said that to you. I hope you don't mind. Gu Yixuan smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of apology, as if he genuinely wanted to apologize to Gu Yichen. Elder brother, don't say that. That day was my fault for speaking thoughtlessly. I don't blame you. Gu Yichen shook his head, his expression calm, as if he truly didn't care about what Gu Yixuan had said that day. Were you two brothers playing it with riddles? Murong Yun, hearing their conversation, looked at them with confusion. It's nothing, mother. Yichen just got back and probably hasn't eaten anything yet. Hurry and have the kitchen prepare something for him. Gu Yixuan smiled and indicated that it was nothing, then spoke to his mother. Chinner is right. You should hurry and ask the kitchen to make some food so that Chinner won't go hungry. Gu Beizong glanced at Gu Yixuan and, seeing his calm demeanor, sighed inwardly before speaking. Murong Yun looked at the three of them and felt the atmosphere was somewhat strange, but since her husband had said so, she didn't say much more and left the hall to instruct the servants to prepare food. After Murong Yun left, Gu Beizong turned to Gu Yixuan and Gu Yichen and said, I have some matters to attend to. You brothers can chat for a while. After glancing at Gu Yixuan, he turned and left the hall. I heard from mother that elder brother was injured. Once the room was left with just the two brothers, Gu Yichen spoke first. Gu Yixuan looked at his somewhat worried expression and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. He walked over to a chair, sat down, picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and replied calmly, It's nothing. I was attacked by a few assassins last night and sustained some superficial injuries. Gu Yichen's eyes widened slightly. I wonder who is so bold as to dare to assassinate elder brother? Gu Yixuan raised his gaze to him, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. I haven't traced the identity of the assassins yet, but they left traces when they escaped. Following those traces, I discovered their hiding place this morning. Hearing this, Gu Yichen's pupils constricted. The person who led the attack on Xianing Zhao South hiding place this morning was Guam Yixuan. Did elder brother discover anything from it? A hint of panic flashed in Gu Yichen's eyes. He had been with Xianing Zhao this morning, and if Gu Yixuan found out. Fortunately, Gu Yixuan's response did not disappoint him. Gu Yixuan shook his head and said, with a hint of regret in his tone, I didn't find anything useful. By the time my people dealt with the miscellaneous fish responsible for holding them off, the mastermind had already run away. Gu Yichen immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his eyes filled with gratitude, but he still followed Gu Yixuan's words and said, "What a pity." In response, Gu Yixuan merely shook his head and didn't comment further. He stood up, walking toward the door, while saying, "Mother has been very worried about you these days while you weren't home. When you have dinner with her later, remember to cheer her up a bit." Elder brother Isnt joining mother for dinner? Gu Yichen asked, puzzled. "No, I have things to handle. You can stay with your mother." After saying this, Gu Yixuan walked out of the hall. Gu Yichen watched Gu Yixuan's departing figure, a strange light flashing in his eyes. What he needed to do now was to quietly stay in the Gu family, waiting for the storm of the assassination to pass before implementing the next step of his plan. Gu Yixuan returned to his room, looked at the sword hanging on the wall, thought for a moment, and then spoke softly, "Gu Yi, young master." A figure appeared outside the door, bowing with cupped fists. In this era, noble families had the habit of training assassins, as these assassins were not only loyal, but could also help them handle some dark matters. The Gu family was no exception and had trained a group of assassins known as the Qianzhuai. Gu Yi, the leader of the Qianzhuai, was responsible only to Gu Beizong and Gu Yixuan. Even in the previous life, when the Gu family's father and son died, Gu Yichen had spent considerable effort to completely take control of the Qianzhuai. Monitor the second young master closely during this time. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately, Gu Yixuan said, his tone indifferent. "Yes." Gu Yi responded in a low voice, then disappeared outside the door. In the following days, the capital was calm. Gu Yixuan was forcibly kept at the Duke of Dinghua's residence by Murong Yin under the pretense of recovering from injuries, not allowing him to go out freely. Gu Yichen also showed no unusual behavior, seemingly treating himself as the second young master of the Gu family as before. One day, when Gu Yixuan saw that his injuries had mostly healed and was practicing with a halberd in the training yard, a servant came in holding an invitation. "Young master, this is an invitation from the Marquis of Jinyuan." Clang! The black iron halberd was thrust into the ground. Gu Yixuan took the towel handed to him by the servant, wiped the sweat from his face, and then picked up the invitation. A banquet? After reading the contents of the invitation, a look of confusion appeared on Gu Yixuan's face. It turned out that Liu Huijin was hosting a banquet at his residence tomorrow evening, inviting many young masters and young ladies from the capital's noble families. And he was also among those invited. "Yes, young master." The servant from the Marquis of Jinyuan said that the Marquis is waiting for you at the residence and asked you to be sure to attend, the servant said, lowering his head and speaking softly. "Ha! It can't just be a simple banquet, can it?" Gu Yixuan sneered, given the hostility Liu Huijin had shown him that day. How could he sincerely invite him to this so-called banquet? There must be hidden motives. But since the invitation was delivered, would it not be a disappointment to Liu Huijin's good intentions if he did not go? Gu Yixuan's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he murmured. The next morning, after finishing breakfast and just returning to his room, Gu Yi's voice came from outside. "Young master, I have something to report." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan immediately let him in, feeling curious about why Gu Yi, who had been silent for the past few days, suddenly sought him out today. Gu Yi entered the room and took out a note from his pocket, handing it to Gu Yixuan. This was secretly sent out by the second young master this morning. "I had someone intercept it. Please take a look, young master." Gu Yixuan took the note, and after reading its contents, his eyes turned cold. "Take my waist token and go there." In the evening, the sunset was fiery. Gu Yixuan and Gu Yichen left the residence together, each taking a carriage to the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence. Indeed, Gu Yichen, as the second young master of the Gu family, was also on the guest list. Moreover, at Murong Yun's repeated request, Gu Yixuan brought along more than a dozen bodyguards. In the carriage, Gu Yixuan repeatedly rubbed the jade pendant at his waist, listening to the synchronized footsteps of the guards outside, his gaze growing colder. At the entrance of the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, lanterns were brightly lit, and several carriages were parked along the bluestone path. As soon as Gu Yixuan's carriage came to a stop, a young servant stepped up on a low stool to lift the curtain. "Marquis of Wuan, second young master Gu, please come in." Gu Yixuan jumped down from the carriage. scanning the surroundings and surprisingly spotting the carriage of the Marquis of Anping, remembering the expression on Lin Xiu's face when she left that day. Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel a headache. Why do I keep running into that girl? Beside him, Gu Yichen heard his murmurs and turned his head in confusion. Elder brother, what did you say? Nothing. Let's go. Gu Yixuan shook his head and stepped towards the Marquis's door. Gu Yichen quickly followed, while the bodyguards waited outside the residence. The steward of the Marquis had long been waiting under the porch. Seeing Gu Yixuan and Gu Yichen approaching, he immediately came forward. I pay my respects to the Marquis of Wuan and second young Master Gu. Gu Yixuan nodded, signaling the steward to be at ease. The Marquis has commanded the servants to wait here for the arrival of the Marquis of Wuan. Please follow me. The steward stood up respectfully and gestured for them to enter. Gu Yixuan nodded, leading Gu Yichen to follow the steward into the Marquis's residence, heading towards the banquet area. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, the steward signaled a servant standing at the door. The servant immediately understood, quickly entering the hall and calling out loudly. The Marquis of Wuan has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall immediately set down their actions and turned to look at the entrance. When Gu Yixuan walked into the hall, they all bowed and saluted. We pay our respects to the Marquis of Wuan. Gu Yixuan scanned the room and immediately spotted many familiar faces among the crowd, all young masters and young ladies from noble families. It seemed Liu Huijin had indeed put some thought into this banquet. Meanwhile, Gu Yichen, watching this scene, felt a surge of jealousy rise within him, and his hand slightly clenched in his large sleeve. Please rise. Today is the banquet hosted by the Marquis of Jinyuan, and I am also one of the guests. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Gu Yixuan said with a smile, his clear voice resonating. The guests relaxed as they stood, feeling less tense at his words. After all, although Gu Yixuan was of similar age to them, he was the legitimate eldest son of the Duke of Dinghua and the Marquis of Wuan, personally conferred by the emperor. His status was not something they could compare to. However, with so many influential figures in the capital, there were naturally those of equal status to Gu Yixuan. A young man dressed in a luxurious white robe, with a somewhat youthful face, stepped out from the crowd. He waved at Gu Yixuan, his tone slightly excited as he called out, "Brother Yixuan." Hearing someone call him this way, Gu Yixuan turned to look, and upon seeing the youth, he immediately recognized his identity as the younger brother of the current king of Chu, Xiao Jingheng. Looking at Xiao Jingheng's youthful face, a smile appeared on Gu Yixuan's face, as this boy was entirely different from his older brother, who could only sit in a wheelchair due to a disability. Usually, he loved to follow Gu Yixuan around, begging him to teach him martial arts, dreaming of one day going to battle. "Brother Yixuan, you've been back for so long. Why haven't you come to find me?" Xiao Jingheng approached Gu Yixuan through the crowd, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I just haven't had the time. You know what happened when I returned to the city?" Gu Yixuan explained with a chuckle, seeing the boy's puffed-up expression, remembering the assassination incident. Xiao Jingheng's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Gu Yixuan. "I heard from my brother that you encountered an assassination attempt. I wanted to come see you, but my brother Wu Ti let me. How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little scrape. Those few assassins can't do anything to me." Gu Yixuan shook his head, signaling that he was all right. "That's good to hear." Xiao Jingheng sighed in relief upon hearing Gu Yixuan's reassurance. "Elder brother, little prince. A friend is calling me, so I'll go over there first." Gu Yichen, feeling awkward as he couldn't join their conversation, quickly spoke when he noticed someone in the banquet calling for him. "All right, you go ahead." Gu Yixuan nodded after glancing at the crowd. Indeed, seeing someone calling for Gu Yichen. Xiao Jingheng, seeing this, said nothing. He didn't particularly dislike Gu Yixuan, but wasn't fond of him either. Seeing him take the hint to walk away, he naturally wouldn't stop him. After Gu Yichen left, Xiao Jingyan immediately pulled Gu Yixuan to find a seat and sat down. Speaking regretfully, "I originally wanted to go on this expedition with you, Yixuan, but my elder brother wouldn't let me. He even said something pretentious about a son of 1,000 golds shouldn't go to the battlefield. I don't care about that, but he just won't let me go, even saying that if I sneak out, he would break my legs and make me like him." Hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Your brother is also worried about you. The battlefield is not a game. People really die there." Xiao Jingyan shook his head, clearly not wanting to discuss this further, and instead excitedly said to Gu Yixuan, "Forget about that, Yixuan. Quickly tell me about your expedition this time." Chapter 21. Angry Lin Fiao. The banquet was lively, with some wealthy young masters gathering in groups, either pretending to flatter or genuinely enjoying the conversation, overall appearing to have a good time. Among the female guests, Lin Shixue and Liu Yitong sat together, occasionally glancing at Gu Yixuan. Why does my sister keep looking at the Marquis of Wuan? Could it be that she really has feelings for him? Liu Yitong, noticing Lin Shixue's distracted demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "Sister, are you joking?" Lin Shixue was about to retort when their conversation was interrupted by Lin Feiyao from not far away. Miss Liu, my sister's gaze fixed on a Marquis of Wuan is even more revealing than those infatuated looks and plays. I advise you not to get too close to her, lest you pick up her bad habits." Lin Feiyao walked over in her embroidered shoes, and the rich young ladies following her also giggled behind their handkerchiefs. Liu Yitong's eyes were filled with anger upon hearing this, and just as she was about to scold Lin Feiyao, Lin Shixue stopped her. She looked calmly at Lin Feiyao and spoke softly. "It seems that father's recent house arrest hasn't made you realize your mistakes." Hearing Lin Shixue's words, Lin Feiyao's eyes flashed with anger. She had tried to frame Lin Shixue, but ended up being confined for several days by Lin Ruichang. Today, with her mother's help, she had finally been released from house arrest to attend the banquet hosted by Marquis Jinyuan. Unexpectedly, shortly after arriving, she saw Lin Shixue's gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan, the very person she couldn't forget. She had also heard her mother say that Lin Shixue, this lowly, illegitimate daughter, had managed to establish a connection with Gu Yixuan in just a few days. How could she tolerate this? When she saw Liu Yitong inquiring, she directly mocked her. But Lin Shixue's response was about the house arrest. Before Lin Feiyao could speak, Lin Shixue continued, "Moreover, as the legitimate daughter of the Anping Marquis' residence, you represent the Marquis family in public. In such a serious occasion, speaking foul words, don't you think it would bring shame to father?" Lin Shixue's tone was calm, but her eyes held a hint of disdain, making it clear that she understood her half-sister, just like her brother, was foolish. Lin Feiyao noticed the disdain in Lin Shixue's eyes, and her face turned angry. Looking around at the surrounding young ladies, she found that they too expressed contempt similar to Lin Shixue's, and some were even whispering. As a legitimate daughter of the Marquis' residence, her words are so blatant. I wonder how the Marquis' lady taught her. Hey, what lady? The Anping Marquis only has one wife. Oh, could it be that the Anping Marquis is such a devoted man, marrying only one wife in his lifetime? Which man isn't fickle? That Miss Lin San is just the Anping Marquis' illegitimate daughter, right? I heard the Anping Marquis once thought about taking a concubine, but all the women he favored mysteriously died. I think they were all harmed by his legal wife. Huh? The Anping Marquis' wife is so vicious? Lin Feiyao vaguely overheard their conversation, her anger boiling over, and she immediately shouted, "What are you talking about?" Her loud voice instantly attracted the attention of those around them. The few young ladies, realizing they were gossiping behind someone's back and had been overheard, immediately looked awkward and left. Lin Feiyao's companions quickly surrounded her, offering comfort. "Yao Yao, don't be angry." Meanwhile, Liu Yitong, who witnessed the entire process, was left in shock. She turned to Lin Shixue, her tone incredulous. "Sister, what did you just say? Why did Lin Feiyao react so strongly?" At this moment, Lin Shixue returned to her previously delicate demeanor, and when faced with Liu Yitong's inquiry, she chuckled lightly. "I was just stating the facts. Didn't sister hear it just now?" But, despite Lin Shixue's words, Liu Yitong still found it hard to believe. Lin Feiyao had never backed down in their previous confrontations. Yet today, she was provoked by just a few words from Lin Shixue. Seeing Liu Yitong's incredulous expression, Lin Shixue simply smiled gently without saying more. She recalled the words of those young ladies earlier and couldn't help but ponder. Could her mother's death really be related to that Li Huiru? However, with her current abilities, she couldn't possibly investigate the events of that year. Thinking of this, Lin Shixue's gaze unintentionally fell on Gu Yixuan in the distance. She took a flower and bird hairpin from her head, running her fingers over the rough patterns, while silently saying in her heart, "Mother, you said not to let Schwerer come to the capital, but I still came. Don't worry, I will uncover the truth soon and clear your name." At this moment, Gu Yixuan, who was drinking and discussing battlefield matters with Xiao Jingyan, also sensed the gaze upon him. He looked up and found it was Lin Xiu, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Xiao Jingyan, who was engrossed in the conversation, noticed Gu Yixuan suddenly quiet and looked over in confusion. When he saw Gu Yixuan staring in the direction of the female guests, he followed his gaze and discovered a young girl in a light green long dress. Her face beautiful and exuding a charming aura. This discovery shocked Xiao Jingyan. In his impression, Gu Yixuan never even glanced at these young ladies from wealthy families. Yet today he was staring at one. However, when he came to his senses, a teasing smile appeared on Xiao Jingyan's face as he said to Gu Yixuan, "Yixuan, which family's young lady is that? You've actually been captivated." Hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, Gu Yixuan came back to his senses and saw the teasing look in his eyes. Replying helplessly, "What do you mean captivated? She's just a friend." But Xiao Jingyan would not believe the claim of just a friend. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Gu Yixuan. "Friend? I haven't heard of you being friends with any young ladies from wealthy families." Without waiting for Gu Yixuan to refute, he continued, "Speaking of which, Yixuan, you're not young anymore. It's time to find a wife. I think that young lady just now is quite nice." Slap! Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingyan, who was chattering away, and gave him a light smack on the forehead. Xiao Jingyan, feeling the pain, quickly covered his head. "You little brat who hasn't even grown up yet. Are you concerned about my lifelong affairs?" Xiao Jingyan was about to retort, but saw the dangerous glint in Gu Yixuan's eyes, so he could only mutter under his breath, "What little brat? In a few years, I'll be of age. By then, I will definitely marry a beauty. Unlike you, Yixuan, still alone at this age." Hearing Xiao Jingyan's mutter, Gu Yixuan's forehead twitched with a few black lines. Just as he was about to teach this kid another lesson, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiu gracefully walking towards them. Chapter 22. Lin Xiu's conditions. Seeing Lin Xiu approaching, Xiao Jingyan immediately began to make faces at Gu Yixuan. "Yixuan, someone is here to see you." Gu Yixuan shot him a glare, feeling a bit of a headache as he watched Lin Xiu walking towards him. He really had no way to deal with this stubborn girl. The others at the table looked at Lin Xiu as if she was going to approach Gu Yixuan, their expressions filled with surprise. After all, they had not heard of any interactions between the Marquis of Wuan and any young ladies. Having seen the Marquis of Wuan, the young prince, Lin Xiu ignored the strange looks and walked straight up to Gu Yixuan, bowing slightly. "Please rise, Mississippi." Before Gu Yixuan could speak, Xiao Jingyan couldn't help but interject. After Lin Xiu stood up, he excitedly said before Gu Yixuan could say anything, "Which family is this young lady from? I just saw Yixuan looking at you the whole time. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen him look at a girl like this. Ouch. Yixuan, why are you hitting me?" However, before Xiao Jingyan could finish his sentence, he received a smack on the head from the black-faced Gu Yixuan. He immediately covered his forehead, accusing Gu Yixuan, "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Gu Yixuan replied, not caring about his reaction, and turned to look at Lin Xiu. "Miss Lin, is it about that matter from that day?" Lin Xiu's face flushed slightly at Xiao Jingyan's words. But upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, she nodded. "Yes, Marquis." Gu Yixuan shook his head helplessly and then looked at Xiao Jingyan, who was eavesdropping beside them. "Jingyan, you go first." "Yixuan, you guys chat. Someone seemed to call me earlier. I'll go over there first." Before Gu Yixuan could finish speaking, Xiao Jingyan proactively stood up and walked into the crowd. However, before leaving, he still made a series of exaggerated expressions to Gu Yixuan, implying, "Look at how considerate your brother is, right?" Seeing Xiao Jingyan's misunderstanding of his relationship with Lin Xiu deepening, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, since he had already walked away, there was no way to explain, and Gu Yixuan could only shake his head helplessly and turn back to Lin Xiu. "I thought I made myself very clear that day. Why are you still not giving up? Moreover, I currently have no energy to help you. I haven't dealt with those assassins yet." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Xiu's expression didn't change at all, and she calmly replied, Shui naturally knows that there is no help without reason. But since I dared to come to find the Marquis, doesn't the Marquis want to know the reason? Oh, then let's hear it. Gu Yixuan couldn't help but be curious. What price was Lin Shui willing to pay to investigate this matter? Since the Marquis knows what I want to investigate, then you should know the identity of my mother, right? Lin Shui didn't directly tell Gu Yixuan the reason. Instead, she posed a question to him. That is natural. Gu Yixuan nodded. Knowing the plot, he naturally knew Lin Shui's mother's identity. Lin Shui's mother was named Liu Xiu, the young lady of the Liu family, a prominent family in Jiangnan. Lin Ruichong met her while traveling in Jiangnan when he was young, and the two quickly fell in love, resulting in the birth of Lin Shui. Although the Liu family in Jiangnan couldn't compare to the Gu family in terms of wealth and influence, their accumulated wealth over generations was still astonishing. At this point, Lin Shui's gaze clearly struggled for a moment, but quickly returned to calm as she continued. Before my grandfather passed away, he entrusted the key to the Liu family's treasury to my mother, and before she died, she passed it on to me. If the Marquis is willing to help me find out who harmed my mother, I am willing to hand over the wealth accumulated by the Liu family to you. Hearing Lin Shui's words, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He didn't expect Lin Shui to offer the Liu family's property to ask for his help. It is known that in the original plot, due to an invasion from an enemy country, the court sent Liu Huaijin to resist but couldn't provide any rations. In desperation, Lin Shui, who was already the Marquis's wife, took out the wealth from the Liu family's treasury to help Liu Huaijin distribute rations, ultimately successfully repelling the enemy troops. And Lin Shui was thus granted the title of a first-rank noble lady. You are so casually offering the wealth accumulated by the Liu family to me. Will the Liu family agree? Gu Yixuan looked at Lin Shui with a smile. In the original plot, the Liu family strongly opposed Lin Shui's intention to use the treasures from the treasury as rations. In the end, under the pressure of the court, plus the court's promise of numerous benefits, they reluctantly agreed. That is a matter for the Marquis to consider. I only need to hand over the key to the treasury to you. Lin Shui's expression was indifferent, apart from her mother and grandfather. She had no feelings for the Liu family. A large part of the reason she came to the capital was that the Liu family had been making things difficult for her, wanting her to hand over the key to the treasury. But in her past life, she was too naive, thinking that fleeing to the capital to seek her father would mean no one would covet that wealth, only to find that it was just escaping from a wolf's den into a tiger's lair. Even her biological father was extremely eager for those treasures, going so far as to torment her and ultimately abandoning her, leaving her to die alone in bed. But now it was different. Lin Shui looked at the powerful young man before her, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Haha, not bad, very good. Gu Yixuan looked at Lin Shui, his eyes filled with surprise. He didn't expect Lin Shui to realize the power of authority so quickly in this life. It seemed that the decisive action he took against Lin Fei Yao in the Amping Marquis' residence had a significant impact on her. So, does the Marquis agree to help me? Lin Shui looked at Gu Yixuan, who was smiling, and asked. Of course. Gu Yuan nodded. Investigating the matter of Liu Xiu was not difficult for him, just a bit troublesome, but no one would complain about having more money. As for the Liu family's opposition, Gu Yixuan didn't care at all. He wouldn't need the so-called consent of the Liu family like in the original plot. Before the Iron Cavalry, all obstacles would turn to dust. Seeing Gu Yixuan agree, Lin Shui's eyes flashed with joy as she raised her hand to take off the flower and bird hairpin from her head, handing it to Gu Yixuan. This is the key to the treasury. Please accept it, Marquis. However, Gu Yixuan did not immediately take the flower and bird hairpin, but looked at Lin Shui and asked, Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind? Facing Gu Yixuan's question, Lin Shui simply shook her head and said seriously, I trust the Marquis. Looking at Lin Shui's earnest expression, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but smile as he took the ancient-looking flower and bird hairpin. His fingers traced the pattern on the hairpin, and he took out his jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Lin Shui. Your mother passed away 5 years ago. It's been too long, and it will take time to investigate. Hold on to this jade pendant. If you can't wait, you can come to the Dingwa Gongfu to find me, and I will tell you what I have found out. Lin Shui took the jade pendant, and, just as she was about to speak, Xiao Jingyan, who had not been gone for long, suddenly popped up from somewhere, looking as if he had just caught them in the act, pointing at the two and shouting, "Oomph. You've already exchanged tokens of affection and still lied to me, saying it's nothing. Now I've caught you." Hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, Lin Shui's face instantly turned bright red as she clutched the jade pendant Gu Yixuan had given her, stammering, it's not what you think. We are." But her shy appearance only further convinced Xiao Jingyan of their relationship. However, he didn't press Lin Shui, but turned to look at Gu Yixuan. "Yixuan-ji, do you have anything else to say?" Gu Yixuan shot a glare at Xiao Jingyan and casually grabbed a piece of pastry from the table, throwing it at him. "You're so talkative. This is a token for business. Don't overthink it." Xiao Jingyan caught the pastry with one hand and leaned over with a mischievous grin. "A token? Which family uses a jade pendant as a token for business? I see it's clearly someone trying to win over a girl." Lin Shui's little face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Just as she was about to explain herself, Gu Yixuan had already reached out to stop her, turning to look at Xiao Jingyan with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Jingyan, if you keep spouting nonsense, believe it or not, I'll send someone to take you back to the royal residence and have His Highness the King of Chu confine you for a few days. I think His Highness would not refuse my request." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan couldn't help but shrink back. His brother liked to discipline him whenever he had the chance. If Gu Yixuan really sent someone to take him back and talk to Xiao Jinghang about it, he would definitely be more than willing to help. Thinking of this, Xiao Jingyan dared not mention the token of love anymore. All right, I won't say anything more." However, Xiao Jingyan still turned to Lin Shui, patting his chest and saying, "Miss Shui, if you're bullied by my cold-faced brother in the future, feel free to come find me. What would you do?" At this point, seeing Gu Yixuan looking at him with a half-smile, Xiao Jingyan felt he couldn't back down. He rolled his eyes and continued, "I will help you. I will help you tell Madame Morong to come and teach brother Yixuan a lesson." Watching Xiao Jingyan's slightly fearful yet still trying to appear tough demeanor, Lin Shui couldn't help but smile softly, saying, "Then I thank the young prince." Gu Yixuan was too lazy to respond, casually lifting the wine cup from the table and taking a sip. Noticing that Lin Shui was still standing beside him, he couldn't help but ask, "You?" But before he could finish, a servant standing at the door shouted loudly, "Lord Jin Yuan has arrived." Gu Yixuan's gaze followed, and he saw the tall and stern-looking Liu Huijin walking into the hall, dressed in a black cloak, followed by a young man in literary robes. "I've met Lord Jin Yuan." Upon Liu Huijin's arrival, everyone in the hall bowed in greeting. However, Gu Yixuan and Xiao Jingyan did not move. Gu Yixuan remained seated in his armchair, taking a sip from his wine cup. Xiao Jingyan was identical in action, but instead of a wine cup, he held the pastry that Gu Yixuan had thrown at him earlier. Their actions were particularly conspicuous in the crowd, and Liu Huijin immediately noticed the two of them and Lin Shui beside them. For some reason, seeing Lin Shui with Gu Yixuan made Liu Huijin feel a sense of irritation. However, in such an important occasion, he wouldn't say much, and his gaze fell on the crowd that was bowing, speaking in a loud voice, "Everyone, please rise." Only then did the crowd stand up, and those in the center of the hall automatically made way for Liu Huijin to pass. Liu Huijin walked to the main seat and sat down, while the scholar who followed him stood behind him. Sitting at the main seat, Liu Huijin scanned the crowd in the hall, his voice deep yet not cold. "Today's banquet was intended to invite all the lords here to thank you for your care over the years for my Jin Yuan Marquis Manor. However, most of you are busy with court affairs and could not come, so I invited all of you young masters and misses to show my gratitude." Hearing this, everyone in the hall bowed again, exclaiming that they did not dare, although they knew this was merely a formality, given Liu Huijin's status. They still had to show him respect. However, Xiao Jingyan, as the younger brother of the king of Chu, had no such scruples. While eating the pastry, he curiously asked Gu Yixuan, "Brother Yixuan, what exactly is this ice-cold face inviting us for? What is his ulterior motive?" Lin Shui, hearing Xiao Jingyan's address to Liu Huijin, couldn't he help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. However, looking at Liu Huijin's stern expression, it seemed that the title was not wrong. Yixuan also smiled slightly, but he didn't know Liu Huijin's intentions either, so he shook his head and replied, I don't know either, but it shouldn't be as simple as a banquet. As it turned out, Yixuan was correct. After Liu Huijin exchanged a few pleasantries, a maid appeared holding a lacquer tray. Seeing the items on the lacquer tray, Yixuan turned to Liu Xiu beside him with an odd look. Noticing Yixuan's gaze, Liu Xiu turned her head, looking at him in confusion. My lord, what is wrong? Nothing. Yixuan waved his hand, but he felt increasingly curious inside because the lacquer tray held a 9-linked ring. In the original storyline, Liu Xiu and Liu Huijin met because of the 9-linked ring. It was also at a banquet where someone took out such a 9-linked ring, asking the young ladies and young masters present to solve it, but none succeeded. In the end, it was Liu Xiu who had seen the 9-linked ring during her travels with the Liu family's merchant caravan, who managed to solve it. It was at that moment that Liu Huijin became interested in her. And during that banquet, when Lin Feiao bullied Liu Xiu, he helped her, and thus they became acquainted. Because of this, when Yixuan saw the 9-linked ring in the maid's hand, he looked at Liu Xiu with an odd expression. After all, though the process was somewhat different, wasn't this now the scene of the male and female leads meeting for the first time? Yixuan's gaze shifted, and he saw Liu Huijin stand up from his seat, picking up the 9-linked ring from the maid's lacquer tray, and speaking, this is a small item I discovered, called the 9-linked ring. Although it is simply made, it is not so easy to untangle. He continued, fortunately, all you talented individuals are here today, so I brought it here. If anyone can untangle it, I will gift them the snowy landscape after the rain painting by the previous dynasty's painting sage. As soon as Liu Huijin finished speaking, 2 maids appeared, slowly unfolding a scroll painted with a vast snowy scene. Chapter 24. Let me try. Upon seeing the snowy landscape after the rain painting by the previous dynasty's painting sage, a gasp arose in the hall. There are not many true works left by the previous dynasty's painting sage, and each one is worth a fortune. The Yixuan Marquis would actually take it out as a prize. If I can untangle that 9-linked ring, will the Yixuan Marquis really gift me the snowy landscape after the rain? A young man in white couldn't help but ask. Liu Huijin looked at him, a hint of a smile appearing on his stern face as he nodded, of course. After saying this, Liu Huijin shook the 9-linked ring in his hand, and the hall immediately buzzed with whispers. Several self-proclaimed clever young men began to roll up their sleeves. Even among the female guests, there were young ladies looking at the 9-linked ring in Liu Huijin's hand with shining eyes. Should I give it a try? The young man in white spoke first. Upon hearing this, Liu Huijin gently nodded, placing the 9-linked ring back in the lacquer tray held by the maid, who then brought it to the young man. The young man picked up the 9-linked ring, and the surrounding people's gazes fell on him, filled with curiosity, as I wanted to see if he could untangle this oddly shaped item. Seeing the attention from those around him, the young man in white took a deep breath and began to move his fingers over the 9-linked ring. As the metal rings clinked together, a crisp sound rang out, and the first 3 rings were quickly untangled. The crowd looked at him in astonishment, even a few secretly regretted not speaking up earlier. But just as everyone thought the young man in white could untangle the 9-linked ring, he suddenly froze in his movements after untangling 3 rings. Looking up, he found that beads of sweat had started to form on his forehead. Unwilling to give up, he tried a few more times, but the rings became increasingly tangled. Seeing this, the young man's face turned red, and he placed the 9-linked ring back in the lacquer tray, softly saying, I concede, before retreating back into the crowd. The onlookers were also filled with surprise. It seemed that this 9-linked ring was indeed not so easy to untangle. However, some people were still undeterred, reaching for the 9-linked ring held by the maid, their fingers flying as they attempted to solve it. But soon they were met with failure, just like the young man in white. Even a few young ladies stepped forward to try, but none succeeded, which only caused more and more people to gather around the maid. During this process, Liu Huijin remained silent, simply sitting upright in the main seat, raising his wine cup to drink, occasionally casting his gaze into the crowd. Liu Xiu looked at the 9 linked rings, and memories from her childhood began to surface. Back then, her mother was still alive, and she was young, pestering her mother to take her for a stroll in the city. Faced with her pleading, her mother had no choice but to agree. It was during that time, in a merchant caravan passing through Jiangnan, that she discovered the 9 linked rings and insisted that her mother buy one for her. Her mother reluctantly purchased it, but she struggled for a long time and couldn't figure out how to unlock it, crying out in frustration. In the end, it was a merchant from that caravan who, seeing her distress, taught her the method to unlock the 9 linked rings. Miss Lin, what do you think of the 9 linked rings? Gu Yixuan finished his drink and turned to look at Liu Xiu, who was quietly standing by. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Liu Xiu, who had been lost in her memories, came to her senses, a complex look flashing in her eyes as she softly replied, "When I was young, I saw this 9 linked rings in a merchant caravan passing through Jiangnan. It looks simple, but it's not easy to unlock. Could it be that the Marquis can solve it?" Liu Xiu's gaze fell on Gu Yixuan, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt. Gu Yixuan nodded in response. Before he crossed over, he indeed had a fondness for such brain-teasing objects, and unlocking the 9 linked rings was certainly not a problem for him. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw Xiao Jingyan toss the half-eaten pastry back onto the plate and clap his hands, saying, "Isn't it just a matter of unlocking a few rings? Let me handle it." Without waiting for Gu Yixuan and Liu Xiu to respond, he strode towards the crowd gathered together. Watching Xiao Jingyan leave, Gu Yixuan felt somewhat helpless. How could this impulsive young man possibly unlock the 9 linked rings? The young ladies and gentlemen, watching someone solve the 9 linked rings, immediately made way for Xiao Jingyan, respectfully saying, "Your Highness." Xiao Jingyan waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formalities, and stepped up to the person currently working on the 9 linked rings. "Your Highness, here." The person, seeing this, wisely handed the 9 linked rings to Xiao Jingyan. Xiao Jingyan took the 9 linked rings, but did not immediately attempt to unlock them. Instead, he examined them closely. After roughly understanding the principles behind it, his fingers began to move swiftly, and with the crisp sounds of the rings clinking together, he began to unlock them one by one. The crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment once again. Could it be that the young prince could actually unlock the 9 linked rings? Even Gu Yixuan straightened his posture, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes as he watched Xiao Jingyan, and Liu Xiu beside him also looked on, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Feeling the astonished gazes around him, Xiao Jingyan's lips curled into a proud smile, and as his fingers danced, several more rings fell apart. The young prince is indeed exceptionally intelligent. He can even unlock such a complicated 9 linked rings. What you say is quite right, young prince. The person had not finished speaking when he was tugged by a friend beside him. When they looked back at Xiao Jingyan, they saw him holding the 9 linked rings, which had already had 7 rings unlocked, but no matter how he manipulated it, he could not pull out the metal rod inside. Seeing this, those who had just praised Xiao Jingyan suddenly felt a bit awkward. But just as Xiao Jingyan was still trying, a sneer suddenly came from the crowd. The young prince can't even master horseback riding and archery, yet he wants to unlock the 9 linked rings? Hearing this, Xiao Jingyan's eyes flashed with anger as he abruptly turned to look in the direction of the voice. Who just spoke? Come out if you dare. The few people standing in front of Xiao Jingyan exchanged glances and took a step back. A young man dressed in a scarlet robe, slightly plump and leaning on a cane, appeared before everyone. Zhao Fuchen, was it you who just spoke? Xiao Jingyan glared at the young man, his eyes filled with rage. Gu Yixuan, not far away, looked at the young man named Zhao Fuchen, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Zhao Fuchen was the son of the Minister of Revenue and had once ordered the execution of a little girl who accidentally bumped into his carriage on the street. This scene was witnessed by Gu Yixuan and Xiao Jingyan, who were strolling in the city, and in their fury, they beat him half to death, with Gu Yixuan even breaking his leg and leaving him outside the Minister of Revenue's residence. This was also the only time Gu Yixuan had fought someone and not been punished by Gu Beizong. Unexpectedly, this guy was able to walk so soon. Amid Liu Xiu's astonished gaze, Gu Yixuan stood up from his seat, a cold glint in his eyes, and slowly walked toward the crowd. Chapter 25. Why don't you get on a horse and show us? Zhao, with your crippled state, how dare you mock me? Xiao Jingyan looked at the cane in Zhao Fuchen's hand, recalling the earlier mockery, and said sarcastically. Zhao Fuchen leaned on his cane, and upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, a flash of resentment crossed his eyes. He coldly replied, if the young prince cannot unlock the 9 linked rings, then it proves that what Zhao said is true. Why must you rely on your status to pressure others? As soon as he finished speaking, those around him, who had also been pressured by Xiao Jingyan's status, began to murmur in agreement. Zhao's words are reasonable. If the young prince can't unlock it, then it's fine. But trying to pressure others with status is indeed a bit disgraceful for the Prince of Chao. The young prince is still too young. It's normal not to be able to unlock the 9 linked rings, but it's wrong to pressure others with status. Xiao Jingyan, after all, was just a young man and could hardly withstand such provocation. Hearing the surrounding remarks, his face turned crimson, and he directly threw the 9 linked rings at Zhao Fuchen. Clang! However, Zhao Fuchen had long been prepared. He sidestepped just as the 9 linked rings were about to hit him, and the metal clashed against the ground with a piercing sound. Is the young prince just angry out of shame? Zhao Fuchen looked at the furious Xiao Jingyan, his tone full of mockery. Top! Liu Huijin, in the main seat, gently tapped his wine cup on the table and looked at Xiao Jingyan, saying in a deep voice, this is my prize. If the young prince doesn't want it, then just put it back. Why make such a fuss? Despite saying this, Liu Huijin's peripheral vision kept watching Gu Yixuan, who was walking into the crowd. Since you all doubt me so much, I'll show you today. Xiao Jingyan said defiantly, and just as he bent down to pick up the fallen 9 linked rings, someone pressed down on his shoulder. He was about to turn and scold, only to find that the person holding him was Gu Yixuan. Brother Yixuan. Xiao Jingyan was about to speak, but Gu Yixuan shook his head, signaling him not to speak, then turned to Zhao Fuchen beside him. Zhao Gongzi, your injury seems to have healed quite quickly. At this point, Gu Yixuan paused, looking at the cane in Zhao Fuchen's hand with a somewhat inexplicable tone. You just said that Jingyan can't master horseback riding and archery? Why don't you get on a horse and show us? Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, the crowd's gaze toward Zhao Fuchen became peculiar. In the capital, who didn't know that the leg of the Minister of Revenue's son had been personally broken by the Marquis of Wuan, and he had to recuperate for months in his residence before he could barely rely on his cane to move about. Now the Marquis of Wuan was asking him to ride a horse and shoot arrows. Wasn't that tantamount to killing him? Zhao Fuchen's eyes filled with resentment at Gu Yixuan's words, but due to his status, he could only lower his head to hide his emotions. The Marquis of Wuan is joking. When it comes to horseback riding and archery, how could Zhao dare to show off in front of the Marquis? My earlier words may have been excessive, but the young prince indeed cannot unlock these 9 linked rings. The Marquis comes to rescue the young prince. Could it be that the Marquis can unlock it? Zhao Fuchen spoke softly, knowing that Gu Yixuan wanted to stand up for Xiao Jingyan, but today at the banquet, even if Gu Yixuan was the Marquis of Wuan, he could not publicly act against him. I am also very curious if the Marquis of Wuan can unlock the 9 linked rings. Liu Huijin, seated in the main position, looked at Gu Yixuan, resting one hand on his cheek and displaying a look of great interest. Gu Yixuan bent down to pick up the 9 link ring that had fallen to the ground, glanced at Liu Huijin, and then turned his gaze back to Zhao Fuchen. If this Marquis solves it, what will you do? Zhao Fuchen looked at the 9 link ring in Gu Yixuan's hand, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. However, considering that so many people have been unable to solve the 9 link ring today, how could a mere martial artist like Gu Yixuan possibly do it? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Fuchen gritted his teeth and said, if Marquis Wuan can solve this 9 link ring, I, Zhao, am willing to give the Tsangshan map collected by my father to Marquis Wuan. Upon hearing this, there was another round of gasps in the hall. Although the Tsangshan map was not comparable to the Jiangshan Shuiji Tubai, the painting saint of the previous dynasty, it was still a work by a master of painting, and its value was immeasurable. Does Deputy Minister Zhao really agree to let you use the Tsangshan map as a wager? Gu Yixuan did not directly agree upon hearing Zhao Fuchen's condition, but instead asked, you don't need to worry about that. Zhao will keep his word. If Marquis Wuan can truly solve the 9 link ring, I will personally deliver the Tsangshan map to the Duke of Dinghua's residence and apologize to the young prince for what I said today. Remembering his father, Zhao Fuchen couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. But having said it, he couldn't backtrack and even proactively added a condition. All right, but you said it. If you can't produce the Tsongshan map later, this marquis will personally go to the Zhao residence to get it. Hearing Zhao Fuchen's guarantee, a smile finally appeared on Gu Yixuan's face, and he was about to start solving the 9-link ring in his hand. However, at that moment, Xiao Jingyan beside him couldn't help but tug at Gu Yixuan's sleeve, speaking with a hint of worry. Yixuan, this 9-link ring isn't that easy to solve. Maybe you should let it go. In Xiao Jingyan's view, although Gu Yixuan was well-versed in military strategies and martial arts, the 9-link ring couldn't be solved just by those skills. If he were the reason Gu Yixuan lost face in front of everyone, it would be difficult for him to ask Gu Yixuan to take him out to play again in the future. It's fine. Solving such a trivial thing is no difficulty for me, Gu Yixuan confidently said upon seeing Xiao Jingyan's worried expression. Then his gaze fell on the 9-link ring in his hand. Each ring of the 9-link ring is connected by metal rods, with the rod ends threaded through a long handle, and the rings are interconnected and constrained. To solve it, one must first unlock the preceding rings to create conditions for moving the subsequent rings. Moreover, there's a specific order to take off and put on the rings. If one makes a mistake at any step, all previous efforts will be wasted, requiring an operation of one ring at a time in sequence. However, while it looks complicated, it actually follows a pattern, and as long as one grasps the pattern, it is not difficult to solve. At this moment, Lin Shishue also arrived among the crowd, looking at Gu Yixuan with a hint of curiosity. Although the merchant from the caravan had told her the method to solve the 9-link ring years ago, it still took her a long time to master it completely. Did Gu Yixuan also know the solution? Seeing Gu Yixuan hesitate to make a move, the panic in Zhao Fuchen's eyes gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help but mock him. Although Marquis Wuan is skilled in martial arts, this 9-link ring cannot be solved by brute force. Even with many talented individuals here today, no one can solve it. If Marquis Wuan can't do it, we won't either. Before Zhao Fuchen could finish his words, Gu Yixuan flipped his wrist, and the 9-link ring in his hand emitted a series of metallic clinks. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the 7th ring popped out with a click, and the 8th ring smoothly fell to the ground. Finally, the 9th ring caught the metal rod, and with a gentle twist, the entire set of rings scattered like flowing water in his palm, leaving only the bare copper rod that clanked in the lacquer tray. Chapter 26. I believe in you watching Gu Yixuan solve the 9-link ring in just a few moves. The entire hall fell silent. Zhao Fuchen, who had just mocked Gu Yixuan, took a step back in shock at this scene. Xiao Jingyan, astonished, walked up to the maid, picked up the empty copper rod from the lacquer tray, and turned to look at Gu Yixuan with wide eyes. Yixuan, when did you learn this skill? Gu Yixuan glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, I often tell you to read more books and not just play with swords and guns every day, but you never listen. Now you look dumbfounded, huh? Xiao Jingyan stared at Gu Yixuan's serious expression, momentarily dazed. It seemed like you were the one who loved to play with swords and guns the most, right? Gu Yixuan ignored the dazed Xiao Jingyan and turned to Zhao Fuchen, calmly saying, Young Master Zhao, what now? Zhao Fuchen finally came back to his senses upon hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, looking at the empty copper rod in Xiao Jingyan's hand. He couldn't help but think that if his father knew he had bet away the Tsongshan map, which he valued the most, he would be lucky to keep his other leg intact. Realizing this, Zhao Fuchen felt a surge of panic in his heart and blurted out, just now. This 9-link ring has already had 6 rings solved by the young prince. Although Marquis Wuan has taken off the remaining 3 rings that cannot be considered completely solved. It can only be said to be a coincidence, right? Just a coincidence. Seeing Zhao Fuchen's unwillingness to admit defeat, the young masters and ladies from the surrounding aristocratic families immediately cast scornful glances at him, discussing among themselves. I didn't expect the son of the deputy minister, Zhao, to be so shameless. Indeed, Marquis Wuan has clearly already solved the most difficult rings. Yet he refuses to acknowledge it. This person is shameless by nature and usually relies on deputy minister Zhao's influence to bully the common people in the city. No wonder he got a leg broken by Marquis Wuan. I am ashamed to associate with him. Zhao Fuchen listened to the surrounding people's remarks, his face alternating between green and red. However, in order to avoid losing the Tsangshan map, he stubbornly refused to admit his defeat. "Hey, you cripple. How dare you go back on your word? Looks like you haven't had enough of a beating, have you?" Xiao Jingyan, seeing that Zhao Fuchen dared to play tricks, showed anger in his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Zhao Fuchen's eyes flashed with fear upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but take a step back. However, compared to being beaten by Xiao Jingyan, he was more afraid of his father at home. Seeing Zhao Fuchen's trickery, Gu Yixuan's expression also turned cold. He reached out to pull Xiao Jingyan back and said indifferently, "Then let someone restore this 9-link ring to its original state. This marquee will solve it again. If you still refuse to acknowledge it, then let Deputy Minister Zhao personally send someone to carry you back." A furious Xiao Jingyan's eyes lit up upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words. He turned to look at Liu Huijin, who was watching the drama unfold from the main position. "Ice-Faced Lord, quickly have someone restore this 9-link ring. When Yixuan solves it again, I want to see how this cripple will wriggle out of it." Upon hearing Xiao Jingyan's address to Liu Huijin, the expressions of everyone in the hall froze for a moment. Liu Huijin's stern face couldn't help but twitch slightly. His gaze fell on Gu Yixuan, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he said helplessly, "This 9-link ring was also obtained by chance. Even I can't solve it, let alone restore it." Hearing this, Xiao Jingyan's anger surged again, since Liu Huijin dared to bring out the 9-link ring. How could he not know how to solve it? He clearly didn't want Gu Yixuan to obtain Vajiang Shan Xueji, too. He was just about to confront Liu Huijin, but his shoulder was pressed down by Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan shook his head at him and turned to Liu Huijin. "Since Lord Jinyuan cannot restore it, how about I find someone to restore the 9-link ring myself?" The people around were surprised upon hearing this. From the moment the 9-link ring was brought out until now, only Gu Yixuan had been able to solve it, let alone restore it. Moreover, from Gu Yixuan's words, it seemed he was not going to do the restoration himself. Was there really someone here who knew how to solve the 9-link ring? Liu Huijin also showed a look of surprise upon hearing this, but he still did not believe that there was anyone here besides him and Gu Yixuan who could solve the 9-link ring. He nodded and said, "That would be fine." Hearing Liu Huijin's agreement, Gu Yixuan's lips curled into a smile. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he turned to Lin Shixue, who was standing among them. "Miss Lin, you mentioned earlier that you solved this 9-linked rings when you were young. Why don't you give it a try to restore it?" Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted from Gu Yixuan to Lin Shixue. Seeing a woman with a beautiful appearance and gentle demeanor, a few young masters exclaimed in surprise, "Whose daughter is this? I've never seen her before. I saw her coming in the carriage of the Anping Marquis's residence. She must be a daughter of the Anping Marquis." Isn't the Anping Marquis's only daughter Lin Feiyao? When did he have another such beautiful daughter? I heard she is the Anping Marquis's illegitimate daughter, who just recently entered the Marquis's residence. I see. Cough. Gentlemen, shouldn't we be discussing the matter of the 9-linked rings? Why are we getting into her background? Huh? Ha! There's no need to worry about such trivial details. Lin Shixue, who had been called out by Gu Yixuan, felt a bit flustered. However, seeing Gu Yixuan looking at her earnestly, she stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd. "I greet the Jinyuan Marquis." Lin Shixue performed a graceful bow to Liu Huijin, then turned to Gu Yixuan and said nervously, "Are you really asking me to restore it? I only saw the 9-linked rings when I was young. I'm afraid I—" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yixuan interrupted her, looking at her with a serious tone. "I believe in you." Looking into Gu Yixuan's star-like eyes, Lin Shixue's face flushed slightly, and she nodded gently in response. Then, Lin Shixue walked in front of the maid, picked up the disassembled 9-linked rings from the lacquer tray, and began to assemble it in front of everyone. The more Liu Huijin watched Lin Shixue, the more intense his inexplicable emotions became, leaving him puzzled. He had not been interested in any woman for years. So why was he feeling such emotions for a woman he had only seen twice? But before Liu Huijin could reach a conclusion, Lin Shixue had quickly assembled the 9-linked rings. The crowd looked on, and the 9-linked rings in Lin Shixue's hands indeed looked exactly the same as when Liu Huijin had just taken them out, causing their expressions to grow even more astonished. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan said nothing more walked up to Lin Xiu, took the 9 linked rings, and his fingers danced as the metallic clinks sounded. In no time, he had removed all the rings, causing Zhao Fuchen to collapse to the ground with a face full of despair. Jin Yuan Marquis, how about it? Gu Yixuan ignored the collapsed Zhao Fuchen and looked at Liu Huijin with a calm gaze. Liu Huijin slowly stood up, looking at Gu Yixuan with an inscrutable sparkle in his eyes, and spoke. Chapter 27. Another poem? Liu Huijin looked at the scattered 9 linked rings in Gu Yixuan's hands, a smile of concession appearing on his lips. Marquis Wuan has good means. I, Liu, am willing to bet and lose. Someone bring the snow-clearing landscape to Marquis Wuan. As soon as Liu Huijin finished speaking, 2 maids stepped forward holding a beautifully framed ancient painting, walking slowly to Gu Yixuan. The attention of everyone in the hall was drawn to the ancient painting. Although they had seen the snow-clearing landscape earlier, they had not looked at it closely from afar. The painting depicted snow-covered mountains, mist swirling over the river, and a solitary boat drifting on the cold river, where an old man in a straw raincoat fished alone, with the blank spaces showcasing the vastness of the world. Is this painting really a genuine work by the painting saint of the previous dynasty? Of course. I once saw a replica in my father's study. The 2 may seem identical, but the artistic conception is worlds apart. I didn't expect the Jin Yuan Marquis to truly part with this snow-clearing landscape as a gift for Marquis Wuan. The Jin Yuan Marquis's word is as good as gold. Certainly not comparable to someone like Zhao Fuchen. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on the collapsed Zhao Fuchen, filled with disdain. Once Zhao Fuchen regained his senses, he quickly crawled to Gu Yixuan's feet, grabbing his clothes with both hands, and pleaded in terror, "Young Master Gu, Marquis Wuan, please spare me this time. I am willing to exchange other treasures for that Sangshan landscape. If my father finds out I let go of his Sangshan landscape, he will kill me." Bang! Before Zhao Fuchen could finish, Gu Yixuan kicked him away, looking down at Zhao Fuchen on the ground with an indifferent tone. "I have already made it very clear. If you continue to be unreasonable, I will have Lord Zhao take the Sangshan landscape himself and bring you back to the Duke's residence." But Zhao Fuchen ignored him, still pleading desperately for Gu Yixuan to spare him. Liu Huijin looked at Zhao Fuchen's pitiful state with a trace of disdain in his eyes, raised his hand, and several servants came into the hall to lift Zhao Fuchen away. Xiao Jingyan spat at the departing Zhao Fuchen and said triumphantly, "If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place?" He really embarrassed Lord Zhao. After speaking, Xiao Jingyan turned his gaze to Lin Xiu, who was standing quietly beside them, and praised, "I didn't expect Miss Lin could solve the 9 linked rings, truly worthy of being praised by Brother Yixuan." But before he could finish, he sensed a dangerous gaze directed at him. Xiao Jingyan turned to see Gu Yixuan looking at him with a smile, his expression seemingly saying, "Go on, don't mind me." But seeing this, Xiao Jingyan dared not continue, giving Lin Xiu an awkward smile and then standing quietly beside her. Lin Xiu's cheeks flushed from Xiao Jingyan's words, especially the last remark, which made her heart race, and she lowered her head, twisting her handkerchief, not daring to respond. Gu Yixuan noticed that Xiao Jingyan had settled down, casually scanning the room, only to find Liu Huijin staring in a daze at the blushing Lin Xiu. For some reason, he felt a sudden displeasure in his heart and stepped in front of Lin Xiu, blocking Liu Huijin's gaze. Seeing his view obstructed by Gu Yixuan, Liu Huijin withdrew his gaze, but found himself increasingly intrigued by this woman who had stirred his emotions several times. After Zhao Fuchen's cries faded away, Gu Yixuan's gaze fell back on the snow-clearing landscape held by the maid, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. The Gu family had always been a bunch of rough warriors, naturally uninterested in such literary treasures. However, Morong Yun adored these scholarly works the most. It seemed fitting to take it back as a gift for his mother. She would surely be very happy. "Wait, Marquis Wuan." Just as Gu Yixuan reached out to take the ancient painting, Liu Huijin interrupted his action. The crowd looked surprised at Liu Huijin's words, halting Gu Yixuan's movement. Gu Yixuan paused, turning to look at Liu Huijin, a cold glint in his eyes. Is the Jin Yuan Marquis going back on his word? Beside him, Xiao Jingyan also turned to Liu Huijin with an angry expression. "Ice face, are you going to be like that dead cripple and renege on your debt?" Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Liu Huijin gently shook his head, looking at Gu Yixuan with a smile. This painting has been passed down from the previous dynasty for hundreds of years. Countless famous scholars have tried to write poetry for it, yet none could capture the ethereal grandeur depicted in it. Coincidentally, a few days ago, Marquis Wuan composed a beautiful poem about plum blossoms at the Spring Breeze Garden Poetry meeting, which was taken back to the Hamlin Academy by Master Zhou and has since been eagerly studied by many Hamlin scholars. Today, as Marquis Wuan has received this famous painting, why not let him write a poem for it? What do you all think of my proposal? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they immediately began discussing. Oh, that plum blossom poem was actually written by Marquis Wuan? I heard from a friend who attended the Spring Breeze Garden Poetry meeting that Marquis Wuan indeed wrote a plum blossom poem that day. And even the scholars present praised it repeatedly. What you said is absolutely correct, brother. I have heard the poem Plum Blossom written by the Marquis of Wuan, and it truly deserves the praise of being the finest ode to the plum blossom as mentioned by the Marquis of Jinyuan. I didn't expect that the Marquis of Wuan not only excels in military strategy and martial arts, but also possesses extraordinary literary talent. It could be said that he is well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. That said, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to compose a poem for the snow clearing in the river and mountains painting. At this moment, Lin Feiyao, who had run outside in anger, returned to the hall. As soon as she raised her eyes, she spotted Gu Yixuan among the crowd. Looking at the handsome and extraordinary Gu Yixuan, Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. However, upon seeing Lin Xiu standing next to Gu Yixuan, a surge of anger welled up in her heart. That little hussy, I didn't expect her to get entangled with the Marquis of Wuan so quickly. Following Lin Feiyao outside, Liu Yitong, who had mocked her fiercely, also came to Lin Xiu's side, and, seeing everyone discussing Gu Yixuan, couldn't he help but ask curiously, "Sister, what happened just now? Why does it seem like they're all talking about the Marquis of Wuan?" After her sister went out, Lin Xiu told Liu Yitong what had just happened. "I didn't expect you could solve the 9 linked rings?" After hearing the entire story, Liu Yitong looked at Lin Xiu with surprise. She had seen many people try to solve it, but fail when she went out just now. Lin Xiu smiled slightly at Liu Yitong's astonishment. Without responding, her gaze fell on Gu Yixuan, and she couldn't help but wonder if he could compose a poem for that snow clearing in the river and mountains painting. Feeling the crowd's gaze on him, Gu Yixuan roughly understood the purpose of Liu Huijin's banquet this time. He glanced at the young scholar behind Liu Huijin, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No problem. Upon hearing this, Liu Huijin's eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately ordered, "Someone, quickly bring brush and ink for the Marquis of Wuan." Chapter 28. Arrogant Words from a Youngster. After Liu Huijin finished speaking, several servants hurriedly brought brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to Gu Yixuan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jingyan, who had been somewhat dazed by the previous discussions in the hall and didn't know about Gu Yixuan composing poetry in Chunfeng Garden, finally came to his senses. "Brother Yixuan, when did you start writing poetry again?" Xiao Jingyan stared at Gu Yixuan as if he were some strange creature. He could solve the 9 linked rings, and now he could write poetry. Was this really the Gu Yixuan who used to spend his days wielding weapons and look down on scholars? "I've always been able to write. You just didn't notice before." Gu Yixuan felt a bit awkward facing Xiao Jingyan's inquiry, but replied calmly, "There's no poetry in this world that compares to Hua Xiao's, so it's not too much for me to be a literary copycat, right? Please, Marquis Wuan, compose a poem." Seeing Gu Yixuan remain motionless, Liu Huijin's lips curled into a cold smile as he urged, "Why the delay?" As Liu Huijin pressed, Gu Yixuan glanced at him and the young scholar behind him, seemingly recalling something. His eyes flashed with light, and instead of directly picking up the brush to compose poetry, he slowly walked to Liu Huijin's side. "Does the Marquis of Wuan have any doubts?" Liu Huijin, seeing this, grew more certain about what the young scholar had said, and coldly replied to Gu Yixuan. The people in the hall looked puzzled. The brush, ink, and paper had already been brought out. So why wasn't he the Marquis of Wuan composing poetry? Gu Yixuan ignored the curious gazes and fixed his eyes on Liu Huijin. speaking in a voice only the two could hear. If I were to write a poem that matches the mood of this painting, would Marquis Yixuan be willing to share the cultivation method of the LMAO you have in hand? Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Liu Huijin's pupils constricted. The LMAO was a secret force he had cultivated in the dark. How could Gu Yixuan know about it? Ha! Marquis Wuan is joking. I have no method of cultivating LMAO. Liu Huijin suppressed his wildly beating heart and forced a smile, trying to maintain a calm tone as he replied to Gu Yixuan. Oh, is that so? Then it seems I have received incorrect information. However, Marquis Yixuan should manage the people in your estate well, so as not to let some unfounded rumors spread. Today is only me. But if others were to hear this false information and report to the emperor that Marquis Yixuan dares to privately raise personal troops, the consequences would be. Gu Yixuan's words bore a smile, yet the implications made Liu Huijin break into a cold sweat. It was an unwritten rule that noble families could raise secret soldiers, and normally no one would care, but if it were brought to light, the crime would be anything but minor. After all, secretly cultivating a group of loyalists in the capital where the emperor resides, what were you planning to do? Rebel? Moreover, he had a considerable number of LMAO. If this were reported to the emperor, thinking of this, Liu Huijin's heart filled with fear, along with a surge of anger. Who leaked the information about LMAO to Gu Yixuan? As for why Gu Yixuan dared to speak about the secret soldiers so fearlessly, it was because the Qianjuai of the Gu family could serve as scouts and provide intelligence for the army during wartime, and the emperor knew of their existence. Seeing the fleeting anger in Liu Huijin's eyes, Gu Yixuan knew he had achieved his goal and did not speak further, turning to walk toward the snow clearing in the river and mountains painting. Observing that Gu Yixuan had only exchanged a few words with Liu Huijin before returning, the crowd felt puzzled. However, seeing that Gu Yixuan was finally going to compose poetry, they temporarily set aside their doubts and quietly awaited his writing. Gu Yixuan approached the snow clearing in the river and mountains painting, his gaze resting on the scroll. As he looked at the scenery in the painting, he felt a vast and boundless sentiment arise within him, and a poem that matched it perfectly began to form in his mind. Gu Yixuan dipped his brush in ink, and under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he wrote a 4-line poem on the rice paper. After Gu Yixuan finished writing, Xiao Jingyan eagerly stepped forward and grabbed the poem draft. To avoid Gu Yixuan's embarrassment, he did not read it aloud immediately, but instead studied the poem on the rice paper himself. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became, for even he, who was not well-versed in poetry, could sense a sense of vastness in this poem that matched the ancient painting. Seeing Xiao Jingyan's shocked expression, the crowd couldn't help but grow even more curious about the content of Gu Yixuan's poem, and someone couldn't help but speak up. Young Prince, why not recite what the Marquis of Wuan has written so we can all appreciate it together? Yes, young Prince, don't just look at it alone. We are very curious about the Marquis of Wuan's poetry. Liu Huijin, seeing that Gu Yixuan had already written a poem, could only suppress the matter of LMAO. However, seeing Xiao Jingyan's shocked expression, he felt something was off, but recalling what the young man behind him had said, he managed to suppress his emotions. Hearing the calls from those around him, Xiao Jingyan finally snapped out of his shock and began to recite the poem he held in hand. Birds fly over the 1,000 mountains, and human traces vanish from the myriad paths. A lone boat, clad in a raincoat, fishes alone in the cold river snow. As Xiao Jingyan's voice fell, the hall instantly fell silent, and the young masters and ladies who were well-versed in poetry gasped, looking at Gu Yixuan with incredulity. Liu Huijin, who had originally had a cold smile on his lips, found his expression frozen, his eyes fixed on the rice paper in Xiao Jingyan's hand. The young scholar behind him had previously assured him that given Gu Yixuan's ability, he could not possibly write anything good. Even that poem, Plum Blossom, must have been written by someone else. But what was happening now? Liu Huijin suddenly turned to look at the young scholar behind him, a flash of cold, murderous intent in his eyes. The young scholar, seeing that Gu Yixuan could write such a poem, was equally baffled. But seeing the murderous intent in Liu Huijin's eyes, he felt a wave of fear rise in his heart and could only force himself to speak up. This poem is just a clever trick. Four-line poems are traditionally simple. How can they compare to the structured seven-character regulated verses? Besides, fishing alone in the cold river snow. How can snow be used for fishing? It's clearly a misuse of words. Before the words were finished, a well-known young scholar couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table and angrily shouted at the young scholar, "You insolent brat! Poetry values the essence. How can it be constrained by form?" The Jian Jia from the Book of Songs is also in four-character lines. Does that not count as a timeless masterpiece? As soon as he spoke, others couldn't help but join in, shouting in anger. The two characters fishing in the snow are brilliant precisely because they transform stillness into motion, capturing the solitude of the universe on a fishing rod. Do you understand what it means to leave no words, but capture all the elegance? This poem by Lord Wuan is indeed short in verse, but rich in meaning, making us younger generations feel ashamed. Xiao Jingyan, seeing that the scholar dared to say Gu Yixuan's poetry was not good, also spoke up. You say that Brother Yixuan's poetry is lacking. Can you write something better? If you have the ability, compose a poem for us to see. As soon as he said this, a chorus of yes, please enlighten us, erupted around, startling the scholar to retreat repeatedly, nearly knocking over the porcelain vases on the antique shelf behind him. Liu Xiu, seeing the situation completely out of control, glanced at Gu Yixuan, who was looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, his fingers almost digging into his palm. He suddenly remembered the earlier incident where he was threatened by the LMAO. If this continued, it was likely that Gu Yixuan would expose more secrets in public. Gritting his teeth, Liu Xiu forced himself to calm down and raise his hand to gesture for everyone to settle down. Everyone, please don't get agitated. It's just a matter of literary taste. Lord Wuan's poem is indeed exquisite, and I am extremely impressed. Hearing Liu Xiu's words, the angry crowd finally calmed down, though their gazes towards the young scholar still carried disdain and anger. Meanwhile, Gu Yixuan, who was quietly observing, suddenly realized something was off. Where had Gu Yixin gone? Chapter 29. What are you here for? Gu Yixuan searched for Gu Yixin's figure in the crowd, but found nothing. Noticing this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Brother Yixuan, what are you looking for? Xiao Jingyan asked curiously. Nothing. Gu Yixuan shook his head, turned around to pick up the painting Jiang Shan Shueji too, and smiled at Liu Xiu. Then I thank Lord Jinyuan for the painting. Gu Yixuan had figured everything out by now. Liu Xiu harbored murderous intent towards him. But since he had just experienced an assassination attempt a few days ago, if he acted rashly now, it would surely attract the court's attention. So he wanted to hold a banquet to publicly humiliate him in revenge for the humiliation he suffered in Chunfeng Garden. Even if the incident with Xiao Jingyan and Zhao Fuchen hadn't happened, the 9 linked rings would still have fallen into his hands. And even if he had miraculously solved the 9 linked rings, there was still the matter of composing a poem waiting for him. But Liu Xiu wouldn't know that the current Gu Yixuan was no longer the Gu Yixuan who only knew how to wield a sword. Not only that, Gu Yixuan intentionally mentioned Liu Xiu's secret training of the LMAO, making him suspect whether there were spies planted by him in the Jinyuan Marquis' residence, thus throwing him into disarray. Hee, Lord Wuan's words are heavy. This was obtained through your own abilities. Liu Xiu forced a smile, trying to appear cheerful. Gu Yixuan, hearing this, didn't say much more. He tossed the painting into Xiao Jingyan's arms and, under his puzzled gaze, said, Jingyan, later you take this painting and take Miss Lin away first. Lord Wuan, your poem truly is excellent, just like it grew out of the painting. But before Gu Yixuan could finish his admonition, he was interrupted by a woman's voice. Turning to look, he found Lin Feiyao walking towards him gracefully. Her eyes filled with admiration as she smiled brightly at him. What are you here for? Gu Yixuan hadn't spoken yet, but Lu Yitong, standing beside Lin Shishua, couldn't help but speak first, her gaze towards Lin Feiyao filled with vigilance. She had just seen Gu Yixuan looking at Lin Shishua because of Liu Xiu, so she stepped in front of Lin Shishua. Lin Shishua's relationship with Gu Yixuan had finally improved a bit, and as Lin Shishua's good friend, she didn't want this woman, Lin Feiyao, to disrupt things. Miss Liu, what do you mean by that? Feiyao is merely marveling at Lord Wuan's poetic talent, and came over to congratulate him. Is that not allowed? Lin Feiyao looked at Liu Yitong, her eyes mixed with a bit of anger. Just now, she and a few friends had gone out for a stroll, but this woman had been haunting her from behind, occasionally mocking her. Now, she even wanted to interfere with her speaking to Guichen. Did she really think Lin Feiyao was an easy target? Who knows what your intentions are in getting close to Lord Wuan, given that you resorted to self-harm to frame your sister. In response to Lin Feiyao's words, Liu Yitong sneered, looking at her with disdain. I did not frame Lin Xiu. Upon hearing Liu Yitong's words, Lin Feiyao's eyes flashed with panic, but she still stubbornly shouted, occasionally glancing at Yixuan. You say you did not frame Sister Xiu? Then why did Marquis Anping confine you? Seeing Lin Feiyao's stubbornness, the disdain in Liu Yitong's eyes grew, and she asked back in a condescending tone. That was because, hearing this, Lin Feiyao suddenly fell silent, turning to look at Yixuan, wanting to explain what had happened at Marquis Anping's residence that day. Lord Wuan, you have to believe me. I did not frame Xiu that day. But before she could finish, Yixuan interrupted her, looking at Lin Feiyao with indifference. His tone calm, he said, Miss Lin, everyone here knows the outcome of that day. You don't need to explain anything to me. Upon hearing Yixuan's words, Lin Feiyao's eyes were filled with anxiety and panic. She wanted to explain, but Yixuan continued, I appreciate Miss Lin's praise, but the facts are as they are. Miss Lin, please leave. After saying this, Yixuan turned and left with Xiao Jingyan and the others, leaving Lin Feiyao alone. Mother was right. This despicable, illegitimate daughter is indeed just like her seductive mother, skilled at using tricks to attract men. But you dare to flirt with Lord Wuan? Then don't blame me. Watching Lin Xiu obediently following Yixuan, Lin Feiyao's eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Remembering what her mother had told her, a malicious thought began to take root in her heart. Miss Lin, has Lin Feiyao ever framed you? From what Brother Yixuan said earlier, could it be that he was also present at that time? Xiao Jingyan, holding the painting and following Yixuan, recalled the earlier conversation and looked curiously at Lin Xiu, who was quietly following Yixuan. Lin Xiu nodded. Just as she was about to answer Xiao Jingyan, she noticed his expression falter, as if he had thought of something. His gaze shifted back and forth between Yixuan and Lin Xiu, and he said in surprise, Could it be that you fell for Brother Yixuan because he heroically saved you and helped you out of a predicament? Hearing Xiao Jingyan's blunt words, Lin Xiu's face immediately turned bright red, and she waved her hands in an attempt to explain. No, it's not like that, Your Highness. Lord Wuan and I. We are not. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Liu Yitong, who glanced ambiguously at Lin Xiu and Yixuan, then turned to Xiao Jingyan, saying, Your Highness is indeed very insightful. What you think is exactly right. Sister Xiu was captivated by Lord Wuan's heroic demeanor that day, and has since admired him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan's eyes were filled with pride, and he had a look on his face that said, I knew it. Oh no, sister, what are you saying? What did I admire Lord Wuan? Hearing Liu Yitong say this about her, Lin Xiu's face turned as red as if it would bleed. Her eyes filled with embarrassment and anger, her delicate fists repeatedly hitting Liu Yitong's arm. Ouch, good sister, can I not say anything more? Liu Yitong quickly begged for mercy in the face of Lin Xiu's onslaught, but her gaze still showed no signs of admitting her mistake. Yixuan walked a few steps ahead, listening to the conversations of several people and the playful banter of two women, his handsome face filled with helplessness. In fact, he wasn't sure what kind of feelings he had for Lin Xiu. If he were to say they were friends, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction when he saw Liu Huijin staring at Lin Xiu, but to say he liked her, it didn't seem to reach that level. Yixuan shook his head, trying to rid his mind of these mixed thoughts. After all, this wasn't the time to think about such things. Meanwhile, on the street outside the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence, several dark shadows appeared quietly. Chapter 30. A great opportunity to eliminate Yixuan. Yicheng, who had disappeared for a while, reappeared in the hall and saw that everyone was gathered around a piece of rice paper discussing animatedly, which puzzled him. Brother Zhang, why is everyone huddled together? Yixuan approached a familiar young man and asked with a puzzled expression. The young man, Brother Zhang. was appreciating Gu Yixuan's poem River Snow and was somewhat annoyed by the interruption. However, upon turning around and seeing Gu Yicheng, his annoyance immediately faded, and he answered with a pleasant expression. "Oh, it's you, Brother Gu. We are currently admiring the poem composed by Marquis Wuan just now." Hearing this, Gu Yicheng was momentarily stunned. What? Gu Yixuan? Writing poetry? Is there even the slightest connection between the two? Zhang Hao noticed Gu Yicheng's dazed expression, as if he couldn't believe it, and questioned with a puzzled tone. Just now, Marquis Wuan recited a poem for the painting snowy mountains and rivers. Didn't Brother Gu know? When Gu Yicheng heard this, he came back to his senses and nodded, then asked, "I was outside and not in the hall, so I truly don't know what happened. Please enlighten me, Brother Zhang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao realized and began to recount the events that had just occurred in the hall. After Zhang Hao finished explaining, Gu Yicheng was once again taken aback. When did Gu Yixuan learn to solve the 9 linked rings? What surprised him the most was that Gu Yixuan, who only knew about military strategy and martial arts, could actually write poetry. Seeing Brother Gu's expression, it seemed he just discovered that Marquis Wuan could write poetry. Zhang Hao, noticing Gu Yicheng's shocked demeanor, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't Gu Yicheng the brother of Marquis Wuan? Why does it seem like he just found out that Marquis Wuan could write poetry? Huh? Haha. I'm just surprised that my elder brother could create a poem so in tune with the artistic conception of snowy mountains and rivers. Brother Zhang, don't mind me. Gu Yicheng laughed awkwardly as he deflected the question. Zhang Hao didn't press further and turned back to continue appreciating the poem River Snow with the others. Gu Yicheng looked at the rice paper surrounded by people, his eyes filled with confusion, scanning the hall to find Gu Yixuan's figure. When did my elder brother start writing poetry? But then, as if he thought of something, a complex look flashed in his eyes, and he sighed softly. But I guess that doesn't matter anymore. At the same time, an old man dressed in a butler's outfit approached Liu Huijin from behind and softly called out, "My lord." Liu Huijin, who was pondering how Gu Yixuan knew he was secretly training the LMAO guards, came back to his senses and looked at the old man. "What is it?" The old man stepped forward and whispered a few words in Liu Huijin's ear. After hearing the old man's words, a flicker of anger flashed in Liu Huijin's eyes, and he shouted in a low voice, "How dare they attempt to assassinate in my Jin Yuan Marquis residence?" But the old man shook his head and looked at Liu Huijin, saying, "My lord, this is indeed a great opportunity to eliminate Gu Yixuan." Hearing this, Liu Huijin shook his head and calmly replied, "No, if something happens to Gu Yixuan in my Jin Yuan Marquis residence, the emperor will surely blame me, and I will also have to face the wrath of the Duke of Dinghua. It's not worth the risk." However, the old man did not give up due to Liu Huijin's words. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. "They said they would take Gu Yixuan away and would not let him die in the Jin Yuan Marquis residence. Even if the emperor is furious, he can only blame you for not properly guarding him. As for the Duke of Dinghua, if Gu Yixuan dies, will he still have the mood to trouble you?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Liu Huijin's eyes flickered with light. After pondering for a moment, his gaze fell on Gu Yixuan in the distance, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In a quiet corner of the hall, Gu Yixuan looked at the 2 women who were playing around, clearing his throat helplessly. "Ahem, ladies, may I have a word?" Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, Lin Xiu slowly put down her actions, her little face still slightly red, looking down and not daring to meet Gu Yixuan's gaze. Compared to Lin Xiu's shyness, Liu Yitong was much more straightforward, looking at Gu Yixuan without any hint of embarrassment from being caught gossiping about others. What does Marquis Wuan want? Gu Yixuan turned to look at Xiao Jingyan, who was standing aside holding a painting scroll, and said, "Jingyan, didn't Prince Chu send guards to escort you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan's eyes were filled with confusion, but she still nodded. "Yes, my elder brother said that the capital is not safe right now, so he sent some guards for me." After hearing Xiao Jingyan's response, Gu Yixuan nodded, glancing at the 2 women who looked somewhat puzzled, and continued, "You need to take the 2 ladies out of the residence immediately and call the guards I brought to escort you back." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Xiao Jingyan's expression changed, and she quickly asked, "Is something wrong, Yixuan-ge?" Lin Xiu and Liu Yitong also turned their puzzled gazes towards Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan's gaze fell on the flickering lights of the Jin Yuan marquis residence outside the hall, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Tonight is likely not going to be peaceful. You should take the two ladies away first. Otherwise, I might not be able to attend to you later. Xiao Jingyan's eyes were filled with urgency, and just as she was about to speak, Lin Xiu spoke up. Is it the assassin that tried to kill you that night? Lin Xiu looked at Gu Yixuan, her eyes filled with worry. She still vividly remembered the scene when Gu Yixuan was attacked. Gu Yixuan glanced at her in surprise, but nodded, looking at Xiao Jingyan and saying, those assassins should be arriving soon. Their target is me. Even if they encounter you, they won't stop. You need to take them away quickly. What about you, Yixuan Ge? And this is the Jin Yuan marquis residence. Those assassins shouldn't dare to come, right? Xiao Jingyan said anxiously, glancing at Liu Huijin in the distance. Since I know the assassins are coming, I have naturally made all the arrangements, so there's no need to worry. As for whether Liu Huijin is willing to help, that's another matter. Gu Yixuan's gaze also fell on Liu Huijin, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He did not believe that Liu Huijin, who harbored intentions to kill him, would step in to help fend off the assassins from Hongxiu Tower. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan bit her lip, wanting to say something more. But Gu Yixuan stopped her with a look. Seeing this, she could only nod at Gu Yixuan and firmly said, okay, I'll take them away right now. Yixuan Yi, be careful. I'll quickly bring reinforcements to help you. After saying that, she turned to lead Lin Xiu and Lu Yitong away. My lord. Lin Xiu looked at Gu Yixuan, her eyes filled with worry, wanting to say something more, but Gu Yixuan interrupted her. Don't say any more. Don't you trust me? Rest assured, I still need to help you investigate that matter. I will be fine. Gu Yixuan looked at Lin Xiu, a smile appearing on his face as he reassured her. Seeing Gu Yixuan smile, Lin Xiu's heart gradually calmed down. Since Gu Yixuan already knew that assassins were coming, he must have made arrangements. Their staying here would only hinder him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu nodded at Gu Yixuan, pulling Lu Yitong, who still looked dazed, to follow Xiao Jingyan out of the hall. But just then, a sudden cry rang out from outside the hall. There are assassins. Chapter 31. The assassins arrive. There are assassins. With a shout from outside the hall, accompanied by cries of murder and the exclamations of the servants from the... What happened? Assassins? What assassins? How could there be assassins? This is the Jin Yuan. How could there be assassins? Where are the guards of the Jin Yuan? Hurry, someone. Hearing the sounds of murder getting closer, the young masters and ladies at the banquet were immediately thrown into a panic, and a commotion arose in the hall. However, the main figure, Liu Huijin, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly said to the elder beside him, have LMAO guards secretly protect these young masters and ladies. Also, send someone to inform that group outside not to harm these people. If anything happens to them, they will face the wrath of the entire Kanglin Kingdom's court. Yes, the elder, upon receiving Liu Huijin's orders, immediately bowed and withdrew. But at this moment, the people in the hall could no longer contain themselves. Some high-ranking young masters looked at Liu Huijin and began to loudly question him. What does the Jin Yuan mean by this? The leading young master Zhao slammed the table and glared at Liu Huijin, shouting, we were invited to this banquet, and now we are encountering assassins. This is bad enough, but we have yet to see a single guard appear. Could it be that these guards are all dead? The young masters and several bold young ladies behind him echoed in agreement. Indeed, since the noise from outside started, not a single guard has appeared. Could it be that they has sent people to pretend to be assassins, want to trap us all here and catch us all at once? Jin Yuan, I will definitely tell my father about today's events when I return home, so he can bring it before His Majesty. For a moment, the noise in the hall drowned out the shouts of murder outside. Liu Huijin's eyes flashed with anger upon seeing this, but more so, he felt helpless. To facilitate the assassin's entry, he had withdrawn most of the guards around, leaving only a few untrained servants to block the entrance. However, looking at the furious expressions of the crowd in the hall, Liu Huijin stood up helplessly and addressed everyone with a steady voice, devoid of panic. Everyone, please remain calm. The guards of the are on their way here. He scanned the pale faces in the hall and deliberately slowed his tone, continuing, please follow me to the back hall for safety. If anyone is harmed, I will personally apologize to His Majesty." Upon hearing this, the anger in the crowd eased slightly, and they stood up, preparing to follow Liu Xiu to the back hall. "Yixuan, what should we do?" Hearing the increasingly close shouts of murder, Xiao Jingyan knew they couldn't escape and turned his gaze to Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan, seeing the slightly panicked expressions of the three, was about to speak when his peripheral vision caught a tile on the roof move. Just then, the roof tile suddenly shattered, and a shadow holding a long knife fell down, the knife tip gleaming coldly as it aimed for Gu Yixuan's face. "Be careful!" At Lin Shishue's cry of alarm, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he quickly kicked a nearby table away. Bang! The table hit the assassin's face with a muffled sound, sending the shadow flying backward, the long knife clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, Gu Yixuan grabbed a wine jug from the table and smashed it towards the broken tile, and two muffled groans came from the roof, indicating that there were indeed more ambushers. "Jingyan, protect the two ladies," Gu Yixuan turned and said, hooking the fallen long knife with his foot, his gaze fixed on the hall entrance, filled with coldness. Bang! The wooden window shattered, and several figures in black leaped into the hall, wielding blood-stained long knives, their murderous gazes sweeping across the hall before finally converging on Gu Yixuan in the corner. There are really assassins. Where are the guards? Where are the guards?" The young masters and ladies who had not yet managed to escape were terrified upon seeing the real assassins and began to shout in panic. At that moment, a short old man among the black-clad assassins stepped forward, looking at the panicking crowd with a hint of disdain in his eyes, casually throwing out 3 flying daggers. Clang! The daggers landed on the bluestone tiles in front of the crowd, the glinting blades silencing the noisy crowd instantly. "Everyone, we are here for only one person and will not harm you. Please calm down." A middle-aged man in white, with a long sword at his waist, stepped forward and spoke gently to the frightened crowd. "Why bother talking so much to them, dead scholar? I think it would be better to kill them all, so we don't have to look at them." A seductive woman in a thin gauzy dress, wearing a veil, appeared, her alluring voice coming from beneath the veil. Upon hearing the woman's words, the crowd began to stir again, and Liu Xiu's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked at her. If these young aristocrats were to die here, not only would the assassins face furious retaliation, but he would also be implicated. Fortunately, what Liu Xiu had anticipated did not happen. The middle-aged scholar shook his head gently upon hearing the seductive woman's words and replied calmly, "The lady has said that we cannot harm these people." "Oh, what a pity." The seductive woman sighed regretfully, but her gaze toward the crowd still carried a bloodthirsty intent. "Stop the nonsense and quickly take Gu Yixuan away. If the Imperial Shadows notice, with just Lin's boy alone, he won't be able to hold them off for long." The short old man spoke, his gaze landing on Gu Yixuan, who was holding the long knife. "Yes." Upon hearing the old man's words, the two who had been speaking fell silent and turned their attention to Gu Yixuan. "Their target is the Marquis of Wuan. How dare they? Don't they fear the retaliation from Duke Dinghua? It seems these people are the ones who attempted to assassinate the Marquis of Wuan that day. I didn't expect them to be so bold as to come to the Jin Yuan to kill the Marquis of Wuan." In the crowd, Gu Yiqin listened to the discussions around him and looked at Gu Yixuan with cold eyes. "Elder brother, don't blame me. After all, I am the son of Fu Yunfei." Gu Yixuan looked at the 3 of them with rising murderous intent. He knew their identities. All were top assassins from Hongxiu Lu. Slap! The seductive woman took the initiative to strike first, drawing out a 9-section whip from her waist. With a piercing sound of the whip slicing through the air, the poisoned whip lunged straight at Gu Yixuan's face. Yixuan, Xiao Jingyan, who had sheltered the 2 ladies behind a pillar, immediately shouted in alarm. Seeing the 9-section whip coming at him, Gu Yixuan leaned back sharply, the whip brushing past his nose and leaving 5 charred marks on the pillar behind him. Why must the young lord force himself? The woman giggled, swaying her hips as she walked toward Gu Yixuan, her wrist flicking as the whip curled toward his ankle like a snake. Boom! Gu Yixuan, seeing this, directly pushed off the ground with 1 foot, soaring into the air as the 9-section whip landed on a chair behind him, instantly shattering it. But just as Gu Yixuan was airborne, the middle-aged scholar suddenly drew his waist sword, thrusting it at a tricky angle toward Gu Yixuan's ribs. Chapter 32. Gu Yixuan's self-sacrifice facing the thrusting sword. Gu Yixuan immediately spun around a block with his knife. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, Gu Yixuan used the momentum to leap into the air, delivering a kick directly to the seductive woman's face. Seeing this, the seductive woman hurriedly pulled back her whip. But the veil on her face was blown away by the force of Gu Yixuan's kick, revealing a hideous scar on her left cheek. Seeing her scar revealed, the seductive woman could no longer maintain her composure, turning to glare at the old man who had not yet made a move, her tone losing its previous respect. "Old man, why aren't you making a move already?" The old man snorted coldly, suddenly whipping out 3 chains from his sleeve, the iron hooks at the ends glinting menacingly as they formed a pattern aimed straight at Gu Yixuan's back. Just as Gu Yixuan landed, he sensed a terrifying force coming from behind. Without thinking, he turned around and swept his knife horizontally. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing. One of the chains was knocked away by the long knife, crashing directly into a pillar. But the remaining 2 chains coiled tightly around Gu Yixuan's arms like 2 pythons. The old man saw this, and a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. He pulled hard on the iron chain in his hand, intending to use the iron hook on Gu Yixuan's shoulder to disable his arms. Creak! The iron chain between the old man and Gu Yixuan instantly tightened, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, but the iron hook on Gu Yixuan's shoulder seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't advance an inch. Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a furious shout, the veins on his arms bulged as he forcefully yanked the chains wrapped around his arms backward. The old man didn't expect him to have such brute strength, and was pulled forward a few steps unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yixuan kicked the old man in the chest, sending him flying. The chains that had bound his arms lost their master's control and fell to the ground as well. Altogether, the seductive woman, seeing this, disregarded the scar on her face and sharply commanded the middle-aged scholar, whipping her 9-section whip as she charged at Gu Yixuan again. The 9-section whip, carrying a gust of energy, whistled towards him. Gu Yixuan dodged to the side and, using the momentum, kicked a ceramic pot planted with greenery at the seductive woman. With a crash of shattering pottery, the middle-aged scholar's sword had already reached Gu Yixuan's front. Gu Yixuan swung his knife in a horizontal sweep, an aura of killing intent enveloping him, and his knife technique was grand and sweeping, forcing the middle-aged scholar to retreat repeatedly. Seeing this, the seductive woman suddenly changed the direction of her 9-section whip, attempting to entangle Gu Yixuan's wrist holding the knife. But he countered with a slash that severed the whip's tip. I didn't expect the notorious poison whip Rakshasa, Bloodhand Scholar, and Hook Chain Ghost Hand to have such limited skills. Compared to Qingfeng Jinlin's Lin Fengxing, you are far from being a match. Gu Yixuan casually flicked away the half-section of the whip still tangled on his knife. The blade pointed diagonally at the two, his eyes filled with disdain. After several rounds of combat, Gu Yixuan had already figured out the strength of these individuals. Although they were all A-class assassins, their abilities were still vastly inferior to Lin Fengxing. Gu, don't be too happy too soon. The seductive woman, holding the now shortened 9-section whip, glared at Gu Yixuan through gritted teeth. The old man who had been kicked away also got up from the ground. Looking at Gu Yixuan with a gaze full of killing intent, his voice hoarse and indifferent. Little brat from the Gu family, I don't want you to die here. Otherwise, with so many of us rushing at you, how long do you think you can hold out alone? At this moment, the middle-aged scholar also spoke, looking at Gu Yixuan with a calm tone. Young Master Gu, you might as well give up resisting and come with us peacefully to avoid suffering later. Hearing their threats, a smile crept up the corner of Gu Yixuan's mouth as he slowly lowered his long knife. The onlookers in the distance immediately began to murmur. What's going on? Why has the Marquis of Wuan put down his weapon? It shouldn't be. Just now, the Marquis of Wuan was holding his own against 3 opponents. How could he suddenly put down his weapon? Could it be that those people threatened the Marquis of Wuan? Impossible. How could the Marquis of Wuan be threatened by these assassins? What right do they have to threaten him? Hearing the discussions, the crowd couldn't help but feel puzzled. Meanwhile, Liu Huijin and Gu Yichan in the crowd exchanged glances, joy flashing in their eyes as they saw Gu Yixuan put down his weapon. "Brother Gu, why don't you seem worried about the Marquis of Wuan's predicament?" At this time, Zhang Hao, who was beside Gu Yixuan, noticed the lack of concern on his face about his elder brother being in danger. A look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Gu Yixuan's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, and he quickly began to explain. Of course I'm worried, but I have confidence in my brother. He definitely won't just yield to these assassins. The reason he put down his weapon must be his own consideration." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Zhang Hao's suspicion gradually diminished. "I see." Just then, the young Master Zhao, who had questioned Liu Huijin earlier, suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. "Does Brother Zhao know why the Marquis of Wuan put down his weapon?" Upon hearing this, someone immediately asked. Young Master Zhao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he continued. "The reason the Marquis of Wuan put down his weapon is certainly because those assassins threatened him with our lives, forcing him to do so." Hearing young Master Zhao's words, the crowd suddenly understood. This was the only reason that could explain why Gu Yixuan would put down his weapon in a favorable situation. But soon after, the crowd became agitated. "The Marquis of Wuan is actually willing to be at their mercy for us." Some women couldn't help but have reddened eyes, softly exclaiming, "This is the Marquis of Wuan. He didn't yield even when facing 3 opponents, and now he's willing to protect us." "Jin Yuan Ho." Someone suddenly turned to look at Liu Huijin with eyes full of anger. "You said the guards would arrive soon, but how long has it been? Not a single guard has shown up. I think you're deliberately putting the Marquis of Wuan in danger." "That's right. These assassins might have been arranged by Jin Yuan Ho with the aim of assassinating the Marquis of Wuan. Jin Yuan Ho, I hope you can give a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, if I manage to return home, I will do everything in my power to make His Majesty punish you for the crime of attempting to assassinate the current Marquis of Wuan. I will too." In an instant, Liu Huijin found himself besieged by the crowd. Liu Huijin, witnessing this, felt a slight panic rise in his heart, but even more so, he was filled with anger at how these assassins had not yet made their move, leaving him in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Gu Yixuan, who was confronting the 3 A-class assassins, would probably say if he knew their thoughts, "Cough, you are overthinking. I'm not that great. Little brat from the Gu family. You do have some insight." The old man saw that Gu Yixuan truly obeyed and put down his weapon, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes as he couldn't help but praise him. "Brother Yixuan, my lord." Not far behind Gu Yixuan, Xiao Jingyan and the others gasped in surprise, looking at him with eyes full of worry and confusion. Hearing their voices, Gu Yixuan turned and gave them a reassuring glance. Then he looked at the many black-clad assassins behind the old man and smiled slightly. "Who told you that I am alone?" Chapter 33, One Against Thousands. Slaughtering the 9 realms. Outside the Jin Yuan Marquis mansion, the shouts of killing continued. Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing stood on a roof eave, quietly watching their subordinates attacking the guards brought by Gu Yixuan. "Miss, are you sure that sending only the ghost old man and his 2 companions will be enough to capture Gu Yixuan?" Lin Fengxing, standing behind Xianing Zhao, looked at the brightly lit Jin Yuan Marquis mansion with a slightly worried tone. He had fought with Gu Yixuan that night and knew that Gu Yixuan's strength was not weak. It would be difficult for the 3 of them, the hook chain ghost hand, to take him down. Hearing Lin Fengxing's question, Xianing Zhao's gaze also shifted to the Jin Yuan Marquis mansion as she calmly replied, "No matter how strong Gu Yixuan is, he can't escape from the siege of so many of us. Uncle Lin, don't worry." After hearing Xianing Zhao say this, Lin Fengxing felt somewhat reassured, but he couldn't help but ask, "What if Gu Yixuan refuses to surrender?" At these words, a cold light flashed in Xianing Zhao's beautiful eyes, and her clear voice came out. "Then let it die here." Hearing Xianing Zhao's icy words, Lin Fengxing was taken aback, turning to look at her with a slightly confused tone. Did the young lady not promise that Liu Huijin she wouldn't let Gu Yixuan die in his mansion? Why? Xianing Zhao sneered, looking at the Marquis mansion with a mocking gaze, her tone indifferent as she responded, "Uncle Lin, do you really think Liu Huijin is sincerely cooperating with us? He is merely afraid that if he acts, he will face retaliation from the Emperor of Kanglin and Gu Baitsong. and is only looking to use us as a knife to kill. As soon as our people catch Gu Yixuan and take him out of the mansion, he will be the first to act against us. By then, even if we haven't killed Gu Yixuan, he will make a move himself and push all the blame onto us. As Xianing Zhao paused in his speech, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Moreover, isn't it better if Gu Yixuan dies in the Jin Yuan Marquis mansion? Once Gu Yixuan is dead, Gu Beizong will undoubtedly be furious and seek revenge. Liu Huijin, who is hosting this banquet, will certainly be the first to face Gu Beizong's wrath. As far as I know, Liu Huijin has secretly cultivated a considerable force and has a vendetta against Gu Beizong for the murder of his father. When the two sides clash, the Kanglin kingdom will definitely fall into chaos. At that time, the pawn we placed in the Gu family will be able to play its role. Hearing Xianing Zhao's words, even Lin Fengxing couldn't help but shiver. He knew that if Gu Beizong, the warrior who once waged a war of extermination, became angry, the entire Kanglin kingdom would be thrown into unrest. It's about time. Liu Xiu, go take care of the guards that Gu Yixuan brought. Once the old ghost and the others come out, we need to leave quickly. After all, we are in the capital, and I fear that delays could lead to changes. Seeing that the people from Hongxiu Tower were still unable to deal with the Gu family's guards, impatience flashed in Xianing Zhao's eyes as he spoke to Lin Fengxing. Yes, Lin Fengxing nodded and lightly leaped down from the rooftop, arriving outside the Jin Yuan Marquis mansion. Boom! Just as Lin Fengxing drew his long sword and was about to enter the battlefield, a sound like muffled thunder suddenly echoed from the alley in the distance. A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Fengxing's heart as he turned to look, only to see nearly 100 cavalry clad in black armor, with long knives hanging at their waists, suddenly appear in the alley. The Gu family's elite troops. Seeing the distinctive black armor on the cavalry, Lin Fengxing's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned to shout at the people from Hongxiu Tower who were still surrounding the remaining guards. Don't worry about them. Quickly block those cavalry. The Jianghu people from Hongxiu Tower, who were attacking the remaining guards, heard Lin Fengxing shout and immediately abandoned their assault. They were filled with confusion at Lin Fengxing's words. Cavalry? What cavalry? But when they turned around and saw the cavalry rushing toward them, their expressions instantly turned to terror. Lin, you said tonight's operation would be fine. So how could the officials show up now, especially cavalry? Those are armored cavalry. What do we use to stop them? Lin Fengxing also felt puzzled about the sudden appearance of the Gu family's elite troops. But it wasn't the time to think about this. The people who entered the Jin Yuan Marquis mansion to deal with Gu Yixuan hadn't come out yet. We must buy them time. With this thought, Lin Fengxing gritted his teeth and yelled at the Jianghu people. Even if we can't stop them, we must delay. We must buy time for our brothers inside. If anyone dares to flee today, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I, Qing Feng's sword, will chop him down. Hearing Lin Fengxing's threatening words, several Jianghu people who were about to quietly slip away had no choice but to give up that idea. Under Lin Fengxing's threats, the Jianghu people from Hongxiu Tower all drew their weapons and stood ready, but their trembling hands revealed the fear in their hearts. As the thunderous sound of hooves drew closer, the cavalry gradually approached, and the leader, tall and burly like a barbaric bear, clad in dark red heavy armor, held a massive black halberd the size of a bowl. You bandit! How dare you assassinate the Marquis of Wuan? Come and take your life. With a roar like thunder, the leading general spurred his horse, and the war horse beneath him, much larger than the other cavalry mounts, neighed loudly and charged toward Lin Fengxing and the others. Seeing that imposing figure, Xianing Zhao on the rooftop's pupils constricted as she was about to remind Lin Fengxing, but it was too late. The general charged right in front of Lin Fengxing, and the iron-blooded halberd raised high, came crashing down toward Lin Fengxing. Watching the heavy halberd aimed directly at his face, Lin Fengxing's pupils constricted, and he immediately raised his long sword to block. Clang! A loud sound echoed as Lin Fengxing's long sword was bent under the weight of the halberd, the force shattering his grip and causing the stones beneath his feet to crack. Bang! Unable to withstand the tremendous force, Lin Fengxing knelt on one knee, his trembling arms pressed against the long sword, struggling to keep the halberd from falling onto him. Poof! 10,000 enemies, slaughtering Jiui. Blood spurted from Lin Fengxing's mouth as he forcefully lifted his head to look at the burly man on horseback, gritting his teeth. Ha ha! I didn't expect you, bandit, to have some insight. It's your grandfather who has come. If you can take my halberd, you are indeed a character. Seeing that Lin Fengxing recognized him, Tu Jiui laughed wildly, praising him for being able to withstand his next strike. But that was all. Tu Jiui's eyes turned cold, and he exerted force with his arm holding the halberd. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out as Lin Fengxing's long sword shattered, and the tip of the halberd emitted a chilling crimson light, directly severing Lin Fengxing's left arm. Poof! Lin Fengxing, whose left arm was chopped off by the iron halberd, fell to the ground with a thud, gritting his teeth and letting out a muffled groan, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Lin Fengxing endured the pain of losing an arm without uttering a word, Tu Jiui's eyes flashed with admiration, and then he raised his iron halberd to take his head. But at that moment, Chapter 34, Kill him. Xianing Zhao, seeing Tu Jiui raise his halberd to take Lin Fengxing's head, was filled with anxiety, and she waved her hand to throw out a few silver needles from her sleeve. Lin Xiu, hurry and go. Swish, swish, swish. The silver needles flashed with cold light, producing several faint sounds of breaking air as they flew toward Tu Jiui's face. Tu Jiui sensed the killing intent, looked up at the flying silver needles with disdain, and with a sweep of his halberd, knocked all the needles down. But just in the moment he raised his halberd to block the silver needles, Lin Fengxing suddenly sprang up, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and in a few leaps he jumped onto the rooftop to join Xianing Zhao. At that moment, the cavalry following Tu Jiui also arrived. Their eyes were indifferent, and without Tu Jiui's order, they instinctively drew their long knives and charged at the already stunned people from Hongxiu Tower. What kind of monster is this? Lin Daxia can't even take one of his strikes. Don't worry about that. If you don't die, hurry and run. Run. Seeing the cavalry charging toward them, the astonished people from Hongxiu Tower finally reacted, their eyes filled with terror, and they shouted as they fled in all directions. But how could they outrun the Gu family's elite cavalry? They hadn't taken a few steps before being cut down under the horses. General, should we pursue? A soldier approached Tu Jiui, glancing at Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing fleeing, and asked softly. Tu Jiui didn't speak. He planted his halberd into the ground, and then took out a huge iron bow from the side of his warhorse. Creak! Tu Jiui bent the bow and knocked an arrow, and the massive bow was instantly drawn into a crescent shape, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Swish! Tu Jiui released the bowstring, the iron bow trembled, and the arrow, gleaming with cold light, shot forward with a piercing whistle, heading straight for Xianing Zhao's back. Enduring the intense pain in his left shoulder, Lin Fengxing heard the sound of the arrow slicing through the air behind him, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He had no time to think. He quickly turned and rushed to Xianing Zhao's side, pushing her away. Poof! The arrow brutally pierced his right shoulder, the arrowhead directly penetrating his scapula, blood splattering onto Xianing Zhao's face. Lin Fengxing let out a muffled groan, and his whole body was propelled forward a few staggering steps by the force of the arrow. Lin Xiu, Xianing Zhao exclaimed, rushing over to support Lin Fengxing. Miss, hurry and go. Don't worry about me. Lin Fengxing, barely managing to stand with Xianing Zhao's help, caught a glimpse of Tu Jiui bending his bow again, and hurriedly spoke. But Xianing Zhao did not listen to him. Her gaze quickly swept around the surrounding buildings, and upon seeing a narrow alley, her eyes lit up. She immediately helped Lin Fengxing toward that direction. Swish! Just as the two jumped off the rooftop, an arrow flew past the spot where they had just stood. The general watched as the figures of Xianing Zhao and the others disappeared from sight, and two GUS soldiers beside him couldn't help but speak up. The alley they entered was too narrow for the warhorses to pass, so there was no need to pursue them, especially since the matter of Marquis Wuan was urgent. Tu Jue shook his head with some regret, said a word to the soldier beside him, then dismounted, pulled out the iron spear he had plunged into the ground, and stepped toward the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. Inside the banquet hall of the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence, the three old men heard the sound of hooves from outside, and, combined with Gu Yixuan's earlier words, A sense of panic arose in their hearts. However, Gu Yixuan's expression was calm as he secretly thought, "They are coming." This morning, after receiving information from Gu Yi that Gu Yixuan had secretly sent to Xianning, Gu Yixuan had Gu Yi take his waste token to summon the Gu family's personal troops and 2 GUF from outside the city to catch the people from Hongqiu Tower off guard. The old man realized that something unexpected had happened. Recalling what Xianning had told him about being forced to kill Gu Yixuan directly, if necessary. "All of you go. Kill him," he shouted angrily to the black-clad assassins behind him, and then the iron chain in his sleeve flew out, heading straight for Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan looked at the iron hook rushing toward him with a cold gaze. He knew that as long as he could delay for time until reinforcements arrived, none of these people would escape. Whoosh! Just as Gu Yixuan swung his blade to knock away the old man's iron hook chain, a sharp wind sound came from beside him. The enchanting woman drew out a 9-section whip again, the whip coiling like a spirited snake, aiming directly at his waist and abdomen. Gu Yixuan spun to the side, but still got swept on the shoulder by the whip's tip, causing him to grunt in pain. However, the whip that should have pierced his flesh seemed to be blocked by something. Looking through the hole made by the iron hook, he saw the golden silk armor glimmering slightly in the candlelight. No wonder the iron hook couldn't penetrate. The old man noticed that the barb on the chain was still hanging onto the tattered remnants of his clothing. Previously puzzled as to why his iron hook couldn't pierce Gu Yixuan's shoulder, he suddenly realized with clarity. But then, a sense of dread rose in the old man's heart. It seemed Gu Yixuan had known all along that they would assassinate him tonight. Otherwise, why would he be wearing golden silk armor? Thinking of this, the old man suddenly exerted force on the chain, the iron hook gleaming with a chilling light aimed directly at Gu Yixuan's throat. Gu Yixuan struck the chain with the back of his knife and retreated using the force, but the white-clad swordsman had already slashed from the right side, aiming directly at his exposed ribs. At that moment, the black-clad assassins had also crept up behind him, each wielding long knives and rushing at him. Seeing this situation, Gu Yixuan immediately swung his blade to block the white-clad swordsman, while kicking over a sandalwood table to block the assassins behind him. Bang! Gu Yixuan knocked the white-clad swordsman back with one strike, then swiftly turned and swung his blade down, slicing through the throats of 3 assassins with his somewhat dull blade. However, there were too many assassins, and each slash was lethal, targeting his lower body and joints, forcing him into a corner. Crack! At that moment, the enchanting woman swung her 9-section whip again, the whip slicing through the air at an extremely fast speed, aiming for Gu Yixuan's head. Trapped by the black-clad assassins, Gu Yixuan had no choice but to use one hand to block the approaching black-clad assassin, while raising the other to defend against the 9-section whip. The enchanting woman knew she couldn't harm Gu Yixuan, who wore golden silk armor. With a flick of her wrist, the 9-section whip coiled around Gu Yixuan's forearm. The woman yanked the whip hard, causing Gu Yixuan, who was distracted by blocking the assassins, to stumble half a step. Surround him. Don't give him any breathing room. The old man lightly tapped the ground with his toes, lifting himself into the air, and with a swing of his arm, the iron hook flew toward Gu Yixuan again. With one hand ensnared by the enchanting woman's whip, Gu Yixuan, unable to move freely, kicked over one black-clad assassin, then immediately swung his knife to block the incoming iron hook. Clang! Just as Gu Yixuan knocked away the iron hook, he felt a long knife from a black-clad assassin strike his back, but fortunately, the soft armor cushioned the blow. He retaliated with a backhanded strike, slicing the assassin's throat, and as blood splattered on his face, another sword light rushed toward him. Gu Yixuan sidestepped, the sword barely grazing his neck, narrowly avoiding a hit to his artery. Faced with multiple attackers, even Gu Yixuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Just as a long knife was about to land on Gu Yixuan's neck, he shouted angrily, "Old man, if you don't move now, I'm going to die." Chapter 35. Crushing with Ruthlessness. Boom! The front door of the banquet hall shattered, and a black iron spear flew into the hall. Puff! The spear tip glimmered ominously as it pierced straight into the chest of the black-clad assassin who was attacking Gu Yixuan. Bang! The iron spear penetrated the black-clad assassin's chest, pinning him directly against a pillar. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the three old men were immediately thrown into a panic. Turning to look at the entrance of the hall, Yixuan, you've become Marquis Wuan, yet you're still so reckless. Tu Jiue's rough voice came, followed by dozens of armored soldiers rushing into the hall, surrounding everyone from Hongxiu Tower. Seeing the imposing figure like a wild bear, the old man's pupils constricted, his voice trembling slightly. A foe to thousands, Tu Jiue. Upon hearing the old man's words, the enchanting woman and the white-clad swordsman immediately felt a sense of panic. Tu Jiue, the first fierce general under Duke Gubaitsong, had made a name for himself 20 years ago in the war that destroyed Nanyue, leading 3,000 iron cavalry to defeat 60,000 troops of Nanyue at the age of 25, earning the title of foe to thousands. Gu Yixuan's martial arts had been taught by him since childhood. His impulsive and combative nature was largely influenced by Tu Jiue. Taking advantage of the other's momentary daze, Gu Yixuan swung his blade to kill a black-clad assassin and quickly maneuvered away from the battlefield, leaning on the long knife, which had become somewhat dull from repeated clashes. Gu Yixuan gasped for breath and looked at Tu Jiue with annoyance, saying, "I'm almost dead. How can I be steady?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's complaint, Tu Jiue felt a bit embarrassed. He had actually arrived before the soldiers. However, seeing Gu Yixuan engaged in battle with the three old men, he wanted to see how strong Gu Yixuan was, not expecting that Gu Yixuan actually knew he was outside. "You remnants of Nanyue are still alive?" Tu Jiue turned to look at the old man, his tiger-like eyes filled with cold, killing intent. A few dark guards had escaped from the Nanyue capital back then, and this old man was one of them. The old man did not respond, his gaze scanning the hall back and forth, looking for an opportunity to escape. But they were already surrounded by soldiers. How could they get out? "Kill them all, leave none alive." Seeing the old man silent, Tu Jiue said no more. He took the iron spear handed to him by a nearby soldier and coldly said, then stepped forward to attack the three old men. With a roar, Tu Jiue swung his iron spear, creating a wind-breaking sound, and charged at the three old men like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Seeing this, the old man gritted his teeth, swinging the iron chain in both hands to block, but was shaken by Tu Jiue's spear, leaving his hands numb, and the chain slipped from his grasp. Puff! Tu Jiue pressed the advantage, his tiger-like eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, and he swept the iron spear horizontally, directly cutting the old man in half at the waist. The enchanting woman, seeing this, was filled with terror, retreating while wielding her 9-section whip, trying to entangle Tu Jiue. Tu Jiue looked at her actions with disdain, not dodging or evading, allowing the whip to wrap around his arm, then grabbed the whip's end with one hand and yanked hard. The woman could not withstand this immense force and was pulled right in front of Tu Jiue, who mercilessly swung his other hand with the iron spear. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she could let out a scream, her head rolled to the ground. Her eyes wide open in terror, the white-clad swordsman, seeing the situation was dire, turned to escape, struggling in vain. Tu Jiue's expression was indifferent, and with a cold snort, he threw the iron spear in his hand. The iron halberd emitted a bloodthirsty aura, piercing through the back of the white-clothed swordsman like an arrow, nailing him to the wall. The entire process was clean and swift. The three masters stood before Tu Jiue like mere chickens and dogs, utterly powerless to fight back. Meanwhile, the soldiers were not idle either. They were well-trained and coordinated, engaging in fierce combat with the black-clad assassins. Although the black-clad assassins fought desperately, they had no chance against the well-trained and armored soldiers. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of the black-clad assassins. The remaining assassins, seeing the situation was dire, attempted to surrender, but were ruthlessly slain by the soldiers. Once everything settled down, Gu Yixuan approached Tu Jiue and asked Uncle Tu, "How are the assassins outside?" Tu Jiue flicked the blood off the halberd and glanced at Gu Yixuan upon hearing the question. "You're not calling me old man anymore?" Gu Yixuan smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hey, it was an urgent situation back then. Besides, who told you to just stand by and not take action?" Tu Jiue did not pursue Gu Yixuan's earlier words, as he had often scolded him while teaching martial arts in the past, so this time it was relatively mild. He shook his head with some regret and said, "The ordinary rabble is dealt with, but unfortunately, one swordsman and a white-clothed woman got away. Those two should be the masterminds behind this assassination. However, I severed an arm of that swordsman, and he was shot in the back while trying to protect the white-clothed woman, so he shouldn't last much longer." Hearing two GUS say this, Yixuan was not surprised. He never thought he could take care of Xianning this time. After all, she was the female lead, protected by the so-called protagonist halo, and it was impossible for her to die so easily. He was already quite satisfied that so many experts from the Hongxiu Tower were dealt with, and that Xianning's top expert, Lin Fengxing, was seriously injured. At this moment, Xiao Jingyan approached Yixuan's side, and, seeing him covered in blood, couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Brother Yixuan, are you all right?" "I have my golden silk armor for protection, so I'm fine. This is all the enemy's blood." Yixuan shook his head, signaling that he was okay. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned to see the burly Tu Jue, excitement flashed in his eyes. "General Tu, your reputation as a one-man army has long been known to me. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Xiao Jingyan had long heard of Tu Jue's reputation, but had never had the chance to see him due to Tu Jue's years spent training soldiers in the barracks. And his brother did not like him wielding weapons, causing him to miss the opportunity all these years. How could he not be excited to see him today? "Your Highness flatters me. I am just a rough martial man and do not deserve such praise from your Highness." Tu Jue responded respectfully, as Xiao Jingyan was the younger brother of the current king of Chu, and he could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Yixuan looked at Tu Jue with a hint of pity in his eyes. This kid Xiao Jingyan had no other skills, but was exceptional at pestering others to learn martial arts. Tu Jue was probably going to suffer. At this moment, Lin Shishue's voice sounded, and Yixuan turned to see Lin Shishue and Liu Yitong supporting each other as they walked over. "Are you two all right?" Yixuan asked with concern, noticing the pale faces and trembling bodies of the two women. "Don't worry, we are fine," Lin Shishue said, glancing at the elderly man who was cut in half by Tu Jue, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes, making her already pale face even whiter. With Lin Shishue being like this, Liu Yitong looked even worse, as she had been too afraid to look at the old man's corpse. But inadvertently, when her gaze fell on the head of the seductive woman on the ground, her eyes widened in fear, and she quickly covered her mouth and ran outside. Yixuan felt helpless seeing the two women like this, but there was nothing he could do. Tu Jue's methods were just like that. After pondering for a moment, he walked over to Lin Shishue, gently patting her back to alleviate her nausea. Lin Shishue was startled by the sudden touch, her pale cheeks instantly flushing with a thin layer of red. She instinctively moved aside, only to stumble forward weakly and crash into Yixuan's arms. To avoid getting blood on her, Yixuan quickly supported Lin Shishue, and seeing her small face, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Shishue saw the smile in Yixuan's eyes, and her face turned bright red. She flusteredly pushed against his shoulder to get up, her voice stammering, "Hitchich, hold on. I am fine, and besides, men and women shouldn't be too close. You're trembling all over, and still say you're fine? Let me help you sit down over there for a rest." Yixuan said with a hint of annoyance, supporting her arm as they walked to a relatively intact chair. Lin Shishue's heart raced like a drum, and she caught a glimpse of several guards nearby casting ambiguous looks, making her feel so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. She bit her lip and quietly struggled. "Really, it's not necessary. I just need to catch my breath." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly remembered how she had fallen into Yixuan's arms earlier, and she raised her hand to tidy her disheveled hair, her ears burning red. Yixuan helped Lin Shishue to a chair and turned to find Tu Jue, only to see a young man in white approaching. Today's events are largely thanks to Marquis Wuan. On behalf of all the young masters and ladies, I thank Marquis Wuan here. The young man, Zhao Fei, son of the Minister of War, came in front of Yixuan and bowed with gratitude. Yixuan recognized him and, seeing his respectful demeanor, raised his hand to help him up, saying, "Zhao, young master, there's no need for such formality. These assassins came for me, and it was I who brought trouble to all of you." Hearing Yixuan say this, Zhao Fei shook his head and continued. Even so, Marquis, for the sake of our lives, you willingly laid down your weapons, which is an undeniable fact. My gratitude is well-deserved. Gu Yixuan was confused by Zhao Fei's words. When did I willingly lay down my weapons to protect your lives? But before Gu Yixuan could figure out what Zhao Fei meant, Liu Huijin also walked over. This assassination attempt against Marquis Wuan was due to my guards failing to arrive in time, putting Marquis Wuan in danger. It is indeed my fault. Please forgive me. Marquis Wuan. Liu Huijin bowed deeply before Gu Yixuan, lowering his head to hide the anger and unwillingness in his eyes. He had not expected the assassins from Hongxiu Tower to be so incompetent. He had already withdrawn all the guard around the banquet hall, yet they still failed. What surprised him even more was that Gu Yixuan's reinforcements had arrived so quickly, and judging by Gu Yixuan's earlier reaction, did he anticipate this assassination attempt in advance and send for 2 GU ahead of time? Otherwise, how could the Gu family's troops, who were outside the city, arrive so quickly? Gu Yixuan looked at Liu Huijin with cold eyes. How could he not know that Liu Huijin had intentionally prevented the guards from coming, aiming to have the people from Hongxiu Tower deal with him? Lord Jinyuan, there's no need for further words. I will report the events of this banquet truthfully to my father, and then my father will inform His Majesty, who will make the final decision. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to speak, Zhao Fei couldn't hold back any longer. His attitude toward Liu Huijin had lost all the respect he had when he first arrived and was evidently filled with rage. Hearing Zhao Fei, the son of a minister, dare to speak to him like that, Liu Huijin, already seething with anger, could no longer contain himself. He turned to Zhao Fei with an icy glare, shouting, "You dare to speak to me like that?" Faced with the angry Liu Huijin, Zhao Fei showed no signs of fear. He calmly looked at Liu Huijin and said, "Lord Jinyuan, this is not just my opinion. All the young masters and ladies feel the same way." Upon hearing this, Liu Huijin immediately turned to look at the crowd in the distance, only to find that the young masters and ladies were glaring at him with expressions full of anger. Because the guards of the Jinyuan Marquis' residence had not arrived in time, the assassins had broken into the banquet hall, putting him in danger. How could these pampered young aristocrats endure such a humiliation? Seeing the situation, Gu Yixuan didn't want to say much more. He walked up to Liu Huijin, patted him on the shoulder, and coldly laughed. "Lord Jinyuan, you need not seek my forgiveness. You should think about how to explain this to His Majesty in the Golden Lawn Hall tomorrow." After saying that, he did not wait for Liu Huijin's response and headed straight towards Tu Jiyue and Xiao Jingyan. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Liu Huijin clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, his eyes filled with anger and a hint of panic. The situation had escalated to a point that was beyond his control. Taking a deep breath after a long contemplation, Liu Huijin exhaled a sigh of frustration, preparing to arrange some matters, just as Gu Yixuan had suggested. The biggest problem he faced now was not Gu Yixuan, but the impending condemnation from the ministers and the emperor's wrath during the morning court session. Just as Liu Huijin was about to arrange for someone to deal with the aftermath in the hall, his gaze inadvertently fell on Liu Xiu, who was leaning back in a chair. Seeing her blushing and shy expression, Liu Huijin felt a strange sensation rise in his heart and unconsciously took a step towards her. However, before he could get close, Liu Xiu noticed him. Liu Xiu looked at Liu Huijin approaching her, her eyes filled with disgust. In her previous life, due to her memories, she had a relatively good impression of Liu Huijin. However, after the incident at the banquet where Gu Yixuan was in peril and Liu Huijin's guards failed to show up, her good feelings towards him had plummeted to the lowest point, even turning into some disdain. Seeing the look of disgust on Liu Xiu's face, Liu Huijin found it inappropriate to approach her and make a fool of himself, but his interest in her only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Xianing Zhao was supporting the pale and weak Lin Fengxing as they arrived in front of a small clinic. Chapter 37. Su Qingdai in front of the clinic, Lin Fengxing, supported by Xianing Zhao, had turned as pale as paper. Fortunately, he was strong enough to hold on until now. Otherwise, anyone else would have succumbed to excessive blood loss long ago. "Miss, don't waste your efforts. This injury is beyond even a divine being's help. It's just a pity that Lin Fengxing spoke weakly, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xianing Zhao. Uncle Lin, don't speak for now, Xianing Zhao said as she helped Lin Fengxing to the clinic's door and knocked on it. Lin Fengxing couldn't help but bitterly smile. Having just lost an arm and now being shot with an arrow, who could possibly save him? But seeing Xianing Zhao's persistence, he refrained from saying more, hoping that the doctor inside could quickly inform Xianing Zhao of his condition so that she could give up hope, allowing him to leave his last words. After a while, the clinic door was opened, and a young girl in a thin nightgown appeared, rubbing her eyes and sleepily asking, "Who is it at this late hour?" The moment Xianing Zhao saw the girl, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly replied, "Sister Qingdai, it's me." Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's voice, the sleepy Su Qingdai immediately woke up, and, seeing Lin Fengxing's grim condition, her expression changed dramatically. "Sister Ningzhao, what happened? What's wrong with this uncle?" Faced with Su Qingdai's inquiries, Xianing Zhao had no time to explain. Supporting Lin Fengxing, she urged anxiously, "We'll talk later. I know your medical skills are superb. Please save Uncle Lin." Understanding that it wasn't the time for explanations, Su Qingdai quickly joined Xianing Zhao in helping Lin Fengxing into the clinic. An hour later, Lin Fengxing lay quietly on a wooden bed in the clinic, covered in silver needles. Although his face remained as pale as paper, fortunately, the bleeding from his wounds had stopped, and his breathing had gradually stabilized. Standing in front of the bed, Su Qingdai, her lovely cheeks glistening with sweat, exhaled a breath after placing the last silver needle and wiped her face. Meanwhile, Xianing Zhao, anxiously waiting, stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Sister Qingdai, how is Uncle Lin? His life is saved, but this uncle seems to have endured a terrifying force. Several of his meridians are severed, and some of his internal organs are shattered. Plus, with one arm severed, it's impossible for him to recover to his previous strength," Su Qingdai replied as she took the handkerchief Xianing Zhao handed her, wiping her sweaty face. Hearing Su Qingdai's words, Xianing Zhao finally relaxed her tense expression. As long as his life was saved, everything else was not a problem. With a heavy weight lifted from her heart, she looked at Lin Fengxing lying on the bed and felt a surge of fear. Uncle Lin had accompanied her for so many years and had become like a father to her. She couldn't bear to think about what would happen if Uncle Lin really came a harm. "Sister Ningzhao, what exactly happened? How did this uncle get such serious injuries? If you had come a little later, even I wouldn't have been able to save him." After a moment of rest, Su Qingdai asked again, curious about what had transpired to cause such severe injuries to this guard-like uncle. A wound like losing an arm combined with multiple shattered organs was something she had never seen even after years of following her master in medicine. Upon hearing Su Qingdai's question, a surge of anger rose in Xianing Zhao's heart. She wanted to know what had happened as well. Tonight's operation had gone smoothly, and they were close to successfully killing Yixuan, but unexpectedly, Tu Jiyue had appeared halfway through and severely injured Lin Fengxing. However, after the anger, Xianing Zhao was filled with confusion. How did Tu Jiyue suddenly appear with troops at the Jinyuan Marquis' residence? Was it the Gu family's army stationed outside the city? Could it be that Gu Yixuan had known about their assassination attempt and had brought Tu Jiyue and the Gu family's army in advance? Sister Ningzhao? Just as Xianing Zhao was pondering the connections, a delicate white hand waved in front of her eyes, bringing her back to reality. I encountered a powerful person from the Jianghu, and Uncle Lin was injured while protecting me. After thinking for a moment, Xianing Zhao chose to conceal the truth from Su Qingdai. Even though Su Qingdai wouldn't betray her, Gu Yixuan was still the current Marquis of Wuan, and it was better for fewer people to know about this matter. Moreover, if Su Qingdai found out, it wouldn't be good for her. If Gu Yixuan discovered it, she would definitely be treated as an accomplice. Is that so? Su Qingdai was somewhat skeptical of Xianing Zhao's explanation. Lin Fengxing had sustained such serious injuries but still managed to hold on, indicating that his strength was not weak. However, the injury on his left shoulder was from a halberd, and Su Qingdai hadn't heard of any Jianghu experts using a halberd. But out of trust in Xianing Zhao, Su Qingdai didn't ask further. After chatting a bit more with Xianing Zhao, she went to prepare medicine for Lin Fengxing. Watching Su Qingdai gradually leave, Xianing Zhao fell back into deep thought. Who leaked this operation? Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Gu Yichen, outside the Jinyuan Marquis' residence, Gu Yixuan bid farewell to the group of young masters and ladies, then turned to look at Lin Xiu, who was quietly standing beside him, a smile appearing on his lips. Miss Lin, would you allow me to escort you home? Since leaving the Marquis' residence, Lin Xiu had been following him, and with the young masters and ladies coming to bid him farewell, he thought to arrange for someone to take Lin Xiu back first. Unexpectedly, this girl actually refused, insisting on waiting for him, even turning down Liu Yitong's invitation to return together. Hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Lin Xiu, who had been in a daze, immediately came to her senses, and a faint blush appeared on her small face. She didn't know why she was waiting for Gu Yixuan, only that ever since she accidentally fell into his arms earlier, she had been feeling dizzy and just wanted to follow him. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, and seeing his handsome face with a smile, Lin Xiu's heart couldn't help but race, and she didn't know what to say, stammering in response. I can go back by myself. No, there's no need to trouble Lord Ho. Seeing Lin Xiu's cute appearance, Gu Yixuan smiled and shook his head, knowing that if he really sent her back, she would probably spend the entire time blushing and not speaking. All right then, I'll arrange for someone to escort Miss Lin back. After saying this, Gu Yixuan didn't wait for Lin Xiu to refuse and turned to the soldiers standing nearby, instructing, arrange for a few people to escort Miss Lin back. Yes. The soldier complied and immediately went to make arrangements. After doing this, Gu Yixuan's gaze returned to Lin Xiu, and he said with a smile, Miss Lin, please. Lin Xiu nodded with a red face, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Gu Yixuan, then quickly jogged to the carriage and slipped inside. Watching Lin Xiu escape in such a manner, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle. After seeing the carriage escorted by soldiers gradually disappear from view, Gu Yixuan turned to look at Gu Yichen, who had been silent since leaving the mansion. Chapter 38. Isn't Gu Yichen also my chess piece? Tonight's assassination. What do you think, Yichen? Gu Yixuan gazed at Gu Yichen with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, speaking in a calm tone. Gu Yichen, who was deep in thought, was startled by the question. Seeing the scrutiny in Gu Yixuan's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. I don't know much about what happened today. Hearing Gu Yichen's response, a chill flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes, and he suddenly changed the subject. Before the assassin appeared at the banquet tonight, your figure was absent. Where did you go? Upon hearing this, Gu Yichen's pupils constricted. Did Gu Yixuan discover something? Although he was terrified, he still forced himself to say, I felt it was hot inside the hall, so I wanted to go outside for some fresh air. That's why you didn't see me. Is there a problem with that? Gu Yichen's response was full of holes, and Gu Yixuan's eyes were filled with disdain, but he was too lazy to pursue it further. To Gu Yichen, he was a pawn use a deal with Xianing Zhao. But conversely, wasn't Gu Yichen also a pawn for him? It's nothing, just worried about you. Gu Yixuan paused for a moment, glanced at the nearby Tu Ji, and then continued, I have matters to discuss with General Tu. You should go back and report to your parents. Seeing that Gu Yixuan didn't continue to question him, Gu Yichen let out a sigh of relief, nodded at his words, and turned to walk back to the carriage he arrived in. After Gu Yichen left, Gu Yixuan slowly walked towards Tu Jiyue. At this time, Xiao Jingyan was standing next to Tu Jiyue, continuously asking about the famous battle from 20 years ago. Tu Jiyue, constrained by his identity, couldn't refuse and could only awkwardly recount the events of that great battle. However, as a mere martial general, his storytelling was nowhere near as captivating as Gu Yixuan's, which left Xiao Jingyan quite dissatisfied. Seeing that Xiao Jingyan was not enjoying himself, wanting to ask Tu Jiyue to teach him martial arts, Gu Yixuan quickly stepped in to interrupt their conversation. Jingyan, it's getting late. You should head back and not worry His Highness, the Prince of Chu. Tu Jiyue wouldn't care what your identity was when training people. He nearly wore out Gu Yixuan back in the day, and with Xiao Jingyan's delicate build, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yixuan Yi. Xiao Jingyan wanted to argue a bit when he heard Gu Yixuan's words, but he was met with a glare from Gu Yixuan. Do you want me to have someone tie you up and take you back? Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Xiao Jingyan could only nod helplessly. All right, I'll go back now. However, before he left, he took one last reluctant look at Tu Jue, and that gaze made the seasoned warrior feel a bit uneasy. Thank you, Uncle Tu, for tonight. Gu Yixuan stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Though he was now the Marquis of Wuan, Tu Jue was a high-ranking general responsible for the palace and the city's night patrols, commanding troops to protect the capital's safety. He held real military power, and the reason he personally came tonight was more due to his relationship with Gu Yixuan and Gu Beizong. It's nothing, just a few rogue elements from a Jianghu. I've been in the capital for so many years, it's good to stretch my muscles a bit. Tu Jue shook his head nonchalantly. He quite liked this little guy, Gu Yixuan, not only because he was Gu Beizong's son, but also because over the years, only Gu Yixuan had received his true teachings. Therefore, when Gu Yi came to him with news of an assassination attempt on Gu Yixuan, he personally led his troops over. That said, I can't let you come here for nothing. Tomorrow, I'll send some wine over for you and the soldiers who came tonight to enjoy, Gu Yixuan said. Upon hearing this, Tu Jue's eyes lit up. He had three great loves in life: war horses, weapons, and fine wine. However, his wife was strict and never allowed him to drink. This time, since it was sent by Gu Yixuan, he could hardly say no. Ha, you really understand me, kid. In the future, if anything like this happens, just come find me. I don't mind the trouble. Tu Jue laughed heartily, patting Gu Yixuan's shoulder with a bold tone. Seeing Tu Jue's reaction, a hint of joy appeared in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Tu Jue had been known as a one-man army for 20 years, and now in his prime, his strength ranked among the top 3 in the world. Having such a powerful ally was indeed like adding wings to a tiger for him. Seeing that everything here was almost settled, Gu Yixuan prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Tu Jue raised his hand and pressed it on Gu Yixuan's shoulder. His gaze fixed in the direction Gu Yichen had departed, with a flicker of light in his eyes. Yixuan, do you know why the general brought you and Gu Yichen and me back then, asking me to teach you martial arts, yet I only taught you? Even after so many years, Tu Jue and some of the generals under Gu Beizong still habitually referred to him as the general rather than the Duke of Dinghua. Hearing Tu Jue's words, Gu Yixuan recalled the ending of his original storyline. In the original plot, both Gu Beizong and Gu Yixuan died, and Gu Yichen gained military power through the emperor's trust in the Gu family. But to breach the capital, the first obstacle they would face was Tu Jue, the one-man army. Gu Yichen had initially thought to use his status as the sole heir of the Gu family to make Tu Jue serve him. But he never expected that Tu Jue actually knew about his background. As the general's most trusted aide back then, Tu Jue naturally knew that Gu Beizong had left a bloodline from the Fu family and had brought it back to raise in the Kanglan kingdom. So when faced with Gu Yichen's persuasion, he was furious and wanted to kill Gu Yichen on the spot. However, he didn't expect that Xianing Zhao had anticipated all of this, poisoning his wine, and then Tu Jue was besieged and killed by many masters from Hongxiu Tower. Coming back to his senses, Gu Yixuan took a deep breath, suppressing the chaos in his heart, and then spoke. It's because Gu Yichen is not of the Gu family's bloodline, but rather the son of the southern Yu General Fu Yunfei, right? As soon as Gu Yixuan said this, Tu Jue was momentarily dumbfounded, his gaze toward Gu Yixuan filled with confusion. The general told you about Gu Yichen's background? Gu Yixuan shook his head at this and calmly replied, My father never mentioned it to me. It was something I deduced myself. Without waiting for Tu Jue to respond, Gu Yixuan continued, I know what you want to say. Yes, Gu Yichen is indeed connected to those remnants of southern Yu. And tonight's assassination was also caused by his leaking information. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Tu Jie was even more puzzled. Then why didn't you just take him down directly and pretend to be unaware? Gu Yixuan merely shook his head gently, gazing at the distant empty alley, and spoke in an inexplicable tone. Those remnants of Nanyue want to use Gu Yichen's identity to insert spies into the Gu family. But for me, isn't Gu Yichen also a pawn to confuse them? Just like tonight, as long as Gu Yichen is used wisely, we will eventually be able to catch all those remnants of Nanyue in one net. Looking at Gu Yixuan's calm expression, Tu Jie couldn't help but feel a daze, as if he saw the Gu Beizong who strategized in the past. After a moment, Tu Jie snapped back to reality and looked at Gu Yixuan. unable to help but smile. Indeed, you have a bit of the demeanor of the great general back then. Upon hearing this, Yixuan smiled and was about to speak when a soldier shouted from afar. Who goes there? Chapter 39. Unknown forces involved. Who goes there? With the soldier's shout, both Yixuan and Tu Jie turned their gazes in unison. They saw a figure in a black embroidered Suanio long robe, wearing a black iron mask, appearing in the alley. Yixuan walked over, waved his hand to signal the soldier to step back, and fix his gaze on the figure, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Xianing, since you have appeared here, it means you already know what has happened. An assassin has appeared in the capital city, and I had informed you in advance of their identity. But after such a long time tonight, you have just arrived. Can you tell me the reason for your delay? At this point, Yixuan paused, walked to Xianying's side, and pressed his hand on his shoulder, speaking in a detached tone. Or should I say, the Imperial Shadow Guard that monitors the world for His Majesty is just a bunch of useless people? The reason Yixuan dared to venture into danger alone tonight, besides Tu Jie, was that he thought the Imperial Shadow Guard would arrive promptly after the assassin appeared at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. He never expected that Xianying would only arrive now. Hearing what Yixuan said, Xianying's figure trembled slightly, and he immediately bowed and clasped his fists. A hoarse voice coming from beneath the mask. My lord, it's not that the Imperial Shadow Guard did not come, but we were stopped by a group of experts on our way to provide support. Yixuan's eyes lit up, turning to look at Xianying, his voice deepening. Stopped? Xianying nodded, raising his hand to indicate his torn robe, and continued. Yes, the assassins from Hongxiu Lu were spotted by our scouts as soon as they appeared. When I led the team to provide support, we were blocked by a group of unidentified assassins. At this point, Xianying paused, glanced at Yixuan, and continued. And not just us. Even 1,000 Machines Guard led by Commander Gu was also blocked. Among them, 2 individuals were on par with me and Commander Gu in strength. We fought them for a long time without being able to kill them. It was only because Commander Gu forcefully held them off that I was able to arrive. Fortunately, General Tu arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This incident reflects poorly on the Imperial Shadow Guard's protection. Please punish me, my lord. After saying this, Xianying clasped his hands at a fist and knelt on one knee. After hearing Xianying's words, Yixuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, his mind racing. This incident could not possibly be the doing of Hongxiu Lu. With their strength, they couldn't possibly block both the Imperial Shadow Guard and the 1,000 Machines Guard at the same time. Moreover, there were 2 experts who could match Xianying and Gu Yi, which made it even more impossible. The strongest in Hongxiu Lu, Lin Fengxing, was only barely equal to Xianying. As for the possibility of Lu Huijin and the MO Guard being involved, it was also very slim, as they couldn't possibly stop both the Imperial and 1,000 Machines Guards. Could it be that another force has intervened? With that thought, Yixuan asked Xianying again, is it possible to see their identities? Xianying shook his head, his voice hoarse with confusion, replying, they were all masked, and their techniques were extremely diverse. It was impossible to discern their identities. Hearing Xianying say this, Yixuan also felt a bit perplexed. There were indeed forces with such strength still present in the capital, but they had no reason to assist Hongxiu Lu. After all, they were colluding with the remnants of the Nanyue state, and, if discovered, it would be a crime punishable by extermination of the 9 clans. Yixuan shook his head, suppressing his doubts, and prepared to return to inquire further details from Gu Yi. He raised his hand to help Xianying up. Since you were blocked by someone, then this matter is not your fault. Get up. Thank you, my lord. After hearing Yixuan's words, Xianying stood up again. Although I won't pursue your responsibility, the sudden appearance of so many unidentified experts in the capital will surely anger His Majesty. Xianying, you should think about how to report this matter to His Majesty. As soon as Yixuan said this, Xianying fell silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. I will handle this matter myself. There's no need to trouble Marquis Wen. At this point, Xianying paused before continuing. If the Marquis discovers the whereabouts of those people, please inform me. Of course, Yixuan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xianying turned to glance at the brightly lit Jin Yuan Marquis' residence before turning to leave. After Xianying departed, Tu Jie approached Yixuan's side, asking in confusion, Yixuan, what happened? Why did that guy Xianing come? Gu Yixuan looked up at the pitch-black night sky, his eyes glinting coldly. I don't know where a group of strange characters has emerged in the capital. From now on, I may need your help more. Uncle Tuesday, hearing Gu Yixuan say this. Tu Jia was taken aback. Then a bloodthirsty smile crept onto his face, his eyes flashing coldly. A bunch of rabble. How many come? I will kill how many. Hearing this, Gu Yixuan's face also showed a smile. Tu Jia was right. They were just a group of filthy rats that dared to hide in the gutters and couldn't stir up any waves. Sitting in the carriage back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yixuan closed his eyes and began to think about the events of the night. First, he promised Lin Shishue to help her investigate her mother's situation, which was not difficult. He would just instruct Gu Yi to handle it later. Then, there was Liu Huijin. Since he had revealed the matter of the LMAO guard to him, he would certainly suspect that there was a traitor in the residence. Moreover, because of the failure to dispatch guards in time tonight, he would definitely be in trouble with those officials in the court. So he should be too busy to act against them for some time. Next was Xianing Zhao and Hong Xiuliu. After tonight's events, Hong Xiuliu had suffered a serious blow, and even their top expert had almost been killed by Tu Jia, making it difficult for them to stir up any trouble. Now, the most important thing was to send people to search the entire city and find Xianing Zhao as soon as possible. Finally, there were those unidentified experts. Remembering what Xianing had said to him, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed coldly. He must find out their identities as soon as possible. Gu Yixuan did not like the feeling of being watched from the shadows. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yixuan asked the servants and learned that Mu Rongyun had already gone to bed, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. If his mother knew that he had encountered an assassination attempt again tonight, she would surely be worried sick. Gu Yixuan entered the main hall and found Gu Beizong sitting alone in the main seat, drinking tea. Father, are you not going to sleep? Gu Beizong gently shook his head in response to Gu Yixuan's question, and instead, with a gentle tone, asked, Are you injured? Hearing Gu Beizong's caring words, Gu Yixuan felt warmth in his heart and shook his head in response. I wore the golden silk soft armor that His Majesty bestowed upon you back then. Blades and swords cannot penetrate it, so I am uninjured. Gu Beizong nodded, looking at Gu Yixuan, and said, I have heard about tonight's incident from Gu Yi. Gu Beizong rubbed the teacup in his hand, and before Gu Yixuan could reply, he continued, In the past, that killing machine, Tu Jia, often said that a man should drink strong liquor. Tea is something only weak scholars drink. Chapter 40, The Cause of the Previous Jin Yuan Marquis's Death Father. Noticing that Gu Beizong's mood was off, Gu Yixuan was about to speak, but was stopped by Gu Beizong. He gazed at the teacup in his hand, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. Some people have seen me drinking tea for so many years and have mistaken me for one of those scholars. But when Gu Beizong's gaze fell on the tattered and blood-stained robe of Gu Yixuan, the teacup in his hand suddenly shattered. Yet they forgot that my position as the Duke of the State was carved out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gu Beizong's eyes were filled with rage, like an enraged lion. Since he was granted the title of Duke 20 years ago, he had not taken action. But it seemed that because he had not acted, some people thought he had grown old, daring even to touch Gu Yixuan, his only son. The remnants of the Southern Yu were one thing, as it involved Gu Yiqin, and he was afraid of upsetting his wife, so he let Gu Yixuan handle it. But now a group of people had emerged from nowhere, daring to obstruct Gu Yi and the Yu Ing guards from going to support Gu Yixuan. Did they really think Gu Beizong was a soft persimmon? Looking at the furious Gu Beizong, Gu Yixuan felt a moment of daze. Since he could remember, his father had always maintained a calm demeanor. Never before had he been this angry. Coming back to his senses, Gu Yixuan hurriedly spoke, not wanting Gu Beizong to lose his reason and do something out of line. Father, you need not be angry. I will handle the matter regarding those assassins. But before Gu Yixuan could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Beizong. Gu Beizong looked at his tall son, who bore some resemblance to himself, and felt a sense of comfort. Shinner, I am very satisfied with everything you have done since your triumphant return. I also know you can handle these matters. But I am still alive, and you are my son. These things do not need to be shouldered by you. As Gu Beizong said this, his tone shifted, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. And I also want to see who dares to lay hands on my Gu family. Seeing that Gu Beizong had said this, Gu Yixuan no longer insisted and recounted to Gu Beizong what had happened to the Jin Yuan Marquis banquet that night. Gu Beizong was somewhat surprised that Gu Yixuan could write poetry, but did not ask much more. Upon hearing that Liu Huijin had deliberately not sent guards for support, leaving Gu Yixuan to face the assassins from the Hongxiu Tower alone, a coldness flashed in Gu Beizong's eyes. This Liu Huijin is as foolish as his father. Hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel curious. Back then, Liu Huijin's father had campaigned against the Southern Yu alongside his own father. What had happened during that process? Father, what exactly happened back then? Why does Liu Huijin harbor animosity towards our Gu family? Gu Yixuan looked at Gu Beizong, his tone tinged with curiosity. Hearing Gu Yixuan's inquiry, Gu Beizong's eyes showed a nostalgic look, and after pondering for a moment, he began to reply. The commander of that war should have been Liu Huijin's father, the previous Jin Yuan Marquis, Liu Xiu. Although my father gained great military fame for his outstanding achievements, in terms of status and position, he was far inferior to Liu Xiu. Hearing Gu Beizong say this, Gu Yixuan felt puzzled. If that were the case, why was Gu Beizong the commander of the war to annihilate the Southern Yu 20 years ago? Seeing the confusion on Gu Yixuan's face, Gu Beizong smiled slightly, respectfully gazing towards the direction of the imperial city, and continued. It was His Majesty who, against all opposition, appointed my father as the commander, and Liu Qidong became my deputy general. Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan's expression changed to one of realization. No wonder his father had always been so respectful towards the emperor. It turned out he had received such a favor because it was arranged by His Majesty. Although Liu Qidong harbored resentment, he did not dare to speak out. Until one time, our army achieved a great victory, and the Southern Yu's main general fled. Many of my generals wanted to pursue them, but fearing it was a trap set by the enemy, I wanted to send Tu Jiaye, as even if it was a trap, with Tu Jiaye's unparalleled bravery, he could lead the army out. But the problem arose here. Tu Jiaye was my confidant, and this was known by the entire army. Liu Qidong thought I was deliberately giving credit to Tu Jiaye to cultivate him, insisting on going himself, and no matter how I persuaded him, it was useless. In the end, he even refused to reconcile with me, and I let him go. As you know, Liu Qidong fell into the trap set by the Southern Yu army and was shot dead by several arrows. After Gu Beizong finished speaking, Gu Yixuan nodded, but remained puzzled. Since it was Liu Qidong's own fault, why would Liu Huijin believe that it was his father who harmed his father? Hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Gu Beizong's lips curled into a cold smile. Back then, after I destroyed a nation, His Majesty personally came out of the city to welcome me. Such honor naturally envied some petty people. Unable to speak openly, they secretly spread that I had plotted to kill Liu Qidong. Because I had indeed had disputes with Liu Qidong over differing opinions, some people firmly believe this claim. It seems Liu Huijin also believed those rumors, which is why he thinks I conspired to kill his father. Gu Yixuan nodded, finally clearing all his doubts about Liu Huijin. Gu Beizong, seeing that Gu Yixuan had no more questions, said, "Rest early. Tomorrow morning, His Majesty should summon you." At this point, Gu Beizong paused briefly before continuing. "You should focus on dealing with the remnants of the Southern Yu. I will handle those unidentified masters." Gu Yixuan nodded, turned, and left the main hall, heading towards his room. After Gu Yixuan left, Gu Beizong sat alone in the main hall, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. As Gu Yixuan walked toward his room, he passed by Gu Yichen's small courtyard and found that he had not yet gone to sleep. At that moment, Gu Yichen was sitting under the eaves in a daze. "Yichen, you're not resting yet?" Gu Yixuan called out. Hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, Gu Yichen immediately woke up, and seeing Gu Yixuan standing outside the small courtyard, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "Big brother, you're back?" Gu Yixuan nodded and continued to ask. "It's late. Why aren't you resting?" "Huh? I was just thinking about who dared to assassinate you tonight. I was so troubled that I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come out for some fresh air." Upon hearing this, a cold smile flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. It was true that he was thinking about the assassination tonight, but whether it was out of concern for him was another matter. However, he did not say more, advising Gu Yichen to rest early before heading to his own residence. Watching Gu Yixuan leave, Gu Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed been preoccupied with the assassination. The plan had been well laid out, but why had it failed? Moreover, judging by Gu Yixuan's demeanor at the time, it seemed he had anticipated that assassins would come for him, even calling in 2 Jiaye and a troop in advance. Huff. It's better to wait for Xianing Zhao to come and discuss this matter with her. Unable to make sense of it, Gu Yichen shook his head, exhaling a breath of frustration before turning to enter his room. Chapter 41. I wish I could kill that scoundrel. The next morning during the court assembly, the Golden Yuan Hall was in chaos, because Gu Yixuan had once again been targeted for assassination. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court in charge of investigating the matter had made no progress. Xiao Xuanzi, furious, directly reprimanded the Minister of Justice and the head of the Supreme Court in the Golden Yuan Hall. Then, those court officials whose children had participated in the Jin Yuan Marquis banquet the night before all approached Emperor Xiao Xuanzi, suggesting that Jin Yuan Marquis Liu Xiu had secretly colluded with the assassins and deliberately failed to send guard for support, putting Marquis Wuan in danger, and requested the emperor to punish Liu Xiu. Of course, Liu Xiu had some influence in the court as well. After some maneuvering last night, a number of officials came out to speak on his behalf, claiming that it wasn't he that the Jin Yuan Marquis did not send guards, but rather that the incident occurred suddenly, and the guards of the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence could not respond in time, which was why they failed to support him promptly. In the Golden Yuan Hall, the officials were in disarray, and despite several reprimands from the eunuch beside Xiao Xuanzi, it was of no use. Just when the officials were arguing fiercely, Gu Beizong, who had seldom spoken in court for over a decade, stepped forward. In the astonished gaze of the civil and military officials, he walked up to Liu Xiu and kicked him to the ground, then turned to Xiao Xuanzi to apologize. But how could Xiao Xuanzi punish Gu Beizong? After giving a few casual admonishments, he brushed the matter aside. Gu Beizong's actions made the officials realize that the Duke of the State, having seen his son attacked twice, could no longer hold back. The atmosphere in the court shifted dramatically as several generals who had once served under Gu Beizong stepped forward, demanding severe punishment for Liu Xiu. Those who had defended Liu Xiu dared not speak up anymore upon seeing the situation. Once everything settled, Xiao Xuanzi finally spoke, announcing that Liu Xiu would be fined for a year and placed under house arrest for a month. Gu Yixuan was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the incident had occurred suddenly, and there was no concrete evidence linking Liu Xiu to the assassins. The guards of the Marquis' residence had not arrived in time, and Liu Xiu could only be blamed for having an ineffective protector. The result was largely due to the suggestions of many officials and Gu Beizong's influence. Gu Yixuan, the main character in the assassination incident, remained silent throughout and did not express any opinions. Both Xiao Xuanzi and Gu Beizong tacitly avoided mentioning the unidentified assassins. After the court session, Gu Yixuan walked out of the main hall with Gu Beizong. Not far away, Liu Xiu stood alone, watching the Gu father and son, a hint of concealed murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Those officials who had been too afraid to speak up for Liu Xiu because of Gu Beizong wanted to approach him to argue in his defense. However, Liu Xiu ignored them, glanced at Gu Yixuan and Gu Beizong, and left without a word. Meanwhile, in a small clinic in the capital, after a night of rest, although Lin Fengxing remained unconscious, his complexion was no longer as pale as the night before, and some color had returned to his face. "Sister Ning Zhao, did you not sleep all night?" Su Qingdai asked as she entered the room with a freshly brewed medicinal soup, noticing Xianing Zhao sitting by the bed, her eyes showing signs of bloodshot. Hearing the voice, Xianing Zhao looked up at Su Qingdai at the door, forcing a smile as she replied, "I was worried about Uncle Lin's injuries, so I thought I would keep vigil by the bed." "You don't need to worry, Qingdai." Su Qingdai walked to the bedside, looked at the haggard Xianing Zhao, and shook her head as she advised, "Sister Ning Zhao, you should prioritize your health. Uncle Lin's injuries have stabilized. There won't be any problems." Xianing Zhao didn't respond to her words, but lightly nodded. She took the soup from Su Qingdai's hands, carefully feeding Lin Fengxing while saying to Su Qingdai, "Thank you so much, Qingdai. If it weren't for you, Uncle Lin might have." Su Qingdai gently shook her head, looking at Xianing Zhao with a serious tone. "Sister Ning Zhao, you're being too polite. If it weren't for your help back then, I don't know what would have happened to me." Hearing Su Qingdai say this, Xianing Zhao felt a wave of relief. A year ago, she had inadvertently saved Su Qingdai from a group of rogues while she was wandering alone in the martial arts world. Thinking she had discovered Su Qingdai's remarkable medical skills, they had maintained correspondence since Su Qingdai came to the capital. Thus, when Lin Fengxing was severely injured this time, she immediately thought of Su Qingdai, who was in the capital and skilled in medicine, remembering the content of their letters. A smile appeared on Xianing Zhao's face as she looked at Su Qingdai and said, "Let's not talk about that. I remember you mentioned a certain man several times in your letters. Who is he, that he can occupy your thoughts so much?" Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Su Qingdai recalled the man's face. A hint of embarrassment and anger appeared on her delicate features, and she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "What occupy my thoughts? I wish I could kill that scoundrel." Seeing Su Qingdai in such a state, Xianing Zhao became curious. "Oh, what happened that made you so angry? You didn't show any panic even when you were in danger, but now you're furious because of a man?" When Xianing Zhao asked, Su Qingdai felt a bit shy and decided not to tell her yet. "It's nothing, sister. Don't ask for now. Once I find that scoundrel, I'll tell you." Seeing Su Qingdai's somewhat embarrassed expression, Xianing Zhao had a good guess about what had happened between them. Not being one for gossip, she was still a bit curious about the man's identity and couldn't help but ask. "All right, I won't ask. But which family's young master is that man, that he can make you so resentful?" Looking at Xianing Zhao's sparkling eyes, Su Qingdai understood she had probably guessed something and felt her cheeks flush slightly as she quietly replied, I don't know his identity, but judging by his luxurious attire, he must be from a wealthy family." Seeing that Su Qingdai didn't even know the man's identity, Xianing Zhao was somewhat taken aback. However, after reacting, she planned to arrange for someone to investigate the man's identity once Lin Fengxing's condition improved. Su Qingdai was not only like a sister to her, but had also saved Lin Fengxing's life. She certainly didn't want Su Qingdai to be infatuated with some rogue. "Where's Gui?" Yixuan asked the Qinji guard in front of him with a puzzled tone. After returning to the Duke of the State's residence from court, he intended to find Gui to investigate the matter of Lin Xiu's mother, but he discovered that Gui was unexpectedly not at home. The leader received the master's order this morning to take people out of the residence. "I am not aware of the details," the Qinji guard respectfully replied. Gu Yixuan nodded upon hearing this, knowing that Gu must be dealing with the matter of those unidentified experts. However, since Gu Beizong had said to leave it to him, he did not plan to inquire further, instead instructing the Qinji guard, "Take a few people with you." Just as Gu Yixuan was arranging for the Qinji guard to investigate the matter regarding Lin Xiu's mother, in a remote courtyard in the capital. Chapter 42, Dai Spring Hall? In a secluded courtyard in the capital, a dozen individuals dressed in black night attire, their faces covered, were hiding inside. Their robes were torn in multiple places, some even stained with blood. Those who were not injured were tending to their companions' wounds. Despite being in a remote area with no one around, those bandaging wounds gritted their teeth and persevered, not daring to make a sound. "Has there been any news from the master?" At this time, a black-clad person whose robe was in relatively good condition whispered to another person beside him, who was in a similar situation. The latter shook his head in response. "Since last night, the master has only sent a command to remain hidden and on standby. There has been no further news." The inquiring black-clad person nodded upon hearing this, a complex look flashing in his eyes, but he did not speak again. Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside the door. The two immediately stood up, their eyes fixed on the door, and the resting black-clad individuals also stood up. The atmosphere in the room tense. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out. The dilapidated wooden window shattered, and a gleaming arrow appeared, embedding itself in a pillar inside the room. Seeing the arrow, the two leading black-clad individuals' pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, they kicked the door open and fled outside. Although the other black-clad individuals had not received any orders, they followed suit instinctively. However, as they leaped out of the room, they discovered that the entire courtyard had been surrounded. Ying Qinji, looking at the people surrounding the courtyard. The leader of the black-clad men had a flicker of cold light in his eyes, and a voice filled with gritted teeth came from beneath his mask. "You dared to obstruct our support for Lord Wuan last night. Yet you still have the audacity to stay in the capital. I'm curious, who gave you the courage? Two figures stepped into the courtyard, and Xian Ying's sharp gaze pierced through his iron mask, directly pointing at the two leading black-clad men, his tone icy. As the Emperor's surveillance organization, the Yuan Guard had eyes all over the capital. The reason they were blocked by these black-clad men last night was solely due to their unexpected attack. Now, with the help of the Gu family's Qinji Guard, finding these black-clad men was no longer a difficult task. Xianing, what will you do if you find our hiding place? Our strengths are not much different, and if my brother and I decide to break through, it would be as easy as flipping a hand. After the initial panic, the two leading black-clad men calmed down, and one of them looked at Xian Ying and Gu Yi beside him, speaking in a calm tone. Hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Xian Ying's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air occurred, and a dark iron spear flew past Xian Ying's ear, directly aimed at the black-clad man who had just spoken. Kill! Gu Yi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. He drew his long sword from his waist, a killing intent radiating from his eyes, and charged directly at the black-clad men. Remember to leave some alive. Seeing this, Xianing no longer said much, uttering a sentence before also drawing his long knife and charging towards the black-clad man. After arranging for the Qinji Guard to investigate Liu Xiu's matter, Gu Yixuan planned to go to the training ground to practice the spear techniques taught by Tu Jiyue. However, as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Murong Yun approaching him with several maidservants. Noticing this, Gu Yixuan immediately went to greet her. Seeing Gu Yixuan dressed in a fitted outfit, Murong Yun asked, Xiner, where are you going? Gu Yixuan noticed that his mother seemed unperturbed, realizing that Gu Beizong must have instructed someone to keep her in the dark about last night's events. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I have nothing to do, so I thought I'd go practice at the training ground. After speaking, Gu Yixuan noticed that the maidservants behind Murong Yun were carrying some items, and he smiled and asked, Mother, what are you doing? Did you come to find your son and bring gifts? Murong Yun rolled her eyes at Gu Yixuan and retorted, You just recovered from your injuries and you're already thinking about practicing martial arts? Do you think your body is made of iron? Moreover, this is not a gift. It's medicine that I found for you. Hearing Murong Yun's words, Gu Yixuan felt a bit helpless. His injuries had already healed. He was not hurt last night, so there was no need for medicine. Mother, I'm fine now. I don't need these, Gu Yixuan said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Hearing this, Murong Yun shot him a glare and said earnestly, What do you mean fine? It hasn't been long since your injury. How could you be completely healed? Your father was just like this, never caring for his own body. He would rush back into battle shortly after his injuries healed, which led to many hidden ailments. You cannot be like him. After saying this, seeing that Gu Yixuan wanted to argue, she immediately silenced him with a look and then took the medicinal materials wrapped in cowhide paper from the maidservant. This is the medicine I went to great lengths to find for you. If you dare to refuse, see how I'll deal with you. Murong Yun said to Gu Yixuan in a stern tone. Seeing his mother so adamant, Gu Yixuan could only accept the medicinal materials helplessly. When his gaze fell on the cowhide paper, he noticed the source of the medicine and couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Dai Chuntang. Hearing Gu Yixuan's murmured words, excitement appeared in Murong Yun's eyes, and she replied with a slightly excited tone. That's right, it's Dai Chunang. It's a small clinic that has just appeared in the capital. Dr. Su there has exceptional medical skills, and many nobles and dignitaries go to her when they fall ill. I learned about her from some noble ladies. When you were injured that day, I wanted to send someone to invite Dr. Su over. But thinking that those ladies said Dr. Su never makes house calls, I didn't go to find her. In the following days, I also sent people to Dai Chunang to seek her out, hoping she could prescribe some medicine for you. But unfortunately, she wasn't at the clinic those days. Today, I personally went, thinking I might have some luck, and unexpectedly, Dr. Su happened to be at the clinic, so I brought back some medicinal materials for you. Murong Yun chattered on, but Gu Yixuan did not absorb much of it. He felt that he had heard the name Dai Chuntang somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where. When Murong Yun suddenly stopped speaking, Gu Yixuan immediately came to his senses, put aside his scattered thoughts, and said gratefully, Thank you, Mother, for your concern. Although he truly did not need these medicinal materials, Murong Yun's care for him was genuine. This feeling of maternal concern warmed Gu Yixuan's heart. Gu Yixuan's sudden formality made Murong Yun feel a bit unaccustomed. Her son had always been carefree in front of her, and she never expected him to be so respectful. However, seeing Gu Yixuan's serious expression, she felt a sense of her son finally growing up and said with a hint of emotion, "As long as you know that I care for you, just try to avoid trouble in the future and don't make me worry about you anymore." Gu Yixuan nodded, recalling the painting he had received from Liu Xiu. He immediately said to Murong Yun, "Mother, don't you like paintings? I just got a painting called The Snowy Landscape after the storm from the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence last night." Chapter 43. Why is the wife of the Duke of Dingwa at the clinic? Just as Gu Yixuan was showing his mother the painting, the battle in the secluded courtyard had also come to an end. Tu Jiyue, clad in armor, sat atop several black-clad corpses, casually tearing off a piece of cloth to wipe the blood from his spear. Not far from him, Xianing and Gu Yi looked down at a black-clad man who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Such a hard mouth. It's not something an ordinary force can cultivate. Xianying's hoarse voice came from beneath his iron mask, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "No witties. Aren't there a few alive? We can take them back and interrogate them slowly." Gu Yi glanced at the black-clad men who were left with only a breath of life, speaking in a detached manner. Hearing this, Xianing nodded and turned his gaze toward Tu Ju, bowing slightly and saying, "Thank you, General Tu, for your help this time." Tu Jiyue's expression was calm. He merely nodded in acknowledgement of Xianying's gratitude. "It is my duty to guard the capital. The presence of these unidentified individuals in the capital prompted my action. There is no need for you to be so formal, Commander Xian." The reason Tu Jiyue had intervened was that he had received an order from the Emperor to assist the Yuan Guard in dealing with these unidentified experts. Upon hearing Tu Jiyue's words, Xianing no longer said much, instructing his subordinates to take the surviving black-clad men away, and then he took his leave from Tu Jiyue. After Xianing left, Tu Jiyue noticed that Gu Yi had no intention of leaving, so he asked, "Commander Gu, why are you still here?" He was waiting for the city guards to come and clean up the aftermath, but what was Gu Yi waiting for? Hearing Tu Jiyue's question, Gu Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the courtyard. Tu Jiyue couldn't help but show a look of confusion at this behavior. After confirming that only the Qinji guard members remained in the courtyard, Gu Yi walked up to Tu Jiyue and quietly said, "The master has a few words to convey to General Tu, but there were too many people just now, so I wanted to wait until the Yuan Guard left to inform you." Upon hearing this, Tu Jiyue was even more puzzled. Although the Yuan Guard was the Emperor's trusted subordinates, the Emperor had a great deal of trust in Gu Beizong. What could be said that shouldn't be overheard by the Yuan Guard? What does the general want to convey to me? Since he couldn't think of an answer, Tu Jiyue simply asked directly. Gu Yi's expression was dark and mysterious as he leaned in and whispered a few words in Tu Jiyue's ear. As he listened to Gu Yi's words, Tu Jiyue's expression shifted from confusion to shock. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he stood up and bowed to Tu Jiyue. "The words of the master have been delivered. I will take my leave now." Tu Jiyue was still immersed in Gu Yi's words, and merely waved his hand to let him go. Seeing this, Gu Yi immediately turned and disappeared into the courtyard with his subordinate, the Qinji guard. Tu Jiyue looked at the remnants of limbs and broken arms scattered across the courtyard, his eyes flickering as he muttered to himself, "How could it possibly be in the Daichane?" After some persuasion from Su Qingdai, Xianing Zhao finally took a short rest after feeding Lin Fengxing the medicinal soup. Shortly after waking up, Xianing Zhao was sitting at a table, focused on writing something on a piece of rice paper. On this trip to the capital, Xianing Zhao only brought along Lin Fengxing and an old man as the experts from the Hongzila, while the rest were just ordinary followers. In her original plan, these people were more than enough to carry out her scheme, as long as she successfully assassinated Gu Yixuan at the border and pointed the blame at the Zhangchu kingdom. Then Xiao Xuanze would surely be furious and send troops to attack Zhangchu. Then she could maneuver within the Kanglan court to install Gu Beizong as the commander. After that, she would have Liu Xiu eliminate him on the way to the border. Subsequently, she would reveal Gu Yichen's true identity to him, leveraging the emperor's trust in the Gu family to let Gu Yichen command the Kanglan army. At that point, she could initiate her grand plan for restoring her country. However, what she didn't expect was that her plan had gone awry from the very beginning. Yixuan was still alive. This led to a series of subsequent failures. And after last night's failed assassination, the number of skilled experts she could rely on had dwindled significantly. So she needed to write a letter back to the Hongzhila headquarters in Jiangnan to request more capable individuals. Just as Xianingzhao was engrossed in writing, the door was suddenly pushed open. She put away her brush and turned to see Su Qingdai. At that moment, Su Qingdai's bright eyes sparkled, and a bulging purse danced in her hand, making her appear as if she were a little money grubber. Seeing that Xianingzhao was looking over, Su Qingdai immediately walked to her side and said mysteriously, "Sister Ningzhao, guess who came to the clinic today?" Seeing Su Qingdai's demeanor, Xianingzhao couldn't help but smile, knowing it must be some wealthy nobles coming to seek medicine from her. However, she pretended not to know and asked Su Qingdai with feigned curiosity, Who could make my sister look so excited? Could it be that scoundrel you can't stop thinking about?" When Su Qingdai heard Xianingzhao teasing her, her face flushed red, and she shot an annoyed glance at Xianingzhao. "Oh, sister, what are you saying? How could it possibly be that guy?" Seeing her flustered demeanor, Xianingzhao smiled and said, "Since it's not him, then who is it? It's the wife of the Duke of Dinghua." Su Qingdai glared at Xianingzhao and replied somewhat sulkily because she was being teased. The wife of the Duke of Dinghua? Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, Xianingzhao's smile instantly froze. However, Su Qingdai didn't notice her unusual expression and continued speaking to herself. "That's right. This morning I finished making Uncle Lin's medicine. And when I went to open the door, I found Madame Mourong had actually been waiting outside early." Xianingzhao snapped back to attention, her eyes shining as she immediately asked, "What did she come here for?" Hearing Xianingzhao's question, Su Qingdai looked at her with a strange expression. "What do you mean? What else could she come to the clinic for but to get treated and collect medicine?" Seeing the lingering doubt in Xianingzhao's eyes, Su Qingdai continued. "She said that the newly appointed Marquis of Wuan was attacked a few days ago and injured by an assassin. So she thought to come to my clinic to get some medicinal herbs to help him recover. I must say, as expected of the Duke of Dinghua's wife, she was generous, casually pulling out silver worth several times more than the value of those herbs." After a moment of silence, Xianingzhao looked up at Su Qingdai and asked with an odd tone, "Will the wife of the Duke of Dinghua come again?" Hearing Xianingzhao's question, Su Qingdai, though puzzled, shook her head and replied, "She probably won't come again. The Marquis of Wuan's injury has already healed. She was only here to get medicine in case he developed lingering ailments." Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, a hint of contemplation flashed in Xianingzhao's eyes. Chapter 44. Gu Baitsong's speculation. As evening approached, the Duke of Dinghua's residence was brightly lit. Yixuan sat in a chair, rubbing his slightly sore hands. He looked at Mourong Yun, who was standing excitedly in front of the desk with a stack of rice paper, feeling both amused and helpless. At noon, he had shown the painting Snow clearing over the rivers and mountains to Mourong Yun. Upon seeing the authentic work of the painting saint from the previous dynasty, Mourong Yun was equally astonished and delighted and began to inquire about its origins. Yixuan then told her about the events at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence last night, of course omitting the assassination part. When Mourong Yun learned that Yixuan could write poetry, her face was filled with disbelief. After all, she knew what kind of character her son was. He spent all day practicing martial arts and studying military strategy with his father. How could he write poetry? Seeing that his mother didn't believe him, Yixuan decided to demonstrate a bit in front of her and casually wrote a poem from his past life as memory. Mourong Yun was stunned. Her son really could write poetry. But after coming to her senses, she remained skeptical, suggesting that Yixuan must have had someone else write it for him. Of course, Yixuan hadn't had anyone write it for him. So he asked Mourong Yun to give him a topic, and he would write it himself. The results were as one might expect. After Yixuan wrote several poems from his past life as memory according to Mourong Yun's requests, she was completely astonished and wanted him to write more. The more he wrote, the more excited Mourong Yun became, leading Yixuan to write poetry for an entire afternoon, resulting in some soreness in his wrist now. "Mother!" Yixuan called out, only to find that Mourong Yun was still staring at the poems on the desk, not responding to him. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan felt helpless. Had he known, he wouldn't have written so much. Now, seeing Murong Yun like this, it was clear that the poems had made her forget all about her son. Mother, I am hungry, Gu Yixuan said a little louder out of frustration. Hearing her son's call, Murong Yun snapped back to reality and, seeing Gu Yixuan looking at her with a helpless expression, felt a bit embarrassed. Look at me. I was so focused on these poems that I completely forgot you haven't had your meal yet. I'll go arrange for the kitchen to prepare something for you. After soothing Gu Yixuan, Murong Yun instructed the maid beside her, come, take these poems back to my room. Several maids immediately walked to the desk and carefully collected the rice papers inscribed with poetry. Then, Murong Yun cheerfully led them out of the room. But just before she exited, Gu Yixuan heard her mumbling something. Tomorrow I'll take Xuanyuan's poems to show those ladies and let them see who dares to say that the sons of the Gu family are a bunch of uncultured brutes. Hearing his mother's low murmur, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but smile wryly as he poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. But just after taking a few sips, Gu Yi's figure appeared at the door. Young master, there are some developments regarding the instructions you gave to the Qinji guard today. Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan immediately invited him in to elaborate. Come in and tell me. Once Gu Yi entered the room, Gu Yixuan asked, I only gave you orders at noon. How is it that you have news so soon? As soon as Gu Yi heard Gu Yixuan's surprised tone, he calmly nodded, showing no sign of pride on his stern face. The young master had already mentioned the specific individuals and locations, so finding them would naturally not be difficult. The people living in the outskirts of the city had already been controlled by the 1,000 machine guards. However, the person far away in Jiangnan would likely take some time to be brought back to the capital. Gu Yixuan nodded in response, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Gu Yi's words. Even if the 1,000 machine guards were powerful, it was impossible to bring someone back from 1,000 miles away in a single day. The matter of Lin Shixue's mother, Liu Xiu, being killed was not complicated to explain. It's just that a long time had passed, and those who knew the details were far away in Jiangnan, which is why Gu Yixuan initially did not agree to help Lin Shixue investigate this matter. But now that Lin Shixue had given him the Liu family's treasury, he naturally needed to pay attention to this issue. After instructing Gu Yi to have the 1,000 machine guards keep a close watch on the captured individuals, Gu Yixuan turned to inquire about today's events. I sent someone to find you at noon, but was told you were not at the residence, and that you had left early this morning on your father's orders. However, did you receive any news about the people who blocked you and the Imperial Shadow Guards last night? Since Gu Beizong had said it would be handled by him, Gu Yixuan would not interfere, but he was still curious about the identities of those experts. Gu Yi, upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, did not hide anything and recounted the events of today. Today, we joined forces with the Imperial Shadow Guards and have eliminated all those experts. Hearing this, surprise flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Xianing and Gu Yi had found those experts so quickly and killed them all. He was well aware of the strength of the 1,000 machine guards, and now it seemed that the Imperial Shadow Guards, as the Emperor's underlings, should not be underestimated either. However, recalling what Xianing had said to him last night, Gu Yixuan still felt some confusion. Last night, Xianing told me that among those experts, there were two whose strength was not inferior to yours or his. How'd you deal with those two? Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's inquiry, Gu Yi explained, His Majesty personally ordered General Tu to come to assist, so we did not exert much effort to eliminate them. Gu Yixuan nodded upon hearing this. With Tu Ji taking action, those so-called experts were naturally not a problem. In that case, have their identities been clarified? Gu Yixuan's gaze fell on Gu Yi as he asked again. This time, Gu Yi did not respond directly as usual. A hint of hesitation appeared on his cold face for the first time. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, What doubts do you have? Gu Yi remained silent for a moment before quietly speaking. Today, Xian Ying and I interrogated one of them, but we did not obtain any useful information. However, seeing Gu Yi stop abruptly, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with cold light as he shouted, But what? Bang! Gu Yi, seeing Gu Yixuan's anger, immediately knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and clasped his fists as he spoke. However, the master suspects that the force behind them should be from the royal family. From the royal family? Gu Yixuan was taken aback upon hearing this. What? How could the royal family possibly act to help someone from the Hongxiu Tower assassinate him? It was well known that Xiao Xuanzi valued the Gu family. Who would dare take the risk of angering the emperor to act against him? Yes, the master said that only the royal relatives could cultivate such powerful experts, aside from a few high-ranking officials in the court. Since he had already said it, Gu Yi no longer concealed anything and directly informed Gu Yixuan of all the information he knew. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to ask why it couldn't be those high-ranking officials, an answer surfaced in his mind. Chapter 45. Lin Xiu is in trouble first of all. Those high-ranking officials had no conflict of interest with the Gu family and had no reason to risk being held accountable by Gu Beizong to help the Hongxiu Tower. The most important point was that while the emperor of the Kanglin Kingdom, Xiao Xuanzi, was in his prime, he had no heirs, leaving the position of crown prince vacant. The court officials had advised Xiao Xuanzi several times to have a child with the empress to stabilize the country, and he had agreed. However, after so many years, there had been no news of a prince being born, leading some royal relatives to become restless. If they were to commit such a heinous act, the Gu family, as the emperor's loyal subjects, will be the first to suffer. You can leave now. Gu Yixuan remained silent for a long time. After regaining his senses, he found that Gu Yi was still kneeling on the ground, so he waved his hand to let him leave. Hearing this, Gu Yi got up, bowed again to Gu Yixuan, and slowly exited the room. Royal relatives, Gu Yixuan muttered to himself, pondering which royal relatives might be inclined to act against him. However, after some consideration, he realized that it seemed everyone had the potential, as the temptation of that position was too great. Anyone would be interested. No wonder Gu Beizong said to leave this matter to him. Involving royal relatives was indeed a bit tricky. At that moment, a maid came to invite Gu Yixuan to dine. Seeing the situation, Gu Yixuan had no choice but to temporarily suppress his doubts and stood up to leave the room. In the following days, it seemed that the capital had returned to its usual calm. However, Gu Yixuan noticed that Gu Yichen had been looking worried these days, which made Murong Yun a bit anxious. He didn't need to think to know that Gu Yichen was definitely worried because Xianing Zhao hadn't contacted him for so long, fearing that Xianing Zhao's exposure was the reason for his distress. Meanwhile, Xianing Zhao, due to Su Qingdai's excellent medical skills, had gained the favor of many high-ranking officials, causing those responsible for searching for the assassins to be hesitant to search too much in Daichun Hall, allowing her to hide in the capital. One morning, after finishing breakfast and planning to go to the training ground, Gu Yixuan saw a servant hurriedly approaching him. "Young master, there is someone looking for you outside the residence." Hearing the servant's words, Gu Yixuan showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Did that person reveal their identity?" The servant nodded, took out a jade pendant, and respectfully said, "It's a young girl who claims to be Miss Lin Xiu's maid. She also asked me to give you this jade pendant." Gu Yixuan reached out to take the jade pendant and found that it was indeed the one he had given to Lin Xiu, causing him to feel a bit confused. He had previously mentioned that if Lin Xiu wanted to know the progress regarding her mother's matter, she could use this jade pendant to come to the Duke's residence to find him. This matter was undoubtedly very important to Lin Xiu. So why did she not come herself, but instead send her maid? Let her in. Unable to understand the reason behind it, Gu Yixuan directly instructed the servant. Yes. The servant complied and quickly bowed before heading towards the Duke's residence gate. Watching the servant leave, Gu Yixuan absent-mindedly rubbed the jade pendant in one hand while taking a sip of tea with the other, his eyes filled with some confusion. Not long after, the servant returned with a little girl dressed as a maid. Gu Yixuan looked up and saw that the girl was Zhu'er, Lin Xiu's maid. Zhu'er's small face was dirty, with a visible handprint like red mark, and her sleeves were somewhat torn. As soon as she saw Gu Yixuan, her eyes turned red, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Seeing Zhu'er in this state, Gu Yixuan sensed that something was wrong. He immediately approached the little girl, lowered his voice, and asked, "You're Zhu'er, right? Why did you come alone? Where's your young lady?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Zhu'er, who had been holding back her tears, finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud. "What? Lord, my young lady." But before the little girl could finish her sentence, her words were drowned out by her sobs. Seeing this situation, Gu Yixuan felt somewhat helpless, but he couldn't bring himself to feel any anger towards the little maid. At that moment, a nearby servant, noticing the situation, quickly handed over a handkerchief. Yixuan took the handkerchief, bent down, and gently wiped away Zhuer's tears, patiently asking, "Don't cry for now. Dry your tears and tell me slowly. What happened to your young lady?" Zhuer was sobbing as she used her handkerchief to wipe her face, and after a long while, she finally choked out, "Lord, my lord, 2 days ago." In Zhuer's choked words, Yixuan finally understood why only Zhuer had come. It turned out that Anping Marquis Lin Ruichang had been having nightmares every night recently for some unknown reason, as if he were being tormented by something sinister. At the same time, the first lady of the Anping Marquis' residence lost a priceless jade hairpin. The person who couldn't stand Lin Xiu, Lin Feiyao, accused her of stealing her mother's hairpin and insisted on searching Lin Xiu's room. Naturally, Lin Xiu would not admit to such slander and was also unwilling to allow them to search her room. However, in order to appease his wife's anger, Lin Ruichang ordered a forced search of Lin Xiu's room. In the end, nothing was found, and Lin Xiu thought this was just a ploy by Lin Feiyao and her mother to humiliate her. But just 2 days ago, Lin Ruichang suddenly fainted, and the doctor he summoned said it was not an illness but a result of witchcraft. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Marquis' residence was shocked and immediately called for a famous Taoist priest from the capital. After a series of rituals by the Taoist, Lin Ruichang actually woke up. Upon learning that he had been a victim of witchcraft, Lin Ruichang was furious and asked the Taoist to identify the person who had cast the spell. What no one in the Anping Marquis' residence expected was that the Taoist pointed the finger directly at Lin Xiu, even finding items used for witchcraft in her room. Faced with this situation, Lin Xiu argued her case, but an enraged Lin Ruichang would not listen to her explanations and directly imprison her. The red marks on Zhuer's face were also a result of her being slapped by Lin Feiyao's maid while trying to protect Lin Xiu. Originally, Zhuer was also imprisoned, but fortunately, after Lin Xiu arrived at the Anping Marquis' residence, she secretly bribed some servants. Lin Xiu gave a jade pendant to Zhuer, instructing her to find Yixuan. With the help of those bribed servants, Zhuer successfully escaped from the Anping Marquis' residence that morning. After getting out, Zhuer rushed to the Duke of Dinghua's residence immediately. This incident had also occurred in the original plot, but at that time, Lin Xiu had already gained enough power to handle such framing tactics calmly. Since that would not happen for a long time, Yixuan had not taken it to heart. It seemed that my appearance and the merging with the plot had caused a butterfly effect. Yixuan's eyes were filled with a cold glare, and his heart was filled with anger. At this moment, Lin Xiu had just arrived in the capital and had little say in the Anping Marquis' residence. This time, she was likely in grave danger. Chapter 46. You don't deserve to mention my mother. My lord, you're the only one who can help my young lady now. When I left this morning, I heard some servants from the Marquis' residence say that the master intends to punish the young lady with family law. The young lady has been weak and sickly since childhood. How can she withstand such punishment? Only you can save her now. Zhuer, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked at Yixuan and sobbed. Yixuan nodded and immediately instructed the servant standing nearby, "Prepare the horses." Yes. The servant quickly left to carry out the order. At this moment, Yun, who had just walked to the entrance of the main hall, saw the servants leaving in a hurry and walked in with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Yixuan and the tear-streaked Zhuer, her confusion deepened, and she asked Yixuan, "Xin'er, what happened?" Yixuan turned to look at the entrance of the main hall and saw Yun had arrived. He did not hide the matter and replied, "Lin Xiu is being framed, and Lin Ruichang wants to punish her with family law. Zhuer came to find me, asking me to save her." Upon hearing that something had happened to Lin Xiu, Yun's expression changed in shock. She had a good impression of Lin Xiu and had even planned to matchmake her with Yixuan. "You should go quickly. Don't let Xiu come to any harm." Seeing the urgency of the situation, Yun did not have time to clarify the details and directly urged Yixuan. Yixuan nodded in agreement and then left the main hall with Zhuer. However, just as he was about to step out the door, Yun suddenly called out, "Xin'er, remember to take the guards with you." Yixuan paused and turned to look at Yun. seeing her worried expression. He understood that the assassination attempt last time had left her with psychological shadows. Yixuan smiled and reassured her, "Mother, you don't need to worry. I will take the guards, and this time it's just to the Anping Marquis's residence. Nothing will happen." Hearing Yixuan say this, Murongya nodded, and her worried expression eased slightly. When Yixuan and Zhu arrived outside the Duke of Dinghua's residence, the servants had already prepared the horses and a carriage. In addition, there were more than a dozen guards equipped with long knives at their waists. These guards were different from those Yixuan had taken to the Jin Yuan Marquis's residence. They had calm expressions in different eyes and exuded a killing aura typical of military personnel. After the assassination attempt Yixuan faced that night at the Jin Yuan Marquis's residence, Gu Beizong replaced the guards at the Duke of Dinghua's residence with the Gu family's own troops who had just returned from the border with Yixuan the following day. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, "You can't ride a horse, so I'll take the guards ahead, and you can come in the carriage." Yixuan approached the black steed and turned to Zhu. Zhu, although wishing to go with Yixuan, could not ride a horse and could only nod with red-rimmed eyes. "My lord, you must arrive before they use family law on the master, or else the young lady." Saying this, Zhu's eyes began to fill with tears again. Yixuan reached out to rub her head and comforted her. "Don't worry, your young lady will be fine." After saying this, Yixuan mounted the horse and, with a flick of the whip, sped off toward the Anping Marquis's residence with a dozen guards. Inside the main hall of the Anping Marquis's residence, everyone gathered around, their gazes fixed on the frail figure in front of the ancestral tablets of the Lin family. Liu Xiu knelt on the bluestone slab, her weak body straightening but trembling uncontrollably. Her left cheek was swollen, her hair matted with dried blood sticking to her forehead, and there were several whip marks seeping blood on her plain skirt, but none compared to the desolation in her eyes. "What's with the pretense of being high and mighty?" Lin Feiyao sneered, pinching a handkerchief to cover her nose as her gaze fell on Liu Xiu's injuries, a glint of pleasure flashing in her eyes. "Stealing the jade hairpin. Practicing witchcraft. You're truly a lowly woman from a merchant background, just like your mother, with a wicked heart." Before Lin Feiyao finished speaking, Lin Xiang beside her coldly shouted, "Oomph. I told my father not to let this illegitimate daughter into the house. Now look what has happened. Father kindly brought you into the house, and you used that vile witchcraft against him. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Lin Ruichong, sitting at the head of the table, turned ashen upon hearing his son's words, his face turning iron gray as he pressed his palm against the offering table, veins bulging. The First Lady, Li Huiru, sat beside Lin Ruichong, looking at Liu Xiu, who was pale but unwilling to back down, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She turned to Lin Ruichong, her voice carrying a tinge of lament. "My lord, Xiu is your own flesh and blood. Perhaps she has been instigated by someone with ill intentions?" Liu Xiu, kneeling on the ground, lifted her head to look at Li Huiru, seeing her speak up for her, but there was not a shred of gratitude in her heart. It had been the same in her past life. Every time she was falsely accused by Lin Feiyao, this woman would speak up for her. At that time, she had naively thought Li Huiru genuinely cared for her, but looking back now, it was merely an act put on by the two of them. How ironic it was. As expected, right after Li Huiru finished speaking, Lin Feiyao immediately chimed in. But the witchcraft doll was embroidered with a master's birth date and had her nails cut by her own hand. How do you explain that? Bang. Explain. Lin Ruichong slammed the table in anger upon hearing Lin Feiyao's words. There's both witness and evidence. Is there still a need to explain? I never expected that the Liu family could be considered a prestigious family in Jiangnan. How could Liu Ruoxuan raise such a malicious daughter like you? Hearing Lin Ruichong mention Liu Ruoxuan, Li Huizhu, who had been quietly watching, suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. Upon hearing Lin Ruichong speak of her mother, Liu Xiu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, her eyes fixed on Lin Ruichong with a cold tone. "You are not worthy to speak of my mother." Lin Ruichong's face turned furious upon hearing this, and he pointed at the Xiaomu family law, wrapped in copper and glinting coldly, standing in the corridor, shouting angrily. "You rebel! You ungrateful daughter! Let's see if I won't beat you to death today." Lin Shishua looked up at Lin Ruichang's twisted face, a metallic taste rising in her throat. On that day, when she was dragged into the woodshed and imprisoned, she wanted to argue that the cursed doll was planted in her makeup box by someone. But every time she spoke, Lin Xiang would whip her. As a father, Lin Ruichang merely watched coldly from the side. At this moment, hearing Lin Feiyao's sarcastic remarks about her being a mother killer, and looking at Li Huizhu's hypocritical act of pretending to wipe away tears, Lin Shishua suddenly smiled. A smile more hideous than crying, startling everyone in the ancestral hall. If you want to hit me, then do it, but I have one last question to ask you. Lin Shishua reached out to touch the blood-stained hem of her skirt, and before Lin Ruichang could respond, her voice was as light as a summer breeze as she continued. Before my mother passed away, her last wish was to see you one last time, but in the end, she only received a letter stating that the daughter of a merchant was not worthy of marrying into the Anping Marquis family. Lin Shishua wanted to ask you, was that letter personally written by you? Lin Ruichang's angry expression froze, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Xiu interjected. Why waste words with her? The events of that year have passed for so long. Who can still remember? She's just trying to evoke your sympathy, to forgive her sins. Upon hearing Li Huizhu's words, Lin Ruichang's confusion vanished, and his anger grew. This rebellious daughter actually wanted to use the deceased Liu Ruoxuan to make him feel guilty and forgive her crimes. Simply unforgivable. Lin Shishua looked up and saw the mocking look in Li Huizhu's eyes, and she began to have answers to some matters. Seeing Lin Ruichang pick up the Xiaomu family law, Lin Shishua slowly closed her eyes, the loving face of her mother slowly emerging in her mind, followed by her grandfather, and finally, there was a handsome and heroic face. Marquis, I fear I cannot fulfill my promise. Chapter 47. Even a tiger does not eat its young boom. Just as the Xiaomu family law in Lin Ruichang's hand was about to strike Lin Shishua, the red-painted door of the Anping Marquis' residence let out a loud crash. Whoosh! As the tightly closed red door opened just a crack, a piercing sound followed. Clang! An arrow, shimmering coldly, shot out from the gap, directly knocking the Xiaomu family law from Lin Ruichang's hands. Faced with this sudden change, Lin Ruichang looked at the Xiaomu family law that had been knocked away in shock. Lin Shishua had been waiting for a long time without feeling the Xiaomu stick hit her and slowly open her eyes, only to see the people of the Marquis' residence looking at the door with a face full of uncertainty. Creak! With a spine-chilling creak, the red-painted door of the Anping Marquis' residence was pushed open. There stood Yixuan, dressed in a black embroidered gold robe, holding a longbow outside the door. His handsome face was filled with coldness, and his gaze fell on the people of the Marquis' residence, filled with indifference. Some servants of the Anping Marquis' residence sensed something was wrong and were about to step forward to stop him, but they saw a dozen bodyguards rush in behind Yixuan. Clang! Without Yixuan needing to say a word, the bodyguards drew their long knives from their waists, their gleaming blades resting against the necks of those servants. Seeing those gleaming long knives, some timid servants' knees went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. The people in the main hall of the Anping Marquis' residence were also in shock. Lin Feiyao's eyes flashed with panic as she quietly took a step back behind Lin Ruichang. Li Huizhu's expression was not too good either, but she remained relatively calm. Lin Zong, at this moment, could no longer care about Gu Yixuan's identity. His eyes filled with rage as he shouted angrily at Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan, what do you want? Hearing Lin Xiang's words, Lin Shishua immediately turned to look at the door, and upon seeing that tall figure, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Gu Yixuan, facing Lin Xiang's furious shouts, showed no change in expression. After handing the longbow to a nearby bodyguard, he stepped towards the main hall of the Marquis' residence. Watching Gu Yixuan walk towards him step by step, Lin Xiang, who had just been angry, felt his expression stiffen and could not help but take a step back. Lin Ruichang finally came to his senses after hearing his son's roar. Seeing Gu Yixuan daring to brazenly bring bodyguards into his residence and unsheath his blade against his people without reason, he looked up at Gu Yixuan, who had already reached the outside of the main hall, with uncontrollable rage, shouting loudly. Marquis Wuan. Gu Yixuan stepped over the threshold, casting a cold glance at the furious Lin Ruichong, and then directly squatted down in front of Lin Shixue. He gently brushed his fingers across Lin Shixue's pale little face, and when he touched the blood at the corner of her mouth, his movements paused involuntarily. "Does it hurt?" Marquis. Lin Shixue's throat choked. Looking at the tenderness swirling in his eyes, the grievances in her heart finally could no longer be suppressed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Yixuan's fingers gently stroked the tears on her face, his eyes filled with cold, biting chill as he softly spoke. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." After saying that, Gu Yixuan took off his outer robe and carefully wrapped it around Lin Shixue's trembling shoulders. He wrapped one arm around her waist while the other hand carefully avoided her injuries, gently helping Lin Shixue to her feet. Lin Shixue trembled, and due to her injuries and 2 days without food, she could barely stand with the support. Seeing this situation, Lin Feiao clenched her fists, jealousy filling her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Ruichong, seeing that Gu Yixuan not only ignored his previous words but also acted as if he were above everyone else, felt his anger surge and shouted harshly. "Gu Yixuan, do you really think my Omping Marquis' residence is a decoration?" Gu Yixuan helped Lin Shixue to stand by his side, turned to face the furious Lin Ruichong, and spoke coldly. "Even a tiger does not eat its young, yet the Omping Marquis would treat his own daughter so cruelly. It truly opens my eyes." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruichong's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Feiao, behind him, spoke first. "Marquis Wuan, it was Lin Shixue who cast that vicious curse on her father, and that's why he used family law against her. This matter is not the fault of my father." Lin Feiao glanced at Lin Shixue, who was pale in Gu Yixuan's arms. Then her gaze fell on Gu Yixuan, her heart filled with hatred as she thought, "You lowly, illegitimate daughter. Let's see if the Marquis can see your true colors this time." Gu Yixuan, upon hearing this, turned his gaze to Lin Feiao, his eyes flashing with cold light. How could he not know that the straw doll found by the Taoist in Lin Shixue's room and Lin Ruichong's birthday were clearly placed in Lin Shixue's room by Lin Feiao under the pretense of searching for Li Huizhu's jade hairpin? However, he was too lazy to deal with this malicious woman and turned back to Lin Ruichong, speaking mockingly. The dignified Omping Marquis actually believed the Taoist's words and presumed his own daughter to be practicing witchcraft. Truly ridiculous. As soon as Gu Yixuan's words fell, Lin Xiang immediately spoke up. My father has been having nightmares every night these past few days, and the doctor who came to treat him said he was cursed. Moreover, Master Qingyang is a well-known and accomplished figure in the Qingfeng Temple. How could he be wrong? This lowly, illegitimate daughter has indeed cursed my father." Looking at Lin Xiang, who was full of confidence, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable expression. He glanced at Lin Feiao and sneered. "Miss Lin, is it really true?" Seeing Gu Yixuan's sharp gaze fall on her, Lin Feiao couldn't help but show a hint of panic in her eyes. "Lord, this is a private matter of the Omping Marquis house. You came uninvited, and now you speak so disrespectfully to Lord and Feier. Isn't that too dismissive of my Omping Marquis house?" At this moment, Li Huiru, who had been silent, spoke up. Her gaze fell on Gu Yixuan, her tone indifferent. Gu Yixuan noticed that this woman actually decided to step in. His eyes flickered, and he said, "Madam, do you also think that Shixue has cast a curse on the Omping Marquis house?" Before Li Huiru could respond, Gu Yixuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he continued. "I often hear Shixue say that only you treat her the best in the Marquis house. It seems that you and Miss Lin are both hiding hostility towards her." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people turned their gazes towards Li Huiru, their eyes revealing a hint of strangeness. Yes, just now Madame was still speaking up for Lin Shixue. Why is she now speaking in favor of Lin Feiao? Seeing this situation, Li Huiru's face flashed with awkwardness, but she still continued. "Although I also don't believe that Shixue would cast a curse on the Lord. The fact is the fact. Lord, there's no need to say more." Hearing Li Huiru say this, the mockery in Gu Yixuan's eyes deepened, and he was too lazy to say anything more to these people. He directly said coldly, "Today, I am taking Shixue away. Let's see who dares to stop me." As soon as Gu Yixuan said this, the faces of the people from the Omping Marquis house turned extremely ugly. Lin Ruichang's face was full of anger, and just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. What great authority the Marquis of Wu has. Chapter 48. The son of the Prince of the State intervenes. What great authority the Marquis of Wu has. When Xiao heard this, he thought he was at the Duke of Dinghu's residence. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the main hall, and everyone inside turned to look. They saw a young man dressed in luxurious robes, his face somewhat waxy, standing at the red-painted door of the Marquis house, followed by several guards. This person's gaze fell on Liu Xiu, and a cold smile hung on his lips. Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Xiu's eyes flashed with joy, and the tense expression she had just moments ago relaxed instantly. After the young man finished speaking and was about to walk toward the main hall with his guards, a guard standing at the door suddenly drew his long knife with a clang, blocking his path. Seeing this, the young man's eyes flashed with anger, and the guard behind him also drew their long knives, confronting the guards brought by Liu Xiu. The atmosphere in the Anping Marquis house instantly became tense as the two groups faced off with their weapons drawn. The young man looked at the indifferent Gu family guards, who showed no signs of retreat, and directly turned to Liu Xiu, shouting angrily, "Liu Xiu, you know my identity, and you still dare to let your guards act this way." Liu Xiu looked at the young man, his eyes flickering with contemplation. After that conversation with Gu, he had become very sensitive to these royal relatives. After pondering for a moment, Liu Xiu finally spoke to the guards. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, the guards sheathed their knives, but their gazes towards the young man remained icy. Seeing this, the anger in the young man's eyes lessened slightly, but his expression was still not good. He snorted coldly and quickly walked toward the main hall. Lin Ruichang looked at the young man, his eyes flickering with light as he suppressed his anger and led the people of the Marquis house to bow. "We meet the young prince." For a moment, everyone in the hall, except for Liu Xiu and Lin Xiu, who was leaning in his arms, bowed to the young man. Seeing that Liu Xiu did not bow, Xiao Jingfei's eyes flashed with coldness, but he did not say much and directly instructed everyone to rise. After Lin Ruichang stood up, he was about to speak when he saw Xiao Jingfei looking at Liu Xiu beside him, revealing a smile as he spoke. "Aunt, my mother heard that something happened with witchcraft in the Anping Marquis house, so she asked me to come and take a look." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiu also showed a smile, but still pretended to be humble as she replied, "I made your mother worry. It really isn't a big deal. The Lord can handle it himself." But now, as she spoke, Liu Xiu's gaze fell on Liu Xiu. Hearing Liu Xiu say this, Xiao Jingfei first glanced at the jujube with stick and arrows that had fallen in the distance, then looked at Liu Xiu. However, when his gaze fell on Lin Xiu, who was pale and exuding a pitiful aura in Liu Xiu's arms, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Liu Xiu noticed this, and his eyes flickered with cold light as he spoke icily. "Xiao Jingfei, mind your eyes." Seeing that Liu Xiu actually dared to speak to him this way, Xiao Jingfei revealed an angry expression and looked directly at Liu Xiu, his voice stern. "Liu Xiu, you dare to speak to me like this? Do you believe I will have my father punish you?" Liu Xiu, upon hearing this, looked at Xiao Jingfei with disdain in his eyes and coldly replied, "With just you think you can act in the name of the Prince of the State? You should let your older brother come instead. As for having the Prince of the State punish me, I am a Marquis of Wu, personally appointed by His Majesty. Even if I am guilty, it should be dealt with by His Majesty, not for the Prince of the State to interfere." Hearing Liu Xiu say this, Xiao Jingfei's eyes were filled with rage. He hated others to mention his older brother in front of him. Liu Xiu saw that he had provoked Xiao Jingfei with just a few words and turned to glance at Liu Xiu, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Liu Xiu's family background was not particularly prominent, but her sister had married into the Prince of the State's residence and was deeply favored by him, which had raised the status of the Li family. Liu Xiu had a very good relationship with her sister, and with her sister's help, she successfully married into the Anping Marquis house and became the only mistress of the house. Because of her sister, even Lin Ruichang usually did not dare to get angry with Liu Xiu, and Xiao Jingfei was the son of Liu Xiu's sister and the Prince of the State. Unfortunately, even though the Prince of the State was very fond of Xiao Jingfei's mother, He could not depose the original wife and make her the princess. This meant that despite being favored by the prince of the state, Xiao Jingfei was not the legitimate eldest son and thus not the heir to the prince of the state. Because of this, Xiao Jingfei was extremely resentful of his older brother, who was superior to him in every way. But he neither put in the effort nor did he spend his days indulging in wine and pleasure. Just then, Liu Xiu suddenly spoke up. Marquis of Wu, I have already said that this is a private matter of my Anping Marquis house. As for your intention to forcibly take Lin Xiu away, if that is the case, we naturally cannot stop you. But today, with the young prince present, if the young prince informs the prince of the state about this, the prince will not be able to punish the Marquis of Wu. However, to uphold the laws of the court, the prince will definitely advise His Majesty, saying that the Marquis of Wu has forcibly entered my Anping Marquis house without cause and even drawn weapons against us, trying to forcibly take Xiu away. Such a crime of trespassing and forcibly seizing a noble lady will certainly bring punishment from His Majesty upon the Marquis of Wu. Liu Xiu concluda. As for what I just said, the Marquis of Wu can discern the facts for himself. I hope the Marquis will leave and not interfere in this matter. After hearing Liu Xiu's words, Yixuan looked at her with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This woman had indeed been managing the Anping Marquis house for decades, and her thoughts were sharp. After hearing Liu Xiu's words, Xiao Jingfei's expression gradually calmed down as he looked at Yixuan and said coldly, and is right. Yixuan, this is a private matter of the Anping Marquis house, and you have no right to interfere. Leave at once. Otherwise, I will definitely inform my father and let him advise His Majesty to punish you. Yixuan did not respond. He glanced at Xiao Jingfei and Liu Xiu, then turned his gaze to the red-painted door of the main hall, speaking strangely, it's about time. Upon hearing Yixuan say this, the people in the Anping Marquis house looked puzzled, following Yixuan's gaze to the red-painted door, but saw nothing. Yixuan, what nonsense are you talking about? I advise you to leave early. I want to mention today as matter to the emperor. Xiao Jingfei scoffed coldly, speaking mockingly to Yixuan. Lord Wuan, this is a private matter of the Anping Marquis' residence, so you should leave now. At this moment, Lin Ruicheng, who had remained silent since Xiao Jingfei arrived, spoke up. Glancing at Lin Xiu in Yixuan's arms, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. My lord, please leave quickly. Don't worry about me, otherwise His Majesty will punish you. Lin Xiu, who was in Yixuan's arms, also spoke at this time, her tone weak. She had been listening to the conversations in the hall and knew that if Yixuan insisted on taking her away, he would definitely be punished by the emperor. She was grateful that Yixuan came to rescue her, but she didn't want him to be punished for it. You will be fine, trust me. Facing everyone's words, Yixuan did not reply. After reassuring Lin Xiu, his gaze returned to the Vermilion Gate. Just then, Chapter 49. Is there anything more I need to say? Rumbling. At that moment, a sudden sound of hooves echoed outside the Anping Marquis' residence, followed by a chaotic sound of footsteps. Miss, Zhuer's voice called out as the little girl appeared at the gate, running towards the main hall. Behind her, several Qinji guards followed, holding two disheveled figures. When Liu Xiu and Lin Feiyao saw the two figures, a hint of panic flashed in their eyes, and their expressions immediately turned a bit unnatural. Miss, how are you? Zhuer entered the main hall, seeing Lin Xiu in Yixuan's arms. Pale-faced with several streaks of blood, her eyes instantly turning red, tears streaming down. Zhuer, I'm fine, don't worry. Seeing Zhuer with tearful eyes, Lin Xiu forced a smile and tried to comfort her. Young master, the people have been brought. At this moment, a Qinji guard came before Yixuan, bowing respectfully and gesturing to the two disheveled individuals behind him. Yixuan nodded, then turned his gaze to the people of the Anping Marquis' residence, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Do you all recognize these two? Hearing Yixuan's words, the eyes of the Marquis' residents all turned to the two individuals, their faces full of confusion. Xiao Jingfei thought Yixuan was just trying to create a spectacle. His eyes filled with disdain as he mocked. Yixuan, do you really think you can exonerate Lin Xiu just by randomly bringing two people here? Yixuan ignored his mockery, calmly looking at the people of the Anping Marquis residence. At this moment, Lin Xiong seemed to realize something, speaking in surprise. These two seem to be the doctor who treated my father and Daoist Qingyang. Upon hearing Lin Xiong's words, the people of the Marquis' residence also showed surprise, carefully looking at the two, realizing it was indeed the doctor and Daoist Qingyang. But then they were puzzled, wondering how these two could look like this now. Seeing this situation, Li Huiru's eyes grew increasingly panicked, full of confusion. Hadn't she already arranged for someone to send these two out of the capital? How'd they end up here? As for Lin Feiyao, she was even worse off. Her complexion turned pale the moment the two entered the main hall. Her body started to tremble uncontrollably. Gu Yixuan glanced at Li Huiru and Lin Feiyao, then looked at the Qinji guard, asking, "Where did you find these two?" Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, the Qinji guard immediately bowed and replied without hesitation. After receiving the young master's order, we immediately searched for these two in the city, but discovered they had secretly left the city this morning. We hurriedly pursued them out of the city and intercepted them in the outskirts. After the Qinji guard finished speaking, Gu Yixuan turned to Lin Ruichong, a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Anping Marquis, is there anything more I need to say?" In fact, even if Gu Yixuan forcibly took Lin Xiu away today, the people of the Anping Marquis residence wouldn't dare say much. But to be cautious, Gu Yixuan still had the Qinji guards capture these two key individuals before leaving the residence. Lin Ruichong, upon hearing this, turned to look at the two, and finally his gaze landed on Li Huiru and Lin Feiyao, his expression complex. He knew Gu Yixuan was giving him face with this statement, and he seemed to age several years in that moment, sighing as he turned to Gu Yixuan with a bitter smile. "Alas, Lord Wuan need not say more. I already know the truth." However, Lin Ruichong's words were interrupted by Xiao Jingfei beside him, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Gu Yixuan. "Gu Yixuan, these two haven't even spoken yet, and you've already made a definitive conclusion about this matter. You really don't take Anping Marquis and me seriously, do you? Little Prince." Lin Ruichong's expression tightened upon hearing Xiao Jingfei's words, wanting to speak but being interrupted by Xiao Jingfei waving his hand. "There's no need for Anping Marquis to be like this. I will seek justice for you." Hearing this, Lin Ruichong's eyes were filled with helplessness. He had 1,000 frustrations, but no outlet for them. So he turned and glared fiercely at Li Huiru. Li Huiru, seeing this situation, also wore a helpless expression, feeling confused as well. How could her incredibly clever sister have given birth to such a son as Xiao Jingfei? Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingfei. Seeing that he was so obstinate, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Since the little prince says so, then I will let them speak." After saying this, Gu Yixuan gestured to the two Qinji guards holding the doctor and Daoist Qingyang. The two Qinji guards, seeing this, released their hold on the two, then kicked the backs of their legs. The two fell to their knees with a thud, revealing several bruises under their clothing, clearly having been injured during their escape. "You two, speak up. Did Miss Lin Xiu really cast a witchcraft spell on Anping Marquis, causing him to have nightmares every night?" The doctor who treated Lin Ruichong trembled all over, burying his head in the ground, not daring to speak. Daoist Qingyang, dressed in a tattered robe, raised his head and looked through his disheveled hair at Li Huiru. But he saw her looking at him coldly, which made him shudder, suddenly, stammering, I am. Seeing this situation, Xiao Jingfei's expression brightened, and he immediately turned to mock Gu Yixuan. "Gu Yixuan, these two can't even speak clearly. How can you prove that it wasn't Lin Xiu who cast a witchcraft spell on Anping Marquis?" Facing Xiao Jingfei's mockery, Gu Yixuan remained calm, responding in a flat tone, "If the doctor and the enlightened one who solves problems can't even speak clearly, then there's no need for them to live." As soon as Gu Yixuan finished speaking, a sound rang out, and the Qinji guard behind the two drew their long knives. The gleaming blades immediately pressed against the two's necks. I will speak." Feeling the cold sensation at their necks, Daoist Qingyang, who had just been trembling and unable to speak, was filled with fear and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan waved his hand, signaling the Qinji guards to sheathe their blades, looking coldly at Daoist Qingyang. "If there is even a hint of falsehood, you will lose your head." Daoist Qingyang nodded in a trembling manner, whispering, Anping Marquis was not under any witchcraft spell. The straw man in Miss Lin Xiu's room is merely a mundane object, not something used for casting spells. Upon hearing Taoist Qingyang say this, everyone in the hall showed surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. If that is the case, then why did Taoist Qingyang previously accuse Lin Xiu of casting witchcraft on Lin Ruichang? Lin Zong looked at Taoist Qingyang, his eyes flashing coldly as he sternly questioned, "Then how do you explain my father's illness?" Taoist Qingyang trembled at the question, a voice full of fear escaping from his disheveled hair. Poverty. The poor Taoist did not know. Lin Xiang's face turned angry upon hearing this. He was about to rush forward to attack Taoist Qingyang, but was stopped by Gu Yixuan's sharp gaze. Gu Yixuan turned to the doctor who had been silent all along and spoke coldly. "You should ask him." Chapter 50. This marquis will break your legs. The doctor, kneeling on the ground, trembled like a sieve upon hearing this, remembering Taoist Qingyang's earlier experience. He dared not lie to Gu Yixuan. He heavily knocked his forehead on the ground and spoke in a terrified tone. Anping Marquis did not fall victim to witchcraft. The reason he has nightmares every night is because he ingested an excessive amount of vermilion and aconite. The doctor raised his head and trembled as he explained the effects of these two herbs to everyone. Both of these medications can have a calming effect, but if taken in excess, they can cause hallucinations and continuous nightmares. Upon hearing the doctor's words, everyone in the hall showed shock, and Lin Ruichang was so angry that he trembled all over. In recent days, Li Huiru had often asked Lin Feiyao to deliver medicine to him, claiming that it had a calming and energy-replenishing effect. Now it seemed that the reason he had been experiencing those symptoms all this time was entirely due to Li Huiru's medicine. However, Gu Yixuan did not give everyone time to react. After the doctor finished speaking, he directly questioned, "Who instructed you to frame Miss Lin Xiu?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Ruichang suddenly turned to look at Li Huiru, his eyes filled with rage. The two people kneeling on the ground, seeing Gu Yixuan's icy gaze and recalling his earlier words, immediately shifted their attention to Li Huiru. Faced with the gazes of several people, Li Huiru could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor, and a look of panic appeared on her face. Seeing the two look at Li Huiru, Xiao Jingfei's eyes filled with anger as he shouted, "What are you all looking at my aunt for? Do you want to die?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingfei's words, Gu Yixuan looked at him with disdain. He did not expect that this Xiao Jingfei could be so foolish, not even knowing what the current situation was. The people from the Marquis's residence also turned their gazes to Li Huiru, their eyes flashing with suspicion. Could it be, just as everyone was speculating? Taoist Qingyang looked at Li Huiru, gritted his teeth, and spoke. "Yes, it was Madame Li who gave this poor Taoist 100 taels of silver, instructing me to pretend to find a scarecrow in Miss Lin Xiu's room, and then frame her for using witchcraft against Anping Marquis. Madame Li also promised that once the matter was successful, she would give me another 100 taels of silver and send me out of the city, ensuring that this matter would not be discovered." Hearing Taoist Qingyang say this, the doctor no longer hid the truth. While knocking his head repeatedly, he added, "Madame Li also gave me 100 taels of silver, and those vermilion and aconite were also taken from me. Madame Li said that as long as the matter was successful, she would send me to Jiangnan to open a medical clinic. She instructed me to add 3 times the amount of vermilion to the Marquis's medicine. She said that this way, the Marquis would have continuous nightmares, and at that time, the blame could be placed on Miss Lin." "Shut up." The doctor's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Zong's stern voice. He looked at the two men with eyes full of killing intent, then turned his gaze to Li Huiru. "Mother, this isn't true. What they said is all lies." "Right." In the Anping Marquis's residence, only Li Huiru and Lin Feiyao knew about this matter. Even Lin Zong was unaware. Facing her son's questioning gaze, Li Huiru's expression was somewhat flustered. She clenched her clothes but did not speak. Seeing this, Lin Xiang's eyes darkened, and the hall erupted into an uproar, filled with disbelief as they looked at Li Huiru. They did not expect that the usually dignified and virtuous lady would have such a malicious heart, willing to poison the Marquis just to frame Lin Xiu. At this moment, Lin Feiyao also slumped in her chair, looking at Lin Ruichong with fear in her eyes. Because she not only knew about this matter, but even the medicine from Li Huiru had been personally delivered by her to Lin Ruichong. Gu Yixuan looked at Li Huiru with a sardonic smile, sneering, "I have heard that Madame Anping is dignified and virtuous, managing the entire Anping Marquis residence in an orderly manner, regarded as a role model by the women of the capital. Today, seeing is truly believing. The rumors are indeed unreliable. As the mistress, her thoughts are so malicious that she would poison the Marquis to frame Miss Shishue." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, the gazes of everyone looking at Li Huiru also changed, as if they were looking at a stranger. Xiao Jingfei was now somewhat at a loss. But seeing Gu Yixuan dare to speak so about Li Huiru, he shouted angrily, "Gu Yixuan, you dare to speak like this about my aunt? And how can you prove that what these two said just now isn't the result of your coercion?" Seeing that the facts were laid out before them, and Xiao Jingfei still wanted to make a scene, Gu Yixuan looked at him with a cold gaze. "Young prince, out of respect for Prince Duan, I have tolerated you several times today, but that does not give you a reason to make a scene. You." Hearing Gu Yixuan think he was making a scene, Xiao Jingfei's face showed anger. He was about to retort when Gu Yixuan interrupted him sharply. "Xiao Jingfei, if you continue to make a scene, this marquis will break your legs and then personally go to the emperor to apologize." Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingfei, his handsome face full of coldness, and a murderous aura surrounded him. Feeling the killing intent from Gu Yixuan, Xiao Jingfei could not help but take a step back, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes as he looked at Gu Yixuan. Xiao Jingfei had no doubt now that if he dared to refute Gu Yixuan again, Gu Yixuan would really break his legs. As for apologizing to the emperor in the Kanglin kingdom, who did not know that Xiao Xuanzi greatly valued the achievements of the Gu family? He even admired Gu Yixuan so much that he directly conferred him the title of Marquis of Wuan without informing the officials. And he was just a playboy son of a prince, not even the heir. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao Xuanzi truly punish Gu Yixuan? Seeing that Xiao Jingfei no longer spoke, Gu Yixuan's killing intent dissipated. He turned to Lin Ruichong and said, "Anping Marquis, since the truth of this matter is already clear, I will take my leave." After speaking, Gu Yixuan did not wait for Lin Ruichong to respond. He bent down to pick up Lin Shishue and strode out of the main hall. Lin Ruichong watched Gu Yixuan leave with Lin Shishue in his arms. Wanted to say something, but ultimately did not. His gaze fell on the mess in the Marquis' main hall, then turned to Li Huiru. His chest heaved a few times, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips, and finally, he blacked out and collapsed to the ground. "Father! Marquis!" Everyone in the hall gasped and hurried towards the collapsed Lin Ruichong. Gu Yixuan also heard the commotion in the main hall, but it no longer mattered to him. He carried Lin Shishue towards the door of the Marquis' residence, looking down at Lin Shishue in his arms, whose face was pale and lips stained with blood. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes as he softly spoke, "I will take you back to the residence. I promise you will not be hurt again." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Shishue opened her eyes. Seeing the pity in his gaze, she did not speak but quietly buried her head in his embrace. Feeling his breath, Lin Shishue finally closed her eyes, burying all her grievances and fears in this peace. Chapter 51. Returning to the residence, Lin Shishue fell into a deep sleep in Gu Yixuan's arms. The jolting of the carriage over the cobblestone road did not make her eyelashes tremble even once. Zhuer sat quietly on the other side of the carriage. Seeing Gu Yixuan with his eyes closed in contemplation, she did not dare to disturb him, only casting worried glances at Lin Shishue in his arms. "Prince Duan?" Gu Yixuan's eyes were slightly closed as he recalled Xiao Jingfei from earlier, pondering over this name. His father had mentioned that the unknown masters from that night might have ties to the royal family. And today, he had a conflict with Prince Duan's son, Xiao Jingfei. Could this all be a coincidence? But saying it was a coincidence wouldn't be too far-fetched. After all, Xiao Jingfei's mother was Li Huiru's sister, and it was possible she had sent Xiao Jingfei to the Anping Marquis' residence. Although Prince Duan is the brother of Xiao Xuanzi, he is the weakest among the many princes, so it is unlikely that he trained those experts. In the past, Xiao Xuanzi did not inherit the throne by right of succession. He emerged as the victor among many princes after a bloody struggle. Prince Duan did not stand out among the princes and was only named Prince Duan after placing his bets on Xiao Xuanzi during the competition for the throne. Moreover, 20 years ago, Gu Beizong destroyed the southern Yu, which had strength comparable to that of the Kanglan Kingdom, resulting in the absence of strong enemies around the Kanglan Kingdom. Therefore, there are no princes in the Kanglan Kingdom holding military power. If we were to speak of the strongest among the current princes, it would have to be Prince Qi, who possesses the wealthy lands of Jiangnan, but he is not in the capital, making it unlikely that those experts belong to him. Among the princes currently in the capital, besides Prince Duan, there is only Prince Chu, who does not need to go to the front lines due to his physical disability. As ordered by Xiao Xuanzi, Xiao Jingheng is merely the emperor's nephew, yet he, along with many uncles, was granted a title of prince. And there is very little news about his father. Due to his physical condition, this Prince Chu rarely shows up, and although he has a good relationship with Xiao Jingyan, he does not know much about his elder brother who stays in the residence all day. The only time he saw Xiao Jingheng was during Xiao Xuanzi's sacrificial ceremony. Gu Yixuan recalled Xiao Jingyan's elder brother Xiao Jingheng, slowly opening his eyes, a strange light flashing in them. It seems that after returning home, he needs to discuss this with his father again. The carriage traveled all the way and finally stopped outside the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Zhuer lifted the curtain, and Gu Yixuan carried Lin Xiu down from the carriage, walking quickly into the residence. As soon as they entered the Duke's residence, Gu Yixuan saw Murongyun. Murongyun's expression relaxed when she saw her son returning safely. When Gu Yixuan approached, Murongyun was shocked to see Lin Xiu, who was wrapped in Gu Yixuan's outer robe and had a pale complexion. "Shinner, what happened?" In response to his mother's inquiry, Gu Yixuan shook his head and said, "It was the people from the Anping Mark residence who attacked her. I will explain the details later. Let's find a doctor for Xiu first." Hearing this, Murongyun nodded and immediately instructed a maid nearby to find a doctor. Then she and Gu Yixuan brought Lin Xiu into a guest room. Gu Yixuan placed Lin Xiu on the bed in the guest room, and soon after, a maid arrived with a doctor. Since Lin Xiu was a woman and had injuries on her body, the maid thoughtfully brought in a female doctor. After the female doctor entered the room and began checking Lin Xiu's injuries, Gu Yixuan turned to her, who had been following him, and instructed her to wait outside. Then he and Murongyun stepped out of the room. As soon as they exited, Murongyun eagerly asked Gu Yixuan, "Shinner, what exactly happened? Why is Xiu in this state?" Gu Yixuan, seeing his mother's inquiry, recounted how Lin Xiu was framed by Liu Xiu and what had happened at the Anping Mark residence today. After listening to Gu Yixuan's account, Murongyun's face showed anger, and she snorted coldly, speaking indignantly, "Humph. I always thought that the Anping Marquis wife was deep-minded. Some ladies often said that the Anping Marquis wanted to take concubines multiple times, and those women all died for no reason. Hearing you say this today, it seems those women must have been harmed by her. I never expected that Liu Xiu would be so vicious, framing Xiu and even daring to poison the Anping Marquis." After speaking, Murongyun recalled that Gu Yixuan mentioned that Prince Duan's son, Xiao Jingfei, also went to the Anping Mark residence today and had a conflict with him. And she couldn't help but worry. "Today, you had a conflict with that Xiao Jingfei, and he is the son of Prince Duan. I'm afraid." Seeing the worry on Murongyun's face, Gu Yixuan patted her hand reassuringly, saying, "Mother, you don't need to worry. Not to mention that Xiao Jingfei is just the son of Prince Duan's favored concubine, not the heir, and Prince Duan is merely a leisurely prince without real power. Moreover, father is the Duke of Dinghua, and I am also the Marquis of Wuan personally conferred by the Emperor. The Emperor will not allow him to act recklessly." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Murongyun felt reassured. She had great confidence in her husband's power in court. After understanding what happened today, Murongyun turned and glanced at the tightly closed door. She recalled the concern in her son's eyes when he carried Lin Xiu into the residence and asked Gu Yixuan somewhat inexplicably, "So how do you plan to arrange for Xiu in the future?" Hearing Murongyun's question, Gu Yixuan was taken aback. He hadn't really considered this issue. Lin Xiu cannot return to the Anping Mark residence. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yixuan replied, "For now, let's have her stay in the residence." Upon hearing this, Murong Yun's expression brightened. Her son finally understood. She immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, let Shishue stay in the residence. If she goes back to the Onping Marke residence, she might still be harmed by Liu Xiu." At this point, Murong Yun looked at Gu Yixuan, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Moreover, you two father and son only know how to practice martial arts and read military books every day. With Shishue staying at home, it would be nice to have someone to chat with me." Hearing his mother say this, Gu Yixuan smiled awkwardly and nodded. Just then, the door opened, and the female doctor walked out. Murong Yun hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Doctor, how is Shishue's condition?" The female doctor, seeing it was Murong Yun, immediately replied respectfully, "Madam, rest assured, Miss Lin mainly has external injuries and has been overly frightened. It's not serious. She just has multiple bruises on her body and needs to recuperate well. I will prescribe a few formulas to invigorate blood and resolve bruising. She just needs to take them on time." Murong Yun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, waved her hand to let the doctor leave, and then walked into the room to check on Lin Shishue's condition. Gu Yixuan also relaxed. Just as he was about to enter the room to check on Lin Shishue, he saw the figure of Gu Yicheng appear in the distance. Chapter 52, Prince Chu. Xiao Jingheng. Gu Yixuan watched Gu Yicheng's figure and noticed that he seemed to have just returned from outside. After Gu Yicheng's figure disappeared around a corner, Gu Yixuan raised his hand and called over a servant. "Did the second young master go out today?" The servant immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, eldest young master. Not long after you left the residence, the second young master went out as well." Hearing the servant's response, a gleam flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Has he finally started to make connections? In the past few days, both the Qianji Guard and the Yuan Guard had been searching for Xianing Zhao's whereabouts in the capital, but they had found nothing. Gu Yixuan was also quite curious about where Xianing Zhao was hiding. It seemed now that there was no need to look for her, as she would likely reveal herself soon. After pondering for a moment outside the door, Gu Yixuan turned and walked into the room. Marquis, upon seeing Gu Yixuan enter, standing by the bed, immediately spoke. Gu Yixuan nodded, his gaze falling on Lin Shishue lying on the bed. Seeing that she had not yet woken up, he asked, "Is your young lady still not awake?" Since Gu Yixuan carried Lin Shishue out of the Onping Marke residence, she had been asleep, and he didn't expect her to still be unconscious now. Zhuer nodded, her face no longer showing any signs of worry, responding, "The doctor said that the young lady has not eaten for 2 days and is weak, which is why she hasn't woken up. She will wake up after resting for a while." Gu Yixuan nodded lightly at this, then turned to Murong Yun, who was standing by the bed, and said, "Mother, you have been worried all day today. Now that Shishue is fine, you should go rest for a while." Murong Yun wanted to say she was fine, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she could only nod helplessly. "All right, I'll rest for a while. You need to take good care of Shishue here." "Okay, mother. You can rest assured," Gu Yixuan said with a smile, escorting Murong Yun out the door. After Murong Yun left, Gu Yixuan sat down by the bed. His gaze focused on Lin Shishue's pale face. Her hair was disheveled at the temples, with some unclean dust still on her forehead, and there was a faint red mark on her right cheek. Gu Yixuan reached out to smooth her messy hair. At that moment, Zhu walked to the door, took a copper basin from a maid, and then came to Gu Yixuan's side, softly saying, "Lord, let me help the young lady wash her face." Gu Yixuan turned to look at the copper basin and cloth in Zhu hands and said, "I'll do it." Zhu looked at Gu Yixuan with surprise, but seeing his serious demeanor, she nodded. Gu Yixuan took the warm cloth and gently wiped Lin Shishue's face. Zhu watched him, her little face slightly blushing as she thought of something. After Lin Shishue's complexion improved, Gu Yixuan stood up and instructed Zhu to continue taking care of her. Then he left the room, intending to find Gu Beizong to inquire about Prince Chu, Xiao Jingyan. When he arrived at the main courtyard, Gu Yixuan saw his father sitting in a chair, deeply engrossed in a military book. "Father," Gu Yixuan called out, noticing that his father was so focused that he didn't even realize he had entered. Gu Beizong came back to his senses upon hearing Gu Yixuan's voice, shifting his gaze from the book to his son. Looking at Gu Yixuan, Gu Beizong seemed to recall something, a smile appearing on his face as he asked, "Xianer, what did you bring that guard for today? Did you also bring back a girl?" Gu Yixuan paused, knowing that Gu Baitsong must have heard the commotion when he brought Liu Xiu back to the estate. He then recounted the events that had occurred at the Anping Marquis's residence that day. After hearing Gu Yixuan's recount, Gu Baitsong's expression remained calm. To him, everything that happened at the Anping Marquis's residence was just trivial matters, not enough to stir any waves in his heart. However, when Gu Yixuan mentioned that he wanted to settle Liu Xiu in the residence, Gu Baitsong looked at him with some surprise. He knew his son well. Usually, Gu Yixuan only cared about martial arts. So, when did he start to take an interest in a girl? Nevertheless, Gu Baitsong was pleased that Gu Yixuan had found a girl he liked and said, "In that case, let that girl stay in the residence. It will be good for your mother to have someone to talk to." "Mother thinks so, too." Gu Yixuan nodded in agreement. As for whether the Anping Marquis would come to demand her back, father and son both ignored that question. What kind of Anping Marquis would dare to demand someone from the Duke's residence? After finishing the discussion about Liu Xiu, Gu Yixuan finally brought up his purpose for seeking Gu Baitsong. "Father, how much do you know about Prince Chu, Xiao Jingsheng?" Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Gu Baitsong paused, placing the teacup back on the table. He lifted his gaze to meet Gu Yixuan's, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you suspecting it is Prince Chu?" Gu Baitsong already knew that he had shared his suspicions with Gu Yixuan. Thus, Gu Yixuan's mention of Xiao Jingsheng was indeed a sign of his suspicion. Gu Yixuan nodded but then shook his head, saying, "I only have some guesses. After all, there are only two feudal princes in the capital now, the Duke and Prince Chu. The Duke is just a leisurely prince who doesn't even want to venture out of his fief, and he has no resources to cultivate those experts. Since it can't be him, it must be the usually low-key Prince Chu." Gu Baitsong did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to ask, "Then why can't it be those princes who have gone out to their fiefs?" Gu Yixuan thought for a moment before shaking his head. Those feudal princes don't have that much reach. To be able to conceal themselves from the Imperial Guard and place so many experts in the capital, they must have had their original influence in the capital. Hearing this, Gu Baitsong looked at Gu Yixuan with a sense of appreciation, nodding and saying, "What you said is correct. I also suspect it is Prince Chu, but he has been too low-key. The Qinji Guard has not discovered anything useful after several investigations." Hearing that his father's suspicions aligned with his own, Gu Yixuan nodded, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes, as he continued to ask, "Then, father, do you know why Xiao Jingsheng, being only the emperor's nephew, received a royal title like many uncles?" Gu Baitsong fell silent for a moment before answering. Xiao Jingsheng's title as Prince Chu was not conferred by the emperor, but inherited from the previous Prince Chu. What? Gu Yixuan was surprised to hear this. Xiao Jingsheng's title as Prince Chu was not actually bestowed by the emperor. Gu Baitsong explained that this matter involved some secrets, and it was normal for few people in the capital to mention it. During the previous emperor's reign, only two princes were conferred titles, aside from the crown prince. The current emperor is the Prince of Wei, and the other is Prince Chu, Xiao Xianlin. After the sudden death of the crown prince, the current emperor and Prince Chu became the two most powerful princes among the royal family. The late emperor favored Prince Chu the most, but for some unknown reason. A few months before he passed away, Prince Chu suddenly threw his full support behind the current emperor's ascension, without Prince Chu as an opponent. The current emperor faced no obstacles and smoothly ascended the throne. But shortly after the current emperor's ascension, Prince Chu unexpectedly passed away. Out of consideration for the young age of Xiao Jingsheng and his brother, the current emperor allowed Xiao Jingsheng, the legitimate son of Prince Chu, to inherit the title. After Gu Baitsong finished, Gu Yixuan remained silent for a long time, as some of his speculations were confirmed. He had always felt a sense of familiarity when he heard Murong Yun mention Dai, Chunang, and the Dr. Su that day. It turned out to be because of the plot of a novel called The Divine Doctor's Princess. The male protagonist was indeed Prince Chu, Xiao Jingsheng, while the female protagonist was the only female disciple of the Divine Doctor, Su Qing Dai. Clearly, those experts behind the scenes were very likely to be Xiao Jingsheng. Thinking about the original plot of the book, a cold glint flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. In the original storyline, Xiao Jingsheng's father, the previous Prince Chu, was killed by the emperor, and he himself was disabled due to a fire, which caused Xiao Jingcheng to harbor resentment against the emperor. Although there might be some deviations now, because of the merging of multiple storylines, the general plot should remain unchanged. In the original plot, Xiao Jingcheng secretly cultivated many experts in the capital to avenge his father's death, and also covertly gathered support from ministers. Now, with the Gu family present in the Kanglin kingdom, the army of Kanglin was almost entirely in the hands of Grand Marshal Gu Beizong. If Xiao Jingcheng wanted to take revenge on the emperor, the Gu family would be an insurmountable obstacle. So the likelihood of him targeting Gu Beizong's legitimate son was extremely high. With this in mind, Gu Yixuan looked at Gu Beizong and said in a solemn voice, "Father, the people behind those experts should be Xiao Jingcheng." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's certain tone, Gu Beizong's expression became serious. "Why are you so sure?" Gu Yixuan gently shook his head and continued, "Father, don't worry about how I know this, but I am quite confident it is Xiao Jingcheng. I urge you to prepare in advance." Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Gu Beizong did not pursue the matter further. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Gu Yixuan and said, "If it really is Xiao Jingcheng, then this matter is not so simple. Although Prince Xiao Xianlin is dead, some of his loyal followers still exist, and a few hold high positions." Seeing Gu Beizong's worried expression, Gu Yixuan thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to worry about those people. Your position in the court is unshakable. Even if those people join forces, they won't be able to stir up any trouble. The only concern now is your Majesty's attitude towards the King of Chu," Gu Yixuan said, his eyes sparkling. With the current strength of the Gu family, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with Xiao Jingheng, but this would inevitably put them at odds with the emperor. Years ago, in order to stabilize the subordinates of Xiao Xianlin, Xiao Xuanzi spared the young lives of Xiao Jingheng and Xiao Jingyan. After all these years, Xiao Jingheng has acted low-key, appearing to be completely unaware of past events, while the former subordinates of Xiao Xianlin have also been behaving themselves. Gu Yixuan is now somewhat unsure of Xiao Xuanzi's attitude towards Xiao Jingheng, because in the original plot, it was only at the end that Xiao Xuanzi discovered Xiao Jingheng's rebellious intentions, indicating that he should currently trust Xiao Jingheng. Xiao Xuanzi has treated the Gu family well, and Gu Yixuan doesn't want to fall out with him over Xiao Jingheng. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Gu Beizong also understood the connection. After a long silence, he looked up at Gu Yixuan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "If it really comes to that desperate point, he's just the King of Chu. If I need to kill him, then so be it. As for the emperor, I will explain the matter to him. You need not worry." Upon hearing his father's words, Gu Yixuan let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Gu Beizong might hesitate, because Xiao Jingheng is a royal relative. As for whether the emperor would take action against the Gu family if they really killed Xiao Jingheng, Gu Yixuan wasn't very worried. As long as they provided evidence of Xiao Jingheng's treasonous intentions to Xiao Xuanzi, he believed that he wouldn't hold a grudge against the Gu family. Thinking of this, Gu Yixuan paused and continued, "Father, after the death of Xiao Xianlin, his old subordinates seem to be behaving, but in reality, there are undercurrents. Now that Xiao Jingheng is targeting our Gu family, he will definitely secretly contact these people. If we want to completely eliminate future troubles, we not only need to keep an eye on Xiao Jingheng, but also need to understand the details of his supporters." Gu Beizong nodded, stroking the teacup in his hand, and said, "That's true. As long as we find evidence of his collusion with the old subordinates of Xiao Xianlin and their treacherous schemes, the emperor will likely not ignore it. I will send people to collect this evidence. You need not worry." Hearing Gu Beizong say this, Gu Yixuan felt relieved. The father and son chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, Gu Yixuan took his leave. At this moment, however, a special guest arrived at Dai Chuntang. As the sky darkened, Su Qing Dai was in the small courtyard of Dai Chuntang, organizing the medicinal materials that had just been dried today. Just then, a figure quietly appeared behind her. While sorting the medicinal materials, Su Qing Dai heard the sound of clothing being blown by the wind behind her. With a flick of her wrist, the medicinal materials in her hand flew backward. The newcomer waved his robe, and the medicinal materials all fell to the bluestone floor with a thud. When Su Qing Dai turned around and saw the person, her eyes filled with embarrassment and anger, and she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you come to my medical clinic? The person was dressed in a dark brocade robe, tall and upright, with sword-like eyebrows and dark eyes that seemed to hide a galaxy of stars. Looking at the flustered Su Qingdai, Xiao Jinghong's thin lips curled up slightly as he smiled and said, "Miss Su, since this is a medical clinic, how can I, a patient, not come here?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingdai's delicate face was filled with rage. Half a month ago, one night, she heard a knock at the door and went to check, only to be pinned down by this man as soon as she opened the clinic door. She was about to retaliate, but found that the man had already fainted. Remembering her master's teachings, she took him back to the clinic to heal him. Unexpectedly, halfway through, the man suddenly woke up and restrained her on the bed, using a sedative to knock her out before she could say anything. When she woke up the next day, he was already gone. If it weren't for the fact that her clothes were intact, she would have thought she had encountered a flower thief. "Misu, I only knocked you out that day out of desperation, and besides, I didn't do anything," Xiao Jinghang said, seeing that Su Qingdai was silent and staring at him with anger, feeling a bit helpless. That day, he had gone out of the city for business and didn't bring any guards to keep his whereabouts secret, but unexpectedly, an old ailment flared up on the way back. In a hurry, he randomly found a clinic to get some medicinal materials to temporarily suppress the pain, but fainted just as he reached the clinic door. After he woke up, in order to keep his identity from being exposed, he had to knock Su Qingdai out. After returning home, he investigated and found out that Su Qingdai was a disciple of the renowned physician Sun Zhongmiao, whom he had been searching for. That was why he had come to find Su Qingdai again today, hoping she could help introduce him to Sun Zhongmiao for treatment of his hidden ailment in his leg. Listening to Xiao Jinghong's words, Su Qingdai's face flushed with a hint of red. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her anger and said to him in an unfriendly tone, "You should leave. My clinic does not welcome you." After saying this, she didn't care about Xiao Jinghong's reaction and turned to walk into the room. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghang took a few steps forward and reached out to place a hand on Su Qingdai's shoulder, wanting to stop her. But just then, a few faint sounds of breaking air echoed. Chapter 54. Xiao Jingyan's visit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Xiao Jingyan's hand rested on Su Qingdai's shoulder, a few faint sounds of breaking air reached his ears. Without hesitation, he immediately spun around to retreat. As soon as Xiao Jingyan moved away, several silver needles flew through the spot where he had just stood. Xianing Zhao's figure appeared, quickly coming to Su Qingdai's side and shielding her behind her. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Jinghang, filled with vigilance. "Sister Qingdai, who is this person?" Xianing Zhao asked Su Qingdai, her eyes locked on Xiao Jinghang. Seeing the situation, Su Qingdai's expression changed, and she quickly explained, "He's the scoundrel I told you about." Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, Xianing Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know their relationship, seeing Su Qingdai's expression that day, it seemed she didn't harbor any ill feelings towards this person. After explaining to Xianing Zhao, Su Qingdai turned her head to look at Xiao Jinghang not far away and said in an unfriendly tone, "Sister Ningzhao is very capable. If you don't want to die, you should leave quickly." Xiao Jinghang remained silent upon hearing this, his gaze fixed on Xianing Zhao, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, and a smile tugging at his lips. "Xianing Zhao, I didn't expect you to be hiding here." Upon hearing Xiao Jinghong's words, Xianing Zhao's previously relaxed expression instantly tightened. Her gaze fixed on him, and a few silver needles slipped into her hand from her sleeve. From what Xiao Jinghang implied, it seemed he knew she was being searched by the court. Su Qingdai was also a bit confused upon hearing Xiao Jinghong's words. It seemed he knew Xianing Zhao. Once she recovered her senses, she immediately asked Xiao Jinghang, "Scoundrel, do you know Sister Ningzhao?" Xianing Zhao looked at Xiao Jinghong's face, a bit puzzled, as she didn't remember knowing such a person. Hearing Su Qingdai's question, Xiao Jinghang nodded, but then shook his head and said, "I know her, but she may not recognize me." Upon hearing this, both women looked puzzled, and Xianing Zhao coldly questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Facing Xianing Zhao's question, Xiao Jinghong's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke calmly, "It doesn't mean anything. I just didn't expect you to be here. It seems I shouldn't have come here today." After saying this, Xiao Jinghang paused and looked at Su Qingdai. I came today intending to ask Miss Su to introduce me to physician Sun. But since Miss Xie is here, we can discuss this matter another day. I take my leave." After saying this, Xiao Jingheng didn't wait for the two women to respond and lightly tapped his toes, disappearing from the small courtyard in an instant. Upon seeing Xiao Jingheng leave, Xianing Zhao's expression turned cold. Since this unidentified person knew her whereabouts, she had to eliminate him. But just as Xianing Zhao was about to chase after him, a voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. "Miss, don't chase. This person is a master." Upon hearing this, Xianing Zhao paused for a moment, turned her head, and saw Lin Fengxing appearing at the porch. Lin Fengxing stood at the porch, his complexion still somewhat pale, but much improved compared to a few days ago. He looked in the direction where Xiao Jingheng had left, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Noticing Xianing Zhao's gaze, he explained, based on this person's movement technique, his strength should not be weak, and his identity is unknown. If the young lady rashly pursues him, she may fall into an ambush. Hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Xianing Zhao nodded, dispelling the thought of chasing after Xiao Jingheng. She turned to look at Su Qingdai behind her and quietly asked, "Sister, do you really not know that person's identity?" Hearing Xianing Zhao's question, Su Qingdai came back to her senses and shook her head, saying, "This person suddenly came to the medical clinic half a month ago, knocked me out, and took away some medicinal materials. Apart from that, he did nothing else, and I don't know his identity." Upon hearing Su Qingdai's words, a hint of contemplation flashed in Xianing Zhao's eyes. This person had remarkable skills, and even knew that Su Qingdai's master was the divine Dr. Sun Zhongmiao, indicating that his identity was likely not ordinary. Tomorrow, the people from Jiangnan should be arriving. Let's wait for them to come before investigating this person's identity, Xianing Zhao thought to herself. Meanwhile, Su Qingdai looked in the direction where Xiao Jingheng had left, then turned her head to glance at Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing, her eyes shimmering. It seems that Sister Ning Zhao's identity is also not ordinary. The next morning, at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yixuan got up and finished washing up. Just as he was about to check on Lin Shishua's condition, a servant informed him that Xiao Jingyan was looking for him. Thinking of Xiao Jingyan, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache, now that he had confirmed that Xiao Jingheng was indeed behind those masters. He was at a loss on how to face him. However, since he was already there, Gu Yixuan would not avoid him, and immediately walked towards the guest hall of the Duke's residence. Upon arriving at the guest hall, Gu Yixuan raised his eyes and saw Xiao Jingyan dressed in a fitted outfit, with someone standing behind him. Seeing Gu Yixuan, Xiao Jingyan immediately came forward, his tone excited as he said, "Brother Yixuan." Looking at Xiao Jingyan's somewhat youthful face, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but smile, glancing at his attire and asking with some confusion, "Jingyan, what made you think of coming to find me today? Why are you dressed like this?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingyan scratched his head a bit shyly and said, "Haven't I not asked you for martial arts guidance for a long time? I thought I would come to spar with you today." Hearing Xiao Jingyan's words, Gu Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle. With his mediocre skills, how could he spar with himself? He clearly just wanted to learn martial arts from him. However, since Xiao Jingyan had this interest, Gu Yixuan naturally wouldn't refuse and was ready to take him to the training ground. But when Gu Yixuan's gaze fell on the cold-faced young man behind Xiao Jingyan, who was holding a sword, he paused and asked Xiao Jingyan, "Jingyan, who is this?" Seeing Gu Yixuan ask about the young man's identity, Xiao Jingyan pouted and said somewhat helplessly, "This is a bodyguard my elder brother sent me. He said the capital has been unsafe lately and told me to take him with me wherever I go." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan mention him, the young man with the sword changed his posture, somewhat reluctantly bowing to Gu Yixuan, saying, "I am Han Feng. I have met the Marquis of Wuhan." Gu Yixuan looked at the bowing Han Feng, his eyes flashing with light. This person was one of the two major bodyguards beside Xiao Jingheng. "Han Feng, you may rise." With Xiao Jingyan present, Gu Yixuan had no interest in him and casually said a sentence before leading the two towards the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Xiao Jingyan excitedly picked a long knife. Seeing his enthusiasm, Gu Yixuan casually picked up a long knife to practice with him. Although both wielded sharpened weapons, Gu Yixuan's strength was undoubtedly far greater than Xiao Jingyan's. Under his deliberate feeding of moves, Xiao Jingyan not only did not get injured, but also exchanged blows with Gu Yixuan. Meanwhile, Han Feng, watching their movements from the sidelines, looked on with disdain, occasionally letting out a cold laugh. Chapter 55. I'm afraid of hurting the Marquis of Wuan Clang. The two long knives clashed, producing a sound of metal striking metal, and both Gu Yixuan and Xiao Jingyan retreated to opposite sides. Brother Yixuan, let us take a break for a moment, Xiao Jingyan sighed, wiping the sweat from his face, and said to Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan's breath remained steady. Upon hearing this, he nodded. However, his casual glance revealed Han Feng looking at him with disdain. Seeing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. This Han Feng and Xiao Jinghong's other bodyguard had both been cultivated by Xiao Jingheng since childhood. Apart from Xiao Jingheng, these two looked down on anyone else, even regarding Xiao Jingyan with contempt. So Gu Yixuan was not surprised by his expression. At this moment, Xiao Jingyan, leaning on his knife to rest, also noticed Gu Yixuan's gaze and turned to look in the same direction, only to see Han Feng looking at him with open disdain. Anger flared on Xiao Jingyan's face. How dare this Han Feng look down on him and Gu Yixuan? Han Feng, come here! Xiao Jingyan shouted loudly at Han Feng, who was standing by the training ground. Han Feng, realizing that his contemptuous expression had been noticed by the two, showed no concern. He walked slowly to Xiao Jingyan, bowed, and spoke in a calm tone. Your Highness, what is your command? Xiao Jingyan's gaze fell on the bowed Han Feng, filled with displeasure. These bodyguards around his elder brother were usually very respectful towards him, yet held a dismissive attitude towards him, the younger prince. He had mentioned this to his elder brother several times, but was always brushed off. Han Feng was only accompanying him under his elder brother's insistence, and today he even looked down on his sparring with Gu Yixuan. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't recognize the hierarchy. I've heard from my elder brother that your martial arts are quite good. I saw you standing by watching me and Brother Yixuan spar just now. Since I'm tired now, why don't you spar with Brother Yixuan? It would also let me see if what my elder brother said is true. Xiao Jingyan said, turning to Gu Yixuan, his eyes indicating Brother Yixuan. Help me teach this guy a lesson. He was somewhat aware of his own strength and knew he could not compare with Han Feng. However, Gu Yixuan was strong enough, so it was just right for him to help teach a lesson to this guy who looked down on him. Gu Yixuan understood Xiao Jingyan's intention, but did not agree directly. He turned to look at Han Feng with a half-smile and said, I have no objections. It just depends on whether bodyguard Han wants to spar with me. Hearing Gu Yixuan and Xiao Jingyan's words, Han Feng lowered his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Although there were rumors in the capital that Gu Yixuan's martial arts were outstanding, he considered it mere self-praise from a noble family. He calmly said, let us skip the sparring. I'm afraid I might hurt the Marquis of Wuan. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Xiao Jingyan's eyes flared with anger, and he was about to speak when Gu Yixuan stopped him. Ge Yixun looked at Han Feng, knowing he looked down on his strength. Initially, he had no interest in this Han Feng. However, since Xiao Jingyan had said so, it was a good opportunity to test the strength of the bodyguards around Xiao Jingheng. No problem. During the sparring, blades and swords are blind. If you really injure me, I will excuse you, Gu Yixuan said, pausing for a moment, a hint of coldness in his tone, and continued, moreover, I also want to see how capable the bodyguard of His Highness the King of Chu is, whether he is worthy of protecting Jingyan. Hearing Gu Yixuan's cold words, a glint of cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he raised his head to look at Gu Yixuan, speaking in a cold tone. Since that's the case, then I will not stand on ceremony. Seeing Han Feng agree, a hint of excitement flashed in Xiao Jingyan's eyes. He nodded to Gu Yixuan and quickly stepped aside to watch the battle. After Xiao Jingyan moved away, Han Feng placed one hand on the sword hilt, exuding an overwhelming aura, with his gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan did not change his weapon and still held the long knife he used during the spar with Xiao Jingyan. He looked at the sharp aura of Han Feng with calm eyes. Be careful, Marquis Wuan. Han Feng's eyes flickered with cold light as he whispered, and his long sword was instantly drawn, emitting a sound that pierced the air as it struck directly at Gu Yixuan's throat. Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. With a flick of his wrist, he tilted the long knife, using the back of the blade to deflect the incoming sword. Clang! The two weapons collided, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew in an instant. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged as he continued to attack with his long sword, targeting Gu Yixuan's vital areas such as his shoulders, neck, and abdomen. Gu Yixuan's eyes grew colder as he danced the long knife in a half circle, neutralizing all attacks one by one. Then, he changed his momentum from defense to offense, sweeping the long knife like a swimming dragon towards Han Feng's lower body. Han Feng saw Gu Yixuan attacking and sneered, suddenly exerting force with his long sword, directly meeting the sweeping strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded, accompanied by a cracking noise as Gu Yixuan's long knife was broken by Han Feng's long sword. Yixuan ye, my lord! Suddenly, two exclamations rang out from outside the training ground. After Xiao Jingyan shouted, he heard another voice and turned to see Liu Xiu. At this time, Liu Xiu's complexion had regained its rosy hue, but she was still somewhat weak, so Zhu'er was supporting her on the side. She looked at Gu Yixuan, whose weapon had been shattered in the training ground, her eyes filled with worry. Gu Yixuan, seeing this, felt a hint of helplessness. The knife in his hand was just an ordinary weapon and could not compare to Han Feng's fine iron longsword. He also heard Liu Xiu shout, but he could not respond now, as Han Feng had already attacked again. Han Feng, seeing Gu Yixuan's long knife broken, revealed a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. As Xiao Jingyan's personal bodyguard, he naturally knew about Xiao Jingyan's plans against the Gu family. Although he could not truly harm Gu Yixuan now, Gu Yixuan had already stated that even if he was injured, he would not blame him. Since that was the case, a cold glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he raised his long sword and charged straight at Gu Yixuan. Be careful, my lord. Liu Xiu outside the training ground turned pale at this scene. Xiao Jingyan, seeing Han Feng still wanting to attack, was filled with anger and shouted, Han Feng, stop immediately. But Han Feng seemed not to hear Xiao Jingyan's voice and continued to charge at Gu Yixuan recklessly. Gu Yixuan looked at Han Feng charging towards him, and a murderous intent finally surfaced in his eyes. As the long sword was about to stab into his chest, he swung the remaining half of his long knife to deflect the sword, then kicked towards Han Feng's chest. Bang! Han Feng immediately raised his other hand to block his chest, and Gu Yixuan's kick struck his arm, producing a dull sound, causing him to retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of Han Feng's retreat, Gu Yixuan flew to the weapon rack and swiftly pulled out a black iron halberd. Chapter 56. If you dare to disrespect him again, I will kill you. Gu Yixuan pulled out the black iron halberd, the sharp tip glinting coldly in the sunlight. Whoosh! But at that moment, a sound of slicing through the air came from behind Gu Yixuan. Han Feng's long sword was already stabbing towards his neck. Boom! Gu Yixuan's eyes remained indifferent as he suddenly twisted his wrist, sweeping the iron halberd out like a swimming dragon's tail, whistling through the air. Clang! The iron halberd struck heavily against Han Feng's long sword, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, causing the long sword to be deflected. And Han Feng stumbled sideways for several steps. Steadying himself, Han Feng's hand holding the long sword trembled, his gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan, who held the halberd. Filled with shock, Gu Yixuan, holding the iron halberd, was a world apart from when he wielded the long knife. Good! Xiao Jingyan watched with excitement, his earlier worries turning into cheers. Liu Xiu, seeing this scene, let out a sigh of relief, her hand that was gripping the handkerchief gradually relaxing. Are you still afraid of hurting me? Gu Yixuan looked coldly at Han Feng and said calmly. Hearing this, a hint of humiliation flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He had actually felt fear towards a young master from a noble family. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword again and charged at Gu Yixuan. Seeing that Han Feng dared to attack again, Gu Yixuan curled his lips into a cold smile and met him with the iron halberd. Clang! The two fought in the training ground, their weapons colliding with crisp sound from time to time. Gu Yixuan wielded the iron halberd with grand movements, forcing Han Feng to retreat continuously. Faced with Gu Yixuan's onslaught, Han Feng felt helpless and could only swing his sword to defend while retreating. Suddenly, while hurriedly dodging, Han Feng exposed the flow. Gu Yixuan's eyes were filled with coldness as he exerted force in his arm, the iron halberd slicing through the air as it came crashing down towards Han Feng. Han Feng felt a gust of wind above his head. By the time he reacted, It was too late. He gritted his teeth and raised his long sword, attempting to forcibly block the iron halberd. Boom! The two weapons collided, erupting with a sound like thunder. Xiao Jingyan and Lin Shishua looked up and saw Gu Yixuan standing tall in the training ground, holding the halberd with both hands, the tip pressing down on Han Feng's long sword. Han Feng was forced to kneel on one knee, his hands tightly gripping the long sword, which had bent into an arc. Gu Yixuan looked at Han Feng, who was kneeling with indifferent eyes. The reason he had been so flustered during previous assassination attempts was that the weapon he was best at using was the iron halberd taught to him by Tu Jue, not swords or knives. As the disciple of a formidable opponent, while his strength could not compare to Tu Jue, his skill with the iron halberd was among the top in the martial world, naturally not something Han Feng could withstand. I have no intention of clashing with His Highness the King of Chu, but it seemed you did not take Jing Yan's orders to heart. Gu Yixuan looked at Han Feng, his tone cold. You must remember, you are just a dog raised by the King of Chu. Jing Yan is the brother of the King of Chu and thus your master. If you dare to disrespect him again, I will kill you. After saying this, Gu Yixuan lifted the iron halberd and turned to walk back to the weapon rack. Han Feng barely managed to rise after Gu Yixuan removed the halberd from his long sword, watching Gu Yixuan's back with unwillingness and anger. However, after the earlier battle, he knew he was not Gu Yixuan's opponent. He could only suppress the anger in his heart, holding the already bent long sword and respectfully bowing to Gu Yixuan's back. I will obey the orders of Marquis Wen. Gu Yixuan felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Han Feng did not attempt a sneak attack from behind. He had thought that if Han Feng dared to do so, he would directly kill him on the spot. After Gu Yixuan returned the halberd to the weapon rack, Xiao Jingyan immediately approached him, his eyes filled with admiration as he excitedly said, Yixuan Gu, well done. I want to deal with this guy for a long time. Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingyan, who was filled with excitement, and smiled, glancing at Han Feng not far away, and said to him, if he dares to disrespect you again in the future, just come to me, and I will help you deal with him. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Xiao Jingyan nodded, but for some reason, his expression suddenly changed to one of disappointment. Noticing Xiao Jingyan's sudden change, Gu Yixuan asked in confusion, Jingyan, what's wrong? I am Fina, Yixuan Yi. Don't worry, Xiao Jingyan replied, forcing a smile in response to Gu Yixuan's inquiry. Compared to his older brother, Xiao Jinghang, Gu Yixuan seemed more like an actual brother to him. He would teach him martial arts, take him around the capital to uphold justice, and always support him in everything. Unlike Xiao Jinghang, who would just casually brush off his concerns when he mentioned Han Feng not taking him seriously, and would put up all sorts of obstacles when he wanted to see Gu Yixuan. Hearing Xiao Jingyan say this, Gu Yixuan felt that he must have something on his mind, but since he was unwilling to talk, Gu Yixuan naturally wouldn't press further. Lord, at that moment, Lin Shishua's voice came from behind Gu Yixuan. He turned around and saw Lin Shishua standing gracefully behind him, with her maid Zhuer beside her. Looking at Lin Shishua, Gu Yixuan noted that her complexion had improved significantly since yesterday, and her expression was more relaxed. However, he felt a bit puzzled about her appearance at the training ground, so he asked, Miss Shishua, what brings you here? Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Lin Shishua's cheeks flushed with a few shades of red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stammered and couldn't get anything out. She had just woken up this morning and learned from Zhuer that Gu Yixuan had brought her back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence yesterday, and even wiped her face himself. This made her feel shy, alongside a strong desire to see Gu Yixuan. So she had come to find Murong Yun, and upon learning from her that Gu Yixuan and Xiao Jingyan were at the training ground, she followed Zhuer over. But now that she was actually in front of Gu Yixuan, she seemed at a loss for words. Zhuer stood by and, seeing her young lady so flustered that she couldn't even speak clearly, felt anxious. Gu Yixuan, noticing this, remained silent and just looked at her with a smile. Suya, Velvet, tugged at Lin Shishua's sleeve and whispered in her ear, Miss, you said this morning that you had a lot to talk about with Lord Wuan. Hearing Zhuner's words, Lin Shishua's ears turned crimson. She twisted her handkerchief nervously and suddenly bowed to Gu Yixuan, saying quietly, Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. After saying this, she realized her voice was dry and hoarse, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Gu Yixuan watched her flustered state and couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, you're feeling better now. Don't stand here in the wind. Go back to your room and rest. I'll come find you later." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Xiu nodded with a red face. Just as she was about to respond, she heard Xiao Jingyan speaking from his side. "Brother Yixuan, you and Miss Xiu can talk in your room. I'll head back first." Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingyan with a puzzled expression. This kid used to come to him for martial arts practice, and he would only leave reluctantly at sunset. What was going on today? "Jingyan, what's wrong with you today? Don't you usually practice with me for a long time before going back?" Xiao Jingyan didn't explain anything. After chatting casually with Gu Yixuan, he left with Han Feng. Lin Xiu watched Xiao Jingyan's departing figure and anxiously said, "My lord, is it because of me? It has nothing to do with you. This kid is usually loud and boisterous. I don't know what's up with him today." Gu Yixuan reassured her, shaking his head, but he too felt a bit puzzled as he watched Xiao Jingyan leave. Xiao Jingyan, with Han Feng, arrived at the entrance of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Looking at the large plaque, he couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Chapter 57. Xiao Jingheng's inquiry. After Xiao Jingyan left, Gu Yixuan took Lin Xiu back to the room. Upon learning from Zhu that she hadn't eaten anything that morning before coming to find him, he immediately instructed the servants to prepare breakfast for her. "My lord, there's no need. Xiu isn't hungry," Lin Xiu immediately said to Gu Yixuan upon seeing this. Gu Yixuan shook his head and replied, "The doctor said you are still very weak. How can you not eat?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu had no choice but to nod. Remembering what happened yesterday, she hesitantly said to Gu Yixuan, "My lord, you brought me back. What about the Onping Marquis' residence?" Seeing her mention the Onping Marquis' residence, Gu Yixuan looked at her slightly weak face and calmly said, "For the time being, you should stay at the Duke of Dinghua's residence. As for the Onping Marquis' residence, you don't need to worry. I will take care of it." Lin Xiu's expression changed in surprise, and she hurriedly said, "How can that be? I am already immensely grateful for your rescue yesterday. How can I stay at the Duke of Dinghua's residence?" Gu Yixuan lightly shook his head and said, "If you don't stay at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, where else can you go? Are you going back to the Onping Marquis' residence?" Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Lin Xiu paused, feeling a sense of despair. Indeed, her biological father hated her deeply, and she had very few friends in the capital. Her closest friend was only Liu Yitong, but how could she bother Liu Yitong in this vast capital? Apart from the Duke of Dinghua's residence, it seemed she really had nowhere else to go. Seeing Lin Xiu's downcast expression, Gu Yixuan smiled and continued, "Since you don't want to return to the Onping Marquis' residence and can't find anywhere else, then just stay here. My mother likes you very much. If you stay, she will have someone to chat with and relieve her boredom." Hearing Gu Yixuan say that Murong Yun liked her, Lin Xiu, who had been feeling low, suddenly felt all her worries vanish, replaced by a sense of shyness. Her cheeks turned a few shades of red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Gu Yixuan, unsure of what to say. Zhu, who had been eavesdropping by the door, felt a surge of frustration. Her young lady was usually quite clever. Why did she turn into this timid state in front of Gu Yixuan? She quickly ran to Lin Xiu's side and whispered in her ear, "Miss, do you really want to go back to the Onping Marquis' residence and suffer? Lord Wuan and Madame Murong treat you so well. Staying here at the Duke of Dinghua's residence is so much better than going back." Gu Yixuan watched the two of them whispering to each other without interrupting, just quietly observing them. Zhu's words made Lin Xiu snap out of her daze. She bit her lip, looked up at Gu Yixuan with a flushed face, and softly said, "Then I will trouble my lord and madam." Seeing her say this, Gu Yixuan smiled and nodded. At that moment, a servant came to announce that breakfast was ready. Gu Yixuan then stood up and led Lin Xiu and Zhu toward the dining hall, while Lin Xiu slowly followed behind him. Zhu, looking at Lin Xiu's timid demeanor, secretly pinched her waist from behind. "With the way you're walking, anyone would think you're 80. Lin Xiu turned her head and glared at her, but quickened her pace, getting a bit closer to Gu Yixuan. Zhu saw this, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face as she nodded approvingly. After returning to the Prince of Chu's residence, Xiao Jingyan did not go to find Xiao Jingheng but went straight back to his room. Meanwhile, Han Feng arrived at the main courtyard, and just as he stepped into the main courtyard, he saw Xiao Jingheng sitting in a wooden wheelchair in the courtyard. "Your Highness." Han Feng approached Xiao Jingheng respectfully and cupped his fists in greeting. Xiao Jingheng quietly sat in the wheelchair, his gaze fixed on the two fish playing in a large vat in the courtyard. In a calm tone, he asked, "I heard from the servants that you and Jingyan went to the Duke of Dinghua's residence." Han Feng, hearing Xiao Jingheng's inquiry, answered respectfully without any hesitation, "Yes, Your Highness. Today, the young prince wanted to find Yixuan to spar, so I followed him." Xiao Jingheng nodded, neither approving nor disapproving of Xiao Jingyan's actions, and then asked, "How is the defense at the Duke of Dinghua's residence?" This time, Han Feng did not respond immediately. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "The defense is extremely strict. Even those seemingly ordinary guards are battle-hardened veterans who have retired from the battlefield. In addition to these, there are several hidden sentinels closely monitoring every move within the Duke of Dinghua's residence. As soon as an unexpected event occurs, those guards can immediately rush to the scene." Hearing Han Feng's words, Xiao Jingheng nodded and let out a slightly helpless sigh. It seems that Gu Yixuan's assassination attempt has made Gu Beizong somewhat cautious. After finishing his sentence, Xiao Jingheng turned around and noticed that Han Feng's robe was slightly damaged, leading him to question, "Did you have a fight with someone?" Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but he still recounted in detail the spar he had with Gu Yixuan today. After listening, Xiao Jingheng looked at the somewhat unconvinced Han Feng and spoke calmly. "Gu Yixuan's martial arts are taught by the renowned warrior Tu Jui. It is not surprising that he could defeat you." After hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, Han Feng nodded in agreement, though he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Jingheng noticed the unwillingness in Han Feng's eyes, but chose not to say much. Instead, he felt a bit troubled by his younger brother, Xiao Jingyan's attitude towards Gu Yixuan. When the incident with Xiao Xianlin occurred, Xiao Jingyan was only a few months old, and over the years, he had never mentioned these matters to him. When Xiao Jingyan first interacted with Gu Yixuan, Xiao Jingheng had tried to intervene, but Xiao Jingyan did not take it to heart, leading to their currently excellent relationship. If Xiao Jingyan were to find out that he was going to deal with Gu Yixuan, he would certainly not agree. However, Xiao Jingyan is his brother, and Xiao Jingheng could do nothing but sigh inwardly. At that moment, another person walked into the courtyard. As he stepped inside and saw the disheveled Han Feng, his eyes showed some surprise. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Jingheng's eyes lit up, and before the person could reach him, he directly asked, "Lai Run, how is the investigation going?" Lai Run quickly approached Han Feng and respectfully saluted him, responding, "Your Highness, I have found out. When Miss Su first arrived in Jiangnan, she was pursued by the people of the rivers and lakes and was saved by Xianing Zhao. The two formed a connection and have maintained contact since then. Xianing Zhao's presence at Dai Chuntang is likely due to this reason." Upon hearing Lai Ren's words, Xiao Jingheng tapped his fingers on the armrest of his wheelchair, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 58. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Noticing the thoughtful expression on Xiao Jingheng's face, Lai Ren hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, since you have already encountered Xianing Zhao, why not directly discuss cooperation? After all, their targets are also the Gu family and the Emperor." Hearing Lai Ren's question, Xiao Jingheng came back to his senses and shook his head, explaining, "Although Xianing Zhao's goals align with ours, she is a remnant of the Southern Yu Kingdom, and her identity is too sensitive. If discovered, all our efforts will go up in smoke." Xiao Jingheng paused at this point, a strange light flickering in his eyes as he added, "Moreover, judging from the assassination that night, it seems Gu Yixuan is aware of their movements and has a clear understanding of their arrangements. Recklessly contacting them may alert the Gu family." Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, Lai Ren and Han Feng suddenly understood, feeling even more admiration for him. Facing the respectful gazes from the two, Xiao Jingheng maintained his calm demeanor and recalled Su Qingdai's face. After a moment of thought, he instructed the two, "If Xianing Zhao's matter is exposed, Su Qingdai, who is helping her hide in the capital, will definitely be implicated. Find an opportunity to bring Su Qingdai away from Xianing Zhao." Lai Ren and Han Feng nodded in agreement upon receiving Xiao Jinghang's orders. Afterward, they reported a few more matters to Xiao Jinghang before taking their leave. Once the two had departed, Xiao Jinghang sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the two fish in the basin, muttering to himself, the emperor of the Gu family. Meanwhile, Gu Yichen arrived outside a tavern in the capital, scanning the surroundings cautiously. After not noticing anything unusual, he stepped inside. After entering the tavern, Gu Yichen was led by a tavern attendant to the door of a private room. Once the attendant's figure disappeared around the corner, he pushed open the door and walked in. However, as soon as he entered the room, a long sword was pressed against his neck. Gu Yichen paused, glancing at the middle-aged man holding the sword beside him, then looked at Xianing Zhao, who was quietly sipping tea at the table, his eyes filled with coldness. Xianing Zhao, what do you mean by this? Hearing this, Xianing Zhao gently set down the teacup in her hand, her gaze fixed on the unmoving Gu Yichen as she spoke calmly. Young Master Gu, do you not know what I mean? That night, how did Gu Yixuan learn of our actions and make arrangements in advance, resulting in heavy losses for my people? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Upon hearing this, anger surged in Gu Yichen's eyes as he whispered sharply at Xianing Zhao. You suspect that I sold you out? Xianing Zhao did not respond, but looked at Gu Yichen with a gaze full of doubt, making her meaning unmistakably clear. Seeing the suspicion in Xianing Zhao's eyes, Gu Yichen was filled with rage. However, after glancing at the indifferent middle-aged man beside him, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and coldly addressed Xianing Zhao. If I had truly informed Gu Yixuan about your assassination plan, do you think you could still be sitting here talking to me? Xianing Zhao's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Gu Yichen's words. Then where did Gu Yixuan learn the news? Seeing that Xianing Zhao was still fixated on this question, Gu Yichen's expression grew colder. Why don't you suspect that there's a problem within your own ranks? At this point, Gu Yichen's words carried a hint of sarcasm. I risked my life to provide you with intelligence. Yet you don't first look for problems within your own group, but instead suspect me. I really do doubt whether you are genuinely the princess of Southern Yu. Upon hearing Gu Yichen's words, the middle-aged man holding the long sword glared at him, pressing the sword closer to Gu Yichen's neck. Facing the threat from the middle-aged man, Gu Yichen showed no fear, continuing to look at Xianing Zhao with an icy gaze. Xianing Zhao was not angered by Gu Yichen's words. Seeing that he did not appear to be lying, she pondered for a moment before waving her hand at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, seeing Xianing Zhao's gesture, shot Gu Yichen an unwilling glare and reluctantly lowered the sword, relieved that the sword was moved away from his neck. Gu Yichen let out a quiet sigh and walked over to sit at a chair by the wooden table. Young Master Gu, it's not that I intentionally suspect you. It's just that the assassination that night was indeed too suspicious. After Gu Yichen sat down, Xianing Zhao spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of apology. She knew she could not push Gu Yichen too hard, or he might leak their information to Gu Yixuan, which would ruin all their previous efforts. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao say this, Gu Yichen's anger subsided somewhat. Moreover, since he agreed to help Xianing Zhao relay messages, he and Xianing Zhao were already in the same boat. Even if he was angry now, he could only suppress it. After Gu Yichen calmed his emotions, Xianing Zhao continued to ask, have you learned any useful information from Gu Yixuan? Hearing Xianing Zhao's inquiry, Gu Yichen shook his head. No, I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't ask him about that night. Thinking of Gu Yixuan, Gu Yichen couldn't help but sigh. Since his older brother returned from the border, it was as if he had become a different person, increasingly deep in thought, and even his gaze upon Gu Yichen gave him a chilling feeling. Upon hearing Gu Yichen's response, Xianing Zhao felt somewhat disappointed but did not press further. Instead, she continued to inquire about Gu Yixuan's recent situation. Gu Yichen did not hide anything and directly told Xianing Zhao everything Gu Yixuan had done in recent days. Wait, you said Gu Yixuan brought back a woman from outside? Hearing Gu Yichen mention Lin Shixue, Xianing Zhao interrupted him. Gu Yichen was somewhat puzzled as to why Xianing Zhao would be interested in a woman, but he still explained. That's right, Gu Yixuan did bring back a woman yesterday. According to the servants, she seems to be a young lady from the Anping Marquis' residence. Xianing Zhao's eyes sparkled as she continued to ask, what is Gu Yixuan's attitude towards that woman? Gu Yichen thought for a moment and replied, I don't know. But this is the first time he has interacted with a woman in many years, so he should be extremely concerned. At this point, Gu Yichen realized something and fixed his gaze on Xianing Zhao. You don't intend to use this woman to threaten Gu Yixuan, do you? Xianing Zhao did not respond to his question. She recalled the day when Murong Yun went to Daichintang to seek medicine, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Inside the Dingwood Duke's residence, Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue had just finished lunch when Murong Yun came to look for Lin Shixue. Seeing the two chatting happily, Gu Yixuan wanted to excuse himself, but Murong Yun insisted he stay and chat with Lin Shixue. Gu Yixuan had no choice but to sit beside them. The two were discussing topics about women, and Gu Yixuan could hardly interject. Just then, a servant approached Gu Yixuan and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing what the servant said, a sharp glint flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Chapter 59. Lin Shixue is kidnapped. Murong Yun, who was chatting with Lin Shixue, also noticed this scene and realized her son had something to handle, so she did not make it difficult for him. Shinner, since you have something to take care of, go ahead, you don't need to stay here. Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, Lin Shixue also turned her head and saw a servant standing beside Gu Yixuan. So she echoed Murong Yun's words. Since the Marquis has matters to attend to, you should go. Shixue will stay here with the lady. All right, mother. You and Miss Shixue can continue talking. I'll be back soon. Seeing that both his mother and Lin Shixue had said so, Gu Yixuan no longer hesitated and stood up to take his leave. As Gu Yixuan stepped out of the room and returned to his courtyard, he saw Gu Yi and a Qianwan guard already waiting in the courtyard. Young master. Upon seeing Gu Yixuan approach, Gu Yi and the Qianwan guard immediately bowed in greeting. No need for too much courtesy, just tell me what you found. Gu Yixuan waved his hand to the two, walked to a stone chair in the courtyard, and asked. Gu Yi turned to signal the Qianwan guard beside him, and the guard stepped forward respectfully, saying to Gu Yixuan, we are under the young master's orders to monitor the second young master at all times. We discovered that he secretly met with a woman at a restaurant today during lunch. Hearing the guard's report, a glint flickered in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Knowing that Gu Yixuan must have gone to meet Xianing Zhao, he continued to inquire, do you know what they talked about? The Qianwan guard replied immediately. They met in a private room, and that woman had many skilled guards around her. We were afraid of being detected, so we did not dare to get too close and did not hear what the second young master discussed with her. I am incompetent in my duties. Please punish me. Young master. After the guard finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on one knee before Gu Yixuan, clasping his hands. Gu Yixuan felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the guard's words, but he also knew it was not their fault. Seeing the guard still kneeling, he spoke up. Get up. This matter is not your fault. Upon hearing that Gu Yixuan did not intend to blame him, the Qianwan guard stood up, took a step back, and quietly stood beside Gu Yi. Gu Yixuan began to think about the purpose of Xianing Zhao and Gu Yichen's meeting. After a moment of silence, his gaze fell on Gu Yi. Strengthen the guards in the residence in the coming days. If there are any signs of disturbance, report immediately to me and my father. Gu Yi, upon hearing Gu Yixuan's orders, immediately bowed and accepted. Yes. Lin Fengxing did not accompany Xianing Zhao to meet Gu Yichen this time because he still had injuries. So he arranged for a skilled guard who had just been transferred from Jiangnan to accompany her. At this moment, Lin Fengxing was sitting in the small courtyard arranged for him and Xianing Zhao by Su Qingdai, looking at the envelope in his hand with a perplexed expression. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Lin Fengxing turned to look and saw it was Xianing Zhao, so he immediately got up to greet her. Mississippi. Lin Fengxing approached Xianing Zhao and handed the envelope to her, whispering, this is a letter from Liu Huaijin. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Xianing Zhao's expression changed, and she hurriedly took the envelope, tearing it open to check the contents inside. As she gradually finished reading the letter, her expression calmed down, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. On this day, Gu Yixuan received an invitation from Master Zhou of the Hamlin Academy to discuss poetry and verses with numerous scholars at the academy. By the time he returned to the Dingwood Duke's residence, it was already evening. However, as soon as he entered the residence, he sensed that something was off. Realizing the situation was not right, he quickly walked towards the main hall. Upon arriving in the main hall, Gu Yixuan saw Gu Beizong sitting in the main seat with a gloomy expression. His mother, Murong Yun, was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall, while Gu Yiqin sat quietly on a chair. "Xin'er, it's about Shishua." Murong Yun saw Gu Yixuan return and immediately walked up to him, gripping his sleeve with trembling hands. "Mother, don't worry. Take your time. What happened? What is wrong with Shishua?" Gu Yixuan looked at Murong Yun's anxious expression and couldn't help but frown, but he still spoke to calm his mother's emotions. After taking a deep breath and calming herself, Murong Yun began to explain. "Today, I took Shishua out of the residence to buy rouge and jewelry. We found a piece of jewelry we liked in a shop on the street, and I thought it would be good for Shishua to try it on. But the serving girl who attended us said there was something better and took Shishua to the back to have a look. I thought it was just to see some jewelry, and with Zhuer accompanying her, I didn't stop them. But after waiting for a long time and still not seeing Shishua come out, when I went in to look for her, I found that Shishua was already missing." After listening to Murong Yun's account, Gu Yixuan thought for a moment and turned to look at Gu Beizong. "Father, did you find anything from that jewelry shop?" Gu Beizong shook his head and said, "After your mother told me about this, I immediately sent someone to search that shop but found nothing. The shopkeeper and the staff also said that there was no serving girl as your mother described." Hearing his father's words, Gu Yixuan's expression grew darker. It was clearly a premeditated kidnapping. Seeing Gu Yixuan's grim expression, Gu Beizong sighed and tried to comfort him. "I have already sent someone to notify Tu Jiue to arrange for the city guards to search for Miss Shishua throughout the city. The Qinhuan guards are also mobilized. As long as Miss Shishua is still in the capital, we will definitely find her. Xin'er, you don't need to worry too much." Upon hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yixuan nodded, his mind starting to ponder who might have kidnapped Lin Shishua. The kidnapping of Lin Shishua was definitely aimed at him, and the people who held animosity towards him were only Xiao Jingyan, Liu Huijin, and Xianing Zhao. Xiao Jingheng was naturally cautious. He would not act without certainty, so he was unlikely to be involved. That left only Xianing Zhao and Liu Huijin. Coupled with the fact that Gu Yiqin and Xianing Zhao had just met a few days ago, Gu Yixuan had come to a conclusion in his heart. Gu Yixuan turned to look at Gu Yiqin, his eyes filled with coldness. The reason he had allowed Gu Yiqin to stay in the Dinghui Duke's residence until now was to use him to gather information about Xianing Zhao. But he never expected they would actually target Lin Shishua. Gu Yiqing noticed that Gu Yixuan was looking at him, and his eyes had lost their usual calmness, replaced by a chilling aura that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, causing him to panic. Did Gu Yixuan know that it was he who had conveyed the message to Xianing Zhao about Lin Shishua and Murong Yun leaving the mansion together today? But that shouldn't be the case. After the last incident, he had been extremely cautious this time, using the method taught to him by Xianing Zhao to relay the message, ensuring it wouldn't be discovered. Gu Beizong noticed Gu Yixuan looking at Gu Yiqing and felt a heaviness in his heart, knowing that this matter must be related to the remnants of Nanhue. Just as Gu Yixuan was about to speak, a servant suddenly walked in from outside the hall, holding an envelope. "Young master, there is someone outside the mansion with a letter for you." Chapter 60. The kidnapper's letter. Hearing the servant's words, everyone's gaze in the hall fell on the envelope, knowing it must have been sent by the person who had kidnapped Lin Shishua. Gu Yixuan reached out to take the envelope, tore it open, and began to read the letter inside. Upon seeing the contents, Gu Yixuan's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Seeing Gu Yixuan's demeanor, Gu Beizong felt a sinking feeling in his heart and immediately asked, "Xin'er, what does the letter say?" Upon hearing Gu Beizong's question, Murong Yun and Gu Yiqing also turned their gazes toward Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan's eyes were filled with coldness as he responded. "It's a letter from the person who kidnapped Shishua. It says that Shishua is in their hands and is currently in an abandoned temple outside the city. I must get there before dark, or they will kill her." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Murong Yun's expression changed in shock, and she immediately said, "No, this must be a trap set by them. Xin'er, you can't go." Gu Beizong also looked at Gu Yixuan and said in a deep voice, "Your mother is right. This is clearly a trap set by the enemy. I will send a Qinji guard to rescue Miss Shishua. You cannot go." Seeing both Gu Beizong and Murong Yun say this, Gu Yiqing also pretended to advise Gu Yixuan, "Yes, elder brother, what father and mother said is correct. You can't go." Gu Yixuan coldly glanced at Gu Yiqing, then turned to Gu Beizong and Murong Yun, speaking firmly. If we rashly send the Qinji guards, they will definitely act out of desperation. Shishue is in their hands. I cannot take that risk. Shishue was brought back by me, and her being kidnapped this time is also because of me. I must go save her. Hearing that Gu Yixuan intended to go alone, Murong Yun's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. But seeing his determined expression, she knew she couldn't change her son's mind and could only look at her husband, hoping he wouldn't agree. Gu Beizong, upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, did not respond immediately. He looked at Gu Yixuan's resolute eyes and, after a moment of silence, finally said, "All right, but the Qinji guards must follow behind you." Gu Yixuan understood his father's intentions upon hearing this. With the Qinji guards following, they would immediately step in to rescue him if the situation turned against him, but they would not care for Lin Shishue. Okay, Gu Yixuan nodded in agreement. Although he knew his father's thoughts, there was no other way. In Gu Beizong's eyes, Lin Shishue was certainly not as important as himself. Seeing this situation, Gu Beizong no longer tried to stop him. Gu Yixuan returned to his courtyard, put on Gu Beizong's golden silk armor, picked up his iron spear, and rode his warhorse towards the abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city. Murong Yun watched Gu Yixuan's departing figure, her eyes filled with worry. "Husband, is it really okay for Xianer to go alone?" Gu Beizong saw the worry on his wife's face, put an arm around her shoulder, and comforted her. "Don't worry, my lady, Xianer is strong, and with the Qinji guards following, he will definitely be fine." Upon hearing Gu Beizong say this, Murong Yun's expression eased slightly, but her eyes were still filled with concern. Gu Yicheng, looking in the direction Gu Yixuan had left, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he sneered inwardly. "Gu Yixuan, this time you can't escape your doom." Gu Yixuan rode his warhorse at full speed, and by the time he reached the abandoned temple, dusk was already setting in. The temple door was half open, and a few flickers of firelight could be seen inside. Gu Yixuan dismounted, holding his iron spear, and coldly stared at the dilapidated temple door. Suddenly, 3 flying darts shot out from within the temple, heading straight for Gu Yixuan's face. Watching the darts coming towards him, Gu Yixuan's expression remained icy as he swept his iron spear, instantly knocking the darts down. Just then, a round of applause sounded, and Gu Yixuan looked up to see a man with a black cloth covering his face walking out from inside the temple. "I didn't expect the esteemed Marquis of Wuan to be so infatuated, daring to take risks alone to save his beloved woman. I truly admire you." Gu Yixuan ignored the mockery in the masked man's words, scanning the area but not finding Lin Shishue's figure, his expression growing increasingly grim. "I have come. Where is Lin Shishue?" Hearing that Gu Yixuan was still concerned about Lin Shishue, the masked man's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he waved his hand. The next moment, Lin Shishue and Zhu'er were brought out from the ruined temple by several black-clad men. Upon seeing Gu Yixuan outside the temple, Lin Shishue's eyes lit up with surprise. But soon worry and anxiety filled her expression. She wanted to tell Gu Yixuan to leave quickly, but with her mouth covered, she could only let out muffled whimpers, desperately shaking her head at Gu Yixuan. Seeing that Lin Shishue was unharmed, Gu Yixuan let out a sigh of relief, noticing her gesture urging him to leave quickly. He gave her a reassuring look and then turned his gaze to the masked man. "You want me, not them. They have nothing to do with this. Now that I am here, let them go." The masked man did not respond immediately to Gu Yixuan's words, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated walls of the temple. In the next moment, several black-clad men wielding swords appeared on the walls. The masked man's gaze towards Gu Yixuan suddenly turned icy as he spoke indifferently. "As long as the Marquis of Wuan hands over his life to us, these 2 young ladies will naturally be unharmed." After he finished speaking, numerous black-clad men leaped down from the walls, their eyes filled with killing intent as they slowly approached Gu Yixuan, weapons in hand. "If you want to take my life, then come and try." Gu Yixuan's eyes turned cold at this sight, twisting his iron spear in his hand, the spear tip glinting with cold light as a murderous aura began to spread around him. "Kill!" someone among the black-clad men shouted, and all the black-clad men immediately surged towards Gu Yixuan, facing the encirclement of the black-clad men. Gu Yixuan's expression remained calm as his iron spear moved like a dragon out to sea, sweeping towards the foremost black-clad killers. Bang! Where the iron spear swept. Those black-clad men had not even reached Gu Yixuan before they were sent flying back, crashing heavily into those behind them. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Gu Yixuan stepped forward, his iron spear swinging in wide arcs, preventing the black-clad killers from getting close. At that moment, one of the killers seized the opportunity while Gu Yixuan was facing the assault from other attackers and struck down hard towards him. Clang! However, the long knife did not penetrate Gu Yixuan's body as the killer had anticipated. When it struck him, it only made a sharp sound of metal clashing. While the killer was still in shock, Gu Yixuan had already dealt with the other attackers and swiftly countered with a horizontal sweep, instantly separating the killer from his head. In just a short while, the sounds of shouting and clashing weapons in the ruined temple gradually diminished, eventually falling silent. Inside the dilapidated temple, numerous black-clad bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Gu Yixuan swung his spear, slaying the last killer, flicking the blood from the spear tip, and his gaze fell on the masked man standing in the shadow of the temple door, playing with a silver dart between his fingers. Chapter 61. Ambush at the Abandoned Temple. Clapping. Seeing that Gu Yixuan had swiftly and decisively killed all the assassins in such a short time, the masked man clapped his hands and praised, "Such remarkable martial skills. No wonder you are the Marquis of Wuhan." Gu Yixuan's expression remained calm as he raised his iron spear, pointing it diagonally at the masked man, and said indifferently, "Now, it's your turn." The masked man shook his head upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, his eyes flashing with a strange light and a hint of a smile in his tone. "The next opponent of the Marquis of Wuhan is not me." Before the masked man's words could finish, four figures in black robes suddenly appeared on the roof of the dilapidated temple. Whoosh! Without any hesitation after their appearance, the four simultaneously threw daggers at Gu Yixuan, then leaped down, charging straight at him. Gu Yixuan saw the four daggers flying toward him and swiftly spun around, wielding his iron halberd to deflect all the incoming blades. However, before he could steady himself, the four had already appeared beside him like phantoms. Whoosh! The leader crouched low and thrust forward, the faint sound of the blade cutting through the air, targeting Gu Yixuan's knee. One on his right swept a short blade toward his throat, while the two behind attacked his sides in perfect coordination. Faced with such a well-coordinated assault, Gu Yixuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes and immediately leaped backward, simultaneously sweeping his iron halberd toward the necks of the three in front. Naturally, the three dared not take the brunt of such a fierce attack and quickly dodged backward. But another one seized the opportunity, stabbing at Gu Yixuan with a finely crafted short blade as he was still off balance. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan immediately spun to evade the vital point, the short blade grazing his left shoulder and clashing with his golden silk armor, producing a shower of sparks. Having dodged this fatal blow, Gu Yixuan just steadied himself when he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He slightly turned his head to look and found that the golden silk armor had indeed been sliced open by the assassin's short blade. The masked man, witnessing this, revealed a cold smile in his eyes. However, Gu Yixuan did not show any signs of fear. Instead, he was stirred into a fierce rage and swung his iron halberd directly at the attacker. The other three immediately closed in, two of them brandishing their blades to block Gu Yixuan's attack, while the other two took the chance to launch a surprise attack from the sides. Seeing this situation, Gu Yixuan had no choice but to swing his halberd to repel the two, then quickly met the other two attackers. But the four worked together with extreme harmony. Every time Gu Yixuan pushed them back, they would immediately encircle him from all sides, and in an instant, the cold glint of their short blades merged into one. Gu Yixuan knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. His gaze swept across the ruined temple's open ground and spotted a piece of debris scattered on the ground. His eyes flashing with light, Gu Yixuan spun and retreated to the edge of the ruins. Shouting fiercely, he slammed the iron halberd down onto the debris, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust and rubble. As the four rushed to Gu Yixuan's side, they were enveloped in a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment when their vision was obstructed, Gu Yixuan darted out like a ghost aiming straight for the one on the right. Although the man was obscured by the dust, he reacted quickly, instinctively raising his short blade to block in front of him. Clang! However, Yixuan's strike was powerful. The halberd struck hard against the short blade, sending a massive shockwave through the man's hands, causing him to stagger backward. Not one to let up, Yixuan continued his assault, his halberd sweeping and striking, forcing the other three to raise their blades to defend. At that moment, Yixuan suddenly changed tactics, transforming his halberd into a flurry of cold stars, targeting the throats of all four. The four were caught off guard by his swift change, hurriedly raising their blades to defend. Bang! Yixuan seized the opportunity to kick out, hitting one on the left squarely in the chest and sending him flying. The remaining three, seeing this, wanted to retaliate, but Yixuan charged at them once more, his iron halberd flying up and down, each strike ruthless. Losing one person's cooperation clearly threw the remaining three into disarray. Yixuan spotted an opening and thrust the halberd sharply into one man's abdomen, then forcefully flicked him toward the other two. Facing the remaining two, Yixuan moved as if in a realm of his own, his halberd sweeping and slicing, quickly dispatching both of them. The last one, who had been kicked away, just got up when he saw his companions lying scattered on the ground, and, in a panic, turned to flee. Yixuan would not give him the chance. Watching the fleeing figure, his eyes flashed coldly as he hurled the iron halberd, piercing through the man's back and pinning him to the ground. After eliminating all of them, Yixuan gasped for breath as he approached the bodies to pull out his halberd. He turned to look at the temple entrance, only to find that the masked man had already vanished. Liu Xiu looked at Yixuan, covered in blood, her eyes glistening with tears, making muffled sounds as her mouth was blocked. Yixuan, seeing this, hurriedly approached to help Liu Xiu and Zhu untie their bindings. As soon as Liu Xiu broke free, she threw herself into Yixuan's arms, her tears soaking his blood-stained clothes. "You're hurt." Yixuan placed the halberd aside, looked down at the tearful girl in his arms, and gently said, "Were you scared? It's okay now." Liu Xiu buried her head in Yixuan's chest, nodding while choking back sobs. Zhu stood quietly to the side, watching the two without interrupting. With Yixuan's comforting, Liu Xiu gradually calmed down, but noticed that Yixuan's left shoulder was still bleeding. She tore a piece of fabric from her clothing and began to bandage his wound. Yixuan wanted to say he was fine, but he was met with a glare from Liu Xiu, whose eyes were slightly red. Seeing this, Yixuan stopped resisting and allowed her to tend to his injury. At that moment, several members of the Qinning Guard appeared in the open space in front of the ruined temple, respectfully bowing to Yixuan. "Young master." They had actually arrived earlier, but chose not to disturb Yixuan as he held Liu Xiu, instead remaining vigilant in the shadows. "Have you discovered the whereabouts of that masked man?" After Liu Xiu finished bandaging his wound, Yixuan reached out to rub her little head, calming her to wait quietly, then stood up and approached the Qinning Guard to ask. Hearing Yixuan's inquiry, the Qinning Guard respectfully replied, "We noticed when that man left, and the commander has already taken people to pursue him." Nodding at their response, Yixuan turned and crouched beside the bodies of the four assassins he had fought for a long time. He picked up one of the short blades and examined it closely. The fact that it could pierce through golden silk armor indicated it was no ordinary weapon. As Yixuan expected, these short blades were forged from an extremely rare steel, and very few in the court could obtain such material. It seemed that this time, the involvement was not limited to Xianingzhao. Yixuan looked at the short blade in his hand, his eyes filled with coldness. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something and began to search the clothing of the corpses. Sure enough, he discovered something useful. Yixuan looked at the crow pattern rusted onto the clothing in a very concealed spot, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Liu Huaijin, you are courting death." The crow pattern on the assassin's robe was the unique mark of Liu Huaijin's crow guard. These four experts were clearly members of Liu Huaijin's crow guard. Noticing Yixuan's unusual expression, one of the Qinning guards cautiously approached him, asking, "Does the young master have any discoveries?" Yixuan did not immediately reply to the Qinning guard's inquiry. He knew that with these assassins' bodies and the patterns on their robes, he could not directly link the matter to Liu Huaijin. It was one thing for Liu Huijin not to assist during the assassination at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. But Gu Yixuan never expected him to collude with Xianing Zhao and strike at him. Gu Yixuan's gaze fell on Lin Shixue and Zhuer, noticing that they were looking at him, still somewhat shaken. Let's head back to the residence. Gu Yixuan shook his head and said to the Qianing guard, yes. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, the Qianing guard no longer hesitated and turned to arrange for people to escort Gu Yixuan and the two girls back to the residence. Under the protection of the Qianing guard, Gu Yixuan returned to the Duke Dinghui's residence with Lin Shixue and Zhuer. As they arrived outside the residence, they saw Murong Yun standing at the main gate with several maidservants, her face filled with worry as she occasionally gazed into the distance. After seeing Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue appear guarded by the Qianji guard, Murong Yun let out a sigh of relief and immediately ran down the steps to greet them. When Murong Yun got closer to Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue, she noticed that neither of them had any obvious injuries, which made her relax a bit. However, seeing Gu Yixuan covered in blood, her eyes were filled with worry. Shinner, are you both all right? Gu Yixuan looked at his mother's worried expression and smiled to reassure her. Mother, both Shixue and I are fine. The blood on me is from the enemies, so you don't need to worry. Even though he said this, Gu Yixuan still intentionally tried to cover his injured left arm to prevent his mother from seeing the bleeding wound. However, it was useless. Lin Shixue's gaze fell on Gu Yixuan's left arm, ignoring his signal for her to stay quiet, and spoke anxiously to Murong Yun. Madam, the Marquis is injured. Please hurry and send someone to fetch a doctor. Upon hearing Lin Shixue's words, Murong Yun's previously relaxed expression immediately tensed up. Following Lin Shixue's gaze, she indeed discovered the blood-soaked cloth wrapping around Gu Yixuan's left shoulder. Seeing this, Murong Yun was startled and quickly approached Gu Yixuan to check, finding that the cloth was already drenched in blood, causing her expression to turn frantic. Shinner, didn't you say you were fine? What happened to this injury? Murong Yun's voice trembled as her fingertips gently touched the blood-stained cloth before retracting quickly, fearing to hurt her son. Gu Yixuan, seeing this, felt helpless and was about to comfort his mother when Gu Yiqin walked out from the main gate. Gu Yiqin had been anxiously waiting for news about Gu Yixuan in the Duke's residence. Hearing the commotion outside, he immediately came out to check. When he saw Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue safely appear outside, his pupils suddenly contracted. How could Gu Yixuan be fine? But after the shock, Gu Yiqin couldn't help but feel a surge of panic and anger. What was going on with Xianing Zhao? How could such a good opportunity slip by without killing Gu Yixuan? At this moment, Murong Yun also noticed Gu Yiqin's figure and, seeing the increasingly crimson cloth on Gu Yixuan's shoulder, immediately said to him, Yiqin, your elder brother is injured. Quickly go and fetch Dr. Su from Daichun Hall. Murong Yun's expression was anxious, and after speaking, she remembered that Su Qingdai never made house calls, showing some hesitation in her eyes. However, given the urgency of the situation, she disregarded those thoughts and directly told Gu Yiqin, if Dr. Su is unwilling to come, then bring her here by force. I will personally apologize to her afterward. Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Gu Yiqin's eyes, but he also knew that if he didn't go, he would certainly be suspected. So he immediately took people towards Daichun Hall. Gu Yixuan watched Gu Yiqin's departing figure, his eyes flickering with light. After his mother saw his injury, he originally intended to casually ask a doctor to help him tend to his wound. He didn't expect his mother to be so worried about his injury that she would go fetch Su Qingdai. Coincidentally, he also wanted to meet Su Qingdai, the destined heroine of Shao Jingheng, so he didn't speak up to stop Gu Yiqin and let him go. After Gu Yiqin left, Murong Yun immediately helped Gu Yixuan, who was not seriously injured, carefully into the residence along with Lin Shixue. Gu Yixuan looked at his mother's and Lin Shixue's cautious actions and couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He had golden silk armor protecting him, and aside from the cut on his left shoulder, he was not seriously harmed. Just as he was about to say he was fine, he was met with a glare from Murong Yun and Lin Shixue. Seeing this, he could only helplessly let the two support him as they walked into the residence. On the other side, Gu Yiqin, accompanied by several servants, was slowly heading towards Daichun Hall. Second young master, the eldest young master, is seriously injured. Shouldn't we hurry? At this moment, one servant, seeing Gu Yixuan's slow pace, hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but remind him. Upon hearing the servant's words, Gu Yixuan reined in the reins and turned to look at him with cold eyes, speaking in a detached tone. This young master does things on his own. You have no right to dictate. The servant trembled at his words, hurriedly bowing and explaining, "It was my fault for speaking too much. Please forgive me, second young master." Oof. Gu Yixuan snorted coldly, too lazy to respond, and continued to lead the group towards Daichun Hall. Gu Yixuan sat on horseback, but the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Such a good opportunity, and Xianing Zhao actually failed? With Gu Yixuan's caution after this incident, he would definitely arrange for someone to watch over Lin Xiu closely, making it difficult for them to capture Lin Xiu again to threaten Gu Yixuan. But now that things were as they were, he knew that being angry was pointless. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, preparing to confront Xianing Zhao properly the next time they met. Although Gu Yixuan intended to delay, Daichun Hall was not far from the Duke's residence. And since they were riding horses, they arrived in front of the small clinic in no time. Upon arriving at the clinic, they found it was already closed. Gu Yixuan dismounted and looked at the plaque with the characters Daichun Hall inscribed on it, his expression filled with some confusion. According to Murong Yun, Dr. Su here should be quite skilled. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called for him right away after Gu Yixuan was injured. Since when had such a skilled Dr. Su appeared in the capital? Just as Gu Yixuan was puzzled, a servant walked to the clinic's door and knocked. Seeing no response, the servant knocked a few more times, and then the door slowly opened. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan temporarily set aside his doubts and focused his gaze on the door. When he saw the woman who opened the door, his pupils suddenly contracted, filled with shock. Xianing Zhao. Chapter 63. Sister also has no choice. Xianing Zhao. Gu Yixuan looked at Xianing Zhao appearing in the clinic, his eyes filled with shock. How could she be here? Just as Gu Yixuan was still in a daze, another woman's voice came from inside the clinic. Sister Ning Zhao, who is it? Hearing the inquiry, Xianing Zhao raised her eyes to look at Gu Yixuan and subtly shook her head at him, signaling not to expose their relationship. Then she turned back to the inside of the clinic. I don't know. They look like servants from a noble family. It seems someone in their family is ill and wants to ask you to treat them. After hearing Xianing Zhao's words, there was a moment of silence in the clinic. And then Su Qingdai, dressed in a red skirt, appeared at the door of the clinic. Su Qingdai glanced at the few servants and the still somewhat dazed Gu Yixuan. Her tone slightly displeased as she said, "Whose servants are you? Didn't I say I wouldn't make house calls? And it's already night. What are you doing here?" Hearing Su Qingdai's words, the servants exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and could only turn their eyes to Gu Yixuan, hoping he would say something. Feeling the gaze of the servants, Gu Yixuan finally came back to his senses. He subtly glanced at Xianing Zhao, and then spoke to Su Qingdai. "You must be Dr. Su, right? I am Gu Yixuan, the second young master of the Duke's residence. My elder brother had an accident and got injured today. My mother wants to invite you to help treat him. I apologize for disturbing you late at night, and you need not worry about the consultation fee. The Duke's residence will not treat you unfairly." Upon seeing Xianing Zhao, Gu Yixuan could roughly guess her plan, and while feeling ecstatic, his tone also became sincere. Upon hearing that Gu Yixuan was actually the second young master of the Duke's residence, Su Qingdai was taken aback. She didn't expect him to come looking for her, and at the same time, she felt a bit hesitant. She had set a rule not to make house calls, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. But that didn't mean she couldn't. Moreover, judging by Gu Yixuan's words, the one injured was the current Marquis of Wuan, and the Duke's residence wielded significant power. If she refused, it would likely be difficult for her to continue running her clinic in the capital. Just as Su Qingdai hesitated, Xianing Zhao spoke up beside her. Looking at Su Qingdai with a sincere tone, "Sister Qingdai, although you have the rule of not going out for consultations, the Duke of Dinghua is a pillar of the nation, and the Marquis of Wuan is also a hero who repelled the invading enemies. It wouldn't be wrong to make an exception for him." Gu Yixuan, hearing Xianing Zhao's words, couldn't help but pause, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. However, in order not to let Su Qingdai notice anything unusual, he forced himself to remain calm. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's suggestion, Su Qingdai recalled her master's words about the benevolence of a healer. After a moment of silence, she nodded, All right, I will accompany you to the Duke of Dinghua's residence to treat the Marquis of Wuan's injuries. Upon hearing Su Qingdai's agreement, Xianing Zhao and Gu Yichen exchanged a glance of joy. Gu Yichen immediately cupped his hands in thanks and said, "On behalf of my elder brother, I thank Dr. Su here. There's no need for such formalities, young Master Gu. Please wait here for a moment. I will go get my medical kit." Su Qingdai replied with a nod before turning to enter the clinic. Seeing Su Qingdai leave, Xianing Zhao glanced at Gu Yichen and then quickly turned to follow Su Qingdai into the clinic. Su Qingdai took a medical kit from her room. Just as she walked out, she saw that Xianing Zhao was waiting at the door with a woman who looked like a maid. Su Qingdai recognized the woman as a maid sent from Xianing Zhao's home to serve her, as mentioned a few days ago. However, she was puzzled about why Xianing Zhao brought this maid to wait for her and asked Sister Ning Zhao, "What is this?" Xianing Zhao looked at Su Qingdai with a smile on her face. The Duke of Dinghua's residence sent the second son to invite Sister Qingdai, which means that the Marquis of Wuan is severely injured, and it wouldn't be good for you to handle it alone. At this point, Xianing Zhao paused, pointed to the maid beside her, and continued, "Coincidentally, this maid has learned some pharmacology from a doctor, so she can assist you. Please take her with you." Hearing this, Su Qingdai felt a bit enlightened, but also hesitant, sensing something was off. However, seeing the sincerity in Xianing Zhao's eyes and trusting her, she put aside her doubts and nodded. "In that case, thank you, sister." Upon seeing Su Qingdai agree, a strange light flashed in Xianing Zhao's eyes. But her face remained smiling. "We are sisters. There's no need for such formality." After Xianing Zhao finished speaking, the maid took the medical kit from Su Qingdai and followed her out of the clinic. Watching Su Qingdai leave, Xianing Zhao's smile slowly faded, and she sighed, "Sister, don't blame me. I have no choice." At this moment, Lin Fengxing appeared beside Xianing Zhao, looking at Su Qingdai's figure with a complex expression. After all, Su Qingdai had saved his life. Mississippi. But before Lin Fengxing could finish, he was interrupted by Xianing Zhao. "Uncle Lin, there's no need to say more. As long as we successfully assassinate Gu Yixuan or Gu Beizong, the Duke of Dinghua's residence will certainly be thrown into chaos. And Cui Yue can take the opportunity to bring Qingdai out. She will be fine." At this point, the complexity in Xianing Zhao's eyes had completely vanished. Her gaze was cold, and her tone was filled with ice. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lin Fengxing remained silent, only letting out a helpless sigh. Even at his peak, it would be impossible to escape from the Duke of Dinghua's residence after assassinating Gu Yixuan, let alone Tiyue. Lin Fengxing knew that this was just Xianing Zhao's way of comforting herself. But as a dark guard of the Nanyue royal family, his duty was to obey Xianing Zhao's orders and protect her, so he did not continue on this topic and instead said, "Miss, those spies lurking outside are still there. Should we leave now?" After pondering for a moment upon hearing Lin Fengxing's inquiry, Xianing Zhao replied, "Let's wait a bit longer. We will leave after Qingdai and Gu Yichen depart." The spies Lin Fengxing mentioned had only appeared outside the clinic a few days ago. Xianing Zhao had sent someone to investigate their identities, but they had found nothing. However, since they were just observing secretly outside the clinic, and there were also people from Hongzhila around, Xianing Zhao didn't pay them much attention. Moreover, she had a feeling that those spies must be connected to the man who suddenly appeared in the clinic that day. She had also sent someone to investigate that man's identity and had even used her connections within the Kanglin Kingdom's court. But in the end, just like those spies, she found nothing. At that moment, in a hidden corner outside the clinic, several shadowy figures appeared. Seeing Su Qingdai leaving with Gu Yichen and the others, one of them immediately whispered, "Miss Su has been taken away by the Duke of Dinghua's people. Report this to the master immediately." Chapter 64. From now on, let Shishue take care of you. Gu Yichen took Su Qingdai towards the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Knowing Xianing Zhao's plan, he no longer delayed and soon returned to the Duke of Dinghua's residence with Su Qingdai. "Dr. Su, we have arrived." Upon reaching the entrance of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yichen turned to Su Qingdai and spoke, but his gaze subtly swept over the maid following Su Qingdai. He knew that this woman was sent by Xianing Zhao to assassinate Gu Yixuan. Looking at the imposing Duke of Dinghua's residence, Su Qingdai nodded at Gu Yichen and followed him into the residence. However, as they reached the gate, they were stopped by several servants. Second young master, the Duke has instructed that all outsiders must be searched before entering the residence. One servant extended his hand to block Su Qingdai, turning to Gu Yichen and saying. Upon hearing the servant's words, Su Qingdai did not get angry. After all, the Duke of Dinghua's residence was a prestigious household, and such rules were unavoidable. Just as she was about to ask Liu to put down the medical kit and let the maid from the Duke's residence search her, Gu Yichen spoke up. This is Dr. Su, whom my mother instructed me to invite to treat my elder brother's injuries. My brother is in critical condition, and you still want to stop Dr. Su here for a search? What are your intentions? Gu Yichen looked at the servants, his eyes cold as he reprimanded in a low voice. Yue was sent by Xianing Zhao to assassinate Gu Yixuan, and she must be carrying weapons or something similar. How could Gu Yichen allow these servants to search her? Hearing Gu Yichen's words, the servants exchanged glances. They knew about Gu Yixuan's injury, but were unaware of the specifics. And since this was an order from Gu Beizong, they did not dare to disobey. Seeing that the servants hesitated but did not directly let them pass. A flash of anger crossed Gu Yichen's eyes. Dr. Su was personally brought back by me on my mother's orders. Since when did my words not matter in the residence? Do you suspect that I would bring an assassin back? Seeing Gu Yichen angry, the servants immediately bowed and said they dared not, no longer blocking Su Qingdai and Yue from entering. At this moment, inside Gu Yixuan's courtyard, Gu Yixuan's robe was torn open, revealing the wound on his left shoulder. Lin Xiu was carefully using a warm, damp cloth to wipe the blood around his injury. Murong Yun stood beside him, watching Gu Yixuan's bloody wound with concern and worry in her eyes. From time to time, she turned to look towards the door, and seeing that Gu Yichen's figure had not yet appeared, she couldn't help but complain, Yichen really takes his time. Chunqing Hall is not far from our residence. Why is it taking him so long to bring someone back? Hearing his mother's complaint, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Gu Yichen would be more than happy to see him dead. How could he bring Su Qingdai back so quickly? However, seeing his mother's worried expression, he still comforted her. Mother, perhaps Dr. Su is unwilling to come, and Yichen is negotiating with her. It's not a serious injury. You don't need to worry. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Murong Yun didn't feel relieved. She turned her head to look at Gu Yixuan and was touched to see him comforting her despite being injured. However, she couldn't help but complain, You've bled so much from your wounds, and you're still saying it's nothing. With a cold snort, her gaze fell on Lin Xiu, who was wiping the blood around Gu Yixuan's wounds. Before Gu Yixuan could speak, she continued, Since your mother can't manage you anymore, seeing how attentive you are to Xiu this time, you will definitely listen to her. From now on, let Xiu take care of you. Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, Gu Yixuan, who was about to speak, suddenly found himself a loss for words and could only look at Murong Yun helplessly. Lin Xiu paused her movements upon hearing Murong Yun's words, her worry turning into shyness. And a blush appeared on her small face as she lowered her head and softly said, And Madam is joking. How can Xiu manage the Marquis? Seeing Lin Xiu's shy expression, Murong Yun was about to speak when she heard footsteps outside. Her eyes lit up with joy as she immediately turned and walked out of the room to check. Gu Yixuan, seeing Murong Yun go out, turned to look at Lin Xiu, who was too shy to look at him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Your mother said to let you manage me from now on. Miss Xiu, what do you think? Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Xiu's cheeks instantly turned crimson. She understood the meaning of his words. It was one thing for Murong Yun to say it, but why was Gu Yixuan saying the same thing? Could it be that he really, as Lin Xiu thought of this, her face grew even redder. She couldn't help but lift her head to sneak a glance at Gu Yixuan. Seeing him looking at her with a smile, her heart began to race uncontrollably, and she found it hard to speak. Marquise, Gu Yixuan noticed her flustered state, his smile growing wider. But he also knew he couldn't continue teasing her. He reached out to ruffle her hair and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Xiu, hearing Gu Yixuan's words, lowered her head, feeling the large hand resting on her head. Her small face flushed, unsure of what to say. Just as the atmosphere between the two became delicate, footsteps sounded from outside. Gu Yixuan looked up to see Murong Yun at the front, with Gu Yiqin and a woman in red following behind, along with a maid carrying a medicine box. Upon seeing the woman in red, Gu Yixuan's eyes lit up. She should be the protagonist of the Divine Doctor's princess. Su Qingdai. After Murong Yun hurriedly returned to the room with Gu Yiqin and Su Qingdai, she immediately turned to Su Qingdai and said, "Dr. Su, please hurry and help Xianer with his wounds." "Yes, madam." Upon hearing Murong Yun's words, Su Qingdai quickly stepped forward with Siyu Yu and approached Gu Yixuan, first bowing respectfully. This humble girl, Su Qingdai, pays her respects to Marquis Wuan. "No need for such formalities, Dr. Su." Gu Yixuan looked at Su Qingdai before him and said, "Su Qingdai." Hearing this, stood up, and upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Lin Xiu beside Gu Yixuan, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, thinking to herself that this must be Gu Yixuan's close confidant. However, it was not the time to think about this. Her gaze fell on the wound on Gu Yixuan's left shoulder. Seeing that it only affected the flesh, her tense expression relaxed. "Bring me my medicine box." Su Qingdai turned to Siyu Yu behind her and said. Siyu Yu immediately handed the medicine box to Su Qingdai. During this process, Gu Yiqin subtly moved between Gu Yixuan and Siyu Yu, blocking Gu Yixuan's line of sight. Chapter 65, You All Leave First. In the residence of King Chu, Xiao Jinghang was sitting at a desk, writing something. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Lai Ren walked in, speaking urgently. "Your Highness, there's news from the spies outside Daichentang that Miss Su has been taken away by people from the Duke of Dinghua's residence." Hearing Lai Ren's words, Xiao Jinghang paused his actions and looked up at him with a puzzled expression. What happened? Why would people from the Duke of Dinghua's residence take Su Qingdai? Lai Ren immediately replied, "Today, news from within the city said that Gu Yixuan left the city alone. Not long after, he returned escorted by the Qianji guards of the Gu family, bringing back 2 women. Moreover, according to the spy's report, Gu Yixuan was covered in blood, suggesting that he must have fought with someone and got injured, which is why he sought out Miss Su for treatment." Upon hearing Lai Ren's response, instead of feeling relieved, Xiao Jinghang's pupil shrank, and he immediately said, "Did Su Qingdai leave with anyone from the Duke of Dinghua's residence?" Lai Ren, hearing Xiao Jinghang's question, though somewhat confused, respectfully replied, "According to the reports from the spies, Miss Su did indeed have a maid-like girl with her when she left the medical hall, and she went to the Duke of Dinghua's residence." After finishing, Lai Ren couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, is there something wrong?" Xiao Jinghang did not answer Lai Ren's question. Upon learning that Su Qingdai had indeed brought someone to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, his expression suddenly turned cold. As expected of the remnants of Nanyue, their schemes are indeed ruthless. Xiao Jinghang's eyes turned icy. After hearing Lai Ren's report, he knew that the maid following Su Qingdai to the Duke of Dinghua's residence must be an assassin sent by Xianing Zhao to kill Gu Yixuan. But what he didn't expect was how cruel Xianing Zhao's thoughts were, actually using Su Qingdai, who had helped her to achieve her own goals. "Prepare the horses. Immediately go to the Duke of Dinghua's residence." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jinghang immediately ordered Lai Ren. Only the divine Dr. Sun Zhongmiao could heal his leg injury, but Sun Zhongmiao's whereabouts were difficult to trace. Su Qingdai was his only disciple. Only she could find Sun Zhongmiao. Xiao Jinghang couldn't let Su Qingdai die at the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Hearing Xiao Jinghang's order, Lai Ren had doubts, but seeing the cold expression on Xiao Jinghang's face, he knew something must have happened, so he didn't dare to say more and immediately went out to make arrangements. In the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Su Qingdai took the necessary items from the medicine box and quickly began to treat Gu Yixuan's wounds, while Lin Xiu stepped aside quietly to watch. Siyu Yu stood silently in a corner, her gaze fixed on Gu Yixuan, and a dagger glimmering with cold light slowly slid out of her sleeve. Just as Siyu Yu's eyes gleamed with cold light and she was about to strike at Gu Yixuan, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Everyone in the room turned to look, discovering it was Gu Beizong and Gu Yi. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Siyu Yu's eyes flashed, and she quickly concealed the dagger back in her sleeve. She sensed a dangerous feeling from Gu Yi's presence, knowing that if she dared to act at this moment, she would definitely be killed on the spot by Gu Yi. Gu Yichen also noticed Gu Yi following Gu Beizong and knew it wasn't the time to act. So he slowly walked to Siyu Yu's side and whispered to her, "Don't act rashly." Siyu Yu glanced at him and subtly nodded. "Master." Upon seeing Gu Beizong, Murong Yun immediately went to greet him. "Greetings to the Duke." The others in the room also bowed respectfully upon seeing Gu Beizong arrive. How is Xiener?" Gu Beizong nodded and then inquired about Gu Yixuan's condition from Murong Yun. He had originally been waiting for Gu Yixuan at the residence. But when Gu Yixuan said Gu Yi had gone to chase a loose end and that his injuries were minor, Gu Beizong went to find Gu Yi to ask about the situation. After Gu Yi had learned the details, he brought Gu Yi to see Gu Yixuan. "I have already asked Chun'er to invite Dr. Su from Daichintang. She is currently treating Xiener's wounds." While speaking, Murong Yun gestured towards Su Qingdai, who was treating Gu Yixuan's wounds. "Father." Gu Yixuan saw Gu Beizong looking in his direction and said a word, his gaze then falling on Gu Yi behind him. He knew that the masked man in the ruined temple was very likely someone sent by Lu Huaijin, and he was unsure whether Gu Yi had caught up. Gu Beizong saw the concern in his son's eyes for the masked man and spoke to Gu Yixuan. "First, focus on treating your injuries. We can discuss those matters tomorrow." Hearing this, Gu Yixuan nodded, knowing that it wasn't the right time to talk about such things. At that moment, Gu Yicheng, who had been silent, spoke up. "Father, mother, why don't we step outside first? With so many people in the room, it would be hard for Dr. Su to work." Gu Yicheng said to Gu Beizong and Murong Yun, glancing at Su Qingdai, "Your Grace, madam, it's fine with me and Siyue here." Upon hearing this, Su Qingdai also chimed in. Although Gu Yixuan's injury was of little concern to her, under the gaze of the current Duke of the State, she couldn't help but feel pressured. After hearing Gu Yicheng and Su Qingdai's words, Murong Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding and turning to Gu Beizong. "Sir, let us step outside. We can leave this to Dr. Su." Just as Gu Beizong was about to agree, he noticed Gu Yixuan subtly shaking his head. The moment Gu Yixuan heard the name Siyue from Su Qingdai, his expression changed, and he immediately turned to focus on the maid in the corner. He remembered that there was a top-tier female assassin named Siyue in Hongzhila, but she was under Xianing Zhao. How could she be associated with Su Qingdai? Just as he thought it was a coincidence of names, Gu Yicheng's earlier words made him suspicious. Gu Yicheng was Xianing Zhao's person. Could this Siyue be related? Seeing his son shake his head and signal towards Siyue in the corner, Gu Beizong immediately sensed something was off. He was about to act when Gu Yixuan spoke up. "Yes, father and mother, you should go out first." Gu Beizong looked at Gu Yixuan, who had a smile on his face, but his gaze was on Lin Shishue and Murong Yun. Gu Beizong understood his son's intention, nodded at him, and then led everyone out of the room. Gu Yicheng walked last, turning to glance at Siyue as he passed the threshold. Gu Yixuan saw this scene and became more convinced of his suspicions. Once everyone had exited, Gu Yixuan looked at Siyue and then focused on Su Qingdai, speaking up. "Dr. Su, is this your apprentice from the medical clinic?" When Gu Yixuan asked about Siyue's identity, Su Qingdai, unaware of anything wrong, replied while tending to Gu Yixuan's wound. "Returning to the Marquis of Wuhan, Siyue is not an apprentice at the clinic but maid of my elder sister. She is knowledgeable about pharmacology, so I brought her along to help treat your injuries." Hearing Su Qingdai's response, a glimmer of light flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Su Qingdai actually knew Xianing Zhao? Moreover, according to her words, Xianing Zhao must have been hiding in Daichintang all this time. No wonder the Qinji guard had been unable to find him for so long. Just as Su Qingdai finished answering Gu Yixuan's question and was about to turn to get medicine to bandage his wound, who had been quietly standing in the corner, suddenly revealed a cold glint in her eyes, and a dagger appeared in her hand as she stepped forward and lunged at Gu Yixuan. Chapter 66. The commoner thanks the Marquis of Wuhan, dagger in hand, appeared before Gu Yixuan in the blink of an eye, her eyes gleaming with joy as she aimed to slice his neck. But just as the blade was an inch away from Gu Yixuan's throat, a large hand gripped Siyue's wrist, halting her movement completely. Siyue's eyes widened in shock as she looked up at the owner of the hand, only to see Gu Yixuan staring coldly at her, a smirk on his lips. Gu Yixuan looked at Siyue before him, a glint of cold light in his eyes, and kicked her hard in the chest. Bang! Yue was sent flying by Gu Yixuan's kick, crashing heavily onto the ground. All of this happened in an instant. Su Qingdai heard the commotion, turned in confusion, and saw her lying on the ground with a dagger still in her hand. Shock and disbelief filled Su Qingdai's expression as her medicine bottle fell to the ground with a thud. After being kicked away, Su quickly got up, dagger in hand, and charged at Gu Yixuan again. Gu Yixuan remained unfazed, shouting Gu Yi, Bang! Just as Gu Yixuan's voice fell, the door exploded, and Gu Yi's figure flew out from the splinters, transforming into a shadow that charged straight at Yue. Yue had just turned around when Gu Yi's fist was already at her face. In a panic, she could only raise her dagger to block. But Gu Yi seized her wrist. Crack! Gu Yi twisted Yue's wrist sharply, accompanied by a crisp sound, causing the dagger in her hand to fall away. Yue attempted to resist, but her strength was no match for Gu Yi, and after a few exchanges, she was subdued by Gu Yi. Yue let out a muffled groan. Pinned down by Gu Yi, her face pressed against the blue stone floor, unable to move. Take her away. At that moment, Gu Beizong's voice rang out from the doorway, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Several servants rushed into the room and restrained Su Qingdai, who was still processing what had just happened. Your Grace. Lin Xiu rushed to Gu Yixuan's side, anxiously checking him for injuries. Gu Beizong and Mu Rongyun followed closely behind into the room. Gu Yicheng walked behind them, and upon seeing that Gu Yixuan was unharmed and that Yue had been subdued by Gu Yi, he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Yue knew his identity. What if she exposed him? Thinking of this, Gu Yicheng lowered his head, fear flashing in his eyes as his body began to tremble. While Lin Xiu was checking on Gu Yixuan, she anxiously asked, Your Grace, how are you? Did the assassin hurt you? Gu Yixuan looked at Lin Xiu, whose face was filled with worry, and reached out to stop her movements, reassuring her. I'm fine. The assassin didn't hurt me, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Lin Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her eyes were still slightly red as she looked at him. Gu Yixuan noticed this and softened his gaze, reaching out to ruffle her hair, indicating that he was indeed fine. Mu Rongyun also wanted to check on Gu Yixuan, but although Lin Xiu got there first, she felt no dissatisfaction. Seeing their interaction brought a glimmer of joy to her eyes. However, now was not the time to think about those things. Mu Rongyun turned to Su Qingdai, her eyes devoid of the usual kindness, her tone icy. Dr. Su, why did you bring someone to assassinate my son? Su Qingdai, restrained by several servants, looked at Yue on the ground with disbelief. Upon hearing Mu Rongyun's cold words, her face turned pale. Madam, I truly didn't know that Yue would be an assassin. However, Mu Rongyun would not believe Su Qingdai's words, her tone still icy. She is someone you brought. How could you not know her identity? Faced with Mu Rongyun's accusations, Su Qingdai was at a loss for words, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Beizong stepped forward, his tone indifferent as he said, Take these two to the dungeon and interrogate them strictly. Gu Beizong looked at Su Qingdai and Yue with cold eyes. If Gu Yixuan hadn't noticed something was wrong, these two might have succeeded. Upon hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yicheng trembled even more. Father, wait. Dr. Su probably doesn't know anything. Don't put her in the dungeon yet. Just as several servants were about to take Su Qingdai away, Gu Yixuan suddenly spoke up. Gu Yixuan knew that with Su Qingdai's small stature, she would not be able to withstand the torture of the Qinji guard. Moreover, from her words, she likely didn't know Xianing Zhao's identity. If that was the case, then interrogating her wouldn't be very meaningful. Thank you, Marquis of Wuan. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan speak up for her, a glimmer of hope flashed in Su Qingdai's eyes, and she immediately turned to look at him, her gaze filled with gratitude. Gu Yixuan looked at Su Qingdai, who was pale and expressing her gratitude towards him, with flickering light in his eyes. He did not intend to let her go. This woman was a key figure in Xiao Jingheng's recovery from his leg injury. Once Xiao Jingheng learned of this, he would certainly not ignore her, making her a valuable bargaining chip. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Gu Beizong looked at him with some confusion, knowing that his son was not a benevolent character, especially since Su Qingdai was involved with the person who attempted to assassinate him. How could Gu Yixuan easily let her go? However, seeing his son's determined tone, Gu Beizong chose to trust his judgment and said after a moment of thought, "Then let us keep her under house arrest in the guest room." Upon hearing Gu Beizong's words, Su Qingdai breathed a sigh of relief. Being under house arrest was certainly better than being thrown into a dungeon and tortured. After discussing Su Qingdai's situation, Gu Yixuan approached Siyue, who had been disarmed and was being held up by several servants, and said softly, "You are the top assassin from Hongxi Building, and it was Xianing Zhao who sent you to assassinate me, right?" Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, who had been hanging her head, suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. How could Gu Yixuan know her identity and even the name of her master? Seeing the shock in Siyue's eyes, Gu Yixuan merely sneered coldly and waved his hand to have her taken away. When Su Qingdai saw several servants coming to take her away, she glanced at Gu Yixuan's left shoulder, which was still unbandaged, and remembering his earlier defense of her, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. "The wound on the Marquis of Wuan has not been fully treated. Please ask the Duke of Dinghua to find someone to help him bandage it." Gu Beizong did not respond to Su Qingdai's remark, waving his hand to have her taken down. He then intended to send for a doctor. But Gu Yixuan shook his head, saying that the wound had been mostly treated and that Lin Shixue could help bandage it up. Hearing this, Gu Beizong asked Murong Yun to assist Lin Shixue in bandaging Gu Yixuan's wound. Since it was just a simple bandaging, it was quickly done. After Gu Yixuan's wound was bandaged, Gu Beizong approached him and asked, "Xiner, why did you let that Su Qingdai go?" Just as Gu Yixuan was about to respond, he noticed that Gu Yichen was staring intently at him. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan sneered coldly, pondering for a moment before he was about to speak. However, at that moment, a servant hurriedly entered the room and respectfully said to Gu Beizong, "Duke, His Highness the Prince of Chu has arrived." Hearing this, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed. Why had Xiao Jingying come? Gu Beizong was also somewhat puzzled, and, after exchanging glances with Gu Yixuan, instructed, "Invite His Highness the Prince of Chu to the main hall. I will be there shortly." "Yes," the servant replied, and immediately turned to leave the room. "Madam, please take Yichen and Shixue outside. I have something to discuss with Xiner," Gu Beizong said to Murong Yun after the servant left. Murong Yun, though somewhat puzzled by her husband's words, saw the unusual expressions on both him and Gu Yixuan. So she did not ask further and took Lin Shixue and Gu Yichen out of the room. Once the three had left, Gu Beizong turned to Gu Yixuan and said, slightly puzzled, "Xiner, why do you think Xiao Jingying would visit at this late hour?" After Gu Yixuan had told him that the forces behind the experts who obstructed Qianji and Yueying were likely Xiao Jingying's, Gu Beizong had sent people to investigate the Prince of Chu's residence. Although he had not obtained direct evidence, he had discovered that Xiao Jingheng had indeed been secretly contacting the former subordinates of Xiao Xianlin over the past few years. This made Gu Beizong increasingly certain of Xiao Jingheng's nefarious intentions. However, it was already late at night. Why had Xiao Jingheng suddenly come? "I can't figure out the reason either," Gu Yixuan replied, shaking his head. Although he had some suspicions that Xiao Jingheng's visit was related to Su Qingdai, he was not certain whether Xiao Jingying knew her. Upon hearing that Gu Yixuan was also a loss, Gu Beizong pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing coldly as he said to Gu Yixuan, "When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall cover it. A mere Xiao Jingheng cannot stir up any storms. I will go to the main hall to receive him. You change your clothes and come over." Seeing his father's confidence, Gu Yixuan relaxed a bit and nodded, saying, "All right, then you go first. I will be there shortly." Gu Beizong nodded and stepped out of the room. After Gu Beizong left, Gu Yixuan sat in a chair, thought for a moment, then stood up to change out of his blood-stained robe before walking toward the main hall. Arriving at the main hall, Gu Yixuan saw Gu Beizong sitting in the main seat, while Xiao Jingheng sat in a wheelchair. The two engaged in cheerful conversation. Seeing Xiao Jingheng in the wheelchair, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Although Xiao Jingheng's legs had been injured in a fire during his childhood and he could not stand, after years of recuperation, his legs were now as normal as anyone else's, allowing him to stand properly. His being in a wheelchair now was merely a means to deceive others. At this moment, while conversing with Gu Beizong, Xiao Jingheng turned his gaze and noticed Gu Yixuan's arrival, his eyes flashing. Upon arriving at the Duke of Dingguo's residence, he observed that everything seemed normal, unlike the reaction expected from someone sent by Xianing Zhao to successfully assassinate Gu Yixuan. However, upon entering the main hall, he found only Gu Beizong had come to receive him, and while he was pondering this, he was surprised to see Gu Yixuan had arrived. Moreover, judging by his expression, he did not seem like someone who had just survived an assassination attempt. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Was Xianing Zhao not sent to assassinate Gu Yixuan after all? But as Gu Yixuan stepped into the hall, Xiao Jingheng suppressed his mixed feelings and greeted him. The Marquis of Wuan has arrived. Seeing Xiao Jingheng speak, Gu Yixuan stepped forward and bowed to him. Gu Yixuan, greetings to His Highness the Prince of Chu. Since Xiao Jingheng was a prince and a nephew of the emperor, Gu Yixuan felt it necessary to observe the formalities. Just as he was about to bow further, Xiao Jingheng raised his arm to stop him. There is no need for such formalities, Marquis of Wuan. Looking at Gu Yixuan, Xiao Jingheng, though unsure of his thoughts, still smiled, holding Gu Yixuan's arm and saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing Xiao Jingheng's gesture, Gu Yixuan naturally welcomed it and straightened up, saying, Xiao Jingheng smiled and nodded. After Gu Yixuan sat down in the chair across from him, he looked at Gu Beizong and said with a smile, "The Marquis of Wuan is young and accomplished, personally appointed by the emperor as the Marquis of Wuan. The Gu family has both a duke and a marquis. Truly a family of great honor, envied by others." Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, Gu Beizong lifted his teacup and took a sip, replying with a forced smile, "Your Highness flatters us. My son and I are merely fulfilling our duties as subjects. The Gu family owes this honor entirely to the emperor's great grace." Hearing Gu Beizong's response, Xiao Jingheng did not comment further. His words were merely polite conversation. He smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Gu Yixuan, feigning ignorance and asking in a slightly puzzled tone, "I see the Marquis of Wuan looks weak and somewhat pale. Has something happened?" Upon hearing this, Gu Beizong's eyes flashed, and he subtly glanced at Gu Yixuan. Seeing him shake his head, he replied to Xiao Jingheng, "My son was injured during a sparring session today. We have already called a doctor to examine it. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingheng nodded, just as he was about to speak when Gu Yixuan, sitting opposite, interjected, "May I ask why His Highness the Prince of Chu has come to visit at this late hour? If there is anything the Duke of Dingguo's residence can assist with, please feel free to speak." Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingheng, his face full of smiles. He was most annoyed by these roundabout conversations. Since Xiao Jingheng was unwilling to state his purpose directly, he decided to ask outright. Hearing Gu Yixuan's question, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in Xiao Jingheng's eyes. To confirm his suspicions, he spoke up, "It's nothing serious. Just wondering if the doctor who helped the Marquis of Wu with his injuries is Dr. Su from Daichun Hall?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, a spark of light flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Xiao Jingheng had indeed come for Su Qingdai. However, when Gu Beizong heard Xiao Jingheng inquire about Su Qingdai, a hint of coldness appeared in his gaze. The person Su Qingdai brought had just failed to assassinate Gu Yixuan, and Xiao Jingheng arrived right after. What a coincidence! Noticing the unusual expressions on the faces of the father and son, Xiao Jingheng's heart sank, but he still spoke. "Is there something wrong with what I said? Why did the Duke of Dingguo and the Marquis of Wu look at me like that?" Hearing Xiao Jingheng's words, a cold glint flickered in Gu Beizong's eyes as he coldly replied, "The doctor who treated Xian'er is indeed that Dr. Su. Your Highness, why do you ask about her?" Gu Yixuan's gaze also fell on Xiao Jingheng. Seeing Gu Beizong's unkind expression, Xiao Jingheng felt increasingly heavy-hearted. He had some guesses in mind, but he couldn't leave his leg injury untreated. So he continued, "I believe the Duke of Dingguo knows about my leg injury. It pains me greatly whenever it rains. Tonight, the old injury has flared up, and I am in unbearable pain. A servant mentioned that Dr. Su from Daichun Hall possesses excellent medical skills and might have a way to help me. I wanted to invite Dr. Su to come and treat me, but I was informed that she had been taken away by someone from the Duke of Dingguo's residence. Therefore, I came to bother the Duke, hoping to have Dr. Su take a look at my leg injury." At this point, Xiao Jingheng paused and, with a hint of confusion in his tone, asked Gu Beizong, "I wonder if Dr. Su is still at the Duke of Dingwa's residence?" Upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's account, a cold smile flickered in Gu Yixuan's eyes. Xiao Jingheng was not here for Su Qingdai. He was here for her master, Sun Zhoumiao. Chapter 68. Is the King of Chu threatening me? Gu Beizong, upon hearing Xiao Jingheng's account, did not believe his words and remained indifferent. The news from His Highness the King of Chu is quite accurate. Dr. Su is indeed at my residence. Gu Beizong paused, looking at Xiao Jingheng with a frosty demeanor. However, Dr. Su cannot be taken away by His Highness the King of Chu. Hearing this, Xiao Jingheng tightened his grip on the armrest of the wheelchair and looked at Gu Beizong. "Oh, why is that?" Just as Xiao Jingheng finished speaking and waited for Gu Beizong's response, Gu Yixuan spoke up. "Because that maid of Su Qingdai dared to assassinate me while she was treating me." Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingheng with icy eyes. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Xiao Jingheng's heart sank, but he still pretended to be utterly shocked and said in a surprised tone, "What? Doctor, Su actually dared to bring someone to assassinate the Marquis of Wu." Seeing Xiao Jingheng's shocked expression, Gu Yixuan's eyes were filled with cold laughter. Xiao Jingheng had come today because he had learned that Su Qingdai was at the Duke of Dingwa's residence and would be involved in the assassination. However, Gu Yixuan was puzzled about how Xiao Jingheng had found out that there were assassins following Su Qingdai and how he had arrived so timely. Xiao Jingheng noticed that Gu Yixuan was merely looking at him coldly without responding, and his expression froze momentarily. Although he had long suspected that this would be the result, hearing that the maid beside Su Qingdai was indeed the assassin sent by Xianing Zhao to kill Gu Yixuan still made his heart sink. Moreover, seeing Gu Yixuan's current demeanor, the assassin had undoubtedly failed in the assassination attempt. In that case, Su Qingdai, as the one who brought her into the Duke of Dingwa's residence, would certainly face dire consequences. But Xiao Jingheng tightened his hand, resting on his knee, and thought of his leg injury. While he could now stand like a normal person, any exertion of martial arts would result in excruciating pain, and the situation had worsened over the years as he frequently ventured outside the city. The only one who could treat his leg injury was Sun Zhoumiao, and he could not give up on Su Qingdai. Thinking of this, Xiao Jingheng pondered for a moment before looking at Gu Beizong and Gu Yixuan, saying, "Duke of Dingwa, could there be a misunderstanding in this matter?" According to the Marquis of Wu, the person who attempted to assassinate him was that maid, not Dr. Su herself. I have investigated Su Qingdai. She is merely a doctor running a clinic in the capital and would not dare to assassinate the Marquis of Wu. It stands to reason that she should be unaware of this assassination attempt, so I hope the Duke of Dingwa will release her. Faced with Xiao Jingheng's words, Gu Beizong did not respond, but merely sipped his tea. But at that moment, Gu Yixuan spoke up. "Your Highness the King of Chu, whether Su Qingdai is aware of it remains to be seen, but it is an undeniable fact that the people she brought tried to assassinate me. Your Highness wants my father to release her based solely on your conjectures and a few words. Is that not somewhat childish?" Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jingheng, his eyes flickering with cold light and his tone icy. After Gu Yixuan finished speaking, Gu Beizong also set down his teacup and said to Xiao Jingheng in a flat tone, "Your Highness the King of Chu should take your leave. Although I am also concerned about the prince's injury, I will not release Su Qingdai, who is involved in the assassination of Xianer." Seeing Gu Beizong and Gu Yixuan's firm attitude, Xiao Jingheng's heart sank, knowing they would not easily release her. However, if Su Qingdai remained in the Duke of Dingwa's residence, who knew if she would come out alive? Thinking of this, Xiao Jingheng looked at Gu Beizong with a flash of coldness in his eyes and spoke in a tone that was no longer polite. "Duke of Dingwa, do you truly refuse to release her?" Noticing the change in Xiao Jingheng's attitude, Gu Beizong's gaze turned even colder, and he directly scolded, "Is the King of Chu threatening me?" Gu Yixuan's gaze fell on Xiao Jingheng, and seeing his indifferent expression, he thought to himself that Su Qingdai was indeed very important to him, as he was willing to turn against his own father for her. Hearing Gu Beizong's words, Xiao Jingheng shook his head, but the coldness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest as he continued toward Gu Beizong. "I certainly do not dare to threaten the Duke of Dingwa, but do you know the identity of Su Qingdai?" Upon mentioning Su Qingdai's identity, Gu Beizong let out a cold laugh. Ha! Could it be that Su Qingdai's identity is so noble that your highness believes I cannot afford to offend her? Gu Beizong looked at Xiao Jinghang with disdain. In the entire Kanglan kingdom, apart from Xiao Xuanzi, he held no one in his eyes, let alone a mere Su Qingdai. Feeling Gu Beizong's disdainful gaze upon him, Xiao Jinghang was not angered. He lightly tapped the armrest of the wheelchair and replied to Gu Beizong. Her identity may not be considered noble, but she is the only disciple of the renowned divine Dr. Sun Zhongmiao. Upon hearing Xiao Jinghang's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Beizong's eyes. Although Sun Zhongmiao was just a person from the rivers and lakes, his reputation as a divine doctor had spread throughout the world, and even he had heard of it. He never expected that Su Qingdai would be his disciple. Seeing the surprise in Gu Beizong's eyes, Xiao Jinghang seized the opportunity and said, I believe the Duke of Dinghua has heard of the name of divine Dr. Sunday. In fact, I did not come to find Su Qingdai solely for her, but to seek her assistance in finding divine Dr. Sunday. It would be better for the Duke to hand Su Qingdai over to me first. Once I find divine Dr. Sun, I will leave her to your discretion. Hearing Xiao Jinghang's words, Gu Beizong couldn't help but hesitate. After all, even the emperor had sent people to search for Sun Zhongmiao because of his reputation. Although it had been fruitless, it showed Sun Zhongmiao's influence. And since Su Qingdai was his only disciple, if she were really locked up in the Duke of Dinghua's residence, it might cause some trouble. But just as Gu Beizong hesitated, Gu Yixuan, seated in the chair, spoke up. Your Highness the King of Chu, do you know that since the night I was attacked, many unidentified experts have appeared in the capital? His Majesty is very furious about this. The person besides Su Qingdai dared to assassinate me, so she must be connected to those people. In that case, even if she is Sun Zhongmiao's disciple, the Duke of Dinghua, will not let her go. Gu Yixuan looked at Xiao Jinghang with icy eyes. Not to mention that Su Qingdai is still useful to him. Especially after learning that she has connections with Xianing Zhao, he cannot allow Xiao Jinghang to take her away. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Jinghang's eyes, and he coldly laughed, saying, Does the Marquis of Wuan know that Sun Shini is usually kind-hearted and has saved many experts from the Jianghu? If he knew that you were imprisoning his only disciple and asking those Jianghu experts to deal with the Duke of Dinghua, what do you think would happen? Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan's gaze fell on Xiao Jinghang, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. A group of Jianghu ruffians dare to be reckless in my Kanglan Kingdom's capital. If they dare to come, I will personally lead my troops to suppress them and let those Jianghu people who frequently commit crimes with martial arts know what it means to be trampled by the Jianghu. Chapter 69. Gu Yixuan's thoughts. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Xiao Jinghang's expression froze. He tightly pressed his palm against the armrest of his wheelchair and for a moment couldn't find a rebuttal. At this time, Gu Beizong also reacted. Just as Gu Yixuan said, no matter how powerful Sun Zhongmiao is, he is just a Jianghu doctor. What kind of storm could he stir up? Xianer is right. If Sun Zhongmiao really dares to come to the Duke of Dinghua's residence to rescue someone, even if I kill him on the spot, His Majesty wouldn't say anything. There's no need for your Highness the King of Chu to worry about this, Gu Beizong said calmly as he looked at Xiao Jinghang, his tone indifferent. Seeing that these two father and son were so unyielding, Xiao Jinghang's eyes flickered with light, and he found himself at a loss for what to do. Although he could send someone to forcibly break into the Duke of Dinghua's residence to rescue Su Qingdai, doing so would surely alert the Gu family and even the emperor, rendering years of planning in vain. Watching Xiao Jinghang lost in thought, Gu Yixuan chose not to disturb him and quietly observed him from his chair. He wanted to see how far Xiao Jinghang would go for Su Qingdai. After a long silence, Xiao Jinghang knew that under the current circumstances, it was impossible to take Su Qingdai away. He sighed and looked at Gu Yixuan and Gu Beizong, saying, since that's the case, I will no longer trouble you. However, I asked the Duke of Dinghua and the Marquis of Wuan to spare her, considering Su Qingdai is a disciple of Sun Shini. Gu Beizong, upon hearing this, showed no expression on his face and nodded, saying, that's natural. Seeing Xiao Jinghang give up on rescuing her, a hint of disappointment flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. It seemed that one Su Qingdai was not enough to make Xiao Jingsheng reveal his flaws. Hearing Gu Beizong's words, Xiao Jingsheng nodded at him and turned to Liran, saying, "Liran, let's go." Liran, stationed at the main hall door, heard Xiao Jingsheng's order and stepped inside, pushing his wheelchair out. "Xuania, accompany me to see off His Highness the King of Chu," Gu Beizong said as he stood up and spoke to Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan nodded in response. Standing up to accompany Gu Beizong and seeing Xiao Jingsheng out of the residence. Both father and son understood that no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Jingsheng was still a prince, and they had to observe the formalities. This was the most basic courtesy, and seeing this, Xiao Jingsheng did not refuse, allowing the two to escort him out of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. At the entrance of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Beizong watched the carriage carrying Xiao Jingsheng gradually move away and turned to Gu Yixuan beside him. "Xiner, is this the reason you kept Su Qingdai?" Gu Yixuan, upon hearing, withdrew his gaze from the carriage and shook his head as he looked at his father, saying, "I kept Su Qingdai only because of her connection to Xianingzhao. I did not know Xiao Jingsheng would come looking for her." Gu Yixuan didn't know how to explain to Gu Beizong how he learned about Su Qingdai's relationship with Xiao Jingsheng, so he simply attributed his decision to Xianingzhao. Gu Beizong nodded at his son's words and did not elaborate further on the matter, a glint flashing in his eyes as he said, "The people who kidnapped Shishua today, besides Hong Zila, should there be other forces involved?" Upon hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yixuan looked at him in surprise. How did his father know that there were other forces involved besides Hong Zila? Noticing the astonished look on Gu Yixuan's face, Gu Beizong smiled and said, "Tonight, Gu Yi went to pursue that masked man, but ended up letting him escape. The only one who could evade Gu Yi's pursuit in Hong Zila is Lin Fengxing. After you mentioned that the people from Hong Zila are remnants of Nanyue, I sent someone to investigate the situation in detail. Although we didn't uncover all the identities of the experts within, we know that the strongest person in Hong Zila is Lin Fengxing. However, Lin Fengxing lost an arm to Tu Juyi, and even if he survived, he wouldn't be able to escape Gu Yi's pursuit. Therefore, I deduced that the people who kidnapped Shishua definitely involve more than just Hong Zila." After hearing Gu Beizong's account, Gu Yixuan's expression grew even more surprised. It seemed that his father was not in his position as Duke of Dinghua just because of the emperor's favor and military achievements. However, even if Gu Beizong didn't ask, Gu Yixuan would still inform him about the Mo Yahweh matter. He nodded at Gu Beizong and said, "Father, your guess is correct. Besides Hong Zila, the people who kidnapped Shishua indeed belong to other forces." When Gu Beizong heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes. Although those people kidnapped Lin Shishua, their target was clearly Gu Yixuan. He continued to ask, "Do you know their identities?" Gu Yixuan's eyes glinted coldly as he responded in a frosty tone. "They are the assassins cultivated by Liu Huijin in secret, the Mo Yahweh." Upon hearing Liu Huijin's name, Gu Beizong's expression darkened instantly. "Liu Huijin?" Gu Yixuan nodded and explained, "That's right, it is indeed Liu Huijin. After I realized that Liu Huijin harbors hostility towards our Gu family, I sent someone to investigate. I discovered that he has secretly cultivated a group of assassins called Mo Yahweh. Tonight, we also found the Mo Yahweh's insignia on the bodies of those who fought against me. I concluded that Liu Huijin must be involved in this matter." After hearing Gu Yixuan's account, Gu Beizong nodded, his tone turning cold as he said, "This Liu Huijin is indeed cut from the same cloth as his father, only using such despicable means." After saying this, Gu Beizong turned his gaze to Gu Yixuan and asked, "Xiner, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Gu Yixuan's gaze was icy as he pondered for a moment before saying, "After all, Liu Huijin holds a marquee title. Acting recklessly against him may provoke discontent from His Majesty and the court officials. I know that his Mo Yahweh has a base outside the city. You can send people to eliminate it and cut off his arms, and then proceed slowly. I will have someone take care of it." Gu Beizong nodded, satisfied with Gu Yixuan's idea. However, a hint of an inexplicable expression appeared in Gu Beizong's eyes as he said to Gu Yixuan, "What about Xianingzhao?" Gu Yixuan detected something off in his father's tone and realized that he must know about the connection between this matter and Gu Yixuan. After a moment of silence, Gu Yixuan glanced in the direction deep within the Duke's residence and said calmly, having kept Fui-chan in our Gu family for so long, it is time for him to play his due role. Looking at Gu Yixuan's calm face, Gu Beizong fell into silence, pondering something. After a long time, Gu Beizong finally spoke again. Have you thought about how to tell your mother? Gu Beizong knew that for many years, his wife had treated Gu Yixuan as her own son. If she found out about this. In response to Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yixuan shook his head, his expression still calm as he continued, since he dared to threaten me with sure this time. Next time it might be my mother. I cannot allow someone who harbors murderous intentions towards the Gu family to stay in the residence any longer. As for my mother, as long as she knows the truth, she will definitely understand me. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Gu Beizong nodded, raised his hand to pat his shoulder, his expression somewhat complex. But he did not say anything more and turned to walk into the residence. As for Liu Huijin's matter, my father will send someone to handle it. Gu Yixuan watched his father's departing figure and noticed that he did not mention Gu Yixuan again, knowing that he had tacitly approved of his thoughts, which made him feel somewhat relieved. He was really afraid that his father would not agree to let him take action against Gu Yixuan. If that were the case, the situation would become even more complicated. Gu Yixuan stood at the gate, staring at the dark night for a long time, pondering about Xianing Zhao, muttering to himself, Xianing Zhao, your matter with the Gu family should come to an end. Chapter 70. Xianing Zhao and Liu Huijin as midnight approached. A bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting down pure moonlight. Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing evaded the watchful eyes of the city patrol soldiers and rushed to a hidden courtyard within the city. Miss, can we trust this Liu Huijin? Lin Fengxing looked at the dimly lit courtyard, his eyes filled with vigilance, and turned to Xianing Zhao beside him. Since he dares to cooperate with us, he won't play tricks at this time. Uncle Lin need not worry, Xianing Zhao replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the courtyard. Since the assassination attempt at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence that night, the Kanglin Kingdom's court had been heavily cracking down on the martial artists of the Hongxiu Tower in the capital. As the main target, the Hongxiu Tower suffered heavy losses, and now there was no place for them in the capital. Especially if the assassination tonight succeeded, chaos would surely ensue in the capital. Just in time, Liu Huijin had collaborated with them to deal with Gu Yixuan and promised to arrange a place for them to stay afterward. So now Xianing Zhao had come with Lin Fengxing to the place Liu Huijin had arranged for them. Hearing what Xianing Zhao said, Lin Fengxing's expression relaxed a little, but he still looked at the courtyard with a wary gaze. Xianing Zhao, however, was calm, walking to the courtyard's entrance and knocking. After a while, a man dressed as a servant opened the door, glanced at Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing, and spoke in a flat tone, "You too. Please follow me." Xianing Zhao nodded and followed the servant into the depths of the courtyard with Lin Fengxing. Soon, the servant brought Xianing Zhao and Lin Fengxing to the main hall of the courtyard. "Please wait here for a moment," the servant said to Xianing Zhao, before turning and leaving without regarding their reactions. Xianing Zhao looked around the hall and then walked to a chair, sitting down to wait for the arrival of others. Lin Fengxing stood behind Xianing Zhao, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes alert. They waited for only a short while when footsteps sounded from outside the hall. Upon hearing the footsteps, Xianing Zhao's eyes flashed, and she immediately turned to look at the main door. A figure dressed in a loose black robe, with their face concealed by a hood, entered the room, followed by a man with a black scarf covering his face. The figure in the black robe sat down in the main seat of the hall, then removed their hood, revealing a stern face. Xianing Zhao was surprised to see the person and said, "I didn't expect it to be the Jin Yuan Marquis himself coming." While she was somewhat surprised by Liu Huijin's personal visit, they had just reached a cooperation agreement. However, Liu Huijin was currently confined to his residence by the emperor and could not leave at will, and her identity was also very sensitive. Xianing Zhao thought Liu Huijin would only send someone to meet her, but she didn't expect him to come in person. Facing the surprise in Xianing Zhao's eyes, Liu Huijin's expression remained calm, but a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze. "Xie Tower Lord, it seems your plan has failed." Hearing Liu Huijin's words, Xianing Zhao was taken aback and immediately said, "What do you mean by that, Marquis Jin Yuan?" Liu Huijin's hand rested on the armrest of the chair as he looked at Xianing Zhao, his eyes growing darker and his tone icy. "Tonight, Prince Chu, Xiao Jingheng, went to the Dingwu Duke's residence. This marquis has people monitoring the Dingwu Duke's residence who reported back. They saw with their own eyes that Gu Yixuan and Gu Beizong accompanied Xiao Jingheng out, and judging by Gu Yixuan's demeanor, he was not assassinated at all. As Liu Huijin spoke, his hand tightly clenched the armrest, filled with rage. Not only had he been humiliated in front of the civil and military officials in the Golden Lawn Hall by being kicked over by Gu Beizong, but he was also confined to his residence by the emperor. This made his hatred for the Gu family even deeper. However, after Gu Yixuan revealed the matter of the LMAO Yahweh that night, he dared not act rashly. In recent days, he had been searching for spies within his residence, but found nothing, which made him increasingly anxious. Just then, he suddenly remembered the Hongxiu Tower that attempted to assassinate Gu Yixuan that night in his residence. So he contacted Xianing Zhao to plan against the Gu family together. Coincidentally, Xianing Zhao had just thought of this plan, and after hearing him out, she felt it was feasible, so they quickly reached an agreement. If it were just a failed assassination, that would be one thing. After all, in his original plan, even if this action could not do anything to Gu Yixuan, it would at least expose the spies in his residence. However, he never expected that not only did Xianing Zhao's plan fail, but he also found no abnormal individuals in his residence and lost several skilled fighters, which could not help but infuriate him. Hearing Liu Huijin say this, Xianing Zhao's expression also turned somewhat unsightly, filled with confusion. How could this plan possibly fail? After hearing Su Qingdai mention that Mu Rongyun had visited Daichintang and believed in Su Qingdai's medical skills, Xianing Zhao had formed a rough plan in her mind. When Gu Yichen mentioned Lin Shixue to her that day, the originally vague plan became clear. In her view, since Mu Rongyun trusted Su Qingdai's medical skills so much, and Yue followed her to the Dingwu Duke's residence, she would definitely not be suspected. Then, while Su Qingdai was helping Gu Yixuan heal his injuries, they could take the opportunity to strike. This plan was simply flawless. How could it fail? Xie Tower Lord, if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation to this marquis, then this marquis will have no choice. Seeing Xianing Zhao remain silent, Liu Huijin's expression grew even colder, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at her. Although he had not fully investigated Xianing Zhao's identity, he could roughly guess some things. If this plan failed and the matter were to leak out, he would definitely be implicated. The reason he came in person this time was not only to hear Xianing Zhao's explanation, but also to silence her. Lin Fengxing, standing behind Xianing Zhao, keenly sensed Liu Huijin's murderous intent, and his expression turned serious as his hand slowly moved to the sword hilt. The masked man behind Liu Huijin noticed this and sneered coldly, a few flying daggers appearing in his hand, flipping up and down. Upon hearing Liu Huijin's icy words, Xianing Zhao immediately came back to her senses. She saw the murderous intent in Liu Huijin's eyes and the tense atmosphere between Lin Fengxing and the masked man. Xianing Zhao knew that if she could not give Liu Huijin a reasonable explanation this time, both she and Lin Fengxing would die here. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Although this plan has failed, there is no need for the marquis to worry too much. Ning Zhao still has countermeasures. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Liu Huijin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to signal his subordinates not to act yet. Then he looked at Xianing Zhao and asked, what countermeasures does Xie Tower Lord have? Xianing Zhao slowly revealed a name under Liu Huijin's inquiring gaze. Chapter 71. Redeeming One's Sins? Gu Yichen. Hearing Xianing Zhao mention this name, a glimmer of light flashed in Liu Huijin's eyes as he looked at Xianing Zhao and asked, what do you mean by that? Xie Tower Lord? Gu Yicheng is the second young master of the Gu family. What does that have to do with the countermeasures you mentioned? Xianing Zhao's face showed a smile as she responded. Although Gu Yicheng is the second young master of the Gu family, his true identity is the son of the great general Fu Yunfei of the Kanglin Kingdom. After that, Xianing Zhao talked to Liu Huijin about Gu Yicheng's background and the times he had passed information to her. After listening to Xianing Zhao's narration, Liu Huijin showed a look of realization. He understood who had conveyed the message that night at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence not to intervene. So, It was Gu Yicheng. Moreover, he had already concluded about Xianing Zhao's identity, but he did not intend to expose it, as their goals were still aligned given the current situation. After thinking for a moment to sort out his thoughts, Liu Huijin looked up at Xianing Zhao. So, you mean to use Gu Yicheng's identity to take action against the Gu family? After saying this, before Xianing Zhao could respond, he continued, but your previous assassination attempts on Gu Yixuan have all failed, and Gu Yicheng has not played any significant role in them. On what basis does the leader of Xie think that with Gu Yicheng as a pawn, you can overturn the Gu family? Although Xianing Zhao had some doubts about Gu Yicheng after these events, she knew she couldn't show weakness in front of Liu Huijin now. She pretended to be mysterious and said to Liu Huijin, Ning Zhao has her own arrangements, and the Jin Yuan Marquis need not worry. Seeing Xianing Zhao's confident demeanor, Liu Huijin no longer pressed the matter and instead talked with her about some issues regarding the Gu family, and then left with his subordinates. Watching Liu Huijin's departing figure, Xianing Zhao's expression gradually shifted from calm to gloomy. Although Liu Huijin did not take action against her and Lin Fengxing, it was evident from their conversation that he intended to keep her confined here, cutting off her contact with the outside world. Miss, what do we do now? At this moment, Lin Fengxing, who was behind Xianing Zhao, spoke up, looking at her with concern. Hearing Lin Fengxing's question, Xianing Zhao gently shook her head. She had no good countermeasures at the moment and could only sigh helplessly. Let's take it one step at a time. The next morning, at the Duke of the State's residence, Gu Yixuan had changed the wound dressings on his left shoulder and later arrived at the guest room, where Su Qingdai was under house arrest. Young master. The two guards responsible for watching Su Qingdai immediately cupped their fists and saluted when they saw Gu Yixuan. Open the door. I have something to say to the person inside. Gu Yixuan nodded and instructed the guards. Yes. The two guards immediately nodded and opened the door for Gu Yixuan to enter. Inside the room, Su Qingdai was sitting on a long bench, her expression full of worry. She couldn't understand why Xianing Zhao would bring the maid, Ciyue, who turned out to be an assassin. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door opening and turned her head to look. As Gu Yixuan entered the room, he saw Su Qingdai's worried face. Su Qingdai immediately stood up and saluted, saying, Marquis Wuan. There is no need for so much formality, Dr. Su. Gu Yixuan looked at Su Qingdai, his expression calm as he nodded, signaling her to sit down. However, Su Qingdai dared not sit, standing in place, and after Gu Yixuan sat down, she spoke. Marquis Wuan, I really didn't know Ciyue was an assassin. My sister only said she was a maid sent by her family. I've only known her for a few days. Su Qingdai clenched the hem of her clothes, her eyes red, her tone full of panic. If I had known she had ulterior motives, I would have never brought her into the residence, even if it meant risking my life. Although Su Qingdai had been traveling with her master in the martial world for many years, she was just a doctor and had never experienced such a situation. Gu Yixuan looked at the agitated Su Qingdai with some helplessness and raised his hand to signal her to calm down. I know you are innocent, otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here well. Hearing Gu Yixuan say he believed her, Su Qingdai felt somewhat relieved. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Gu Yixuan and said, Since the Marquis knows I'm innocent, can you let me go? Gu Yixuan did not immediately respond to Su Qingdai's request to let her go. Instead, he first picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of cold tea. Seeing that Gu Yixuan did not answer her, Su Qingdai's expression tightened. Just as she was about to speak again, Gu Yixuan said, The assassin was brought into the residence by you. I cannot let you go just because you were unaware. Gu Yixuan took a sip of tea and then looked at Su Qingdai, speaking calmly. Hearing that Gu Yixuan would not let her go, Su Qingdai's face instantly turned pale. Her fists clenched tightly, her voice trembling. So the Marquis still intends to punish me? Su Qingdai's eyes filled with despair. She felt certain there was no way out for her. Remembering her beloved master, tears began to fill her eyes. If only she had listened to her master's advice and not run around, she wouldn't have ended up like this. But just then, Gu Yixuan gently placed the teacup back on the table, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. I originally intended to punish you, but considering you were unaware, and since you helped me with my injuries, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Su Qingdai, hearing Gu Yixuan's words, suddenly looked up, her eyes slightly red as she gazed at him, stammering, "Redeem myself?" "Yes, redeem yourself." Gu Yixuan nodded, and then revealed the purpose of his visit, to find Su Qingdai. The king of Chu, Xiao Jinghang, has a worsening old injury on his leg and is sending people everywhere to look for your master, Sun Zhoumiao. Hearing Gu Yixuan mention her master, Su Qingdai's eyes flashed with surprise. How did he know her master was Sun Zhoumiao? And what does this have to do with redeeming herself? But before she could ask, Gu Yixuan continued, Dr. Sun is elusive. Even when the emperor sent people to find him back then, they couldn't locate him. At this point, a sharp coldness flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes. You are Dr. Sun's only disciple, and only you can find him. Xiao Jinghang will definitely bring you into the palace. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Su Qingdai realized what he meant by redeeming herself, and she involuntarily took a step back, her eyes filled with shock and panic. You wanted to be a spy? After learning medicine with her master for all these years, the biggest scene she had ever witnessed was a gang fight. Now she was being asked to act as a spy for Gu Yixuan in the royal palace. Wasn't that pushing her into a fire pit? Chapter 72. What does the Marquis mean by this? Looking at the astonished Su Qingdai, Gu Yixuan calmly nodded and said, Yes. As long as you can find what I want in the Prince of Chu's residence, I will pardon you for bringing people to assassinate me this time. If not, Gu Yixuan looked at Su Qingdai, his eyes flashing with cold light as he said in a chilling tone, I will imprison you, and that's in a dungeon and subject you to torture. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Su Qingdai's already helpless expression grew more frantic. Her legs felt weak, and she could only lean against the table to barely stand, her pale face betraying her fear. She looked at Gu Yixuan, opened her mouth wanting to refuse, but seeing his indifferent expression, she knew his words were not empty threats. If she dared to refuse, she would surely suffer inhumane torment. I am just a doctor. I have never done such a thing. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qingdai clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as she trembled and said, If I am discovered, the Prince of Chu will not spare me. Hearing Su Qingdai say this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Gu Yixuan's mouth. He gently shook the teacup and spoke to her in a calm tone. Then do you think I will spare you right now? Su Qingdai bit her lip tightly. Gu Yixuan was the Marquis of Wuan, and his father was the Duke of Dinghua, a high-ranking official in the current dynasty. If he sent her to the Prince of Chu's residence as a spy, it must be to deal with him. Whether it was the Prince of Chu or the Duke of Dinghua, both were important ministers of the Kanglan Kingdom. If they came into conflict, the nobility would be fine, but the common people in the capital would suffer. Su Qingdai recalled her master often saying that a healer should have a benevolent heart, but at this moment, being asked to act as a healer to do such a thing was truly against her conscience. Gu Yixuan noticed the hesitation in her eyes and guessed her doubts. It seemed that Sun Zhoumiao had taught her well. He sighed inwardly, and, after contemplating Su Qingdai's character in the original plot, he said to her, You need not worry that this Marquis intends to use you to harm the Prince of Chu. I have received news that the Prince of Chu is secretly colluding with court officials to act against the state and overthrow the dynasty. If you can obtain evidence of the Prince of Chu's collusion with court officials and his intent to rebel, it would save countless lives. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Su Qingdai suddenly looked up at him, her eyes filled with shock. What? The Prince of Chu intends to rebel? Just a moment ago, she thought it was the Gu family with ulterior motives that would target the royal relative, the Prince of Chu. Now, listening to Gu Yixuan, it seemed that the Prince of Chu was indeed the one with rebellious intentions. Gu Yixuan saw her astonishment and gently shook his head, explaining, It is well known that the Gu family is favored by the emperor. In that case, how could my family engage in such treasonous acts? Su Qingdai nodded at this. It was indeed well known that the current emperor valued the Gu family. After a long silence, she looked up at Gu Yixuan and asked, What does the Marquis want me to do? Seeing Su Qingdai agree, Gu Yixuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of expected satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and said to her, It's simple. After you enter the Prince of Chu's residence, do not immediately contact Dr. Sun, but rather help the Prince of Chu tend to his injuries. During this process, pay close attention to any letters handled by Xiao Jingheng and the people he interacts with. If you find anything suspicious, report it to me immediately. hearing Gu Yixuan's words. Sukindai native. This wasn't difficult, but the problem was how to convey the information. Paying attention to letters and people wasn't hard. But the Prince of Chu's residence would definitely be heavily guarded. How would she relay the information to the Marquis? Gu Yixuan, noticing her concern, replied, "As long as you have news, use the pretext of purchasing medicinal materials to visit the Tongjitang in the city, where someone will meet you." Just as Su Qingdai gently nodded, her doubts gone, she heard Gu Yixuan continue. "Dr. Sun should be hiding in Qingyan Mountain now, right?" Gu Yixuan looked at Su Qingdai, his expression still calm, but his words carried a chill. Upon hearing this, Su Qingdai abruptly looked up at Gu Yixuan, her nerves tightening again, filled with disbelief in her gaze. How did he know where her master was hiding? "What do you mean by that, Marquis?" The shock in Su Qingdai's eyes gradually turned cold as she detected the threat in Gu Yixuan's words, and a surge of anger rose within her. Her master was her only family in this world, and Gu Yixuan actually used her master to threaten her? Nothing much. Just reminding Dr. Su to remember her task and not be swayed by the Prince of Chu, thus betraying me, Gu Yixuan said calmly, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Su Qingdai and Xiao Jingheng were the main characters in the original plot, and Gu Yixuan couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't spark something during this process, so he needed an insurance policy. This insurance was naturally her beloved master, Sun Zhongmiao. Knowing the plot, he certainly knew where Sun Zhongmiao's hiding place was. Seeing Gu Yixuan's sharp gaze, the last bit of hope in Su Qingdai's heart shattered, and she nodded. Feeling a bit lost. "I understand. Please rest assured, Marquis." Gu Yixuan, hearing her response, nodded in satisfaction, stood up from his chair, and thought for a moment before saying, "Dr. Su need not worry so much, as long as you can help me find evidence of Xiao Jingheng's rebellion. Not only will I not make things difficult for you and Dr. Sun, but I will also treat you as a guest of honor and help you open a large medical clinic in the capital. As for Dr. Sun, if he wishes to serve in my Kanglan court, I believe the Emperor will give him a satisfactory position." Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Su Qingdai's cold expression softened slightly as she nodded at him, but did not speak. Gu Yixuan was not concerned about her demeanor as he walked towards the door. He said, "In 2 days, I will arrange for you to meet with the people from the Prince of Chu's residence. At that time, just pretend to be unaware." After saying this, Gu Yixuan ignored Su Qingdai's reaction and walked straight out of the room. Su Qingdai watched Gu Yixuan's departing figure and suddenly thought of Xianing Zhao. After all, last night when she helped Gu Yixuan with his injuries, it seemed that he learned of her identity as a killer because he heard her call out Siyue's name. This meant that Gu Yixuan must know Xianing Zhao. Su Qingdai looked at Gu Yixuan's back, her eyes flickering as she opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, just watching him leave the room. After Gu Yixuan finished discussing Xiao Jingheng with Su Qingdai, he intended to find Gu Beizong to discuss matters, but saw a graceful figure standing in the distance. Chapter 73. Excited Lin Shixue. Seeing Lin Shixue in a green gauze dress, Gu Yixuan showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Noticing that she seemed to be waiting for him, he stepped forward towards her. Lin Shixue saw Gu Yixuan approaching, and for some reason, although she had many things to say to him just moments ago, she now didn't know what to say. But just as Lin Shixue was lost in thought, Gu Yixuan had already reached her side. Gu Yixuan found Lin Shixue's dazed expression somewhat amusing and smiled as he asked, "Miss Shixue, what brings you here?" Lin Shixue snapped back to reality at the sound of Gu Yixuan's voice. Seeing him looking at her with a smile, her cheeks flushed slightly. She was about to respond, but then recalled Murong Yun's words from yesterday, that Shixue would take care of him in the future, causing her heartbeat to quicken. Lin Shixue's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Gu Yixuan, clenching the handkerchief in her hand as she softly said, "Marquis, I just happened to pass by." As she spoke, her face grew even redder. How could she merely be passing by? She had clearly rushed to find him after hearing Zhuer say that Gu Yixuan was looking for the beautiful Dr. Su. Happened to pass by? Gu Yixuan stepped closer, looking at Lin Shixue with a smile, clearly amused by the coincidence. He could roughly guess her purpose for being there, but chose not to point it out. Lin Shixue saw Gu Yixuan smile and slowly turned her face away, not daring to meet his gaze, her eyes dropping to the ground as she quietly said, Actually, it was my mother who asked me to find you. Your mother? What did she want you to do? Gu Yixuan asked knowingly, his eyes carrying a hint of mischief. Madam, Lin Xiu felt even more embarrassed upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words and stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. Gu Yixuan looked at Lin Xiu's flustered little appearance and decided not to tease her anymore. He reached out to ruffle her hair and explained, I came to find Su Qingdai to discuss something important, so don't think too much about it. Lin Xiu, with her head down, felt Gu Yixuan's hand on her head, and her cheeks turned even redder. However, upon hearing that Gu Yixuan came to find Su Qingdai for an important matter, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, Zhu'er had said that the beauty of Dr. Su was not inferior to her own. Furthermore, Gu Yixuan had let Su Qingdai go last night, and had come to find her early today. How could this not worry Lin Xiu? After the weight in Lin Xiu's heart was lifted, her expression relaxed a bit. Seeing Gu Yixuan's hand still on her head, a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Lin Xiu finally understood that Gu Yixuan just loved to touch his own head. Remembering what Zhu'er said, she had always been like a submissive little wife in front of him. At this thought, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she wanted Gu Yixuan to know that she was not easy to mess with. Just then, Gu Yixuan retracted his smile, took his hand off her head, and spoke to her. Let's not talk about that. I have some leads on your mother's case. Once I resolve the current matter, I can help you with it. Lin Xiu looked up at Gu Yixuan in surprise, her eyes filled with joy. Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Gu Yixuan nodded gently at the excited Lin Xiu. The Qinji guards he sent to Jiangnan had returned, bringing back that crucial witness. However, he still needed to deal with Xianing Zhao's matter first, so he could only postpone this issue for a while. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Xiu immediately shook her head, her eyes slightly red, her voice trembling. How could you, my lord, ever lie to me? I'm just too excited. Thank you, my lord. If it weren't for you, Lin Xiu looked at the exceptionally handsome Gu Yixuan, her eyes filled with gratitude, and due to her overwhelming emotions, a few tears even flowed from the corners of her eyes. The person who harmed her mother would finally receive the punishment they deserved, coming to the capital alone. With her father Lin Ruichong disliking her so much, it was nearly impossible to investigate her mother's case by herself. At this thought, Lin Xiu actually felt a bit grateful to Lin Ruichong and Lin Feiyao. If it weren't for Lin Ruichong recommending Lin Feiyao in front of Gu Yixuan that day, how could she have possibly met him? Stop crying. You're good at everything, except for crying, Gu Yixuan said, looking at Lin Xiu with tears in her eyes, gently reaching out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, speaking in a soft tone. But the more he did this, the redder Lin Xiu's eyes became. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan showed a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, he remembered what Murong Yun had said last night and deliberately leaned in a bit closer, looking at her with intense eyes. Mother said you should take care of me in the future, but looking at you now, it seems difficult. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Xiu stopped crying instantly, her cheeks flushed red, taking a step back and softly pouting, My lord, please don't tease me. Seeing that Lin Xiu had stopped crying, Gu Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief, then said seriously, I'm not teasing you. Mother is right. It's time for you to. Lin Xiu flusteredly lowered her head, her heart in a mess after hearing Gu Yixuan's words. She stamped her foot and, not waiting for Gu Yixuan to finish, turned and ran out. Gu Yixuan watched Lin Xiu as a panicked retreat, his expression seemingly calm, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. After standing there for a moment and sorting out his thoughts, he walked towards Gu Baizong's main courtyard. Not long after he left, Lin Xiu and Zhu'er's figures appeared again not far away. Miss, you really are too hopeless. The Marquis of Wuan just said that, and you ran away? Zhu'er looked at Gu Yixuan's departing figure, then turned to Lin Xiu with a disappointed expression. Lin Xiu gazed at Gu Yixuan's figure, still feeling a bit chaotic in her thoughts, but gradually regained her composure upon hearing Zhu'er's words. Seeing Zhu'er's disappointed look, she couldn't help but pat her. Little girl, what do you know? Zhu'er was about to retort when she saw Lin Xiu falling into a daze again, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed her matchmaking journey was going to be a long one. Gu Yixuan arrived at the main courtyard and was about to enter when a servant standing at the courtyard door approached him. "Young master, the Duke went out early this morning. He instructed that if you come looking for him, to let you know." Hearing the servant's words, Gu Yixuan was puzzled. Father went out? Although he mentioned dealing with Liu Huijin at the LMAO outside the city yesterday, he shouldn't need to go himself, right? Chapter 74. Does Yixuan know about Qingfeng Temple? Although Gu Yixuan was somewhat confused, since Gu Beizong was not there, he decided not to linger and turned to head towards Gu Yixuan's courtyard. However, before he reached Gu Yixuan's courtyard, he spotted him sitting alone in a pavilion. Gu Yixuan was sitting in the pavilion, occasionally sipping from teacup, his gaze fixed ahead with a hint of worry in his eyes. After the assassination attempt on Gu Yixuan last night failed, and with Gui capturing and interrogating him, he was concerned about his identity being revealed. As he thought about this, Gu Yixuan let out a sigh, a look of helplessness crossing his face. When Gu Yixuan returned to the residence and learned that Liu Xiu had been captured, he felt the coldness in Gu Yixuan's gaze. To prevent Gu Yixuan from noticing anything unusual now, he didn't dare to meet with Thieu openly, nor did he dare to inquire about her. Gu Yixuan had considered stealthily entering the prison to silence Thieu, but the prison was heavily guarded by the Qinji guards, making it impossible for him to infiltrate. Just as Gu Yixuan was troubled about Thieu and wondering whether he should contact Xianing Zhao again, Gu Yixuan had already arrived outside the pavilion. Hearing footsteps outside the pavilion, Gu Yixuan turned to look, only to find it was Gu Yixuan. "Yixuan, I saw from a distance that you seem a bit unwell. Is something bothering you?" Gu Yixuan walked into the pavilion with a smile and asked Gu Yixuan. "Big brother." Gu Yixuan felt a bit flustered when he saw Gu Yixuan coming to find him, but he still stood up and pretended to be calm, saying a word. After Gu Yixuan sat down in the pavilion, Gu Yixuan finally spoke. "I'm Fine, just a bit startled by the assassin last night. Big brother doesn't need to worry." Gu Yixuan smiled and said to Gu Yixuan, "Really just startled by the assassin last night?" Gu Yixuan, seeing Gu Yixuan's response, raised an eyebrow with a hint of a cold smile, knowingly asking. Gu Yixuan was startled by Gu Yixuan's words, but seeing him appear normal, he relaxed a bit and replied, "Indeed, that assassin did give me quite a scare. If it weren't for Gui acting in time, Big Brother might have been in danger." Gu Yixuan nodded, just about to respond, when Gu Yixuan continued, "Let's not talk about me. Big Brother, after experiencing a battle and an assassination last night, I wonder how your injuries are? Do you need me to fetch a doctor from the city?" Seeing Gu Yixuan eager to discuss Thieu, Gu Yixuan hurriedly spoke up. Gu Yixuan noticed his urgency to change the subject and secretly sneered, but he was too lazy to expose him, shaking his head. "It's just a minor injury. Mother had a doctor come this morning to change the dressing. It's nothing serious." That's good. That's good." Gu Yixuan feigned relief upon hearing this. Then, Gu Yixuan and Gu Yixuan chatted idly for a while. Suddenly, Gu Yixuan seemed to think of something and looked at Gu Yixuan. "Yixuan, have you heard of the Qingfeng Temple outside the city?" While handling Gu Yixuan's conversation, Gu Yixuan was also thinking about his own matters. Hearing him suddenly mention a temple, he was a bit puzzled. "Qingfeng Temple? I haven't heard of it." Big Brother suddenly asking, "Is there something going on?" Looking at Gu Yixuan's puzzled expression, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with light, and he pretended to be relaxed. "It's nothing serious. It's just that Xiu heard someone say that temple is quite effective and want me to go with her to seek a talisman for safety. I also don't know the truth, so I thought I'd ask you if you know whether the Qingfeng Temple is really effective." Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual, and he did not immediately respond. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his gaze towards Gu Yixuan and said, "Whether the Qingfeng Temple is effective or not is another matter. But, brother, in recent days, you have repeatedly encountered attempts on your life. The temple is outside the city, so father and mother probably wouldn't feel at ease about you and Miss Xiu going, right?" Gu Yixuan looked at Gu Yixuan. His tone was calm, but he was indeed a bit excited inside. He knew that if Gu Yixuan and Liu Xiu really went to the Qingfeng Temple outside the city, it would definitely be a great opportunity to eliminate Gu Yixuan. However, after experiencing several failures, he also knew that Gu Yixuan was not so easy to kill and that he had to be fully prepared, which was why he asked this question. Seeing that Gu Yixuan did not immediately agree to his going to the Qingfeng Temple, A hint of surprise flashed in Yixuan's eyes. It seemed that after several failures, this guy had indeed learned his lesson. However, he had already thought of a reason, and seeing Yixuan ask, he directly replied, "The Qingfeng Temple is not far from the capital. Sure, Xue and I can ride fast without attendance, and we can return in no time." Hearing Yixuan say this, Yixuan's heart was filled with ecstasy. Not only did Yixuan want to go, but he also didn't want to bring attendants and guards. Wasn't this a heaven-sent opportunity to kill him? But recalling Yixuan's earlier inquiry, he knew that he had not yet made up his mind to go. So he pretended to ponder for a moment, and then said, "Since brother has thought this through, why don't I go check out the Qingfeng Temple? If it is indeed as effective as Miss Xiu has said, then brother can go with her to seek a talisman." Not knowing how brother feels about this, Yixuan, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "There is no issue with that." Seeing Yixuan agree, Yixuan suppressed his joy and stood up to walk outside the pavilion. "Then I'll go inquire about the Qingfeng Temple in the city." Watching Yixuan leave in a hurry, Yixuan's face showed a cold smile, but he still called out, "Such a trivial matter could be handled by the servants. There is no need for you, Yixuan, to go personally." Hearing Yixuan shout, Yixuan paused, turned around, and smiled at him. "How could it be a trivial matter for me to seek a safety talisman for brother? I don't trust the servants. I should go myself." After saying this, Yixuan pretended to be indifferent, waved his hand at Yixuan, and stepped out of the pavilion. "Younger brother?" Hearing Yixuan's words, Yixuan's expression froze, and a hint of daze passed through his eyes as he murmured. But he looked at Yixuan's departing figure, yet he could never connect it with the small frame that liked to follow him in his memories. Yixuan thought of many things in the pavilion, but in the end, he only let out a sigh. It's a pity that, as father said, in your heart, 20 years of nurturing cannot compare to blood ties. After Yixuan sighed, his gaze shifted from complex to cold. "Kulme, young master." As Yixuan's voice fell, 1,000 machine guard appeared in the pavilion, respectfully cupping his fist towards Yixuan. Yixuan looked at the 1,000 machine guard before him and coldly instructed, "Send someone to follow him." Chapter 75, delivering messages at the same time that Yixuan and Yixuan were discussing the Qingfeng Temple outside the capital. Gu Beizong stood on a small mound with his hands behind his back, looking at the devastated manor not far away, his eyes filled with coldness. "Master, everyone in the manor has been dealt with." At this moment, the bloodstained Gu Yi arrived behind Gu Beizong, cupping his fist in salute and speaking respectfully. "Were there any survivors?" Gu Beizong nodded, asking indifferently. Gu Yi shook his head and replied, "These people resisted fiercely and showed no fear in the face of our ambush. So there were no survivors." Gu Beizong was not surprised by Gu Yi's answer. After all, these were the death warriors trained by Liu Xiu, and such a reaction was to be expected. Gu Beizong knew that Yixuan was right. After all, Liu Xiu held a marquis title and had no legitimate reason for him to act against him. Since that was the case, he would set a trap to make Liu Xiu reveal his true colors, throw a few corpses at the gate of the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence. Gu Beizong paused for a moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he spoke to Gu Yi. "Yes." Gu Yi, hearing Gu Beizong's order, did not hesitate and immediately bowed to accept. Gu Beizong looked at the now utterly silent manor for a while longer and then turned to walk down the mound. Inside the capital, Gu Yixuan, under the pretext of understanding the situation of the Qingfeng Temple for Yixuan, first wandered around the capital and casually asked a few people about the Qingfeng Temple before arriving at a shop. "I want to see your shopkeeper." Gu Yixuan entered the shop, scanned to see if anyone was following him, and went straight to the counter, speaking to the shopkeeper who was calculating accounts. The surrounding customers looked at Gu Yixuan with some surprise upon hearing his words. Wasn't he the person at the counter, the shopkeeper? The shopkeeper, who was calculating accounts, was also puzzled, thinking someone was just teasing him. But when he raised his head and saw Gu Yixuan, his expression changed in shock, and he immediately pulled him to the back hall. "Why did you come find us?" The shopkeeper brought Gu Yixuan to the back hall, instructed the staff outside to keep watch, and then turned to Gu Yixuan, speaking somewhat flusteredly. "This is a stronghold of the Red Sleeve Tower in the capital, specifically used for delivering intelligence. Because it is well hidden it has not been discovered by the authorities. However, Gu Yixuan's identity was not ordinary, and his presence here might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, which made the shopkeeper uneasy. Gu Yixuan, however, was too lazy to explain to the shopkeeper and directly said, "I want to see Xianing Zhao." What Gu Yixuan didn't expect was that after he said this, the shopkeeper actually hesitated and did not immediately take him to see Xianing Zhao. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan felt something was off. Could it be that something happened to Xianing Zhao? Xianing Zhao had told him that if there were any urgent matters, he could come here and someone would take him to see her. Gu Yixuan believed that Xianing Zhao must have instructed the shopkeeper. But why was he now looking so hesitant? Is it not possible? Gu Yixuan asked the shopkeeper, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If something happened to Xianing Zhao, he might also be implicated. Seeing the coldness in Gu Yixuan's eyes, the shopkeeper quickly shook his head and, after thinking for a moment, said to him, "The tower master is currently in some trouble and may not be able to see you." Although Xianing Zhao was under house arrest by Liu Xiu, she could still convey messages to the outside world. The shopkeeper was aware of this situation, which was why he said this to Gu Yixuan. However, upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Gu Yixuan's heart sank, and he looked at him coldly, his hand slowly moving towards the hilt of his sword. "Have you been exposed?" Seeing Gu Yixuan's actions, the shopkeeper realized he had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "We have not been exposed. It's just that the tower master has to deal with some matters, so she cannot see you." After saying this, the shopkeeper thought that Gu Yixuan must have something important to discuss with Xianing Zhao, so he suggested, "If you have something important to say to the tower master, why not write it in a letter and I will pass it on to her? What do you think?" Hearing what the shopkeeper said, Gu Yixuan let out a sigh of relief while inwardly blaming Xianing Zhao for having matters at such an inconvenient time. This time, Gu Yixuan was going to the Qingfeng temple without bringing guards, which was the best opportunity to kill him. But according to the shopkeeper, it seemed that Xianing Zhao was facing a very tricky situation and couldn't come in person. Faced with this situation, Gu Yixuan could only nod helplessly and ask the shopkeeper to bring a piece of letter paper. He then wrote about Gu Yixuan's intention to go to Qingfeng temple, requesting her to make the necessary arrangements. The shopkeeper stood by, and after Gu Yixuan finished writing, he took the letter paper from his hand and immediately walked outside with it. In a courtyard, Xianing Zhao sat on a stone bench, holding a piece of rice paper and carefully reading its contents. She was under house arrest by Liu Xiu and could only rely on letters to understand the outside situation and command the people of Hongshu Tower. Just as Xianing Zhao finished reading a letter and was about to lift the teacup on the table to drink, Lin Fengxing suddenly appeared at the courtyard entrance and hurriedly walked towards her. Seeing this, Xianing Zhao was somewhat puzzled. When Lin Fengxing approached, she looked at him curiously and asked, "Uncle Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Fengxing came before Xianing Zhao, handed her the envelope in his hand, and said with a serious tone, "Miss, this is a message from Gu Yixuan transmitted from our intelligence base. It seems there is something important to discuss with you." Hearing this, Xianing Zhao quickly set aside her tea and took the envelope from him with a solemn expression, tearing it open to check the contents inside. As she read, her originally serious expression gradually turned to one of joy, and her mood became excited. Seeing Xianing Zhao's delight, Lin Fengxing initially felt reassured, and after she finished reading the letter, he asked, "Miss, what does the letter say? Is there useful information?" Xianing Zhao nodded, not immediately responding to Lin Fengxing's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, suppressing her joy, she finally spoke. "Gu Yixuan is going to Qingfeng temple outside the city to seek a peace talisman, and he isn't bringing any guards. This is a great opportunity to eliminate him." As Xianing Zhao spoke, her eyes gleamed coldly. Compared to the previous attempts, this assassination was most likely to succeed. Lin Fengxing, upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, also showed excitement in his eyes, but recalling the failures of the previous assassinations, he hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xianing Zhao, "Miss, can this information really be trusted? After all, the previous attempts." Xianing Zhao, hearing Lin Fengxing's words, gradually calmed down, her gaze falling within the courtyard, a glint of intelligence flashing in her eyes. "Don't we have Jin Yuan Ho as our helper now?" Chapter 76, "Shi Shui will go with you." Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lin Fengxing's eyes brightened. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Do you want Liu Huijin to participate in this matter as well?" Xianing Zhao took a sip of tea, a cold smile forming on her lips as she responded to Lin Fengxing. "Since he has collaborated with us to assassinate Gu Yixuan, he is already in the same boat with us. Since that's the case, why not let him join?" Hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lin Fengxing nodded, agreeing with her thoughts. After Xianing Zhao finished speaking, she picked up the letter and read it again, carefully going over its contents in her mind. After doing this, a glint of intelligence flashed in Xianing Zhao's eyes as she turned to Lin Fengxing and said, "You send someone to relay the message, asking Gu Yichen to delay Gu Yixuan and have him go to Qingfeng Temple the day after tomorrow. Then notify Liu Huijin's people to bring him here. After I discuss with him, I will send the detailed plan to Gu Yichen." "Understood, Mississippi. I'll take care of it right away." Lin Fengxing nodded in response to Xianing Zhao's instructions and quickly turned to leave. In the shop, after handing over the message to the shopkeeper, Gu Yichen anxiously stayed behind, waiting. Fortunately, Xianing Zhao did not keep him waiting long, and within an hour, he saw the shopkeeper hurriedly walk in. Did Xianing Zhao send back a message? Upon seeing the shopkeeper, Gu Yichen immediately stood up and asked, "This is a letter sent back by the owner." The shopkeeper nodded at Gu Yichen's inquiry, quickly taking out an envelope from his sleeve and handing it to him. Gu Yichen took the envelope from the shopkeeper's hand and immediately tore it open to check its contents. After reading the letter, Gu Yichen pondered for a moment and then looked up at the shopkeeper. "Go reply to your owner. I will come again tomorrow." So she should think of a strategy as soon as possible. "Yes." The shopkeeper nodded in response to Gu Yichen's words. Having received Xianing Zhao's reply, Gu Yichen did not linger any longer and stepped towards the shop's entrance. Seeing this, the shopkeeper immediately followed him out. Gu Yichen walked out of the shop, surveyed his surroundings, and then entered the crowd, heading towards the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Not far behind him, in an alley, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance was closely watching his figure. In the courtyard of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yixuan picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the board, his expression full of helplessness. Sitting opposite him was Lin Xiu, dressed in a blue dress. In contrast to Gu Yixuan's helplessness, Lin Xiu looked at the chessboard with excitement. After Gu Yixuan placed his piece, she almost immediately grabbed a piece from the chess box beside her and placed it on the board. Gu Yixuan looked at the overwhelmingly one-sided situation on the board, feeling even more helpless. He had originally planned to wait for Gu Beizong to return in the courtyard, but unexpectedly, Murong Yun brought Lin Xiu over to enhance their relationship. After bringing Lin Xiu over, Murong Yun left, leaving the two alone in the courtyard. To avoid awkwardness, Lin Xiu proactively suggested they play chess. Gu Yixuan initially wanted to refuse this suggestion, as he had only learned some basic rules from his teacher when he was young and had no real skill in chess. Moreover, he knew that Lin Xiu had been trained by her mother since childhood and was proficient in all arts, far beyond his amateur level. However, unable to resist Lin Xiu's enthusiastic invitation, he agreed to the suggestion, leading to the current situation. "Lord, it's your turn. If you don't make a move soon, Xiu will consider you lost." Lin Xiu, seeing Gu Yixuan's troubled expression and his delay in making a move, flashed a mischievous glint in her eyes and urged him. She had thought Gu Yixuan would excel at everything. She didn't expect him to struggle as well. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Gu Yixuan looked up at her and, seeing the glint of mischief in her eyes, realized she wanted to see him make a fool of himself. "I can't win against Miss Xiu. I admit defeat. Is that all right?" Seeing Gu Yixuan admit defeat, Lin Xiu nodded, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Gu Yixuan looked at the smile on Lin Xiu's face, a layer of tenderness unconsciously spreading in his eyes as he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "Knowing I can't play chess, you still insisted on having me play. This little girl loves to bully people." Lin Xiu's cheeks flushed at Gu Yixuan's words, and feeling somewhat unconvinced, she patted his arm and was about to retort when she heard Gu Yixuan continue. "Let's not play chess for now. I need your help with something." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Lin Xiu was taken aback. Gu Yixuan still had something he needed her help with, but she quickly reacted, nodding firmly and saying to Gu Yixuan, "Please speak, Lord. As long as I can help you, Shishue will certainly not refuse." Looking at Lin Shishue's determined expression, Gu Yixuan smiled and briefly explained Gu Yichen's intentions against the Gu family and the matter regarding Qingfeng Temple. After listening to Gu Yixuan's account, Lin Shishue's eyes filled with disbelief and memories from her previous life gradually resurfaced. Although Gu Yixuan's explanation was brief, Lin Shishue, combining it with her past memories, could already guess some things. She thought to herself, so this is why Gu Yichen would use the emperor's trust in the Gu family to rebel. It turns out he was not of the Gu family's bloodline, but rather a remnant of Nanyue. Seeing that Lin Shishue had not spoken for a long time, Gu Yixuan knew she had guessed the general situation. He did not interrupt her, quietly waiting for her to sort out her thoughts. After a while, when Gu Yixuan saw Lin Shishue's expression gradually calm down, he continued, "Although I will arrange for guards in secret when we go to Qingyan Temple, there are still many dangers." However, before Gu Yixuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Shishue. "You don't need to say anything more. I will go with you." Lin Shishue snapped back to attention upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, her gaze filled with determination. Not to mention that in her previous life, Gu Yichuan's rebellion caused untold suffering to the people, and she was also implicated. Just the fact that Gu Yichuan wanted to kill Gu Yixuan was something she could not tolerate. Seeing Lin Shishue's resolute expression, Gu Yixuan knew she had made up her mind and proceeded to discuss some details with her. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard, and a servant came in. "Young master, the second young master has arrived." Upon hearing the servant's words, Gu Yixuan's eyes flashed with a glimmer, just as Lin Shishue turned to look at him. After exchanging a glance, the two quickly restored their usual demeanor. "Let him in," Gu Yixuan instructed the servant. "Yes." The servant answered softly and immediately left the courtyard. Chapter 77. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day. The servant had not been gone long when Gu Yixuan quickly walked in, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. He paused for a moment when he saw Lin Shishue was also present, but quickly regained his composure and hastened to them. "Elder brother, Miss Shishue, Yixuan is back. How did the investigation regarding Qingfeng Temple go?" Gu Yixuan asked with a smile. Hearing Gu Yixuan's inquiry, Gu Yixuan's face broke into a smile, and he immediately responded, "Elder brother, I found out that Qingfeng Temple is indeed effective." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixuan sneered inwardly. How could a temple associated with a despicable person like Taoist Qingyang possibly be effective? Gu Yixuan was clearly lying to him. But Gu Yixuan had no intention of exposing him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Gu Yixuan continue, "Not only did I investigate Qingfeng Temple, but I also consulted with renowned Taoists in the capital. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day. If we go to offer incense, then the talismans we ask for will be even more effective. How about you and Miss Shishue go then?" After reading the letter from Xianing Zhao, Gu Yixuan had figured out a way to delay Gu Yixuan's visit, which was this so-called auspicious day. Gu Yixuan was not surprised by Gu Yixuan's suggestion, as he knew Xianing Zhao would need time to prepare. He felt a chill in his heart, but pretended to be thoughtful. After a moment, he said to Gu Yixuan, "That would be fine. We shall go as you said." After saying this, Gu Yixuan pretended to turn to Lin Shishue and asked Shishue, "What do you think?" Lin Shishue, who had been silent, saw Gu Yixuan asking her and cooperatively displayed a look of surprise, saying, "If the second young master says so, then it's perfect for us to go the day after tomorrow." Seeing that the two had taken the bait, a glimmer of pride flashed in Gu Yixuan's eyes, and he feigned concern, reminding them to be safe on the way. Gu Yixuan patiently waited for him to finish before saying lightly, "Thank you for your trouble, second brother. You've been busy all day. You should go rest." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Gu Yixuan nodded and stepped out of the courtyard. After Gu Yixuan left, Lin Shishue turned to Gu Yixuan and quietly asked, "He was lying just now, right? The day after tomorrow is not an auspicious day at all." Gu Yixuan nodded. While gathering the chess pieces into the box, he replied, "To come up with the excuse of an auspicious day, it seems he has made some progress. If I didn't know everything, I might have really been deceived by him." After putting all the pieces away, Gu Yixuan lightly tapped the box with his fingers. a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he sneered. Since he wanted me to go the day after tomorrow, giving them time to prepare, I will give them this opportunity. I just don't know who will emerge victorious when the time comes. As evening fell, after Liu Xiu left, Gu Yixuan was about to call the Qinji guard who had been following Gu Yixuan today to inquire about the situation, when a servant reported that Gu Beizong had returned. Upon hearing this news, Gu Yixuan headed to the main courtyard first. As he stepped into the main courtyard, he saw Gu Beizong sitting in a chair, while Gu Yi was respectfully standing in front of him, seemingly reporting something. At that moment, Gu Beizong also noticed Gu Yixuan and called out, "Xianer, young master." Gu Yi, seeing Gu Yixuan arrive, turned to him and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Gu Yixuan nodded to Gu Yi, indicating he need not be overly formal, then turned to Gu Beizong and asked with a hint of confusion, "Father, I came to find you at noon, but the servants told me you had already left early. Were you dealing with the Moya guards outside the city? But that doesn't seem to require your personal attendance, does it?" In response to Gu Yixuan's question, Gu Beizong nodded and explained, "Those people indeed did not require my personal involvement, but I wanted to see how strong the assassins trained by Liu Qidong's son truly are." Gu Beizong shook his head in disappointment as he continued. However, the result was somewhat disappointing. Although the Moya guards trained by Liu Huaijin are loyal and fierce, they are far weaker compared to our Qinji guards. Gu Yi led the men into the village and resolved it all quickly. Gu Yixuan nodded upon hearing this. He knew the strength of the Qinji guards. The Moya guards were no match for them. He then asked, "Did you discover anything today, father?" Gu Beizong shook his head and calmly replied, "There were no significant gains. But I have already sent people to dump several corpses at the entrance of the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence, intending to give Liu Huaijin a scare and make him disarray himself." Gu Yixuan was taken aback by Gu Beizong's words. Although he had asked that question, he had not held much hope. After all, although there were elite Moya guards hiding in that village, there were no important figures among them, and they posed no real threat to Liu Huaijin. He did not expect his father to actually use the corpses of the Moya guards to give Liu Huaijin a scare, making him reveal his own mistakes. It seems experience is indeed invaluable. Seeing the surprise in Gu Yixuan's eyes, Gu Beizong smiled and then asked him, "Earlier you mentioned coming to find your father at noon. Was there something you wanted to discuss?" Nodding at Gu Beizong's inquiry, Gu Yixuan recounted the events regarding Qingfeng Temple. "Last night, I thought about it all night and planned." However, after Gu Yixuan shared his plan, Gu Beizong fell silent and did not respond. Gu Yixuan understood the reason. After all, Gu Beizong had previously stated that he would handle this matter and would not interfere. But he did not bring it up just for that reason. Gu Yixuan had already conveyed this matter to Xianing Zhao, and Xianing Zhao was in collusion with Liu Huaijin. She would definitely ensure that Liu Huaijin would act too. As Gu Yixuan thought of Gu Beizong's scare tactic, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. "I once hinted to Liu Huaijin that I knew about the existence of the Moya guards. After today's actions by father, he will surely guess that it is our Gu family taking action against him. If Xianing Zhao tells him that I plan to go to Qingfeng Temple to seek a talisman, in his panic he will definitely cooperate with Xianing Zhao to send someone to assassinate me. Or even in desperation, he might directly attack you, father." Upon hearing this, Gu Beizong's eyes finally revealed a hint of coldness. He looked up at Gu Yixuan and said in a chilling tone, "If that is the case, with the Qinji guards led out of the city by you, if Liu Huaijin acts against the Duke's residence in a panic, the situation might be." Seeing that his father understood his meaning, Gu Yixuan nodded and continued to speak to him. "That's right, so I can't take all the Qinji guards with me. After all, you're much more important than I am, and Liu Huaijin is likely to send more people here." Chapter 78. How confident are you? After listening to Gu Yixuan's thoughts, Gu Beizong nodded gravely and looked up at Gu Yixuan. "So what are your plans?" Gu Yixuan, hearing Gu Beizong's inquiry, did not respond immediately, but began to think in his mind. He had already formed a rough plan last night, and, while playing chess with Liu Xiu today, he had actually refined the plan quite a bit. However, after hearing Gu Beizong mention using the corpses of the Moya guards to alarm Liu Huaijin, he had some new ideas. Seeing that Gu Yixuan was deep in thought, Gu Beizong did not disturb him but quietly sipped his tea while contemplating the matter himself. After pondering for a while, Gu Yixuan slowly raised his head to look at Gu Beitsong, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and opened his mouth to share his thoughts with Gu Beitsong. My plan is as follows. Gu Beitsong, seeing this, began to focus intently on Gu Yixuan's plan. But the more he listened, the more serious his expression became. This is my plan. What do you think, father? After Gu Yixuan finished explaining his plan, he looked at Gu Beitsong with a hint of exploration in his eyes and asked, this plan must have Gu Beitsong's support. Otherwise, there are some things that the Marquis of Wuhan, simply cannot accomplish. Hearing Gu Yixuan's question, Gu Beitsong did not respond immediately. His fingers lightly tapped on the stone table, and a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. After a long time, Gu Beitsong looked at Gu Yixuan and spoke calmly. Shinner, how confident are you in this plan? Although Gu Beitsong felt that Gu Yixuan's plan was feasible, he still wanted to see how confident Gu Yixuan truly was. After all, if Gu Yixuan's plan was mostly based on his conjectures and something went wrong, it would be tantamount to plotting against the current Marquis. Even if the Emperor trusted the Gu family, he would have to punish Gu Yixuan due to the remonstrations of the officials. Hearing Gu Beitsong's inquiry, Gu Yixuan did not hesitate for a moment and directly replied, 80%. Gu Yixuan couldn't tell Gu Beitsong that his conjectures came from his knowledge of the plot, so he naturally couldn't speak too confidently. Good. Since you have such confidence, then proceed according to your plan. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Gu Beitsong nodded and then spoke to him. Although Gu Yixuan said he was only 80% confident, to Gu Beitsong, that was already 100% confidence. Seeing that Gu Beitsong agreed to his plan, Gu Yixuan felt relieved. Then Gu Beitsong shared his thoughts and helped Gu Yixuan supplement some deficiencies in the plan. Gu Yixuan nodded while listening, secretly marveling at how capable his father was. The reason he was able to devise this plan was based on his knowledge of the plot, while Gu Beitsong was able to identify the shortcomings of his plan based on the existing information and supplement it. It can only be said that he has stood firm in the Kanglin court for 20 years as the Duke of State. Just as Gu Yixuan and Gu Beitsong were discussing matters at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence, Liu Huijin received a report from his subordinate that Xianing Zhao wanted to see him and had important matters to discuss. My lord, do you want to meet Xianing Zhao? Seeing that Liu Huijin had finished listening to his subordinate's report, the old steward standing beside him asked. Yes. Hearing the old steward's inquiry, Liu Huijin nodded. He knew that Xianing Zhao calling for him at this time must be thinking of strategies to deal with the Gu family, so he naturally had to go. The old servant will arrange it right away, the old steward said, as Liu Huijin was still under house arrest and could not appear outside at will. However, just as the old steward was about to turn around to make arrangements, a servant rushed in hurriedly, shouting as he ran. My lord, bad news. Hearing the servant's shout, the old steward halted his steps, turned around to look at him, and coldly reprimanded, Quiet! What kind of manners are these, making such a loud noise in the residence? Liu Huijin also looked at the servant with indifferent eyes. Hearing the old steward's reprimand, the servant did not dare to shout loudly anymore and quickly approached Liu Huijin, bowing. My lord. Once the servant got close, Liu Huijin finally asked, What has happened? Hearing Liu Huijin's inquiry, the servant's eyes flashed with fear as he lowered his head and trembled while speaking. My lord, there are several corpses outside the residence. Hearing the servant's words, Liu Huijin's expression changed, and the old steward beside him immediately spoke sternly. What did you say? Hearing the old steward's question, the servant began to tremble. But he knew the seriousness of the situation and quickly explained. Just now, I don't know when, several corpses suddenly appeared outside the Marquis' residence. The doorman saw it and immediately called for me to report to the Marquis. After the servant finished speaking, he raised his head to glance at Liu Huijin, trembling as he continued. Those corpses have been moved to the courtyard by other servants. Please, my lord, go and take a look. Without needing the servant to remind him, Liu Huijin already understood the gravity of the situation and immediately stood up to head outside. The old steward, seeing the situation, no longer cared about arranging for Liu Huijin to meet Xianing Zhao and hurriedly followed him. Liu Huijin walked towards the courtyard, his expression not good. Although he still did not know the identities of those corpses, daring to openly throw them outside his Marquis' residence was clearly a provocation. Liu Huijin and the old steward walked quickly and soon arrived at the courtyard where the corpses were stored. The onlooking servants saw Liu Huijin arrive and hurriedly bowed to him. "My lord." Seeing this, Liu Huijin immediately waved his hand to dismiss the servants and then quickly walked to examine the corpses. The moment his gaze fell on the corpses, his pupils contracted. This is the old steward, who followed closely behind, also revealed the same expression as Liu Huijin, his eyes filled with disbelief. "These are the LMAO guards." Liu Huijin's eyes fixed on the corpses lying on the ground, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What is going on?" The old steward stepped forward a few paces, carefully identifying the corpses and discovering that they were indeed wearing the uniforms of the LMAO guards, trembling as he spoke. "Where is LMAO?" Liu Huijin's expression darkened like water, an endless fury rising in his heart as he coldly asked the old steward. LMAO was the masked man who had kidnapped Liu Xiu that night, and he was also the leader of the LMAO guards, usually managing them. Now that someone had thrown the corpses of the LMAO guards at the entrance of the Marquis's residence, how could LMAO not have discovered the abnormality to report to him? This was enough to make Liu Huijin furious. Hearing Liu Huijin's words, the old steward quickly regained his composure and replied, because he was afraid that Lin Fengxing would take Xianing Zhao to escape. The leader LMAO personally went to guard. Chapter 79. What does the Marquis think of this? Hearing the old steward's response, Liu Huijin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a dark expression. The LMAO guards were the death soldiers he had painstakingly trained over the years, and now their corpses had been thrown at the entrance. Wasn't that a blatant slap in his face? But while Liu Huijin was angry, he also felt some confusion. Very few people knew about his secret training of the LMAO guards. Who on earth would dare to act against them? Liu Huijin searched his mind for those who knew of the LMAO guards' existence, and then a figure slowly emerged in his mind. Gu Yixuan. Liu Huijin gritted his teeth as he uttered Gu Yixuan's name, remembering that during the banquet at the Marquis's residence that night, Gu Yixuan had mentioned the LMAO guards to him. Among those who knew of the LMAO guards' existence, only Gu Yixuan had a conflict with him. If someone dared to act against the LMAO guards, who else could it be but him? Gu Yixuan? Hearing the words of the Marquis, could it be that the Gu family has taken action against the LMAO? The old steward who was nearby noticed Liu Huijin calling out Gu Yixuan's name, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes as he asked. Upon hearing the steward's inquiry, Liu Huijin nodded and immediately instructed him. Quickly send someone to the manor outside the city to check if there are any survivors left. The members of LMAO were divided into two groups, one lurking within the capital and the other stationed at the manor outside the city. LMAO was currently in the capital, and since he had not received any news from LMAO, it could only mean that the group outside the city had encountered trouble. After the steward agreed, Liu Huijin continued, I need to meet with Xianing Zhao. Make arrangements quickly. Yes. The old steward nodded in acknowledgement. After confirming that Liu Huijin had no other orders, he immediately turned to make arrangements. Once the steward left, Liu Huijin looked at the bodies of the LMAO on the ground, his eyes flickering with light. Since the Gu family dared to act against the LMAO, they must know that he was targeting them. But he wondered if Gu Beizong and Gu Yixuan were aware of his alliance with Xianing Zhao. Liu Huijin murmured to himself, his gaze gradually turning cold. Xianing Zhao's identity was extremely sensitive. If the father and son of the Gu family learned about his collaboration with her and reported it to the emperor, then he would be in serious trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of panic rose within him, but at the same time, a bold idea emerged. Let's wait until I see Xianing Zhao to see what countermeasure she has. After pondering for a long time, Liu Huijin dismissed that bold idea. He knew that if he acted on it and it was exposed, it would truly be the end for him. In the courtyard room, Xianing Zhao was sitting calmly in a chair, quietly awaiting Liu Huijin's arrival. Miss, do you have a plan in mind? Lin Fengxing, who was behind her, asked when he noticed that Liu Huijin was late. Hearing Lin Fengxing's question, Xianing Zhao came back to her senses, and after thinking for a moment, she softly replied, I have a rough plan, but there are some areas that still need Liu Huijin's help. We can discuss it when he arrives. As Xianing Zhao spoke, her eyes sparkled with cold light. After experiencing previous failures, She had decided that this time she would not only target Gu Yixuan, but would take this opportunity to directly aim at the Gu family. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lin Fengxing nodded and was about to continue speaking when footsteps were heard from outside. Xianing Zhao also sensed the movement and turned to look towards the door. As the footsteps approached, it wasn't long before Lu Huaijin's figure appeared at the entrance, followed by LMAO. Jin Yuan Marquis. Xianing Zhao stood up to greet him as Lu Huaijin arrived. Lu Huaijin's expression was somewhat grim because of the LMAO incident, but he still nodded at Xianing Zhao and walked towards the main seat. Noticing Lu Huaijin's unusual demeanor and the fact that LMAO was wearing a black veil, which made his eyes appear different, Xianing Zhao felt a hint of confusion but did not ask any questions. Lu Huaijin sat in the main seat, his gaze landing on Xianing Zhao as he calmly inquired, "Master Xia, did you summon me to discuss a way to deal with the Gu family?" Although Xianing Zhao was still somewhat puzzled by her earlier discovery, upon hearing Lu Huaijin ask about the reason for summoning him, she no longer thought about it and informed him of the news she received from Gu Yixuan today. Today, Gu Yixuan sent news that Gu Yixuan. Upon hearing that the message was from Gu Yixuan, Lu Huaijin's expression became serious. Gu Yixuan was a pawn that Xianing Zhao had placed within the Gu family, and the news he brought was undoubtedly valuable. For a moment, the room fell silent, with only Xianing Zhao's voice breaking the quiet. What does the Marquis think about this? After finishing her account of Gu Yixuan going to Qingfeng Temple outside the city to seek a talisman, she looked at Lu Huaijin and asked. After hearing Xianing Zhao's account, Lu Huaijin did not respond immediately. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, and a hint of contemplation crossed his eyes. Listening to Xianing Zhao's words, this was indeed an excellent opportunity to eliminate Gu Yixuan. Under normal circumstances, Lu Huaijin would have immediately agreed to use this opportunity to get rid of Gu Yixuan. But today's massacre of the LMAO outside the city made him feel somewhat apprehensive. After pondering for a long while, Lu Huaijin decided to inform Xianing Zhao about the LMAO incident. After all, Xianing Zhao was still in his hands, and even if she knew he had lost some subordinates, she could not escape. Master Xia, what you are saying is that you want me to join you in an assassination attempt on Gu Yixuan the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing Lu Huaijin say this, Xianing Zhao nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Huaijin continued, "But to be honest with you, Master Xia, my LMAO suffered heavy losses in an ambush today, and I'm afraid they won't be able to help you." Hearing Lu Huaijin's words, Xianing Zhao's pupils contracted. The LMAO under Lu Huaijin had been ambushed? Who would dare to act against the Marquis' people? While Xianing Zhao was shocked, she also felt a sense of clarity. No wonder Lu Huaijin's expression was off earlier. It turned out to be like this. I wonder who would dare to act against the Marquis' people? After calming her emotions, Xianing Zhao looked at Lu Huaijin, her tone filled with curiosity as she asked him. It should be the Qianzhuai of the Gu family. Lu Huaijin responded in a nonchalant tone upon hearing Xianing Zhao's inquiry. What? The Gu family? Hearing that it was the Gu family that acted against the LMAO, Xianing Zhao's heart trembled, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Since the Gu family dared to act against Lu Huaijin, they must know about his intentions toward them. She just didn't know if they were aware of her connection with Lu Huaijin. But soon, the confusion in Xianing Zhao's eyes gradually disappeared as a plan began to form in her mind. Chapter 80. Conspiracy That's Right. It was the Gu family. During the banquet at the Jin Yuan Marquis' residence that night, Gu Yixuan had mentioned the LMAO to me. It seems that the ambush on the LMAO this time was indeed orchestrated by the Gu family. Seeing Xianing Zhao's shocked expression, Lu Huaijin nodded and began to explain. Xianing Zhao did not respond immediately, but after considering the feasibility of her plan, she tentatively spoke to Lu Huaijin. If that is the case, the Gu family must have murderous intentions against you since they dared to act against your people in broad daylight. Hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Lu Huaijin gently nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He understood this logic all too well, but the Gu family was powerful, and even if they truly wanted to act against him, he had no way to counter it. Seeing the worry in Lu Huaijin's eyes, Xianing Zhao felt a surge of joy but maintained a calm facade as she continued to ask, I wonder if the Jin Yuan Marquis has any countermeasures? Upon hearing this, Liu Huijin fell silent. He did have an idea, but it was too risky. If something went wrong, it would be disastrous, and he currently had no countermeasures. Xianing Zhao noticed this and understood that he had not thought of a plan yet. So she spoke up. I have an idea in mind. I wonder if the Marquis would like to hear it? Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Liu Huijin's expression brightened, and he immediately asked, Master Xia, please speak. Xianing Zhao nodded and then said, Gu Yixuan will go to seek a talisman the day after tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to assassinate him. However, Gu Yixuan is not weak, and if he makes a full escape, we may not be able to stop him. Upon hearing this, Liu Huijin felt somewhat puzzled. Xianing Zhao was right, but what did this have to do with him? But before he could ask, Xianing Zhao continued, in that case, we don't need to send too many people to assassinate Gu Yixuan. As she said this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Upon hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Liu Huijin's heart suddenly jolted as he realized what her plan was. Are you suggesting that we directly take action against Gu Beizong, who is at the Dingwa Gongfu? Liu Huijin looked at Xianing Zhao. Although his words remained calm, the flickering light in his eyes revealed his inner thoughts. He had previously considered directly taking action against the Gu family to eliminate future troubles, and he was surprised that Xianing Zhao's thoughts coincided with his earlier ideas. However, successfully implementing this plan was nearly impossible, as the Gu family was not easy to deal with. Xianing Zhao noticed the unusual color in Liu Huijin's eyes and understood his thoughts. But since she had brought it up, she naturally had a corresponding plan. Indeed, although Gu Yixuan said he would not bring guards, Gu Beizong would certainly not allow him to go alone with Lin Shishue to the Qingfeng temple outside the city, and he would definitely arrange a few attendants for him. In that case, why not let someone return to report? Xianing Zhao's words came to a sudden halt. Liu Huijin was not a fool. Having said that much, he would surely understand her meaning. As expected, Liu Huijin did grasp Xianing Zhao's thoughts. As long as they let Gu Yixuan's attendants return to report, Gu Beizong would definitely send someone to support Gu Yixuan. At that time, they could directly send people to storm the Duke of Dingwa's residence and eliminate Gu Beizong, the pillar of the Gu family and even of the Kanglin kingdom, in one fell swoop. Do you know what the consequences would be if this plan succeeded? After a long silence, Liu Huijin looked up at Xianing Zhao and asked in a low voice. If Xianing Zhao's plan succeeded and Gu Beizong died, the emperor would surely be furious, and the Kanglin kingdom would fall into chaos. At that time, those who acted against the Gu family would definitely have to face the emperor's wrath, which was the main reason Liu Huijin did not dare to take action. In response to Liu Huijin's doubts, Xianing Zhao smiled and calmly replied, Lord Marquis need not worry. Once Gu Beizong dies, chaos will surely ensue in the capital, and we can take this opportunity to erase our traces. Even if the court wants to investigate, they won't find us immediately. As she said this, a cold smile appeared in Xianing Zhao's eyes as she continued, Moreover, do you still have a choice now, Lord Marquis? Hearing Xianing Zhao's words, Liu Huijin's expression froze. Yes, did he still have a choice? Since the Gu family had taken action against the Moya guard today and brazenly left the corpse at the door of his marquisate, wasn't this not only a warning, but also a declaration of war? Thinking of this, Liu Huijin furrowed his brows, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair. Deep in thought, Xianing Zhao saw this and did not rush Liu Huijin to express his stance. As she had said earlier, Liu Huijin had no other choice now. Liu Huijin also knew that this was the only way forward. If he did not act first, it would be too late when the Gu family struck against him. But how could he evade the court's investigation? Although Xianing Zhao had said she would erase their traces immediately after Gu Beizong's death, there was no wall in the world that wouldn't let the wind through. If the court investigated thoroughly, they would surely discover some clues. If they could trace those clues back to him, then he would be. As Liu Huijin pondered this, his gaze landed on Xianing Zhao for a moment, and the light in his eyes flickered and vanished. Rather than thinking about how to erase the traces of his involvement, why not simply hand the murderer over? Looking at Xianing Zhao, the thought rose in Liu Huijin's mind. As long as they successfully dealt with the Gu father and son, he could directly push Xianing Zhao out and let her and Hongzila take the blame. As for whether Xianing Zhao would expose him, Liu Huijin was not worried about that. Xianing Zhao already had experience in assassinating Gu Yixuan. The emperor and the civil and military officials would believe an assassin over him, the current Marquis of Jinyuan. The outcome was predictable. Furthermore, even if Gu Yixuan miraculously survived, there would be no direct evidence pointing to his involvement in this matter. Even if the emperor had doubts, he could not act against him based solely on that. Thinking of this, Liu Huaiqin felt a sense of clarity and turned to Xianing Zhao, smiling as he spoke. Then we will go with what you, Miss Xia, have suggested. Seeing Liu Huaiqin agree, Xianing Zhao relaxed and also smiled. They then discussed the details of the plan to ensure there would be no mistakes. In that case, this matter is settled. I will return to gather the people in the city first. Please, Miss Xia, also arrange your people in Hongzila as soon as possible to avoid any errors. After discussing the details of the plan, Liu Huaiqin stood up and said to Xianing Zhao, "Of course, I will arrange it right away, and there will be no mistakes." "Please rest assured, Lord Marquis," Xianing Zhao replied. Liu Huaiqin nodded in response, and then said no more, leaving the room with LMAO behind him. Xianing Zhao did not rise, but sat quietly in the chair, watching Liu Huaiqin leave, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. "Miss," I noticed that Liu Huaiqin's expression just now seemed. Lin Fengxing, who was behind Xianing Zhao, spoke with some concern as he watched Liu Huaiqin's departing figure. Hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Xianing Zhao nodded lightly, though her expression remained calm. She could vaguely sense Liu Huaiqin's thoughts, but did she not have her own plans? "Uncle Lin need not worry. I have my own countermeasures." Xianing Zhao looked in the direction Liu Huaiqin had left, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she spoke. "Liu Huaiqin should not obstruct us. You should gather the Hongzila members inside and outside the capital and prepare them." Lin Fengxing felt relieved upon hearing that Xianing Zhao had a plan, his expression relaxing as he quietly accepted the order and quickly left the room. After Lin Fengxing left, Xianing Zhao sat in contemplation for a long while before walking to a desk and starting to write. Chapter 81. Do you know what the consequences are? The next day, the Duke of Dinghua's residence was peaceful. After Gu Yixuan changed his bandages, he was pulled by Lin Xiu to play chess. Although he could not beat Lin Xiu, Gu Yixuan did not refuse. He had already arranged everything he needed to with Gu Beizong the night before. Moreover, his injury had not yet healed, and even if he wanted to practice martial arts, Yin would not agree. So he simply came to play chess with Lin Xiu. During this process, Lin Xiu not only talked to Gu Yixuan about tomorrow's matters, but also brought up Su Qingdai, asking Gu Yixuan how to deal with her. Faced with Lin Xiu's question, Gu Yixuan did not tell her about sending Su Qingdai to the Chu Wangfu as an undercover agent. He merely mentioned that he had arrangements for her. It was not that Gu Yixuan did not trust Lin Xiu, but he did not intend to involve her in these matters. Just as Gu Beizong would not discuss these intrigues with Yin. Seeing Gu Yixuan unwilling to elaborate, Lin Xiu did not press further. She believed in Gu Yixuan. Although Gu Yixuan did not mention this matter to Lin Xiu, her words reminded him. He had not yet figured out how to send Su Qingdai to Shao Jingheng without raising his suspicion. However, after Lin Xiu's suggestion, he did think of a method. Just as Gu Yixuan was playing chess with Lin Xiu, Gu Yixuan arrived at the Hongzila information transfer shop. The shopkeeper, who was currently calculating accounts, saw Gu Yixuan and immediately instructed a nearby attendant to watch the shop while he took Gu Yixuan to the back hall. "Does Xianing Zhao have any news for me?" Gu Yixuan immediately asked the shopkeeper upon entering the back hall. The shopkeeper, seeing Gu Yixuan's inquiry, did not hesitate to take out an envelope from his large sleeve. "This was sent by someone from the owner last night. Please take a look." Gu Yixuan raised his hand to take the envelope from the shopkeeper and tore it open to check. As the contents of the letter unfolded before his eyes, Gu Yixuan's expression grew increasingly grim, until he finally threw the letter on the ground in anger. Does Xianing Zhao know what the consequences of this would be? Gu Yixuan glared at the shopkeeper, his eyes flashing coldly as he spoke in a chilling voice. Looking at the cold-faced Gu Yixuan, the shopkeeper remained calm. He first bent down to pick up the letter that had fallen on the ground, and then looked at Gu Yixuan and said, "The owner said, if you don't want to do it, you can leave now and tell the Gu family father and son about our matter. We will not stop you." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Gu Yixuan paused, his anger surging within him. Xianing Zhao's words were clearly forcing him. He had already helped them relay messages a few times, and Gu Yixuan had been in danger because of it several times. How could Gu Baizong and Murong Yin possibly forgive him? He had no way back. Taking a few deep breaths, Gu Yichen suppressed his anger and looked at the shopkeeper, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What is the success rate of Xianing Zhao's plan?" The shopkeeper, upon hearing Gu Yichen's inquiry, simply shook his head lightly and replied, "The owner did not tell me these things. But this time the Jin Yuan Marquis is also involved, so there will be no mistakes. Please rest assured, young Master Gu." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, a trace of surprise flashed in Gu Yichen's eyes. Jin Yuan Marquis, Liu Huijin, how could he be involved in this matter? He was about to ask the shopkeeper, but then thought that Xianing Zhao probably wouldn't tell him these things, so asking would be pointless. He could only snort coldly and say, "Humph. Tell Xianing Zhao that I will do as she says, but I hope her plan doesn't go wrong." After speaking, Gu Yichen ignored the shopkeeper's reaction and directly swept his sleeves and left. The shopkeeper watched Gu Yichen leave, but did not follow him as he had done last time, standing still and watching him go. After Gu Yichen left the shop, he went straight back to the Duke of Dingwa's mansion. At this time, a Qinji guard also found Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan was currently playing chess with Lin Xiu, and when he turned his head, he saw a Qinji guard appear not far away. Lin Xiu, who was focused on the game, also noticed Gu Yixuan's abnormality and followed his gaze to see the Qinji guard. "My lord, I'll go get you some pastries," she said, knowing that the Qinji guard must have something to report to Gu Yixuan. "Okay, you go ahead," Gu Yixuan replied with a nod, not saying much. Lin Xiu then stood up and left. After Lin Xiu left, the Qinji guard approached and respectfully cupped his fists in salute to Gu Yixuan. "Young master." Gu Yixuan looked at the Qinji guard, knowing he was the one he sent to follow Gu Yichen, since he was now here to see him. It meant Gu Yichen had returned. "Did Gu Yichen go to that shop again today?" Gu Yixuan asked. Yes, the second young master did go to the shop again today. However, unlike yesterday, he didn't stay long before returning. The Qinji guard respectfully replied. Gu Yixuan nodded upon hearing the Qinji guard's words, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The day before, the Qinji guard had told him that Gu Yichen had gone to a shop and stayed there for a long time. He knew that it should just be a Hongxiu building, used as a base for relaying information, and since Xianing Zhao was not there, he had not taken any measures. Today, since Gu Yichen did not stay long before coming out, he must have already learned of Xianing Zhao's plan. Thinking of this, Gu Yixuan looked at the Qinji guard and asked, was there anything unusual when Gu Yichen left the shop today? The Qinji guard, upon hearing Gu Yixuan's inquiry, did not respond immediately, but thought for a moment before saying, when the second young master just left the shop today, his expression indeed looked a bit unpleasant, and he hurried back to the mansion. A bit unpleasant? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Gu Yixuan's eyes. He remained silent for a moment. Seeing that the Qinji guard was still respectfully standing in front of him, he waved his hand to dismiss him. You may leave. Yes, the Qinji guard responded, respectfully bowing to Gu Yixuan before turning to leave. After the Qinji guard left, Gu Yixuan lightly tapped his fingers on the chessboard, his eyes filled with contemplation. My lord. At that moment, Lin Xiu's voice rang out. Gu Yixuan looked up and saw that Lin Xiu had returned, holding a plate of pastries. Lin Xiu approached the stone table, placed the pastries down, then looked at Gu Yixuan with a slightly worried tone and asked, My lord, did something happen? Gu Yixuan looked at the worried Lin Xiu and smiled, shaking his head as he replied, It's nothing, just that the person I sent to watch Gu Yichen came to report his whereabouts today. Hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. But when Gu Yixuan mentioned Gu Yichen, she also thought of the trip to Qingfeng Temple tomorrow, and a worried expression returned to her eyes. My lord, about tomorrow's trip to Qingfeng Temple. Although Gu Yixuan had said he had made arrangements, Lin Xiu still felt a bit worried, not for herself, but for Gu Yixuan. After all, the assassins were targeting Gu Yixuan, and they would surely make desperate attempts to kill him. Gu Yixuan looked at her, knowing what this little girl was worried about. He reached out and ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, It's fine. Not to mention that I have already arranged for people, but my own strength is not weak either. Nothing will happen, so don't worry. Upon hearing Gu Yixuan say this, Lin Shixue's worried expression eased a little, but her gaze still held some concern. Gu Yixuan saw this and felt a bit helpless. He glanced at the chessboard on the stone table and said with a smile, "Let us not talk about this anymore. Come, let's play chess. This time, I want to lose." Lin Shixue saw this and knew Gu Yixuan was trying to change the subject to ease her worries. However, she also knew she couldn't help much, so she could only nod and continue playing chess with Gu Yixuan. Chapter 82. Qingfeng Temple the next day at noon. After Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue finished breakfast and were about to leave the mansion for Qingfeng Temple, they were stopped by Murongyun. "Xuania, are you really going to Qingfeng Temple outside the city with Shixue?" Murongyun looked at Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue, her tone slightly worried. She had only learned that Gu Yixuan and Lin Shixue were going to Qingfeng Temple that morning, and Gu Yixuan had encountered several assassination attempts in recent days. Although Gu Beizong had not explained the reasons in detail, she could guess that someone was trying to target their Gu family. Today, Gu Yixuan was going to take Lin Shixue out of the city without bringing any guards, which made her anxious. Gu Yixuan looked at Murongyun, who was full of worry, and smiled as he comforted her. "Mother, it's fine. No one knows that Shixue and I are going except for the people in our mansion. Moreover, we will ride fast horses and return soon, so you don't need to worry." After Gu Yixuan spoke, Lin Shixue, who had been quietly standing next to him, also looked at Murongyun and smiled. "Madam, what the Lord said is correct. We will be back soon, so you don't have to worry." Seeing both of them say this, Murongyun's worried expression relaxed somewhat, but she still said to Gu Yixuan, "Mother is not trying to stop you from going. But you said you wouldn't bring guards. This is not acceptable. You must take a few guards with you, or Mother will still be uneasy." Murongyun naturally wouldn't stop them from seeking a talisman for safety. She was just a bit worried. "All right, Shinner will listen to Mother and take guards with us." Hearing his mother say this, Gu Yixuan helplessly nodded and assured her that he would bring a few guards. Seeing this, Murongyun finally nodded and stopped insisting, letting the two leave. Not far away in the corridor, Gu Yixin quietly watched this scene, observing Gu Yixuan's departing figure with flickering light in his eyes. Gu Yixuan had finally left. As long as he waited for Xianing Zhao's people to arrive, he could begin his action. Although Gu Yixuan did not leave without guards as he had anticipated, Gu Yixin was not worried. Xianing Zhao had made thorough preparations, and a few guards would not affect the overall situation. Because Lin Shixue could not ride a horse, Gu Yixuan shared a carriage with her, and they headed out of the city together. Although it was a carriage, it was quite fast, and the two soon left the capital, arriving on the official road outside the city. "Giddy up!" The carriage sped along the official road, followed by several guards on horseback wielding long knives, the wheels and hooves kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the carriage, the curtains swayed gently with the bumps. Lin Shixue sat inside, clutching a handkerchief with her fingers, her eyes filled with worry. Although she knew Gu Yixuan had made arrangements and that nothing would happen, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Seeing her expression, Gu Yixuan reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his warm palm gently resting on the back of her hand. "Don't be afraid. I've made arrangements. Nothing will happen. I trust you, Lord Ho." Lin Shixue saw Gu Yixuan comforting her, took a deep breath to suppress her worries, and nodded at him. The carriage sped along, and it wasn't long before they arrived outside Qingfeng Temple. Once the carriage stopped, Gu Yixuan jumped down, and just as Lin Shixue was about to get out with him, he stopped her. Seeing Gu Yixuan shake his head, signaling her not to get out, she turned to glance at the seemingly tranquil Qingfeng Temple, her eyes filled with concern. However, she also knew that going out would only make her a burden to Gu Yixuan, so she quietly retreated back into the carriage. Gu Yixuan smiled at Lin Shixue in the carriage, then lowered the curtain and walked alone towards Qingfeng Temple. A young Taoist boy standing at the entrance of the temple saw Gu Yixuan approaching and quickly welcomed him. "I have seen the young master." The young Taoist boy noticed Gu Yixuan's exquisite clothing and extraordinary demeanor and immediately bowed to him. I heard that Qingfeng Temple has continuous worshippers. Why is it that today not a single person has come here?" Gu Yixuan nodded at the young boy, scanning the surroundings of Qingfeng Temple, and asked with feigned confusion. The young Taoist boy was also puzzled, but since Gu Yixuan asked, he couldn't avoid answering, so he explained to not hide from the young master. I too find this quite puzzling. Our Qingfeng temple cannot claim to have a bustling worship, but there are usually people who come to pay their respects every day. I don't know why today there isn't a single person. Upon hearing the young boy's response, Yixuan nodded. Not only was there no one in the temple, but he hadn't seen a single person on the way here either. Yixuan glanced at the temple, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He didn't enter immediately, but began chatting with the young Taoist boy again. The young Taoist boy, seeing Yixuan not entering and still chatting with him, felt puzzled. However, knowing Yixuan's noble status, he didn't dare offend him and could only respectfully answer Yixuan's questions. Just then, inside the main hall of Qingfeng Temple, a young man with a long sword at his waist noticed that apart from the initial sound of hooves, there was now complete silence outside the temple, and a look of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward to a middle-aged man with a scar on his face and spoke with concern, "Boss, Yixuan has clearly arrived, but is still not coming in. Could he have sensed something unusual?" The scarred man turned to look at him. Then his gaze fell on the temple's entrance. Seeing that the situation was indeed as the young man said, a look of contemplation crossed his eyes. "Boss, why don't we just take action? The longer we wait, the more likely Yixuan is to discover us." The young man grew increasingly anxious when his boss did not respond. The scarred man recalled that the leader had said Yixuan was not an ordinary person. Now that he was hesitating to enter the temple, could it be that he really sensed something unusual? The scarred man glanced at the corner of the hall, where several bodies dressed in Taoist robes lay, his eyes filled with coldness. The entire Qingfeng temple had long been wiped out by them, leaving only an unsuspecting young Taoist boy to confuse Yixuan. They had originally planned to wait for Yixuan to enter the temple before making their move, but now that he was not entering, however, this was not a major issue. They had gathered all the Red Sleeve Tower members from both inside and outside the capital. Even if Yixuan sensed something was off, he would not be able to escape now. Thinking this, the scarred man no longer hesitated, nodded to the young man, and said in a low voice, "All right, go notify the brothers outside. No need to wait for Yixuan to come in, just take action directly." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes flashed with seriousness as he nodded to him and quickly turned to leave the main hall. Outside Qingfeng Temple, Yixuan was chatting with the young Taoist boy, occasionally glancing towards the inside of the temple. From the fact that he had not encountered any accidents along the way, it was clear that those sent by Xianing Zhao to kill him probably wanted to act after he entered the temple. But Yixuan knew that if they wanted to kill him, why would he still go in? Just then, Yixuan suddenly felt the hairs on his neck stand up. He turned to look, only to see two gleaming arrows flying towards him from behind the young Taoist boy. Chapter 83. Nine-ring split Earthblade Thunder Strike. The instant he saw the two arrows, Yixuan's pupils contracted sharply. He kicked the young Taoist boy away and quickly retreated to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yixuan moved back, several more arrows flew in, embedding themselves in the spot where he had just stood, the arrow tails still trembling slightly. There are assassins. Seeing Yixuan being attacked, several guards who were protecting the carriage shouted and drew their long knives, rushing towards him. "Don't come over, protect Xiu." Watching the guards rush towards him, Yixuan shouted loudly, then looked in the direction the arrows had come from, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Liu Xiu. In the Kanglin Kingdom, it is strictly forbidden for civilians to possess bows, crossbows, or armor, which is why the Red Sleeve Tower members had not directly used bows to kill him in previous attempts. But this time they actually had bows. It was obvious that Liu Xiu had provided them with these. Hearing Yixuan's command, the guards hesitated for a moment but did not dare disobey. They quickly returned to the carriage, guarding it tightly with their long knives, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lin Xiu, inside the carriage, also heard the commotion and was about to lift the curtain to check the situation. However, remembering Yixuan's earlier instructions, she refrained from lifting the curtain, her fingers tightly clutching the handkerchief, her face filled with anxiety and worry. The young Taoist boy, kicked away by Yixuan, was dazed and stood up angrily, about to question Yixuan, but seeing the arrows on the ground and the guards holding long knives, he quickly realized what had happened and rolled away to the side in haste. Yixuan ignored the young Taoist boy and continued to focus on the direction from which the arrows had come. Just then, A flurry of footsteps suddenly erupted around the temple, as dozens of armed men appeared. Footsteps also echoed from inside the temple, and with a few subtle noises, dozens more armed men appeared on the temple walls. All of them held weapons, staring at the surrounded Gu Yixuan with cold, murderous intent. Although Gu Yixuan was surrounded, his expression did not change much. He scanned the faces of these people, a flash of light in his eyes. He did not see any LMAO Yahweh, only members of the Red Sleeve Tower. Although Gu Beizong had killed a batch of LMAO Yahweh, Gu Yixuan knew that Liu Huijin had cultivated the Qianzhuai for many years, and they were surely not just those few. It seemed they truly intended to make a move against the Duke's residence. Gu Yixuan thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't known about Liu Huijin's collusion with Xianning and had not brought the Qianzhuai with him, he might have really fallen into their trap this time. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps came from inside the temple. Gu Yixuan turned to look and found a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. The scarred man held a 9-ring broadsword and stepped out of the Taoist temple with heavy footsteps. His gaze swept around the temple grounds before finally settling on Gu Yixuan. "Wu and Ho Gu Yixuan, is that you?" Gu Yixuan looked at the middle-aged man, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. From a distinctive 9-ring broadsword in his hand, he recognized his identity. Lei Meng, a well-known master in the martial world, known as the 9-ring earth-splitting blade. "It is me. Are you the famous 9-ring earth-splitting blade, Lei Meng?" Gu Yixuan said calmly as he looked at Lei Meng. Upon hearing that Gu Yixuan knew his name, a hint of surprise flashed in Lei Meng's eyes. He glanced up at the sky, then at the several guards by the carriage, recalling Xianning Zhao's instructions, and spoke to Gu Yixuan. "Oh, I didn't expect the esteemed Wu and Ho to know of Lei's humble self. It is truly surprising." Seeing that Lei Meng confirmed his identity but did not take action immediately, Gu Yixuan realized that this man was likely stalling for time, which suited his intentions as well. "Although I reside in the capital, I have heard of the 9-ring earth-splitting blade's reputation. Master Lei need not be so surprised." Gu Yixuan paused for a moment, watching the cold light flash in Lei Meng's eyes, and spoke sarcastically. "However, what I didn't expect was that a great hero like you would become a lackey of the Hongxiu Tower, coming to assassinate me. It is truly shameful." Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, anger flashed in Lei Meng's eyes. He was not actually a member of the Hongxiu Tower. His collaboration with them to assassinate Gu Yixuan was merely due to personal grievances. But in Gu Yixuan's words, he had become a lackey of the Hongxiu Tower? How could that not infuriate him? "Gu Yixuan, do not slander me. The reason I came with the people from the Hongxiu Tower to kill you. Do you not know it yourself?" Lei Meng looked at Gu Yixuan, killing intent radiating from him as he shouted. Gu Yixuan, hearing Lei Meng's words, showed a look of confusion in his eyes. He previously thought that Lei Meng had been subdued by Xianning Zhao, which was why he had come to kill him alongside the Hongxiu Tower. Was there another reason? Seeing the confusion in Gu Yixuan's eyes, Lei Meng's anger intensified. He initially thought that since Gu Yixuan knew him, he would also know why he had come to kill him. He did not expect that he would not know at all. Lei Meng took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He moved his wrist slightly, lifting the 9-ring broadsword, the 9 circular rings on its back clattering. The tip of Lei Meng's blade pointed diagonally at Gu Yixuan, his killing intent surging as he coldly declared, "The Wang brothers you killed at the border were my disciples. I have come to avenge them." Upon hearing Lei Meng's words, Gu Yixuan suddenly understood. He wondered how a top master like Lei Meng could be willing to submit to Xianning Zhao. It turned out it was because of the Wang brothers. Gu Yixuan looked calmly at the furious Lei Meng and spoke indifferently. "Since you know my identity, you should also know why His Majesty bestowed upon me the title of Wu and Ho. I repelled the enemy forces of the Tsangchu Kingdom at the border, preventing them from entering the land of our Kanglin Kingdom, allowing the people to live and work in peace." When Lei Meng heard this, he still looked at Gu Yixuan with a gaze filled with killing intent. He knew all that Gu Yixuan said, but what did that have to do with his desire to kill him? But before he could speak, Gu Yixuan continued, "I, as Wu and Ho, have defended our Kanglin Kingdom against invading enemies. Yet your 2 disciples want to come and kill me. The sword Saint Yun Wuhan, who once broke through 3,000 armors with a single long sword, has said that a true hero acts for the nation and the people. At this point, Yixuan looked at Lei Meng with a hint of disdain in his eyes and spoke sarcastically. Yet you self-proclaimed heroes of the martial world come to assassinate someone who protects the country and the people. Is this what you call chivalry? Chapter 84. Stalemate outside the temple, hearing Yixuan's words. The veins on Lei Meng's hand gripping the 9-ring broadsword bulged, and the iron rings on the sword's handle made faint sounds as he trembled. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that his disciples were merely misled. But how could that be? Did the Wang brothers not know that Yixuan had just repelled the invading enemies of the Zhangchu kingdom? The self-proclaimed righteous Lei Meng began to waver in his thoughts about killing Yixuan after hearing his words. The surrounding martial artists, who had previously looked at Yixuan with murderous intent, were now exchanging glances. They had thought that this assassination was merely a confrontation between the martial world and the court, as martial artists and officials have always been at odds throughout history. Moreover, Xianing Zhao had promised that if they could kill Yixuan, each of them would receive a generous reward, so they felt justified in taking action against Yixuan. However, after hearing Yixuan's remarks, it seemed that attacking him would indeed be a grievous mistake, violating the righteousness that martial artists should uphold. Although they were members of the Hongxiu Tower as martial artists who did not care about their reputation. They had joined the Hongxiu Tower because of its good reputation in the martial world. But given the current situation, if Yixuan's words were to spread and they actually killed him, all of them present would face disgrace, suffer the scorn and condemnation of the people of Kanglin Kingdom and other martial artists, and find it difficult to stand in the martial world again. Seeing the reactions of the surrounding martial artists, Yixuan couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. He had only wanted to buy some time by talking with Lei Meng, but unexpectedly, it had produced some unintended effects. Yixuan's eyes flashed, and he turned to look around the crowd, calling out loudly, "You are all children of the martial world, walking the path of righteousness. If you are misled by others today and take on the infamy of assassinating a loyal subject, how will you stand in the martial world in the future?" Upon hearing Yixuan's words, the crowd fell silent, their gazes toward him increasingly hesitant. Seizing the opportunity, Yixuan pressed on, his gaze piercing as he looked at everyone, and continued, "I, as Wen Ho, promise that as long as you leave now, I will not hold today's events against you." Upon hearing Yixuan's words, the crowd exchanged glances, their hands gripping their swords loosening unconsciously. Someone muttered softly, "What Wen Ho said makes sense. Why should we risk our reputation for a bit of silver?" Lei Meng also showed signs of hesitation. Although he did not know the truth of Yixuan's words, if they really killed Yixuan today, they would indeed bear the infamy of assassinating a loyal subject. Yet avenging his disciples was also something he could not ignore, and for a moment, Lei Meng found himself in a dilemma. Just as everyone was in a stalemate, a sudden sound of hooves echoed from outside the temple. Lei Meng's expression changed drastically, and he turned to look in the direction of the sound. He also glanced at the sky and realized it was already nearing dusk. Yixuan heard the commotion as well and felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. Yet he maintained a calm exterior, his eyes scanning the restless martial artists around him. As the sound of hooves drew closer, Yixuan turned to look and saw that the newcomer was a man riding a fine horse. The man reined in his horse in front of the Qingfeng temple. Looking curiously at the group of martial artists and Yixuan, confusion flashing in his eyes. Though the man did not know what had happened, this was not the time to inquire. His gaze fell on Lei Meng, who was holding the large blade at the temple entrance, and he shouted loudly, "Hero Lei, the time has come. You can make your move." But to the man's confusion, Lei Meng did not immediately act, and the surrounding martial artists also showed signs of hesitation. "What are you all dawdling for?" Just as the situation fell into a stalemate, a man wielding a long sword suddenly shouted, "Kill Yixuan, and we can go back to claim our rewards. Who cares about righteousness? In this martial world, silver is the hard truth." As soon as the man finished speaking, a burly man with a face full of flesh suddenly rushed out of the crowd. He swung a chain hammer and looked fiercely at Yixuan, shouting loudly, "This brother is right. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. When has the court ever kept its promises? If we don't kill Yixuan today, we'll have a bad time when we go back." Moreover, the owner of the building said, "Whoever brings back Gu Yixuan's head will get a reward of 100 taels." As soon as these words were spoken, some people's eyes lit up with greed as they looked at Gu Yixuan, and they gripped their weapons tighter. Lei Meng furrowed his brows at this situation, tightening his grip on the 9-ring broadsword, and said in a deep voice, "Don't disturb the morale." But before Lei Meng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the burly man, who angrily shouted at him, "I respect you as a man and call you Hero Lei, but don't take yourself too seriously. We are from Hongxiu Tower. It's south not your place to dictate what we should do. If you don't want to avenge your disciple, just get out of the way and don't block our path to wealth." After saying this, the man ignored Lei Meng's reaction, scanned the surrounding martial artists, and continued, "Brothers, the officials are the most untrustworthy. Think about it. We came here to kill him today. How could he let us go so easily? Whether you believe it or not, if we really let him go today, he will immediately bring the court soldiers to hunt us down. Furthermore, we have already promised Master Xia that if we don't kill Gu Yixuan today, we will be nothing but a bunch of flip-floppers in the martial world." As the man's words spread, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists grew increasingly fierce, and the previous hesitation faded away. Lei Meng saw the fierce looks on the faces of the martial artists and realized that it was no use saying more. Besides, the feud with the Wang brothers had to be avenged. Since that was the case, they would first deal with Gu Yixuan. Lei Meng's gaze toward Gu Yixuan began to show a murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, he swung his 9-ring broadsword violently, and the sound of iron rings clashing resonated painfully in the ears. "Gu Yixuan, no matter what, today I must avenge my disciple." With that, Lei Meng abruptly kicked off the ground, and the broadsword, accompanied by a gust of wind, slashed towards Gu Yixuan. Seeing Lei Meng attacking Gu Yixuan, the burly man and the first speaker exchanged glances and saw joy in each other's eyes. "Kill!" After exchanging glances, the two immediately turned to face Gu Yixuan, raised their weapons, and shouted in unison, then rushed towards him. The surrounding martial artists gritted their teeth and picked up their weapons, rushing towards Gu Yixuan as well. Chapter 85. Gu Yixuan, prépare-toi dit. Seeing this, Gu Yixuan knew there was no way to delay any longer. He quickly drew the long sword from his waist and met Lei Meng's attack head-on. Clang! The sword clashed with the broadsword, producing a piercing sound of metal striking metal, and sparks flew in all directions. Liu Xiu, who was in the carriage, heard it clearly and felt her eyes turn red with anxiety. But she didn't dare to rush out and cause more trouble. She could only clench her embroidered handkerchief and pray silently. Gu Yixuan used the impact from the weapon collision to force back a few martial artists rushing towards him, and his figure quickly flew towards the carriage. The guards beside the carriage saw this and immediately rushed to meet the front line of martial artists, shouting to Gu Yixuan as they swung their swords to defend. "My lord, hurry up. Don't let him escape." The martial artists rushing towards Gu Yixuan shouted back, "Don't let him get away." Gu Yixuan did not respond to the guards. Once he reached the side of the carriage, he immediately reached under the carriage, and with a swift motion, he pulled out a gleaming iron halberd. Holding the iron halberd, Gu Yixuan's killing intent surged, and he stepped forward, stomping the ground. His figure instantly leaped several feet high, and he swung the halberd down heavily towards the martial artists engaged in battle with the guards. One martial artist, entangled with the guards, noticed a shadow overhead and looked up to see a figure holding an iron halberd, descending upon him like a demonic god. The few men beside him also sensed something was wrong. Upon seeing Gu Yixuan, their pupils suddenly constricted, just as they wanted to turn and retreat. It was already too late. Boom! Gu Yixuan's iron halberd struck down heavily, accompanied by a deafening roar. A martial artist directly in front of him was split in half, and blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining the surrounding martial artists. Ah! A martial artist with flesh and blood stuck to his face finally reacted, looking at Gu Yixuan with fear in his eyes, letting out a terrified scream. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists also looked at Gu Yixuan with fear, hesitating to advance with their weapons. Gu Yixuan lifted the iron halberd embedded in the ground, glanced at the terrified martial artist, his eyes flashing with disdain, and then spoke softly to the guards behind him. "Take Xiu away." "My lord." The guard's expression changed in urgency. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Gu Yixuan's gaze. Seeing this, several guards could only grit their teeth and nod, quickly moving to the side of the carriage to protect it as they slowly retreated. Some martial artists wanted to stop them, but heard the earlier messenger shout, "Our target is Gu Yixuan. Don't worry about them." Hearing this, a few martial artists who had wanted to intervene gave up their thoughts and refocused their attention on Gu Yixuan. Seeing that no one was blocking them, the guards quickly sped up to protect the carriage as they headed towards the official road. After the guards and the carriage gradually moved away, Lei Meng stepped out from the crowd, holding his broadsword and looking at Gu Yixuan with a cold tone. "Gu Yixuan, prepare to die." With that, Lei Meng leaped into the air, wielding his 9-ring broadsword with the force of a mountain, slashing directly at Gu Yixuan. Gu Yixuan looked at Lei Meng rushing towards him, his eyes flashing with seriousness. The assassins he had encountered before were nothing compared to Lei Meng before him. Boom! Lei Meng's 9-ring broadsword slashed down, creating a piercing sound of air being cut. Though it hadn't reached Gu Yixuan yet, the wind from the blade already stung Gu Yixuan's cheeks. Gu Yixuan's gaze sharpened, his arm's veins bulging as he fiercely swung the iron halberd, directly meeting Lei Meng's 9-ring broadsword. Boom! The iron halberd collided with the broadsword, producing a deafening roar and creating a wave of air that stirred up dust. The nearby martial artists couldn't help but cover their ears, barely able to withstand the sound waves. But the two combatants in the battlefield were unaffected. After the first clash, both retreated simultaneously, then stepped forward again to engage in combat. The clash of their weapons echoed with a series of sounds, accompanied by flying sparks. One martial artist saw Gu Yixuan entangled with Lei Meng and stepped forward to help fight Gu Yixuan. However, his figure barely approached within a foot of the two before Gu Yixuan decapitated him with a single strike of the halberd, and the headless body was sent flying by Lei Meng's sword. The surrounding martial artists looked on in terror as they began to realize the situation. Both fighters were employing a straightforward and powerful style, especially now that they were evenly matched. Neither could get close enough to the other. Seeing this, the martial artists who had wanted to take Gu Yixuan's head for a reward could only watch helplessly from the sidelines as the two fought fiercely. Just as Gu Yixuan and Lei Meng were locked in battle, Lin Xiu's carriage finally reached the official road. "You all protect Miss Lin back to the residence. We will return to help the young master," one guard said to the others as they reached the official road. The other guards nodded in agreement and were about to carry out his orders. But at that moment, Lin Xiu, hearing the guards, poked her head out of the carriage and said, "The Lord has given instructions. He has his own arrangements for those assassins. You don't need to go back. The urgent matter now is to return to the Duke's residence and inform the Duke about what has happened here." Lin Xiu finished speaking, looking towards the direction of Qingfeng Temple with a worried expression. She also wanted to return and help Gu Yixuan, but Gu Yixuan had told her that she could only do this for now. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, several guards exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. However, they also knew that the situation was urgent and not the time for hesitation. Remembering the relationship between Gu Yixuan and Lin Xiu, they understood that Lin Xiu would not harm Gu Yixuan and thus nodded to her. "Then we will listen to Miss Lin. We will escort her here. And you two hurry back to the capital and quickly inform the Duke about the assassination attempt on the young master." The leading guard nodded to Lin Xiu and then quickly instructed the other guards. Yes, several guards immediately took their orders, and two of them cracked their whips and hurried toward the capital. Outside Qingfeng Temple, Gu Yixuan seized the opportunity, kicking Lei Meng away, and then swiftly leaped onto a giant stone. Holding an iron halberd, sweat beading on his forehead and his chest heaving violently. The surrounding martial artist's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and someone immediately shouted, "Let's go together. Kill him." In an instant, more than 10 people armed with knives and guns closed in on the giant stone. Lei Meng, also sweating, revealed a cold expression. Having fought Gu Yixuan for a long time, he knew that this kid was not weaker than himself. Since that was the case, he decided to let the other martial artist attack first to exhaust Gu Yixuan's stamina before striking him down himself. Gu Yixuan looked at the wave of martial artists rushing towards him, showing no signs of fear. He glanced up at the sky, feeling that the time was almost right. Some clever martial artists noticed Gu Yixuan's calm demeanor and sensed something was off. Just as they were about to speak, a sudden sound of hooves echoed from afar. Chapter 86. Reinforcements arrive, hearing the thunderous sound of hooves approaching. The martial artists surrounding Gu Yixuan changed their expressions and quickly turned to look. Fire the arrows! Accompanied by a roar like a tiger's, a dense swarm of black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking at those dots, the martial artists' pupils constricted. They recognized what they were, but before they could react, the sound of arrows slicing through the air tore the atmosphere apart, and hundreds of arrows rained down like a dark cloud. Ah! Cries of horror erupted from the crowd, as some attempted to block with their blades, but were knocked to the ground by the tremendous force. Others turned to flee, but were pinned in place, blood instantly staining the ground beneath them. Seeing this scene, Lei Ming's expression also changed drastically. He quickly turned to look at Gu Yixuan, only to find that Gu Yixuan, who had been standing on the giant stone, was now far away, looking at him with a cold smile. Gu Yixuan had delayed for this moment, waiting for Tu Jioyi's arrival, which was why he had discussed this with Gu Beizong. The troops led by Tu Jioyi were the elite guards of the capital. Even Gu Yixuan couldn't pull them out himself. Only Gu Beizong, as the Grand General, had the authority to mobilize troops outside the city. Realizing Gu Yixuan's smirk, Lei Ming understood that the plan of Hongzila had failed. Gu Yixuan must have known about their actions in advance. The reason he came here was to turn the tables and trap them all. Lei Ming knew he was doomed. Facing the armored soldiers who were fearless of death, he had to avoid confrontation. As he dodged the rain of arrows, he scanned the surroundings, looking for a chance to escape. But given the current situation, how could it be that easy? In just a moment, Tu Jioyi led the elite cavalry, sweeping in like a black torrent. The long swords in their hands glinted coldly under the sunset. They looked at the chaotic martial artists with coldness and murderous intent in their eyes. Charging to the front lines, their swords swinging, causing blood and flesh to fly wherever they went. Save me! Save me! Spare me! Spare me! The formation of the martial artists instantly collapsed, some kneeling and begging for mercy, while others frantically dove into the forest. But as the cavalry arrived in front of Qingfeng Temple, they had already changed formation to seal off the area, mercilessly trampling every figure attempting to escape. Tu Jioyi charged into the battlefield, his iron halberd swirling the air with a fierce momentum. Ha ha ha! You rabble, come and die! Tu Jioyi looked wildly, sweeping his iron halberd, cleaving two martial artists along with their weapons into four pieces, then, with a flick, impaled another through the throat, lifting him high. Some martial artists tried to fight back, but with their strength, they could hardly harm Tu Jioyi at all, and in the end, they only became souls under his halberd. 10,000 enemies, Tu Jioyi. Lei Ming saw the figure on the battlefield, akin to a wild bear, and his expression changed dramatically, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. As a martial artist of the Kanglan Kingdom, he naturally knew of Tu Jioyi's reputation. It could be said that no one in the world was unaware of this monster. Lei Ming dodged and knocked down several martial artists in front of him, wanting to escape, but since he couldn't even kill Gu Yixuan, how could he possibly contend with Tu Jioyi? Watching the battle from the sidelines, Gu Yixuan saw Lei Ming trying to flee, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he raised his iron halberd and hurled it. Boom! The halberd cut through the sky, creating a piercing sound as the tip gleamed coldly, hurtling straight towards Lei Ming. As Lei Ming fled, he heard the sound of the halberd slicing through the air behind him, his heart racing, and without looking back, he swung his knife. Clang! The two weapons collided, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, and in an instant sparks flew, striking Gu Yixuan's halberd head-on. Lei Ming stumbled back a few steps. The halberd was knocked away by his 9-ring knife, spinning in the air before directly pinning a panicked martial artist to the ground. Stumbling a few steps, as Lei Ming steadied himself and was about to continue fleeing, he suddenly heard Gu Yixuan shout, "Uncle Tu, leave him!" Hearing this, Lei Ming's expression changed, and he turned to see Tu Jioyi looking at him with indifference after hearing Gu Yixuan's words, his tiger-like eyes fixed on him. Lei Ming felt an overwhelming fear rise in his heart. Turning around to look, he found that the surrounding martial artists had been mostly slaughtered, and the road behind him was blocked by cavalry. Go! Just as Lei Ming hesitated, Tu Jiui squeezed his horse's belly and charged straight towards him with the iron halberd. Realizing he had no way to escape, Lei Ming's eyes flashed with determination. Gritting his teeth, he raised his 9-ring knife and charged at Tu Jiui. Kill! Lei Ming roared as he took several large strides. Leaping into the air, his 9-ring knife coming down with the force of a mountain directly at Tu Jiui, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp sound. Tu Jiui, seeing this, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Facing Lei Ming's 9-ring knife, he did not dodge or evade, swinging his iron halberd directly. Boom! The clash of weapons produced a tremendous sound, and an incredibly terrifying force traveled down the 9-ring knife, shaking Lei Ming's hand and directly causing his grip to shatter, sending the knife flying from his hand. Immediately after, Tu Jiui swung his iron halberd straight at Lei Ming. Seeing this, Lei Ming wanted to dodge, but how could he be faster than Tu Jiui? Bang! The halberd struck Lei Ming heavily, producing a dull sound, and Lei Ming was sent flying, crashing to the ground, struggling to get up but ultimately collapsing helplessly. Tu Jiui coldly glanced at Lei Ming lying on the ground, then disregarded him, continuing to swing his iron halberd, harvesting the lives of the remaining martial artists on the battlefield. A quarter of an hour later, the sounds of battle outside Qingfeng Temple gradually subsided, with bodies of martial artists littering the ground, blood staining the earth. Once everything settled, Gu Yixuan slowly walked up to Lei Ming, squatting down to look at him, speaking in a calm tone. This lord has given you opportunities, but you did not cherish them. Lei Ming struggled to lift his head, looking at Gu Yixuan, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and with a grim smile said, Hee, it's the victors who write history. Duke Wuan need not say more. Gu Yixuan looked down at Lei Ming. All his meridians had been shattered by Tu Jiaye, and his internal organs were crushed. He wouldn't live much longer. Gu Yixuan shook his head, no longer speaking to Lei Ming, and stood up to walk towards Tu Jiaye. Seeing Gu Yixuan approach, Tu Jiaye's blood-stained face broke into a smile. Yixuan, Uncle Tu isn't late, right? Gu Yixuan looked at Tu Jiaye, a smile appearing on his face as he replied, Not late at all. Uncle Tu came just in time. Gu Yixuan chatted with Tu Jiaye for a moment, then looked towards the direction of the capital. Chapter 87. Gu Baizong's orders in the capital, at the Duke Dinghua's residence. 2 guards who had returned with news rode hard and finally reached the Duke Dinghua's residence before the sky completely darkened. They dismounted and rushed towards the interior of the residence. The doorman saw that they were the guards who had gone out with Gu Yixuan today, their expressions urgent, and did not dare to stop them, quickly allowing them inside. Not far away, in a dark alley, several figures in black robes were hiding. When they saw the 2 guards return, a glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes. The plan succeeded. Hurry and report to the master. One of them whispered to the others. Yes. The rest nodded quietly, then swiftly disappeared into the alley. Inside the Duke Dinghua's residence, the 2 guards quickly arrived at the main courtyard, where they saw Gu Baizong and Murong Yun enjoying tea. Duke, the eldest young master, was attacked outside Qingfeng Temple. Please send someone to support him quickly. The 2 guards knelt before Gu Baizong and Murong Yun, speaking urgently. Hearing the guard's words, Murong Yun's face went pale, and she stood up from her seat, the teacup falling to the ground. What did you say? Yixuan was attacked? Murong Yun asked the 2 guards anxiously. Her eyes filled with worry and even fear. Ever since Gu Yixuan and Lin Shishua left, she had been restless, and upon seeing the 2 guards rushing back, she sensed something was wrong, not expecting it to be about Gu Yixuan. Just as the 2 guards were about to respond to Murong Yun's question, Gu Baizong spoke. Yixuan is fine. This matter was arranged between him and me long ago, so you need not worry. Gu Baizong looked at his wife, whose face was ashen, walked over to her, and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Hearing Gu Baizong say this, Murong Yun was still somewhat unconvinced, but seeing his assured gaze, she could only nod, though her eyes remained filled with concern. However, Gu Baizong noticed this and directly said, Yixuan and the others just left the city not long ago. I sent someone to inform Tu Jiaye to lead troops to follow them. By now, Those who attacked Yixuan should have been slaughtered. You need not worry, my lady." Upon hearing her husband say this, Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew of Tu Jiaye's reputation, and since he was leading troops, she believed her son would be fine. Gu Beizong saw his wife's expression relax and turned to the two guards. "You may leave now, and remember not to disclose this matter to anyone in the residence." "Yes." The two guards exchanged glances, still hesitant, but since it was Gu Beizong's order, they did not dare to defy him, quietly accepting and then retreating. After the two guards left, Gu Beizong comforted Yun a few more times and then turned to the screen behind him, saying, "Gu Yi, it's time to act." "Yes." Gu Yi appeared from behind the screen, bowed to Gu Beizong, and then quickly disappeared. After Gu Yi left, Gu Beizong took Yun and walked toward the pavilion outside. When they reached the pavilion, they unexpectedly ran into Gu Yichen. Gu Yichen had been anxiously waiting for news inside the residence since Gu Yixuan left. Just now, he heard a servant report that the two guards who had followed Gu Yixuan out of the city had rushed back directly to Gu Beizong's courtyard. He knew that Xianing Zhao's plan had succeeded and was about to find Gu Beizong to inquire about the news when he unexpectedly bumped into Gu Beizong and Yun. "Father, mother," Gu Yichen greeted Gu Beizong and Yun. Gu Beizong glanced at Gu Yichen, a cold glint in his eyes, and did not respond, only nodding slightly. "It's Yichen. Is there something you need from your father?" Although Yun was full of worry and anxiety due to the news of Gu Yixuan's attack, she still managed to force a smile at her younger son. She refrained from mentioning Gu Yixuan's attack to Gu Yichen, fearing he would worry about his older brother. Seeing that Gu Beizong did not respond to him, Gu Yichen's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but upon seeing Yun's inquiry, he followed her lead and asked, "I just heard the servants report that the guards who went with my brother to Qingfeng Temple rushed back in a hurry and have not seen my brother. After inquiring, I found out that those two guards came to father's courtyard, so I wanted to check it out." Gu Yichen's face showed a mix of confusion and worry as he asked Gu Beizong and Yun, "Could it be that something happened to my brother?" Hearing Gu Yichen's question, Yun's worry intensified, and just as she was about to respond, Gu Beizong spoke. "Your brother is fine. Those two guards merely returned early on your brother's orders. You need not worry." Gu Beizong said calmly to Gu Yichen. Upon hearing Gu Beizong say this, Yun was taken aback, looking at her husband with confusion in her eyes, wondering why he wouldn't tell Gu Yichen about Gu Yixuan's attack. Hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yichen was also momentarily stunned, just as he was thinking that perhaps Xianing Zhao's plan had failed, but upon seeing Yun's worried expression, he realized something must have happened to Gu Yixuan. However, why would Gu Beizong conceal this matter from him? In truth, Gu Beizong did not mind Gu Yichen knowing about Gu Yixuan's attack. He was only concerned because Yun had just learned that he had sent Tu Jiaye to support Gu Yixuan. He feared that his wife might inadvertently let something slip in front of Gu Yichen, so he said this to Gu Yichen. Seeing that Gu Yichen was still lingering, Gu Beizong said, "It's getting late. Yichen, you should go rest in your room. Your brother will be back soon." Hearing Gu Beizong say this, Gu Yichen nodded and replied, "All right, then father and mother should rest as well." Gu Beizong nodded, and although Yun did not know the situation, she also nodded at Gu Yichen like her husband. "Yes, Yichen, you should go back and rest first." Seeing this, Gu Yichen bowed to both of them and then turned to head back to his courtyard. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he could not discern anything wrong from Gu Beizong's calm demeanor. He could only conclude that Gu Beizong did not want to worry him about Gu Yixuan's attack. After Gu Yichen left, Gu Beizong took Yun towards a certain loft within the residence. Upon arriving at the loft, Gu Beizong raised his hand and slapped the bookshelf. As his palm struck, a series of cracking sounds came from behind the bookshelf, and then the bookshelf opened on its own, revealing a room inside. Yun looked at this scene, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Gu Beizong. As the mistress of the Duke Dinggua's residence, she naturally knew about the existence of the secret room. However, what puzzled her was why Gu Beizong would open the secret room at this moment. Recalling the events of the day, Yun finally sensed something was amiss and looked at Gu Beizong, asking, "Husband, are you and Yixuan hiding something from me?" Hearing his wife's inquiry, Gu Beizong knew she must have guessed something, but it wasn't the right time to be honest with her. Gu Beizong reached out, tucking Murong Yun's hair behind her ear with a gentle tone, saying, "Madam, I know you have many questions, but now is not the time to discuss these matters. There may be some unrest in the manor tonight. Please wait in the secret room for a moment. Once I've handled these issues, I'll come to explain everything to you." Upon hearing Gu Baitsong's words, Murong Yun's expression changed. Gu Baitsong mentioned that there would be changes in the manor today, but this was the esteemed duke's residence. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Seeing her husband's calm demeanor and determined gaze, despite her myriad of doubts, Murong Yun could only reluctantly say, "All right. But after you handle this matter, you must tell me everything that happened." "All right, I will tell you everything tomorrow." Gu Baitsong nodded at his wife's words. Seeing that Gu Baitsong had agreed, Murong Yun nodded, took a deep breath, and walked hesitantly towards the slowly opening secret door. Chapter 88. The action of the LMAO guards begins seeing Murong Yun enter the secret room. Gu Baitsong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had made arrangements, if Liu Huijin's people were to break into the manor, it would surely cause chaos. At that time, Murong Yun might also be harmed, which was why he had her go into the secret room. Gu Baitsong stayed in the attic for a while longer before stepping out and heading towards the main hall. Outside the duke's residence, in a dark alley, the master ordered that as soon as they see the Qianji guards of the Gu family leave the manor, they should act immediately. The LMAO guards, who had just gone to report to Liu Huijin, returned to the alley and spoke to the other LMAO guards who were monitoring the duke's residence. After receiving Liu Huijin's orders, the LMAO guards, who were closely watching the situation at the duke's residence, all nodded in agreement. At the same time, outside the residence of a general responsible for guarding the capital, a carriage slowly came to a stop. The doorman saw this and immediately went to greet them. Upon realizing that the visitor was a court official, he promptly turned to return to the residence to report. The official stood at the entrance, looking at the residence before him, his eyes flashing with inexplicable light. After a while, the doorman's servant came to inform him that he was invited inside. Seeing this, the official, accompanied by a servant carrying a wine jug, entered the residence. He brought the servant to the main hall, where the owner of the residence, Xia Yong, was sitting calmly in the main seat, quietly sipping tea. "I am Xia Yong. I have seen Lord Liu." Upon seeing the visitor, Xia Yong immediately stood to welcome him, his eyes filled with surprise. He had just heard from his servant that Lord Liu from the court had come to visit, leaving him puzzled. He was a military officer, with a mere rank of a city defense lieutenant. How could someone like Lord Liu, a civil official in the Golden Hall, come to visit him? However, since the other party held a higher rank, he could not be disrespectful and instructed his servant to invite him inside. Lord Liu looked at Xia Yong, a smile appearing on his face as he spoke. "Lieutenant Xia, please rise. I have heard that you personally lead troops to patrol the capital every day. You truly are diligent in your duties." As he spoke, Lord Liu raised his hand in a gesture of modesty, his smile unwavering. Hearing Lord Liu's words, Xia Yong's confusion deepened, but being someone who had managed to gain a position in the capital, he was quick to respond politely. "Lord Liu, you flatter me. I'm just doing my duty. How could it be considered diligence?" Lord Liu waved his hand, not responding to Xia Yong's words, but rather turned to signal to the servant behind him. Seeing this, the servant carrying the wine jug immediately understood, quickly stepping forward to set up the wineware. Pouring the amber liquid into the cups, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Watching the servant's actions, Xia Yong was unsure of Lord Liu's intentions and did not dare to stop him, only able to watch as the servant poured the wine. Once the servant had finished pouring the wine, Lord Liu picked up his cup filled with fine wine and looked at Xia Yong, saying, "Lieutenant Xia, let's not rush into conversation. With fine wine at hand, let us have a few drinks first, then we can chat slowly." Seeing this, Xia Yong quickly raised his cup, but as he looked at the wine in the cup, he hesitated. He bore the heavy responsibility of patrolling the capital and never drank, fearing it would hinder his duties. Yet, Lord Liu had a higher rank and extensive connections. If he could befriend him, it might help with future promotions. Just as Xia Yong was hesitating, he noticed Lord Liu looking at him with a smile that was both teasing and serious, saying, "Lieutenant Xia, are you not fond of my wine?" Hearing Lord Liu's words, Xia Yong's heart tightened, and he hurriedly forced a smile, saying, "Lord Liu, how could you say that? It's just that I have duty tonight, and by rule, I cannot drink." Duty? Upon hearing Xia Yong's response, Lord Liu looked at him, unconcerned, saying, "This is the capital, under the emperor's feet. Who would dare to cause trouble?" With that, Lord Liu first downed the fine wine in his hand, then looked at Xia Yong with a smile, saying, "Lieutenant Xia, being so dedicated, it wouldn't be a breach of conduct to relax a little, would it?" Upon hearing Lord Liu's words, Xia Yong looked at the wine in his hand, his gaze increasingly hesitant. He could tell this was good wine, and Lord Liu had come to befriend him. He didn't want to pass up this opportunity. However, patrolling the capital was his responsibility, and if someone discovered he had not taken anyone to patrol tonight, he would likely face severe punishment. Just as Xia Yong was caught in indecision, he suddenly remembered that a subordinate had reported today that Tu Jiaye, the general in charge of the capital's guard, had taken his troops out of the city and would not be back for some time. Thinking of this, Xia Yong steeled himself, biting his teeth and thinking, "Just a few drinks, as long as I drink and don't delay my patrol, will be fine. After all, General Tu isn't here. As long as I am careful, nothing should go wrong. Since Lord Liu has said this, if I refuse again, it would seem ungrateful." With no more reservations, Xia Yong lifted his cup and tilted his head back, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. Lord Liu saw this and laughed heartily, also downing his drink. The two exchanged drinks, and after a few rounds, Xia Yong's previously tense nerves began to relax, secretly feeling fortunate. This drink is worth it. Perhaps I can truly establish a connection with Lord Liu. Meanwhile, similar events were unfolding in the residences of other generals responsible for patrolling the capital tonight. At the Duke's residence, Gu Yi, after receiving Gu Baitsong's orders, immediately led his subordinate Qinji guards out of the Duke's residence. The LMAO guards, who were secretly observing the Duke's residence, did not act immediately, but waited a while longer, confirming that the Qinji guard had not returned before beginning their actions. "The Qinji guards of the Gu family have left. Let us move." LMAO guards leader, LMAO, stood on a rooftop, watching the distant figures of the Qinji guards disappearing between the buildings, then turned to a LMAO guard standing behind him and said, "Go." The LMAO guard quickly acknowledged and swiftly vanished from the rooftop. After the LMAO guards left, LMAO looked at the brightly lit Duke's residence. His eyes filled with cold, killing intent. With a light push off his toes, he disappeared from the rooftop and swiftly rushed towards the Duke's residence. Following LMAO's orders, the LMAO guards, hidden by the cover of night, quickly rushed towards the Duke's residence. Without the Qinji guards monitoring them, the LMAO guards soon arrived outside the Duke's residence's courtyard wall. They moved like specters, leaping over the courtyard wall and entering the estate. Although they knew the Qinji guards had already left, LMAO still did not dare to be careless. He led the LMAO guards to creep along the shadows towards the inner courtyard, carefully avoiding the servants inside, heading towards Gu Baitsong's residence. Just as they were about to reach the main courtyard's corridor, a sudden dog bark came from the darkness. A few guards with long knives at their waists emerged from the moon gate, and upon hearing the barking of dogs, they immediately became alert, drawing their long knives and looking warily into the dark corners of the corridor. "Who goes there?" the lead guard shouted. Seeing this, LMAO realized they had been exposed, but this was also within their expectations. He glanced at the guards, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, and turned to signal to a few of the LMAO crow guards behind him. The LMAO crow guards nodded, weapons appearing in their hands, and swiftly charged towards the guards. Assassins. As they saw the LMAO crow guards rushing towards them, the guards' pupils contracted sharply, and they shouted before immediately raising their knives to meet the attack. In an instant, the sounds of clashing weapons and the guards' furious shouts shattered the night. The alarm bells in the Duke of Dinghua's residence rang loudly, and the servants were thrown into chaos, with more guards wielding torches rushing in from all directions. Chapter 89. Today is the Duke of Dinghua's day of death. The Duke of Dinghua's residence was in turmoil, and Su Qingdai, who was in the guest room, also heard the commotion outside, hearing the guards shouting about assassins and the desperate cries of the servants. Su Qingdai's expression changed. Assassins? How could there be assassins in the Duke of Dinghua's residence? Although she had once brought the assassin Cui Yu into the Duke's residence herself, the sound from outside clearly indicated a different situation. She quickly got up, want to look outside through the window, but just as she left her chair, the door was pushed open. Hearing the door open, Su Qingdai's heart tightened, and she quickly turned to look at the door, fearing that the assassins had found their way here. The guest room door opened, and several members of the Qingji Guard, dressed in night attire, entered the room. After glancing around the room, their eyes landed on Su Qingdai. Seeing this scene, a sense of fear rose in Su Qingdai's heart, and just as she was about to scream, one of the Qingji Guards spoke. "Dr. Su, there's no need to panic. We are people of the young master." Hearing the Qingji Guard's words, Su Qingdai's terrified expression relaxed slightly, but she still looked at them warily, her eyes full of caution. Seeing Su Qingdai like this, the one who spoke continued, "The young master instructed us to take you out of the residence, and then you can return to Daichun Hall. People from the Prince of Chu's residence will come to find you. If the Prince of Chu asks, you only need to say you escaped amidst the chaos. As for what happens next, the young master should have already told you." Upon hearing this, Su Qingdai nodded. Yixuan had indeed told her that he would arrange for her to meet with the people from the Prince of Chu's residence. But she hadn't expected it to happen in this way. However, from a Qingji Guard's words, Su Qingdai understood that they were indeed Yixuan's people. After all, this involved Prince of Chu Xiao Jingheng, and Yixuan would definitely not disclose it to outsiders. "All right, I'll go with you," she said, nodding to the Qingji Guards. The Qingji Guards, seeing this, immediately led Su Qingdai out of the room. Meanwhile, in Gu Yichen's courtyard, Gu Yichen, who was anxiously waiting, heard the commotion outside, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately got up and walked out of the courtyard. After observing the situation outside, he quickly headed towards Gu Beizong's main hall. The Duke of Dinghua's residence was in chaos due to the appearance of the LMAO Crow Guards, but the master, Gu Beizong, sat quietly in the main hall, taking a sip from his teacup. After finishing his sip of tea, Gu Beizong listened to the chaotic sounds outside. His expression as calm as a still pond, his gaze still composed. "Since you're here, there's no need to hide," Gu Beizong said, placing his teacup on the table and looking towards the main door, speaking in a calm tone. As soon as Gu Beizong finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, and it was the leader of the LMAO Crow Guards, LMAO. Although the guards of the Duke of Dinghua's residence were seasoned veterans from the battlefield, the LMAO Crow Guards were not weak either, and it was easy for them to hold them off. LMAO took advantage of the LMAO Crow Guards holding off the Duke's guards and quickly checked the main hall where Gu Beizong resided. After not finding Gu Beizong, he quickly arrived at the main hall and indeed found Gu Beizong there. Seeing Gu Beizong's calm demeanor, a cold glint flashed in LMAO's eyes as he spoke. The Duke of Dinghua is indeed a veteran of the battlefield. Even in such a situation, you remain unflustered. I truly admire that. Gu Beizong sat upright in his chair, rubbing the edge of the teacup with his fingers, and replied leisurely, "You flatter me, Commander Mo. It's just that I've seen more life and death than others, so I have a bit more composure." He raised his eyes to look at MOU at the door, his gaze showing no signs of fear, but rather a hint of the scrutiny of a hunter observing its prey. Upon hearing Gu Beizong call out his name, MOU's heart skipped a beat. However, at this moment, Gu Beizong was already the fish on his chopping board. Even if he knew his identity, what could it matter? MOU sneered at Gu Beizong, his short blade suddenly unsheathing, the cold gleam reflecting the flickering firelight outside. Unfortunately, today is the Duke of Dinghua's day of death. Before his words fell, MOU's figure approached like a ghost, his left hand aiming straight for Gu Beizong's throat with the short blade, while his right hand shot out 3 flying knives in a triangular formation, intending to block Gu Beizong's escape route. Seeing MOU charging at him, Gu Beizong remained calm in his chair, his expression as still as a calm lake, showing no signs of panic. Seeing Gu Beizong like this, MOU's killing intent surged, and he quickened his pace. Clang! Just as the short blade was 3 inches away from Gu Beizong's throat, a silver gleam shot through the air, accurately knocking away the hidden weapon in MOU's hand. MOU's expression changed drastically, feeling a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he turned his weapon and slashed backward. Clang! Another crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as a figure dressed in a black robe and wearing an iron mask appeared in the main hall. The figure wielded a long knife that drew a fierce arc, colliding with MOU's short blade and sparking. to assassinate the current Duke of Dinghua. You have some audacity. A cold voice emanated from beneath the iron mask, carrying a murderous intent that felt like falling into an ice cave. Mo Yu looked at the figure in black, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized the newcomer, the Emperor's henchman, the leader of the Xianing Guard, Xianing. As Xianing appeared, the shouts and chaos outside the main hall intensified, accompanied by a series of whistling sounds. Mo Yu recognized the meaning of the whistles. It was their unique method of communication within the Mo Crow Guards, indicating that new enemies had joined the battlefield and that the Mo Crow Guards were unable to hold on. Faced with this sudden situation, Mo Yu was filled with panic. He never expected that the Xianing Guard would appear here. However, the bloodthirsty Xianing would not give him time to think and charged at him with his knife. Seeing this, Mo Yu could only force himself to suppress his panic and raise his weapon to meet the attack. But after only a few exchanges, Mo Yu realized he was no match for Xianing. If this continued, he would be the one to die. Gritting his teeth, Mo Yu feigned a move with his short blade, then flipped his hand and shot out 7 bone-piercing nails, intending to retreat under the cover of the nails. Xianing remained unfazed, his long knife swirling into an impenetrable curtain of blades, knocking away all the hidden weapons, and he quickly closed the distance, aiming the blade directly at Mo Yu's back. As the two fought, Mo Yu's short blade was sharp and cunning, paired with the flying knives to disrupt the rhythm. But Xianying's long knife was like an extension of his limbs, every strike precisely targeting Mo Yu's openings. In just 10 moves, Mo Yu's left shoulder had been cut open to the bone, blood soaking through his night attire. He gritted his teeth and threw his last flying knife. But Xianying sidestepped it, his long knife slashing horizontally, severing Mo Yu's wrist holding the blade. With a loud clang, Mo Yu's short blade fell to the ground, and he knew he was finished this time. However, loyal to Liu Huijin, he naturally would not resign himself to being captured so easily. He moved his mouth, about to unleash the poison hidden in his teeth. But Xianing, who often dealt with these death warriors, knew their tricks well. He raised his arm and dislocated Mo Yu's jaw. Chapter 90. The True Purpose of Xianing Zhao. Wanna die? It won't be that easy. After removing Mo Yu's chin, Xianing coldly glanced at him and kicked him to the ground, then turned to look at Gu Baitsong. The leader of the Yixuan guards, Xianing, had met the Duke of Dinghua before. Xianing cupped his hands in salute to Gu Baitsong and spoke respectfully. Gu Baitsong was a pillar of the current dynasty and deeply trusted by the emperor, so even Xianing did not dare to be negligent. Gu Baitsong glanced at the fallen Mo Yu and then fixed his gaze on Xianing, speaking in a calm tone. There is no need for so much courtesy. Leader Xianing, these minor fish in my residence are troublesome for you. Hearing Gu Baitsong say this, Xianing immediately nodded and replied, The Duke of Dinghua speaks too highly. Guarding the capital is the duty of my Yixuan guards. The events of tonight were due to my poor oversight, which allowed the Mo Yu guards to take advantage. Just as Xianing finished speaking, several cries of anguish came from outside. Clearly the Yixuan guard were clearing out the remaining Mo Yu guards. Upon hearing this, Gu Baitsong waved his hand and said, You need not blame yourself. These people have been plotting for a long time, and it is difficult to guard against them. The fault does not lie with you. After saying this, Gu Baitsong glanced at Mo Yu, who was still struggling on the ground, and continued, I ask Leader Xianing to capture this person and not let him die. He is key to uncovering the mastermind behind this incident. Of course, please rest assured, Duke of Dinghua. Hearing Gu Baitsong's words, Xianing nodded and gestured for 2 Yixuan guards to come forward and drag Mo Yu away. Mo Yu, dragged by the 2 guards, was filled with panic in his eyes. He wanted to struggle, but as his meridians had been shattered by Xianing, he could only emit a series of angry roars. Xianing ignored Mo Yu's shouts and turned back to Gu Baitsong, saying, Duke of Dinghua, please wait here. My Yixuan guards will soon clear out all the assassins in the residence. Hearing Xianying's words, Gu Baitsong nodded. He knew the strength of the Yixuan guards, and the Mo Yu guards in the residence were no match for them. Seeing this situation, Xianing took his leave from Gu Baitsong and left the main hall to deal with the remaining Mo Yu guards. Once Xianing left with his men, Gu Baitsong sat in his chair, just lifting the teacup beside him when he saw a figure flash past in the hall. Soon after, a Qianji guard appeared, quickly kneeling before Gu Beizong and clasping his fists, saying, "Master, the second young master just took advantage of the chaos to go to your courtyard, and then enter the study." This Qianji guard was specifically assigned to monitor Gu Yixuan by Gu Yixian. Earlier in the day, before leaving the residence, Gu Yixian had instructed him not to follow Gu Yi, but to keep a close watch on Gu Yichun. Unexpectedly, just by keeping an eye on him, he discovered Gu Yichin's unusual behavior. Hearing the Qianji guard's words, Gu Beizong's hand froze mid-air, and the tea in the cup rippled slightly. He recalled what Gu Yixian had said to him, and combined with the Qianji guard's report, an immense anger surged within him. Bang! Gu Beizong slammed the teacup down on the table, a cold glint flashing his eyes as he rose and walked towards the main hall's exit. In Gu Beizong's study, Gu Yichun was anxiously rummaging for something. He had searched every place he could think of, but had not found what he wanted, growing increasingly agitated. Indeed, Xianning Zhao's goal was not to assassinate Gu Beizong at all. She knew that even if the Qianji guards of the Gu family had all left the capital due to Gu Yixian's assassination, the LMAO guards under Liu Xiu alone could not kill Gu Beizong. After all, this was the capital. Even if they used their connections to stall the soldiers patrolling the city, they could not forget that there were still the emperor's henchmen, the Yu guards. Xianning Zhao had conducted a detailed investigation of the Yu guards when she came to the capital and knew that their strength was not to be underestimated, especially in the capital, where they were even stronger than the Gu family's Qianji guards. Therefore, Xianning Zhao did not hold out much hope for this assassination attempt on Gu Beizong. The reason she proposed this plan to Liu Xiu was to create an opportunity for Gu Yichun after several assassination attempts. The people from Hongxiu had suffered heavy losses, and even their top expert, Lin Fengxing, had lost an arm. These consecutive failures had made Xianning Zhao consider retreating, wanting to return to the headquarters of Hongxiu in Jiangnan. Jiangnan was thousands of miles away from the capital, and she had cultivated there for many years, having almost complete control over the martial world there. No matter how powerful the Gu family was, they could not extend their influence into Jiangnan. After she regained her strength, she could then take action against the emperor and the Gu family. However, after receiving news from Gu Yichun and Liu Xiu, Xianning Zhao thought of a plan that could severely damage the Gu family and the Canglan kingdom, while also greatly increasing her own power. Military power. After Liu Xiu mentioned that his LMAO guards were ambushed by the Gu family, Xianning Zhao thought of a plan, and, after discussing it with Liu Xiu and gaining his agreement, she immediately informed Gu Yichun to take advantage of the LMAO guards infiltrating the Duke of Dinghua's residence to create chaos and sneak out Gu Beizong's military token. As a Grand Marshal of the Canglan Kingdom, Gu Beizong controlled most of the military power of the Canglan Kingdom. As long as she obtained the military token from him, Xianning Zhao could directly control the army of the Canglan Kingdom. As for whether those troops would obey her, there was still Gu Yichun. If this plan could miraculously succeed in killing Gu Beizong and Gu Yixian, Xianning Zhao could take Gu Yichun to subdue the army under Gu Beizong. She could claim that the emperor was wary of the Duke of Dinghua's high achievements and sent someone to kill Duke Gu Beizong and Marquis Gu Yixian. With Gu Beizong's reputation in the Canglan Kingdom's army, coupled with Gu Yichun being the only bloodline of the Gu family, many troops would undoubtedly follow him. If Gu Beizong did not die, it would not be a big problem either. As long as Gu Yichun could steal the military token, Xianning Zhao could take him and quickly go to subdue the army. With Gu Yichin's identity and the military token in hand, some troops would definitely choose to obey, and even if there weren't many, it could still severely damage the Gu family and even create a rift between the emperor and the Gu family. After all, just one son of the Gu family could take away the Canglan Kingdom's army. Such prestige would make even the emperor wary, no matter how much he trusted Gu Beizong. This was why Gu Yichun was so shocked when he learned of Xianning Zhao's plan that day. He truly did not expect that Xianning Zhao would collude with Liu Xiu to assassinate Gu Beizong at the Duke of Dinghua's residence and seize military power in the process. But Gu Yichun and Xianning Zhao were already inextricably linked, and it was too late for him to backtrack. He had to risk implementing Xianing Zhao's plan. Where could the military token be hidden? Gu Yichen looked around the study he had already searched and felt increasingly anxious, yet he couldn't help but feel puzzled. From what he knew of Gu Beizong, such an important item as the military token would surely be kept in the study, but after searching for so long, he had not even found a trace of it. Filled with confusion, Gu Yichen suddenly noticed that the sounds of fighting outside were decreasing, which made him even more anxious. He knew his time was running out. At that moment, Gu Yichen suddenly thought of a possibility. Such an important item as the military token would definitely not be placed carelessly in the study. It must be hidden in some secret compartment. With this assumption, Gu Yichen immediately walked towards the bookshelf, the most likely place to have a secret compartment in the entire study. Chapter 91. What use is there in saying this now? Gu Yichen reached out and felt around the bookshelf, and after a while, he finally made a discovery. Feeling a protrusion under his fingers, Gu Yichen's expression brightened, and he was just about to press the switch when, at that moment, the door was suddenly flung open with a bang. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Gu Yichen's expression changed drastically, and he turned sharply to look at the door. He saw Gu Beizong standing coldly at the door of the study, looking at Gu Yichen in front of the bookshelf with a gaze full of indifference. The moment Gu Yichen saw Gu Beizong, his face instantly turned pale, and an overwhelming sense of fear surged in his heart. His legs went weak, and he leaned against the bookshelf. Observing Gu Yichen slumped against the bookshelf, Gu Beizong's gaze grew colder. He took a few steps into the study, picked up a fallen brush from the floor, raised his eyes to Gu Yichen, and calmly asked, "Chinner, what are you doing in your father's study?" Hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yichen was filled with panic. He barely managed to prop himself up against the bookshelf and stammered, "Father, I heard news outside about assassins and was afraid they would come harm you. So I came to your study to take a look." Upon hearing Gu Yichen's explanation, Gu Beizong's eyes turned icy as he scanned the disheveled study that Gu Yichen had created, sneering coldly. "Oh, so you came to protect your father. But why is the study in such disarray? What were you searching for among these shelves?" As Gu Beizong's questioning intensified, Gu Yichen's panic deepened. His mind raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation, but the facts were laid bare before him. What reasonable explanation could he come up with? In desperation, Gu Yichen gritted his teeth and said, "When I arrived, the study was already in this state. I was afraid that you might have lost something important, so I was searching here." Seeing Gu Yichen still trying to defend himself, a flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Beizong's eyes. If Gu Yichen had directly admitted his wrongdoing, Gu Beizong might have regarded him more favorably. It seemed that after all these years of being raised by him, Gu Yichen had not learned the courage to take responsibility from the Gu family, nor had he inherited Fu Yunfei's boldness. Gu Beizong looked at Gu Yichen, filled with anger. From Gu Yichen's actions of rummaging through the shelves, he guessed that Gu Yichen was there to steal his military talisman. He also knew that Gu Yichen must have acted under Xianing Zhao's instigation, but he truly did not expect Xianing Zhao to be so bold as to covet military power. What shocked him even more was that Gu Yichen would be so foolish as to believe Xianing Zhao and come to his study to steal the military talisman himself. Gu Beizong looked at Gu Yichen, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, and spoke in a calm tone, "I am curious. What exactly did Xianing Zhao say to you that made you abandon the home that raised you and willingly let her manipulate you?" Upon hearing Gu Beizong's words, Gu Yichen's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock. How did Gu Beizong know about Xianing Zhao and their relationship? "Father, what are you talking about? Who is this Xianing Zhao you mentioned? How could I be under her influence?" Gu Yichen's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, but he still held onto a sliver of hope and looked at Gu Beizong, asking, "Does mother know about this?" If there was one person in the Gu family whom Gu Yichen truly cared about, it was Mu Rongyun, who had raised him. He could feel that Mu Rongyun genuinely treated him like her own son. Upon hearing Gu Yichen's question, Gu Beizong's gaze became more complex, and he shook his head, saying, "She doesn't know. Both Su and her, and I don't want her to know that the child she raised for 20 years is an ungrateful wolf." Hearing that Mu Rongyun didn't know, Gu Yichen's throat tightened, and tears fell from his eyes, staining his clothes with dark marks. He recalled how, when he was sick as a child, Morong Yun had stayed by his bedside for 3 days without leaving. He remembered her shoving the last piece of osmanthus cake into his palm, and a bitter taste of rust rose in his throat. Gu Beizong watched Gu Yichen in silence, not interrupting, just standing quietly. Xianing Zhao is waiting for me at the broken temple in the west of the city. Gu Yichen wiped his face, his voice hoarse like a broken windbag. She brought the remaining people from Hongxiu Tower and said that if she gets the military talisman. Gu Yichen suddenly choked up, self-mockingly laughing. What use is there in saying all this now? The study fell into a dead silence. Gu Beizong did not respond, looking at him for a moment before turning to walk out the door. He reached the doorway, his voice trembling slightly as he commanded, "Someone, take him away." When the Qinji guards burst in, Gu Yichen suddenly turned back, looking at Gu Beizong's back, his tone pleading, "Father, please don't let Mother know." Upon hearing Gu Yichen's request, Gu Beizong paused, suddenly recalling the scene when he took Gu Yichen from Fu Yunfei's wife. At that time, Gu Yichen was wrapped in a blood-stained swaddle. Perhaps sensing something was wrong, he cried loudly but stopped when he was held in Gu Beizong's arms. Gu Beizong did not turn around or respond to Gu Yichen. Stepping out the door. Chapter 92. Who are you? As the Yueyan guards cleared the LMAO guard from the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yi, along with the Qinji guards, arrived at their destination for this outing. After bringing the Qinji guards to a hidden corner, Gu Yi raised his hand to signal for the guards behind him to stop, looking at the brightly lit Jin Yuan marker residence not far away. A cold glint flashed in Gu Yi's eyes as he spoke softly to the Qinji guards behind him. Pass down the order when we enter the Jin Yuan marker residence later. Ignore any obstructing guards and focus on capturing Liu Huijin and his old servant. Yes. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, one of the Qinji guards immediately acknowledged the order in a low voice and quickly turned to relay the command. After the Qinji guards finished passing down the order, Gu Yi waited a moment, feeling the time was right before directly commanding go. As Gu Yi's voice fell, the accompanying Qinji guards swiftly charged towards the Jin Yuan marker residence like phantoms, their toes barely touching the ground as they quickly scaled the high walls and entered the estate. Due to Liu Huijin's remaining LMAO guards outside the city being surrounded and killed by the Qinji guards, they had suffered significant losses. This operation against the Duke of Dinghua was of utmost importance. So Liu Huijin had sent all the remaining LMAO guards out to try to kill Gu Beizong in one fell swoop. However, this left the Jin Yuan marker residence poorly defended, with only some ordinary guards patrolling inside, who were completely unable to detect the Qinji guards. Gu Yi led the Qinji guards, moving like shadows through the marker residence, his gaze swiftly scanning the rooms in search of Liu Huijin's figure. At this moment, Liu Huijin, who was unaware that his residence had already been infiltrated by the Qinji guards, was sitting in his study with a piece of rice paper in front of him. Next to the paper was an inkstone with ink already ground, but at this moment, Liu Huijin had no mood to pick up the brush and write. From time to time, he glanced out at the moonlight, looking at the bright moon with a hint of worry in his eyes. Although Xianing Zhao had assured him that there would be no unexpected incidents this time, their target was not the previous Gu Yixuan, but the current Duke of the state. Gu Beizong. If successful this time, Liu Huijin could push the matter on his Xianing Zhao and her Hongxiu Tower, allowing him to stay out of it while avenging his father's murder. But if they failed, just thinking about the consequences of failure made Liu Huijin shudder. However, with no news from Moiwa guards, Liu Huijin could only wait in the residence. At that moment, the door to the study was pushed open, and Liu Huijin looked up to see his old housekeeper. The housekeeper brought a cup of hot tea into the study and, noticing Liu Huijin's anxious expression, placed a teacup on the table in front of him and spoke. "My lord, you need not worry. The Qinji guards of the Gu family have all been lured out of the city by Xianing Zhao's scheme. This operation is personally led by Commander Moyu, so there will definitely be no accidents. Please rest assured, my lord." Hearing the housekeeper's words, Liu Huijin nodded, his tense expression relaxing somewhat. But the worry in his eyes remained. The housekeeper, seeing this, felt a bit helpless but understood Liu Huijin's concerns. After all, they were dealing with the Gu family, who was entrusted with important responsibilities by the emperor and was highly trusted. Liu Huijin picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. Just as he was about to ask the housekeeper something, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing outside the window. His heart skipped a beat, and his expression immediately tightened as he fixed his gaze on the door. He was sure he hadn't misjudged. That shadow couldn't possibly belong to the Moywa guards. The housekeeper noticed Liu Xiu's unusual expression and asked with a hint of confusion, "My lord, you." But before the housekeeper could finish his sentence, the door to the study was suddenly kicked open, and several figures dressed in dark clothing rushed into the room. Seeing the Qinji guards burst in, Liu Xiu's pupils constricted, and a surge of terror rose in his heart. "Who are you? How dare you?" The housekeeper turned to look at the door as soon as he heard it being kicked open, and upon seeing the Qinji guards rushing in, his expression changed, and he immediately shouted. However, before he could finish speaking, he was kicked aside by several rushing Qinji guards, crashing heavily against the wall of the study with a painful scream. One Qinji guard quickly approached the housekeeper and subdued him, while the rest charged straight toward Liu Xiu behind the table. Realizing what was happening, Liu Xiu finally reacted. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the teacup and inkstone from the table and hurled them at the Qinji guards. The guards quickly dodged, and the teacup and inkstone flew past their ears, smashing against the wall and splattering water and ink everywhere. Taking advantage of the guards' evasion, Liu Xiu swiftly turned to the wall where a long sword hung and drew it from its sheath. Holding the long sword, Liu Xiu looked at the Qinji guards with a vigilant gaze and sternly questioned, "Who are you to dare invade the Jin Yuan mark residence and attempt to assassinate me?" The Qinji guards did not respond to Liu Xiu's question. Seeing him wielding a long sword, they drew their own swords from their waists, their eyes cold as they charged toward Liu Xiu. Noticing that the assassins did not respond and were directly attacking him, Liu Xiu had no choice but to suppress his doubts and met them head-on with his sword. Clang! In an instant, the study was filled with the sound of metal clashing, accompanied by the sound of furniture breaking. Liu Xiu's father was a military general, and his title was earned through military merit. As a scion of a military family, his skills were naturally not lacking. He moved agilely, wielding the long sword, and, taking advantage of the narrow space in the study, not only avoided being injured by the Qinji guards, but even managed to suppress them. However, the more he fought, the more shocked Liu Xiu became. He knew his own strength, although he couldn't compare to Yixuan, who had been trained by Tu Jui since childhood. He was still considered a master in the capital. He never expected that he couldn't even take down a few assassins now. It seemed these people were not ordinary assassins, but rather trained killers. As Liu Xiu swung his long sword, he observed the Qinji guards working together seamlessly and thought to himself, after all, aside from the trained killers he had grown up with, he couldn't think of anyone else who could block his attacks solely through cooperation. While dodging the Qinji guards, Liu Xiu kept an eye on the situation outside. He noticed that flames had already begun to gather outside, moving toward the study, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason he hadn't rushed out was to hold off these assassins, allowing the guards inside the residence, who would hear the commotion, to come and support him, capturing these assassins and then finding out who was behind them. But just as Liu Xiu thought he had the upper hand, several more Qinji guards suddenly appeared at the door. Upon entering the study, they wasted no time and joined in the attack on Liu Xiu. Seeing more Qinji guards joining the battle, Liu Xiu's expression tightened, but thinking that the guards would soon arrive to support him, he gritted his teeth and held on, trying to buy time. However, after only a moment of fighting, he realized he was wrong. These Qinji guards not only matched each other's strength, but also had an astonishing level of cooperation. Liu Xiu was caught off guard during the siege by the Qinji guards, and his left arm was directly pierced by one of their swords. Clang! Enduring the intense pain in his left arm, Liu Xiu swung his long sword, the cold light flashing as it forced back the Qinji guard. Clutching his wound, Liu Xiu stepped back a few paces to assess the Qinji guards and quickly turned to look outside, seeing that the guards had not yet arrived. And he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He glanced at the cold-eyed Qinji guard, who was charging at him with a long sword, and his mind raced. Liu Xiu knew that in his current state, he could not contend with several Qinji guards. If he continued to tangle with them, it would only lead to his own death. His gaze swept around, and when he spotted a vase with green plants, his eyes lit up. Just as the Qinji guard were about to continue their attack, Liu Xiu quickly stepped forward and kicked the vase. Bang! Seeing the vase flying toward them, the foremost Qinji guard's eyes flickered, and he swung his sword to shatter the vase. In an instant, shards of porcelain flew through the air in the study, momentarily blocking the Qinji guards. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Xiu dodged the flying shards and quickly leaped back. Bang! His back smashed against the carved window frame, and amidst the flying wood chips, he stumbled and rolled into the courtyard. Once in the courtyard, Liu Xiu rolled a few times and then quickly got to his feet, turning to look back at the study. Logically, these assassins should have pursued him relentlessly, but when Liu Xiu turned back to the study, he saw that the Qinji guards had not followed him out. Instead, they stood with their swords sheathed, their black clothes appearing like solid shadows under the moonlight. Seeing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Liu Xiu's eyes, but the pain from his left arm quickly brought him back to reality. With no time to think further, Liu Xiu pressed his hand against his wounded arm and began to run toward the direction where the guards were coming. Just then, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the corridor not far away. The person stepping out of the shadows was none other than Gu Yi, the leader of the Qinji guards. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Liu Xiu's expression changed. Although he did not know Gu Yi's identity, he could sense that Gu Yi's strength was definitely superior to his own. "Who are you? Who sent you to dare to assassinate me in the Ho residence?" Liu Xiu knew that this person was likely the leader of the group of assassins. He covered his injured left arm and coldly questioned Gu Yi. Hearing Liu Xiu's inquiry, a cold smile appeared on Gu Yi's otherwise calm face. He raised his eyes to look at Liu Xiu and said indifferently, "Does the Marquis of Yixuan know what crime it is to assassinate the Duke of Dinghua?" Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Liu Xiu's pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes were filled with shock. How could these people know about his attempt to assassinate Gu Beizong? Could it be that you're the Qinji guards of the Gu family? Liu Xiu suddenly looked up at Gu Yi, panic evident in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Yi did not respond to Liu Xiu's question, merely looking at him with cold eyes. Liu Xiu stared at Gu Yi, his eyes growing increasingly frantic. Although Gu Yi did not answer, he could tell from his expression that they were indeed the Qinji guards of the Gu family. Looking into Gu Yi's cold gaze, Liu Xiu couldn't help but take a step back, fear evident in his eyes. Shouldn't the Qinji guards be at Qingfeng Temple outside the city, rescuing Gu Yixuan, who was surrounded and attacked by the Hongxiu Tower? How could they appear here? Moreover, from what Gu Yi just said, it was clear he knew about Liu Xiu's assassination attempt on Gu Beizong. But the Qinji guards were not guarding Gu Beizong in the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Instead, they appeared here, which only meant that the LMAO guards he sent to the Duke of Dinghua's residence had already failed, right? Thinking about the consequences of his plan failing, Liu Xiu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, an overwhelming sense of panic rising in his heart, causing him to step back. How could this be happening? Didn't Xianing Zhao say that this plan was foolproof? How could it possibly fail? Liu Xiu muttered to himself, his tone filled with madness. This assassination attempt on Gu Beizong had failed, and the Gu family knew he was the mastermind behind it. So they would definitely report his crimes to the emperor. Assassinating the Duke of Dinghua and the Marquis of Wuan was a crime as serious as treason, and the emperor would definitely not let him off. Gu Yi looked at the muttering Liu Xiu, a cold smile appearing on his face. He drew his sword from his waist, and with a flash of his figure, he charged directly at Liu Xiu. Amidst the chaos in his mind, Liu Xiu suddenly felt a murderous intent rushing towards him, snapping him back to reality. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the courtyard as Liu Xiu, regaining his senses, swung his sword to block the attack coming at him. Seeing that Liu Xiu had parried his strike, Gu Yi's expression remained calm. He moved as fast as lightning. A dazzling cold light flashed, and the sharp edge of his sword grazed Liu Xiu's throat. Liu Xiu narrowly avoided Gu Yi's sword, and looking at Gu Yi's calm face, he desperately swung his sword, trying to push Gu Yi back. But how could that be possible? His strength was already inferior to Gu Yi's, and now, in a wounded state, he was no match for Gu Yi. Faced with Gu Yi's relentless assault, Liu Huijin could only barely defend himself, the searing pain from his wound slowing him down. The two exchanged only a few blows before Liu Huijin's wrist was firmly grasped. Gu Yi seized Liu Huijin's wrist, twisting it sharply. With a clang, Liu Huijin's sword fell to the ground, and he was completely subdued by Gu Yi, unable to move. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. The guards of the residence had finally arrived. Help! Liu Huijin looked at the guards appearing in the distance, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to call for help, his words got stuck in his throat. He saw dozens of shadows leaping down from the walls, the Qinji guards pouncing on the guards like phantoms. These ordinary guards were no match for the Qinji guards. Amidst the clash of blades, screams rang out one after another, and in less than half a tea time, the ground was littered with bodies. Liu Huijin, now bound, saw that the old steward was also being brought over. He glanced at the bodies of the guards on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Take them away. Gu Yi coldly glanced at Liu Huijin and the old steward next to him, giving the order. As soon as Gu Yi's words fell, he lightly tapped the ground with his foot and leaped onto the wall. Then several Qinji guards stepped forward, taking Liu Huijin and the old steward and following behind Gu Yi. The night wind swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, carrying a scent of blood as the group walked under the moonlight towards the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Chapter 94. Gu Yixuan returns to the residence Duke of Dinghua's residence. With the intervention of the Yueying guards, the LMAO guards inside the residence were quickly cleared out, restoring tranquility. After dealing with Gu Yixuan's matters, Gu Beizong returned to the main hall, just as the servants came to report that Gu Yixuan had returned. Outside the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Gu Yixuan was calming the still-shaken Liu Xiu. After resolving the situation outside Qingfeng Temple with the Hongxiu Tower, Gu Yixuan had borrowed a fast horse from Tu Jui and hurried back to the capital. He caught up with Liu Xiu's carriage at the city gate and returned with her. All right, it's all fine now. Let's go back to the residence, Gu Yixuan said after seeing Liu Xiu's expression improve a bit, reaching out to smooth her somewhat disheveled hair. Hearing Gu Yixuan's words, Liu Xiu nodded and stepped into the Duke of Dinghua's residence with him. As soon as Gu Yixuan